Good morning, everyone. Rich Hagon, sitting with Zac Hill and Rashad Miller. Welcome back to day 2 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. It's great to have you with us. We've got a fantastic day in store. And Zac, we're going to get through this sort of the housekeeping part of the day nice and swiftly. But of course, yesterday being Friday, some poor people missed out on the stream. They had to work. They didn't stay up all night watching the rerun wherever they were in the world. So let's set the stage and begin with what is the schedule of what we've already seen and what we're going to see coming up.
Well, we started out with 3 rounds of booster draft. Obviously, Born of the Gods, Theros draft. Of course, if you've been around a long time, it still feels kind of new to do the most recent set first, but that's what we did. Then we had 5 rounds of the modern format. Okay. And that's what we're going to see today.
Exactly the same system again. There we are. It's just coming up on the big board for you. Saturday, we are at round 9. That's what's coming your way. Born of the Gods, Theros booster draft, and then on we go with modern. Now, best 2 out of 3. Sunday, it will continue to be best 2 out of 3 in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and then in the final, best 3 out of 5. Rashad, let's talk a little bit about the scoring system, because every sport has its own little quirky system. What's ours?
Well, as you can see, it is going to be best 2 out of 3. And if you win that best 2 out of 3, you get 3 points. If you don't win, you get 0 points. Now, the rounds are timed, so after the 55 minutes, or maybe 55 or an hour, not sure exactly how many minutes it is, but if there isn't a clear winner, like one person wins the game on each side, then you get a draw, and that's only 1 point.
Okay, and generally, draws are bad, right?
Yeah, draws are bad in this format. The thing about a draw is it's only worth 1 point. Now, a win's worth 3, so that means you need 3 draws just to equate to 1 win. So it's worse than just splitting the difference between a win and the loss for both players.
Okay, the one point that the draws start to become relevant is when we get right to the back end of today, we may find that there are players on, let's say, 12 wins and then 2 losses and a draw, and that potentially puts them 1 point above all the people on 12 and 3, and that 1 extra point, rather than feeling you're 2 behind, you start feeling like you're 1 ahead. But that gets pretty complex towards the back end of the day. You don't need to worry your brains about that at this time in the morning. All right, so Zac, what are we playing for? Let's talk a little bit about the prizes on offer. We've got the prize payout coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So the big money is the $40,000 first place prize. That of course, there's pro points to go with this too. Those work into virtual money, and that they qualify you for more events that lead to more dollars. So you got $40,000 for first place, $20,000 for second place, third and fourth, $12,500 apiece, 5th through 8th, $10,000 apiece. So if you make the top 8 of this tournament, you're getting at least 10 grand. And then, of course, the payout goes deeper from there, all the way down to 75th place.
Okay, and there's a column there, pro points. You said a sort of virtual currency. We have levels of pro. You'll hear us through the day here at the news desk and in the commentary booth talking about gold level pros, silver pros, and platinum pros. Well, it's the platinums who are the cream of the crop, the true elite of the modern game. And you get these levels each year. It's like almost like air miles. You're re-qualifying. So it isn't necessarily the best players of all time who are your platinums, but it is the people who are dominating the modern game right now. So that's the sort of club levels. All right, now, you may be thinking, well, this is all very well and good, but I play Magic and I play at my local store. How come I'm not in Valencia playing on the Pro Tour? Rashad, we have lots of different ways to get people to subsequent Pro Tours. So why don't you walk us through those?
Exactly. Everyone who's watching here, I would hope to think, wants to come and play at this Pro Tour. So the way that you get to the Pro Tour is first win a Pro Tour qualifier. Those are open to anybody who wants to play. You can find those at local game shops. That's the entry-level way to get to the Pro Tour. High Grand Prix finishes, those are also entry-level events. You can find those. They don't happen as regularly as Pro Tour qualifiers, but the top 4 players, depending on how many players are at attendance in the Grand Prix, qualify. And if the Grand Prix happens to be bigger, then those qualifications can go down even further.
And you can see all the rest of those great ways. You have top finishes at previous Pro Tours, Magic Online Championship Series. On it goes. Be a player club member, a platinum, a gold, silver, or a Hall of Famer. I can tell you that we're going to start with one of the best players in the game right now. Owen Turtenwald is sitting down at our feature match draft table, ready to take his Born of the Gods destiny into his own hands once again. He's at 6-2, needing 7-1 today to be in yet another top 8. So it's time to leave the news desk, and for the first time today, in the commentary box, it's Randy Buehler and first, Brian David Marshall.
Hi, everybody. Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch Owen Turtenwald draft his day 2 deck, and we're going to send it down to the floor, and we're going to see what he does as he opens up that Born of the Gods pack. Randy Buehler, Brian David Marshall, let's watch Owen Turtenwald. Hello and welcome to the Day 2 draft of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here in Valencia. We're watching over Owen Turtenwald's shoulder as he pulls a Fanatic of Xenagos and a Crowan Skyguard to the front of his pack. Tell us about this.
Yeah, Andrew Cunha looked at him and said, Fanatic, or what do you take, Fanatic or Skyguard?
Well, that's a good. That was a good breakfast conversation to have had.
And the answer is a Crowan Skyguard. Owen wants to be white. I mean, Fanatic of Xenagos is quite good, but if Owen could pick one color that he gets to be, it's white. He thinks white is the deepest color across, and it's particularly in Theros. It's super deep. If you can cut it off, you can get past Wingsteed Riders, you can get past Phalanx leaders.
And how strong a signal is he sending now down to his left by passing that Fanatic of Xenagos?
Oh, that's a great point. He's saying he just created a red-green player that's going to pass him white cards.
Because that's a card that, even though it's 2 colors, can contend with Skyguard for first pick status. Here we
Absolutely.
Look at
Yeah, Skyguard, one of the best commons. Oh,
we see
do you
a
take
Loyal
Pegasus?
I think I saw an Excoriate, Chorus of Tides.
Yeah, I mean, he'll play white with almost any of the other colors. I think he's going to go Loyal Pegasus here. Again, cutting off white, hoping that he can get past good white cards in Theros. You know, none of those other cards are enough better than the Loyal Pegasus to justify adding another color to his deck. And yeah, that's exactly what he's done. Yeah, so Loyal Pegasus, you know, it looks like it needs help. Can't attack or block alone, but
well, it does need help, but it usually finds help in that color.
Yeah, especially like super, you want to be aggressive in this format. You know, the heroic decks, which are among the best white decks anyway, pretty much the best decks in the format are the heroic decks. So then you tend to have super quick, cheap, efficient creatures. The white does not.
Yeah,
there's a white drafter on his right. There's not much. Well, I mean, the pack might be thin. There's an Excoriate is the best white card.
There's also a Nyxborn Triton, which is a card people have performed very well with.
Yeah, no, that is surprisingly good. Yeah, it looks vanilla, right? It's just a 2/3, but the 2/3 bestow 5. I think it's actually among the best 5 commons in the format. Again, I was talking to Owen this morning. You know, what are the best 5 commons? He had Nyxborn Triton in the top 5. He had Nyxborn Wolf in the top 5 as well. Yeah, the 3/1 bestow in green.
No, and then not Nyxborn Shieldmate.
No. But I mean, the Skyguard that he first picked was in the top 5. So
I mean, people, it's in the contention for the best common overall.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Top 5 commons in the set. So he's leaning blue here. Still no white cards. It does look like there's a white drafter on his right, but
Divination,
the thing is,
Stratus Walk, Faded Infatuation, perhaps my favorite artwork in the set.
So now he's thinking, am I adding a different color? Am I just taking the best blue card is probably the Stratus Walk?
Or if he's looking for heroic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a heroic enabler. It draws a card. It's decent. He
knows he's going to see white in pack 2.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. There may be a white drafter on his right cutting him off, but that guy's actually doing him a favor. And Owen is just going to get to reap the benefits in pack 2. Yeah, the guy
and could potentially push that opponent off, that player off of white on the way back.
Maybe. All right.
Nullify is going to the front of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, Born of the Gods is not the deepest set in draft. So, I mean, a lot of times you just run out of good cards 3-4 picks in, and then it's like, well, what can you do? If you can read a signal, that's great. Like, if you can find a color to move into to then get paid off in the 3rd pack, that can be good. And it does seem like the best cards here, they're not exciting, but they are blue. And so if I'm Owen, I'm thinking, well, I got a couple good white cards. Hopefully I can get a lot of white in the 2nd pack, since nothing has gone through him.
It looked like he was actually thinking about a Servant of Timuret there.
Oracle's Insight is a card I know you love.
I love that card. I don't know if how much I love it in blue-white heroic,
I mean,
But-
it triggers heroic.
I've done that.
And divination is in this pack too. The best cards are the blue ones. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
the red cards are playable, but it seems like he's well positioned in blue. He's just going to keep taking blue cards. He took divination there.
No, I think he took the
Insight?
Insight. Yeah.
Yeah, I think insight's pretty good, even if you're aggressive.
So he's really just investing in pack 2 here.
Now there's another divination, which is again a decent blue card.
But we've seen this format be really fast, and there's times like tapping out for
divination's a
divination on
little
turn
slow.
3 while you're getting beat down, maybe by all the loyal Pegasus that are getting drafted to his right.
Yeah, exactly.
To his right. To his left.
No, it's right.
Right, his right. Our left.
Right. I mean, the dream is you have an aggressive white heroic deck. You've got cheap creatures. You're suiting them up. You're triggering things.
Oh, there's a
Floodside Serpent. I like Floodtide
I
Serpent.
also like Springleaf Drum quite a bit.
Interesting. I would Serpent here. He's already got one Stratus Walk.
Right.
The combo of being able to attack and pick up an enchantment, which draws a card when it comes into play, is pretty powerful. And 4/4 for 5 is obviously good stats for a blue creature. I mean, it blocks with no help.
There's also Fate Foretold in the next pack.
Right.
Which is really exciting with
And
the
Chosen of
Serpent.
Heliod.
Yeah.
Okay, the blue's finally dried up. But look, it took a while. We're down
No
to
Hold
6
It
cards.
Bay, huh? He doesn't. He's not considering Hold It Bay. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, you destroyed me with Holden Bay in a draft the other night. And I was like, is that card actually good?
I mean, it's fine.
It's good enough. It gets the job done.
Yeah.
And here, maybe it makes
sometimes
the cut. This deck-
sometimes you have to drive a nail in with the heel of a shoe. That's
It does
just what-
trigger heroic, which is what you kind of want all your tricks to do. The Kraken. Yeah, you take the Kraken. I mean, it's 7 mana. I may not play it. 7 mana is kind of expensive for a format that can be
Probably
aggressive.
not
but
going to play it.
I mean, if he winds up with a sort of card advantage, Stratus Walk came back.
Wow.
You absolutely Stratus Walk here. Now he's got 2 of the draw a card enchantments to go with his Serpent already. That's nice. And it's also, if he needed any more confirmation that blue's open on his right, he just got it.
And by the way, he can easily abandon white.
That's true.
I mean, white.
He's got 2 cards.
He just
It's his first pick and his second pick. And I mean, the Skyguard in particular is one of the best commons in Born of the Gods.
Sure.
But he can abandon it. I don't think he will, though.
I think he's going to get paid off incredibly well in this pack.
Right. Great Heart. Now he's got a third white card.
But he knew those Great Hearts were coming back.
They're not
might
likely
even
to
be
make the cut.
It might even be was that a Great Heart the last card too?
I didn't see it.
Vanilla 2/4, not the most exciting.
Yeah, so Owen knows that he's not going to get much white in the third pack, but he also knows that it should get passed from the left. So basically, he's got his first pack and then maybe 1 or 2 more packs. If he doesn't have good white cards by then, he should give up. But plan A is to just open a Phalanx Leader or get past a Phalanx Leader. Yeah, the last 2 picks were both Great Hearts. Pretty funny. I think this deck is fine. I mean, he's got above average card quality for a Born of the Gods pack. He knows he's in a color he's going to get past in pack 3, and he's got a decent shot at getting past white here.
Right.
And the exciting thing about the white cards in Theros is that they're double white. Like Wingsteed Rider is the best common, it's double white. Nobody's going to move into white for that. Phalanx Leader is the best uncommon, again, double white. So you can definitely get past those cards if people have committed to other colors.
Right.
It's not
But
like...
I think he's like one Nessian Asp away here from going blue-green.
Fair. And blue-green is one of the decks that I know he's willing to draft. Yeah, this opening pack, he's going to have to pick a direction in the next couple of picks.
Oh, there's 100-handed
I think
one.
we just picked a direction.
Oh, he's also looking at blue-black.
Nimbus Naiad? He's 100-handed one. That card's amazing.
But I guess maybe he's...
And it is double white, so it's definitely saying he's a white drafter. But Nimbus Naiad, he knows he will play, and it's good. It's one of the better commons. But 100-handed one is one of the better rares. What do you do here? I 100-handed one.
I would 100-handed one, but yeah, okay.
Okay, and he does. So he's definitely...
But
now it's a little scary, right? He
Right.
needs to get past white, or he's not going to get paid off. He's not...
Right. He knows he could stay safely in blue with the Naiad.
And 100-handed one is double white, so you don't really want to splash for it. You want to be able to play it on turn 4, which means you really want to have 8, 9 planes in your deck at least.
Owen doesn't want to splash for anything. Oh,
Favorite Hoplite and a Spear of Heliod.
Wow.
Yeah, did we say white was going to get past?
Yeah.
This is how he drew it up. All right. I mean, the Hoplite, having a 1-drop in this format is spectacular.
Just to give you an idea of how good the Hoplite is.
Yeah, he's debating Spear.
He's like Spear or Hoplite. Spear or Hoplite.
Yeah, it seems that he's legitimately debating it. I think he's going to go Spear.
Yeah, he's
it's
gonna go
just the more
Spear
powerful card, but having a good one drop is so powerful.
It
in this
also
format.
gives him a way to stabilize the board in white-blue.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a lot of traditional removal. That actually says,
it
if
sets
you're
him up
beating
to
me
play.
down with a guy, I can, threaten to kill it and
Yeah, Spear is
keep you at bay with some untapped mana.
extremely powerful card.
There's that Nessian Asp we were talking about.
It's not a lot. Is that a Keepsake Gorgon?
It is a Keepsake Gorgon.
Wow, Keepsake Gorgon and Nessian Asp. And Freakus Mender. There's some black-green
Right,
cards.
blue-black and blue-green are both perfectly reasonable decks.
Scholar. I mean, Keepsake Gorgon is the best card in this pack. He's obviously not black. And it's, again, we talked about how Phalanx Leader, you can't move in for a double white card. You can't move in for a double black card either. I mean, Owen's going to take it. I bet it stays in his sideboard. I feel like he's probably just removing that from his opponent's draft pool since there was absolutely nothing for him. I mean, we're early enough that there's a chance
I think
could
he's
switch.
willing to be blue-black. Like, if he gets past another Gorgon here, if he gets past a removal spell. That was...
Ordeal?
Yeah,
Blue Ordeal.
Thassa.
Absolutely.
Read the Bones is a possibility if you're thinking about black.
That's his debate. Now he's got 3 colors all of a sudden. If he tries to read some bones here, it's because he wants to play that Keepsake Gorgon. I think you Ordeal.
Yeah, he is going to Ordeal.
Okay.
Which still doesn't preclude him from going black, and that's his deepest color. He knows he's going to be blue.
Sure. He's not. If he abandons a color, it's white.
Yeah.
But I mean, 100-handed one and Spear of Heliod. Can you really abandon both of those? He's got a Skyguard.
And a Skyguard, yeah.
But I mean, the 2 rares are both double white.
Oh, and look at this. Battle-wise Hoplite, God's Willing.
Yeah, Evangel and
And he's looking at his
the
black
tapper.
cards.
There's a Freakus Cure. Huh. Battle-wise Hoplite, right?
Yeah, the guy next to him is going to get past the God's Willing and go, I have successfully cut off white.
Yes. Here's your reward for cutting off white. You
like,
get
I am
one
so
God's
good.
Willing.
I just cut Owen Turtenwald out of white.
Yeah, Battle-wise Hoplite is kind of one of the reasons the blue-white heroic deck can be so powerful. It's a 2-drop. It's a heroic guy.
This is going to be Cavalry Pegasus
I would
here.
think so. Don't know if it'll... How good do you think Cavalry Pegasus is? I find it winds up in the sideboard more often than the main deck.
I mean, I really like it as just kind of a finisher. I don't really see it as a 2-drop.
Yep.
You get to get over a couple times with, your Battle-wise
Giving
Hoplite.
somebody else flying is more relevant than being a 1/1 flyer.
Yeah. Traveling Philosophers present a compelling argument. And
Wow, Gift of Immortality.
I think Fate Foretold. Yes. Not Mirror of Fate.
Wrong Fate. There you go.
We go.
Yeah, it's another one of these enchantments that draws a card when it comes into play. So it's both a heroic trigger and it's fuel for that serpent.
Yeah, I mean, right, with the serpent, provided he can attack cleanly with the serpent.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, sometimes you have the serpent and you want to leave him on
There's
their
a God's Willing.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, white is wide open on his left. Yeah, God's Willing is the best common heroic enabler. It's just, this format normally...
It might be my favorite card in this whole set.
Yeah, no, it looked so innocuous when Theros came out because this effect, like target creature gains pro color, it's been floating around in sort of every limited format for, years and years and years. But it's better in this format than it has ever been in the history of time. Like, so often you're investing a giant pile of enchantments and bestows, and you've got this one awesome creature, and you just need to defend it. And now you can defend it for 1 mana and re-trigger all the heroic stuff. Just such a powerful card in this format.
Every time I play a card in Theros Draft, I just am clenching and crossing my fingers and going, please don't have stymied hopes.
Yes.
I think Ray of Revelation here is the clean pick, yeah.
Definitely. Ray of Dissolution, but yeah.
Ray of Dissolution, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, most people like to have at least one Destroy an Enchantment effect, and this is among the best. You want to have it at instant speed. The fact that gain life is often relevant. Wow, Freakus Mender's still in that pack? Is that what that is?
Yeah, and we've just been sending
not
Freakus
seem
Menders
to be-
around the table here.
Yeah, time to start sticking them in the sideboard to make sure somebody doesn't move into an awesome green-black deck late. Yeah, that's just taking that last breath.
Yeah, Last Breath is fine.
That
Last
might
Breath
make the
also
cut.
triggers your heroic. You can Last Breath your Battle-Wise Hoplite,
Yeah.
Scry,
Yeah.
and then counters it because the Battle-Wise Hoplite becomes a 3.
Yeah.
You don't gain any life, but sometimes that's what you got to do.
Evangel. How good is Evangel of Heliod?
I mean, it's fine. Like, I mean, people don't generally try to play it. I like it a little better in this format if I have Springleaf Drum.
Sure. I mean, it's so expensive.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely expensive.
I can make a whole bunch of guys, but so expensive. Wow, so that pack was exactly the way Owen wanted it to go.
You like it a little bit better with something like Spear of Heliod?
Sure.
You know, or a Phalanx Leader, or...
Yeah, no, and he can go control. His deck's slightly schizophrenic here, right? He's got some aggro with like Cavalry Pegasus and
then he's got a longer game with Floodtide Serpent and
Oracle's Insight.
Yeah.
You know, he's got a Divination.
Loyal Pegasus is a fine card to hold an Oracle's Insight. Like, you know what? Just you stay here and do this. I have a new job for you.
Yeah, but I mean, if he gets the draw where Battle White's Hoplite goes to the air with Stratus Walk, just like all of this, he can attack super quickly. But then he's also, he's got some.
He's also got some weird sort of like, Ordeal of Thassa fun he can have, where he can return or put a counter on something.
Oh, the Serpent can start
and then
recursing
return the Ordeal of Thassa, and then move counters around.
It's a slightly schizophrenic build for this point at Owen, but he's got depth, he's got power. I think he's very happy with the way this deck is coming so far. Another Ordeal of Thassa.
But I mean, he puts Traveling Philosopher. There's the Nimbus Naiad.
So Nimbus Naiad or Ordeal has got to be the pick here. It's not Traveling Philosopher.
I feel like he just wants a couple more creatures.
You go Nimbus Naiad? Yeah, I mean, the Ordeals, they can be so powerful. Like an unanswered Ordeal at the beginning of the game is one of the most ridiculously powerful things that can happen in the format.
But he doesn't have any Hopeful Eidolons. He doesn't have any Nyxborn,
It's like he's taking the safe card rather than the variance card. Because like sometimes you'll have the Ordeal and nobody to put it on, or you'll draw the Ordeal at the end of the game when you don't have anybody that can attack with it. Like it's got to be the swingiest cards in the set. Like sometimes they're just game-breakingly ridiculous, opponent life-tilting crazy power. I may resemble that remark. But then other times they're just bad. Favorite Hoplite.
Favorite Hoplite.
Yeah, that is just what the doctor ordered. Yeah. I mean, he sees a time to feed go by. He'll want to remember that exists when he plays against the Green Mage. Yep. But Favorite Hoplite's an easy pick. It's cheap. It can become very powerful. It picks up an Ordeal spectacularly well. Goes through the air with Loyal Pegasus. I mean, the other Pegasus.
Do you think the player feeding Owen has some idea? Like maybe he's like, I think I might be the only white drafter.
I mean, the Favorite Hoplite came through. What did the other guy take over Favorite Hoplite?
Do we know what the player to Owen's right took over Favorite Hoplite?
Yeah, the white's gone.
No, there's a
Divine Verdict?
I think that card's fine. I think it's a little underrated.
Sounds like a good rare may have been in the pack with the Favorite Hoplite. So he goes Omen Speaker there. Yeah, you like Divine Verdict a little more than most people. I mean, I play it, but
I mean, I like
getting
it
a good 2-drop.
I like it generally in red white at the top of my curve, where it's just super aggressive, and you force them to. They just have to block.
Yeah, getting 2-drops and 1-drops, getting a good curve. Omen Speaker slots in perfectly. Snarecaster?
Yeah, it's definitely the lean in Snarecaster. I mean, I don't think his deck is schizophrenic enough that he wants an Opaline Unicorn.
Right, agreed. Yeah, and it may be that he's deep enough that he can just abandon some of the late game stuff, like Oracle's Insight. I mean, I think you still play it. It just seems like it's so powerful. But I mean, he can. It seems to me that he's got enough cards to just go focused aggressive. I mean, he'll play exactly how much of the late game stuff he decides he wants to.
Sealock Monster or Prescient Chimera?
I like Sealock Monster. I mean, it's a good blocker if that's what you need. And then against the Blue Mage, it's so powerful.
Yep.
Yeah, Sealock Monster. Yeah, I mean, eventually you can give them an island if they don't have one, right, and start attacking with it. But that's a little on the slow side. I mean, it works. It gets the job done if you're playing defense. But when you run into the Blue Mage and you're just like, I have a 5-mana 5/5 in my blue deck.
And it'll let you fight against green decks really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a good card.
Is there a God's Willing? There is a God's Willing.
Easy pick. Wow. I like Owen's deck a lot.
You can have like 4... Can you have 4 Farika's Menders at this table? Or...
Well, one of them's an Owen sideboard hanging out with the Keepsake Gorgon that he doesn't want his opponents to have either. Hottest player on the tour right now, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And talking to the players on his team, they feel the best player on the Pro Tour right now.
Maybe.
Just in terms of pure skill level, that
Philosophers.
there's nobody playing better Magic right now than Owen Turtenwald.
Yeah. He's ranked 12th, but I mean, that's kind of 12th with a bullet, right?
Sure.
2 Grand Prix wins in the last 3 months and the Sunday Super Series win. This table is X and 2. So these guys all went 6-2 yesterday. There's 14 players who went better than 6 and 2.
Right.
So that's essentially table 1 and most of table 2. And then there's about 40 players that come in at 6-2. So
wow.
Very much right in the thick of it. Triton Fortune Hunter.
Yeah, Triton Fortune Hunter is pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice.
Especially if you're bouncing enchantments with your Flood Tide
Oh
Serpent.
my God. Jeez.
You start to do some really disgusting
Stratus walk
stuff.
that guy, draw a card, pick up the draw 2 cards when you Stratus walk that guy.
Yeah.
And then you pick up the Stratus walk with the Serpent.
Yeah. There's a Null. There's a Traveling Philosopher. He might just want the body, yeah.
Wow. This is like constructed level blue-white control. I guess he doesn't have a Phalanx leader. That's the thing that's... Like, if you could just draw this up from scratch.
Doesn't have the Wingsteed Rider. Doesn't have a ton of heroic.
Yeah, but instead he's got like 100-handed 1 and Spear of Heliod.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't get the good uncommons, and he didn't get the best Theros common, but he got rares. Rares plural is always a good
Takes
sign.
Nylea's presence. He thinks Rashad's at the table, and he's kind of drafting him.
Yeah, it is late for a presence. I mean, green seems underdrafted.
So Testing Griffin, Breaching Hippocamp. Breaching Hippocamp's a card that's gotten a little bit better with Born of the Gods.
You can surprise trigger inspired.
Yes, and we've seen some goofy stuff happening with that.
He's going to kill a unicorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's a 5-color mage out there, probably isn't a 5-color mage at the table because the Nylea's presence and the unicorn are still available this late. I mean, there's some decks that love Opaline Unicorn, and there's some times where sort of everybody's got the aggressive heroic decks, and nobody wants it. That's a
Volpine
late
Goliath
Volpine,
going.
Their green seems underdrafted.
Yeah.
There you go. Owen Turtenwald drafts a beauty. Just puts on a clinic in how to draft blue-white constructed. Blue-white heroic.
Well, blue-white constructed might be.
Yeah. No,
I'd be curious to see what he grades this. He looks a little like this
good,
could have
not great.
He looks a little good, not great. I think he really one Wingsteed Rider, one Phalanx leader, one premium common uncommon. Like he's got the Spear of Heliod.
That's an awfully greedy perspective to have. Like I'm
curious to hear what he has to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if we were doing coverage draft 5 right now, right, either of us would be very happy to have this
delighted.
deck.
Absolutely.
I'm curious if Owen is happy to have this deck.
Interesting.
He looked a little not glum, but a little like so close.
I don't know. I mean, to me, the way he drafted Born of the Gods was just perfect. I mean, at some level, sure, maybe you can imagine the way in which things could have gone later, right? Better. Yeah. Somebody could have opened Phalanx leader on his left. That would have been even better. But all you can really do is...
Someone did open Spear of Heliod and that's
exactly. All you can really do, though, is draft your seat.
Yeah.
Right? If you've drafted the right deck for your seat and the cards that came by, that's kind of the best you can do. Like, you can't control what's going to get opened around you, especially if you're talking uncommons and rares.
And we don't know that there are Wingsteed Riders. Sometimes...
Yeah, the guy on his right could have one, but...
But sometimes those cards aren't there.
Right.
You know, sometimes you're in the shallow end of the card pool, sometimes you're in the deep end of the card pool.
Right. But, I mean, I feel like for his seat, he made the right early picks.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
he opened one of his favorite commons. You know, he opened one of his favorite commons in his favorite color. He took it with the Crow and Skyguard. You know, he got a read on the table pretty quickly, I think, that, okay, you know, there's not a lot of white, but, I'll move into blue because that's what's available. And he continued to get past blue in pack 3. You know, he knew that he was likely to get past white in the second pack, so he could take that 100-handed one, even though he'd been cut off. Like, he only had 2 good white cards, but he took the 100-handed one over Nimbus Naiad, fully expecting that for the rest of pack 2 at least he could get white cards, and he did.
Right.
Just a clinic on sort of positional drafting and understanding, all right, what's going to come from my left, what's going to come from my right. Loved it.
Okay, well, the players are now going to take their cards, register them, go build these decks, and get ready for play. We're going to go see what they think, and we're going to send it back to the news desk and catch you up on everything that's going to happen here on day 2 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Randy Buehler, Brian David Marshall, back to the desk.
And Brian David Marshall there for you. Thank you so much to the gentleman with the call on the second draft of the day, the weekend. And that is the only draft that we will see today. Well, it was the second draft of the day because I was online.
I mean, it's not the only draft I'm going to see today.
Yeah,
it's later
exactly.
tonight.
Quite. All right. So, Rich Hagon sitting here with Zac Hill and Rashad Miller over the next 30 minutes while the players build their decks for these next 3 rounds. We're going to take you through everything that happened yesterday, and we're going to take you through all the big teams that matter, all the draft pods that matter, and most important, who's on top of the standings. So why don't we take a look at our opening leaderboard as we start day 2. The top 20 players right now in the field. We take a look. There you see the big board. And the sole perfect record belongs to the United States and to Michael Hetrick. He arrived at 6 p.m. the night before the Pro Tour with minimal testing. He's been super busy playing Living End in Modern and just went, yeah, just beat everyone. Li Shi-chan of Hong Kong, perfect record 7-0-1. And then you see all the 7-1s. So picking out there, Canada doing very nicely with Sean McLaren, and on the other side, Maxim Grin. You've got Florian Pils of Germany. There's a lot of Germany in that list. See, Pils, Seibold. Dickman is the modern master. He was gutted to only, air quotes, be 7-1. Felt he had an easy matchup to go to 8-0. And he said, well, you want to be perfect, right? And I think he has a phenomenal chance of making the top 8. Gabriel, not Nassif from France, but Nguyen, 7-1. You see Tim Rivera there. People tweeted me last night, don't forget Tim Rivera, terrific player. He really is, plays lots of different card games, very, very good at all of them. On we go. On the other side, Thomas Hendricks of the Netherlands. It's been a while since we've had a 7-1 from the Dutchies, doing very nicely. Chris Fenel, limited specialist. Let's see if he can get from 7-1 to 10-1 this morning. Andrew Shrout rounds out the 7-1s. Johnny Hot Sauce on Magic Online. Now, the 6 and 2s you start seeing there are many, many more on 6 and 2. 6 and 2 is basically where kind of 40, 50 players reside. We're going to show you the draft pods later on. But guys, back at the desk here, what I want to do over this next period is take stock of the big story of the weekend, because teams have just exploded. Zac, why are teams so important in Magic these days?
Teams are so important in Magic these days because there's more Magic players than ever before. PTs have gotten harder and harder. It's not like it used to be where you could do a few drafts. Now everybody plays Magic Online, good at limited, and with the super teams like both the Channel Fireball teams, like Team Revolution, using their entire lineup to design powerful, highly optimized decks, it's harder than it ever has been before to just show up to an event with a deck that you brewed by yourself and do well, or with a couple of your friends. So what we're seeing are a ton of different teams sort of coagulating from different playtest groups and joining together to produce their own results. And I think that as we see by the current leaderboard, we may have had a little bit of a dethroning of the traditional kind of big 3 teams.
Yeah, we're certainly going to go through a bunch of teams that have made their mark through the weekend. Why don't we start that now? And I'm going to give you a team that we did not really see coming into the weekend. Perhaps that's what they were cross about. This is 13 Angry Men. Why don't we take a look at their record? Now, you see, basically a United States team with Eduardo Borges of Brazil there. Now, remember that 4-4 is the benchmark for being allowed back through the doors, as it were, to play on day 2. So everyone except Andre Prost, who has Proto Top 8s to his name, and Greg Agrentz, where the grass is always greener on the right side of Agrentz, 3 and 5, he missed out. But everyone else is through. The 4-4s realistically cannot make the top 8, because even if they go 3-0 in draft, 7-4, 5-0 in modern, 12-4, that's usually the benchmark for where things get into tie breaks for 7, 8, 9, somewhere around there. And if you start the day at 4-4, your tie breaks are just nowhere near as good, Rashad, as people who are 7-1 and 8-0, right?
Yeah, exactly. But actually, if we could get that graphic up, because it begs to ask a question. I only see 10 Angry Men here. and I just wonder, can we not fit 13 on the graphic?
No, I think maybe it was a visa issue. Perhaps that's what they were angry at. They did all the testing, they had the perfect deck, and then they just couldn't get into Spain. I don't know.
Yeah, but we did see Hunt playing this amazing Amulet deck.
Wasn't it fun?
You know what? And his one loss was the one that we actually got on camera, but it was probably the most exciting loss that I've ever seen. he had 2 pack triggers just waiting for him. And
Right.
was 1 mana short from paying 2 packs, 9 mana. With only 3 land in play, I want to say 3 to 4 land. They were all Karus or
Right.
the I don't know what the guild. They weren't guild gates then. They were the guild land from the original Rafa. Whatever you want to call those.
Sunhome.
Yeah, those.
Okay, I can inform you, they kept the anger for the 3 members of the team who didn't qualify. So they distilled
It makes
the other
sense.
3
Right.
into the 10.
You know, I just feel like that name is a little bit restricting. You know, if you lose a team member, you scramble to get another one.
You should let them know that.
I'll talk to those
Yeah,
guys.
uh-huh.
All 10 of them.
Well, as they say in Scandinavia, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And that's where we're going to go now to a team called Almost Finished, which I really approve because that's a silly name. Well done. And as you can see there, almost everyone through. Hannu Wallin, the only Finn not making it through. And there's a pleasing symmetry to going Finland, US, Finland, US, Finland, US, Finland on there. Anssi Alkio, for those of you who don't know, is a tremendous online player, a player with a great history in trading card games generally. He is well known in the global community, and this is the first time he's put together a decent run at the Pro Tour. I think this is his 5th PT, maybe his 4th, and he's struggled, quite frankly. But now, seems like he's getting there. Maybe that's partly about team. Also worth mentioning Max Scherblum. He has form. He was in the top 8 of the original Modern Pro Tour in Philadelphia. Kind of lost in the shuffle, but he was in that top 8. So good to see him at 5-3. Zac, again, just to re-emphasize what we're looking at, what kinds of records. From 5-3, you need what to make it in, do you reckon?
Basically need to go undefeated. You might get to draw in the last round, but that's kind of, you're still in contention, but
Right.
you need to put on a crazy run.
So you start with the 3-0 in draft. So you take care of getting rid of the 7 others in your pod. All the 5 and 3 tables, basically, only one person emerges from each of those tables with any kind of chance, because everyone else loses at least once, and at that point, you're done. So 8 and 3s, then they come back and then they go win to 12-3. And then let's see what happens in the last round. Okay, so that's almost finished. Now we get to a team that didn't bother with an ultra cool name. In fact, they didn't really bother with the name at all. It's Austria, Germany. Zac.
I think it's pretty Austro-German to not bother with a name, but we see Florian Pill sitting near the top of the standings at 7-1, Christian Sabold, Patrick Dickman, Lucas Tajak, all Germans leading the pack on this team right now, 7-1, 6-2. You see Pro Tour veteran, I think 2 top 8s, Nico Boni, Valentin Mockel down to 4-4, and you've got Oliver Pollock-Rotman, Pierre Dejean, Carsten Linden, Thomas Holzinger, another Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
Yeah, former Platinum Pro.
Yeah, exactly. They made day 2. Only Justin Robin, Wenzel Krautmann didn't. If my goal was to top 8 a European Grand Prix, I would have to pick this team. It's like almost every top 8 over the last 3 years on the same team.
Yeah, it is the sort of the European GP All-Stars. You've got to say, these, for a team that is not either Channel Fireball A or B, Rashad, these guys must be super happy with where they are, because they have 3 horses right at the top of the standing. It's not like, we got a bunch of people into day 2, because, day 2 is great, but it's top 8s that you want to measure yourselves by if you're really a top tier team. They got 3 guys at 7-1. That's crazy good.
That's actually the second best record that's going on in this tournament, because there's only one person who's 8-0, but I hate to be the person who brings up team inconsistencies again. Can we bring that graphic up just one more time?
Yeah,
Just one more time.
What are you going to complain about this time?
That's Rashad. Can't ever be happy.
It's just the OCD in me. I see that there's one person from Switzerland on this team who happens to be Nico Boni, who's, kind of their captain in a way. We actually saw him the first round of the tournament because he was in the pod with William Jensen, who we watched draft, and that was his first round opponent, which he ended up beating Billy in the first round of that draft. So it's kind of sad to see that he's at the low end of the team's well-doing, but he still has a chance. And the fact that these 3 rounds are draft means that there will be some 5 and 3s who actually have to have a chance to continue.
Yeah, that's the reverse of what we're saying about getting rid of 7.
Right.
You are guaranteed that someone at the table emerges
Because
to be
that,
8-3.
that guarantee isn't there if these are just regular Swiss rounds.
No, they just all keep beating each other, and that's the end.
Exactly.
But 3 rounds from now, we've winnowed out 7 of the 8. 1 of each 8 goes through. All right, that's Austria-Germany. Let's move on to the Pantheon. Now, I thought about the Pantheon. You generally complete the phrase, the Pantheon of, and you're like, is it the Pantheon of gods? Is it the Pantheon of heroes? Is it the Pantheon of why did we let someone in the public choose our team name?
Is it the soldier of the Pantheon?
Well, these are the soldiers of the Pantheon. Let's see how many have perished on day 1. Brad Nelson's gone at 2-5, a couple of 3-5s, Sam Black and Patrick Chabin. It's easy to say some big names are out because they only have big names on this team. But wanted you take it away, Rashad, give us a sense of how they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, for anyone who has been following the Pro Tour coverage, from Pro Tours ago, you're thinking, isn't there a team that isn't here anymore? But they're still here. Same people, different shirt.
They just rearranged the letters of STARCITYGAMES and it became CFB
I'm not very good with anagrams.
It's an anagram.
But
just trust me.
I do trust you.
Yep.
I do trust you. But this team has 6 Hall of Famers on it, and Olin Turtenwald, who's fresh off of a few wins. He just won his Super Series down in Seattle.
Yep.
And he's got a couple of back-to-back GP1 finishes at the top, and he is at 6-2 along with John Finkel, Reed Dukes at 6-2. Kai Buda, who's at 5-2-1, still in the thick of it with Paul Ritzel, Godinez Villegas. Actually, Godinez Villegas is at 5-3. Rich Hagon 5-3, and Tom Martell is also at 5-3, and rounding out the 5-3s on this awesome team.
Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed with both Martell and Nassif. Remember that Nassif, we saw him on camera at 0-3, playing in the first round of Modern, and he was about to draw with another Frenchman, Timothée Simoneau, World Magic Cup champion, and Simoneau conceded, and that's kind of, there's your 1 in a million shot of actually doing something in this tournament because you're now 1-3, congratulations. Nassif, with his blue-white control, has gone undefeated in Modern as a result. He's 5-3. Tom Martell was tweeting about how frustrated he was at 2-3, but he rolled up his sleeves and went 5-3, tweeting again last night. Bed, let's get a sweat on tomorrow and actually make some people pay for leaving me in the tournament kind of thing. So I would watch out for both of those, perhaps ahead of some of the people who are just that 1 round ahead. Again, because they are in pods of the 5-3s, someone emerges and you can bet that Nassif and Martell think it can be them. That said, Nassif was 0-3 in draft yesterday, so he's got to...
Let's not bring up those facts. Those numbers, let's not support actions with facts.
You don't want math-based formulas?
No.
Okay.
You're not a number scientist.
I'm not a number scientist.
That is true. All right, so that is Channel Fireball Part 1. Let's go to Channel Fireball Part 2, who were the original Channel Fireball. So, Zach, why don't you talk to us about these guys?
Yeah, so again, another one of the traditional super teams for whom a lot of other players emulated their model. Team Channel Fireball. We've got Brian Kibler at the top of the standings. Benjamin Lundquist, former national team member, making a bit of a comeback, also sitting at 6-2. Ben Stark, Eric Froelich, Frank Carsten, coverage reporter and Hall of Famer. David Ochoa, LSV Luis Scott Vargas, Kenji Samura in a resurgence, all sitting at 5-3, joined by Josh Utter-Layton, Pat Cox, and PV Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. Also making it to day 2, but basically out of top 8 contention, the entire rest of the team. Yuza, Shuhei Nakamura, Shahar Shenhar, Brock Parker. So on one hand, you've got to consider this a major success. You advanced the entire team into day 2. On the other hand, your best record sitting at 6-2, I've got to say, if you're looking for the best performing team, I'd give it to Austria and Germany.
So far, yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think we might see one later that gives us cause to go, wow, how did they do that? But yeah, the 3 7-1s for Austria-Germany, very interesting. It is also worth pointing out, though, that 3 rounds from now, by the time we head back to Modern, these boards are going to look very, very different indeed. If you start saying some of those 5-3s become 8-3s, you start seeing 6-2s become 9-2s, those draft pod winners are suddenly going to look like serious top 8 contenders rather than in the middle of the pack 53rd place 6-2s. So this morning, things are going to change a lot. All right, that's Channel Fireball. Time for an elaborate ruse now, and that means we head across to Rashad, which I think is highly appropriate.
I feel like the ruse is the fact that none of these names are pronounced the way that it looks like they are.
That's actually
For you,
true.
yeah.
It's pretty
That's
elaborate.
almost certainly true that you could mispronounce every single one of those names.
Well,
and I probably have.
so we have the top of their standings with Ali Rade, who is Ole Rade. That's as close
Next.
as I can get.
Next.
Well, 6-2, Hall of Famer. We have Matej Zedelkai. Sounds pretty good. Exactly how it looks. 6-2. We have Elias Watfield at 6-2. Ian Flock is at 5-3. Dennis Rashid has a couple of, more than a couple of PT top eights.
Back-to-back
At least
PT top
2
eights.
that are back to back.
Yep.
And he's at 5-3, along with Ludwig Londos, who's also 5-3. And then they have a bunch of 4-4s like Joel Larson or Swedish Kibler.
Stop
I
it.
like it. I think it's a compliment.
He's Swedish Kibler, and Brian is American Swedish Kibler.
I wish someone would call me Swedish somebody. It's the Swedish part. That's
I'll
the
do it
compliment.
just for you, Rashad.
I appreciate it. Willie Edo at 4-4, was along with Stanislav Sivka, who's a Pro Tour champion. Simon Gortson, who joins us on the coverage teams at your European GPs. He's a cool guy.
He is, but it's very disappointing that he didn't make it through. And Lucas Yaklowski with his top 8 from Worlds 2010 at 3 and 5. This team looked really solid, Zach, through most of the day, and the 3-6-2s are very good. I think they will actually feel that they are, I don't know, let's say 5 match wins down on where they feel they should be. So a kind of Adel 5-3, Larson 5-3, Flock 6-2, Londos 6-2 would feel to them, I think, more where they wanted and felt they could have been. It felt like they were just, it was nearly there.
Well, when I was talking to Willie, he absolutely loved his Jun deck. I was talking to Simon last night. He also seemed pleased overall with the team's preparation and performance, but sometimes, variance happens. Sometimes you make one, key mistake that isn't really reflective of your overall ability or preparedness, and that cost you a match. So.
Yeah, and when you say that, a match, think, you've got 12 people up on the board there. That means 96 matches got played yesterday.
Exactly.
So the 5 matches I'm talking about there, that's a 5% swing here and there. And it's just not huge because Magic is a game of variance sometimes as well. So that's Team Elaborate Ruse. And I'm going to stick with you, Zach, while you tell us all about the team that I still really want to call Team Canada, despite all flag evidence to the contrary. Here is Team Face-to-Face Games.
Face-to-face games, again, the heading out the pack, not actually any Canadians. You've got Jacob Wilson, Josh McLean, both at 6-2. I guess you've got Alexander Hayne, who's been on a tear over the last 6 months. Pro Tour Avison Restored champion and Canadian, also at 6'2". He's further down the list, so USA. Ben Moore, 5'3", also Canadian. Sam Party, Glenn McElhewen, Alex Majleton, Brian Braundoon, all at 5'3". Now, again, Majleton and Braundoon, veterans of the independent circuit. Majleton, couple GP top 8s. I ran into him at a PTQ, and he was saying basically he got picked up by Team Face-to-Face. He thought he was having to go at this alone. I think this is an example of people banding together and realizing that you've got to have one of these power teams to give you the best chance of success here today.
I think this is a massive morning for Alex Majleton. He is, I think you can argue, the finest Affinity player in the world.
Yeah.
Affinity is set up to be one of the top decks this weekend. If he can get out of his draft pod without a loss, he does have to go to 8-3. But if he can do that, then he gets to play his robots again. And it feels to me like if he's ever going to make a Pro Tour top 8, this is the kind of day where the stars could align for him.
Right, he's already has multiple GP top 8s with that robots deck in Modern. So I can only imagine that if he can give himself a great position going into Modern, why wouldn't he win?
It's true. I mean, he's done it before. Now we've also got, rounding out the day 2 competitors, Stephen Wolfman, Todd Anderson, and John Stern. At 4-4, some of the kind of bigger name players on the team. Not making it, Lucas Siao and Dave Shields.
That's still a very solid day for face-to-face games. Now, a new team I want to tell you just a tiny little bit about, because as we were wading through all the data from yesterday, this team came up. This is Flipside Gaming. Let's just show you these guys. Half a dozen of them. They're all from the United States. And I just wanted to show this is what you can do if you don't have a super big star on your team. You're not crazy experienced. I want to say all these players have decent experience at GP and Pro Tour level. Butcher's a Grand Prix runner-up recently. Ingram's been playing plenty on the PT, sort of played about 10 PTs or so. Bobby Victory, RV, there at 5-3. Brian Gottlieb has one of the highest constructed win percentages coming into this event. Dan Jordan has been around top 16s, top 32s. But to a lot of you at home, those are not household United States names. But put the 6 of them in a room, all 6 of them make day 2. Butcher in decent shape. He came to Paris last weekend, was right in contention in Legacy through to just the penultimate round, I think, of Swiss. And so I just want to really just give them a little bit of time just to say, well done, guys. 6 out of 6, small team, no superstars, no ranked players. Good job. I think the only other team we've seen do that we've gone through so far was Channel Fireball, and that's a pretty good company to be at. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they do have multiple GP top 8 competitors on there. I mean, even Rob Victory is a finalist.
Yeah, these are super solid guys.
I mean, I kind of wanted them to win, so that...
Victory for victory.
Well, Rob Victory. You let us sink in.
I'll internalize that.
Moving on, Team MTG Mint Card is up next, or as I like to think of them, the Pan Asia Pacific All-Stars. Zach, why don't you tell us a little bit about these guys?
Yeah, so you've got Li Chen from Hong Kong. We've seen his name come to the top of the standings a lot over the past couple of years. He is undefeated at 7-0-1. Dropping significantly now, we have Wei Quan Wong, Mingqiu Zhang, Kelvin Chu and all at 5-3. Chapman Sim, also of Singapore, 4-4. Ken Yukihiro, Jeffrey Chan, also making day 2 at 4-4. Former level 6 at the time, platinum, whatever you want to call it. Highest level pro, Su Xing Kuo, the captain of the World Magic Cup winning Taiwanese team, not making day 2 at 3-5. And then Bo Lee just not having a great tournament, dropping out at 0-5.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Oh, you went there too.
Sitting in between the two of you, I've just got to say.
It's got to be heaven.
That's how I describe it. That's exactly, you took the words right out of my mouth.
He's a lucky, lucky lad. Let's move on to...
I need to touch on these the top 2 players from... Just a little bit, just a small touch.
A small touch.
Small touch.
Okay.
Go on then.
They were playing the Blue Moon deck.
Right, Blue Moon.
The Blue Moon deck, which, if you didn't get a chance to see that, almost mono blue. Blood Moons, Master of Waves.
Teferi, Mage of Jolfern.
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon.
That's the red card, Blood Moon.
That is a red card.
You said it was almost blue. The deck.
The moon was blue.
Oh. Is that why they call it Blue Moon?
I'm not sure. We're going to have to ask.
That's what Rashad calls it.
That's what I call it.
That's what we're going to call it.
Okay.
Carry on. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's all right. The 1%ers are up next. That's quite a decent name. And this is a group of essentially all Canada except Kai Burnett, Honorary, and again, very, very decent. Now, Maxim Grin, he was on a team with Lucas Xiao that came second place at a team at GP around about 18 months ago, lost out to Dave Williams, Paul Rietzel. Crowd there. Sam Tharmer-Atman, 6-2. Matt Sperling, the third member of that team, of course. Kai Burnett, 6-2. Rich Crawper, 4-4. And only Edgar Magalhaes, who was very prominent at the Legacy GP last weekend in Paris, he came to. He's the only one who didn't make it in. But this is sort of almost become Team Canada because it genuinely does have the right flag in all the little boxes. So well done to most of them. A couple more to show you. And Rashad, let's be honest here. When we say teams, we mean a lot of different things sometimes. For the most part, it's kind of shorthand for playtest teams. So that's a bunch of people either sitting in a room together testing, or working in a private room on Magic Online testing, or sending private emails to each other testing. But fundamentally, the idea is of a closed circle of people who are having the same goals, sharing the same information, often arriving at the same deck or pick orders for draft and so on. So that's what we're talking about generally when we say teams. That said, there are lots of people who spend a lot of their time playing with one team when they're at a European GP, for example, but then when they actually sit down for that locked room, they are with another group entirely. Shahar Shenhar is a good case in point. He is in the room with Team Channel Fireball, but the shirt, he's MTG Madness. And Revolution, which is the team, Rashad, we're going to look at now, they have lots of people in different shirts at different times kind of thing.
They actually do. And, whoa, that's a good name. I am not familiar with Andre Arojak.
Alexander Arojak?
Ooh, I did pretty well for first time.
You did.
Pretty well. But this is Team Revolution. They're led by Hall of Famer Raphael Levy. And he basically got all these guys together and said, you know what, we need to make our own super team. We need to play test. We need to have all these great minds together. And we got some great numbers up here with Andre at 6-2 and Andre Banu at 5-2-1. Melissa DeTora, who's also one of the flagships of that team, at 5-3. Jan Guthman, 5-3. Mark Jacobson, 5-3. And Jeremy Dasani, who just won the Pro Tour, is also at 5-3.
Yeah, I think the key to this team is, again, let's check in with them at lunchtime, because you have essentially 7 or 8 players who may or may not be in the same pod. We'll check some of those in just a moment for you. But fundamentally, let's say you got 7 people at 5-3 tables. One of them coming out at 8-3, that's about what you'd expect. Get 2 of them out, that's a good result. Get 3 of the 7 out, and suddenly you're like, hey, wow, we've got 4 or 5 horses still in this going back into Modern. And then that's like proper success, because you can think, yep, we've got 5 of the last 50, roughly, coming back in. Because that's about the number of people that are still going to be live once we hit Modern this afternoon. All right, so that's Team Revolution. We got one more team to look at, and so far we're pretty happy with Austria, Germany. We're very happy with the original Channel Fireball as our kind of top 2 successes. A couple of smaller teams that have done well. Let's see what TCG Player have been up to. Let's take a look. Zach.
Yeah, again, I mean, talking about dominant performances, you have Chris Fenel, who was kind of brought on the team as a special agent, leading the pack at 7-1 along with Andrew Shrout. Craig Wesco, Stephen Mann, Harry Corvasi, all very, very solid at 6-2. Ari Lax, who's routinely showed up with one of the best constructed decks in the room for the last couple of years, at 5-3. Matthew McCullough, also 5-3. And making day 2, Mark Laligue, coming in at 4-4. Joe DeMestrio and 2-time Grand Prix winner Seth Manfield just missed it at 3-5. And probably the biggest name on the team, arguably, although there are a lot of big names on the team, Conley Woods actually falling behind at 2-5 and dropping from the last round.
Rashad, we mentioned that for Revolution, if they could get 5 back into Modern in contention, that would be a major result. When you look at that board, because you've got Fenel and Shroud at 7-1, unless they go 0-3 in the draft, which somebody will, of course.
Yes.
But, you know, unless they are that 1 of 8, they will both be in contention. And you have to think that some of those 5-3s, either McCullough or particularly Lax, can 3-0 their pod, and then you've got Wesco, Man, Corvasi at 6-2 needing 2-1 to still be live. Their 5-man test for the top 50 is looking in pretty decent shape. I think they've done pretty well.
Yeah, they actually have. And, you know, this is just the perfect head start that you want. And I really think that their acquisition of Chris Fenel as a limited expert is exactly what they needed. Because, you know, they were already coming out with great constructed decks at all these tournaments. And I think the teams are starting to figure out that there's a formula that needs to exist for your team. And one important part of that formula, even though there's only 6 rounds of draft, is you need to know how to draft. And you need to get someone on your team who that's what they do. They can look at a draft format, dissect it, and tell you this is exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, and they sent Chris Fenel to GP Mexico City last weekend with Craig Wesco and Mark Laligue. Now, Craig Wesco had one of the worst sealed decks known to man. He'd have had more chance of winning with 60 basic land in his deck. It was terrible. But Mark Laligue won the whole thing, while Chris Fenel sat there and learnt the limited format and then taught these guys. Let's see how they do this morning. So that's a bunch of the big teams for you. Big picture, though, everyone sits down, tables of 8. They can only play people within the table of 8 for for the next 3 rounds. We call those pods. You saw one of them drafting this morning with Owen Turtenwald. Let's take you through the top pods and show you who's going to be battling who down the second morning of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Let's start with draft pod 1. And here we go. We have Michael Hetrick of the United States at 8-0. We have Li Shi-chan of Hong Kong, 7-0-1. Then all the rest of the table are at 7-1. You've got McLaren, Pills, Alex Andrup in his first PT, Christian Seibold of Germany, Patrick Dickman, the king of modern, and Matthias Hunt, the man with the amulet of vigor. We're going to play a little guessing game, boys. Rashad, pick a winner of draft pod 1. Who there will go 3-0?
Who will go through in this pod?
Just so you know, I'm writing these down so I can brag later.
This is going to be documented?
Oh, yeah.
This is a pretty good pod. It's hard to pick a clear winner there, but you know
Stop
what?
prevaricating.
I'm going to go with the number 1 seed. I'm going to go with Michael Hetrick.
Okay, Hetrick for Rashad.
I know it's kind of an easy pick.
Zac Hill goes with...
I'd actually probably go with Florian Pills.
Okay, and I will offer you the Magic Online specialist Sean McLaren in pod 1. Why don't we take a look at pod 2 then? So all of these guys, it's the rest of the 7-1s if we take a look, and then the first 2 on tie breaks of the 6-2s. So you've got 3 up at the top there, 7-1s without a team. Gabriel Ngoyen, Tim Rivera, Thomas Hendricks of the Netherlands, still at 7-1. TCG players Chris Fenel, Maxim Grin of the 1%ers, another TCG player, so Fenel and Shrout could go at it at some point this morning. And then the 2 6-2s, Justin Bransfield and Joseph Kevaney from cardmonstergames.com. Zac, I'll let you pick a winner from this one first.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Chris Fenel. We've been talking about him all the time. I was in a top 8 of a Grand Prix with him, actually, back in St. Louis in 2006. Mainly, I said that to name drop myself, but mostly because I've seen him play. I've seen him play when the stakes are high. I know that he can 3-0 a pod, and I think this is his moment to shine.
Rashad, give me a winner.
Well, you know, the easy pick is Chris Fenel.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go with Johnny Hot Sauce. Andrew Shrout. Mostly because I just wanted to say Johnny Hot Sauce.
That seems fine. And I'm going to pick Tim Rivera. I've seen him play a bunch over the years, and he's my idea of a winner in that one. So that's pod 2. Let's take a look at pod 3 up next. So remember, they're working down in scorecard order. So now everyone at this table is on 6-2. So the way this pod will work out, assuming there are no draws, somebody will get to 9-2. 3 players will end up at 8 wins and 3 losses. 3 players will end up at 7 wins and 4 losses. And someone is still going to be stuck on 6 wins and be at 6-5 and have a very miserable lunchtime. So Rashad, on table 3, who do you like?
I'm going to go with Big Z. I'll tell you that, okay? It's my guy.
Of course you are.
I think he could do it. Of course I think you figured me out by now.
Okay. Zac, give me a winner.
I love Big Z, but I'm actually going to go with Quentin Martin. He's an exceptional limited player. He's been one of the best limited players on the planet for almost a decade now, and whenever he's active, he tends to do well in 40-card formats.
So let me just check. I got to pick 3rd, and you left me a Hall of Famer. Thanks, guys.
Go for it.
What? And you say that like you think he's not going to...
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of talent in that pod.
Yes, there is.
There you go.
And there is still variance in Magic the Gathering.
I will go with Ullerada. That's Swedish for Ollie Rada. So, all right, let's look at pod 4 and see who we've got in this. Again, they are all going to be 6-2 records coming in. Lots of teams there. You've got Jacob Wilson from Face to Face Games and Josh McLean. So the 2 of them are on a collision course maybe at 8-2 in a couple of hours' time. You've got 2 TCG players in this pod. You've got Craig Wesco and Stephen Mann going at it. From Fireball, Brian Kibler, who had a terrific start to the day, 5-0, ended up 6-2. He's probably a little disappointed with that, but he has phenomenally high standards. Then you've got Lucas Tajak with his Grand Prix top 8 from the Austria-Germany team. And then Arjen van Leeuwen, twice a Grand Prix winner. That is a super stacked pod. There isn't a single weak link there. Zach, pick a winner.
I'm actually going to go with Arjen van Leeuwen. He's been around a long time. He's played a lot of Magic. And I think, he's got multiple GP wins. He's experienced in the format. He's a solid pick.
He's one of those guys like the first ever GP winner that can claim to have won the largest GP of all time. But his is more impressive. He won like Paris when it was sort of around about 2000, 1900, something like that. You know, half the size of Vegas, obviously. But there we are. Rashad, a winner.
Well, I think that the white strategies have gotten a lot better with the addition of Born of the Gods. So I'm going to go with Craig Wesco. So he knows how to pilot the tap for, attack with white creatures.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed with that choice because Wesco's someone who, until he's right at the top of the standings, you kind of don't notice because he goes about his business so quietly. You know, as a person, he's very calm. He just wanders over, beats someone, wanders away, wanders back, beats someone else, wanders away. You know, and you just go, "How you doing?" He's like, "I'm fine. Yeah, doing okay."
Just winning the tournament.
Just doing fine.
Just winning. Yeah. And something we talked about with Matthias Hunt at the desk last night was this idea of staying bored for as long as you can. Not getting all, I'm on day 2 of a Pro Tour. I'm in a draft pod with 7 names I recognize. No, it's just, I got up this morning, I put some clothes on, I had some breakfast, I went, I played some Magic, then it was lunchtime, then I had some lunch, then I played some more Magic, then I thought I'd come back on Sunday and do it again, and then I won $40,000. So I think Wesco's ideally situated. I think that's a great pick, but I'm going to go with Brian Kibler.
Interesting.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's a bold pick.
How can picking Brian Kibler ever be a bold pick?
That's Rich's strategy.
So conservative.
Mono Hall of Fame control.
Mono. Yeah.
I see it.
You happy with that?
Good strategy. I mean, it is a very good strategy.
Games.
I'm surprised there aren't ashes next to him so that you can easily pick them out.
Oh, it's all right.
Next time.
It's on the old laser vision. It's just like Hall of Fame, Hall of... Yeah. All right. Did I let you pick one?
Yeah. I picked Arjen van Leeuwen.
Oh, that was you. Okay, good. On we go. Next. What do we got next? Show me draft pod 5, please. Here we are. I assume Rashad's going to go with Alexander Orozek because you know so much about him. Right?
Well,
no?
I planned on not going with him because I was going to try not to have to pronounce his name.
Okay.
But of this
Just
pod,
call him AA if you want.
I could call him AA. That's a nice nickname. I'm gonna go with our hero, Owen Turtenwald. I didn't get to look at his deck very well, but he is. You know what?
That's cheating. You got to see every pick of his draft.
You know, we did have the opportunity to see every pick of his draft, but I don't think that it was the best deck that I've seen drafted, especially in those colors. But I've seen him top 8 in day 2 with worse sealed decks. So it's all play skill. So I think he can do wonders with just about any 40 cards.
Okay, Zach, give me a winner from this pod.
I'm going to have to go with Lenny B. Ben Lundquist.
Lenny B. Okay, I saw what you did there. Very good.
Chiefly because he's awesome. And secondarily, because I think he's a really good Magic player on a really good team. And I want to see him do well.
Okay. I will offer you Sam Tharmaratnam. He's not yet in the Hall of Fame. Yabu sucks to you.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, so am I. There weren't any Hall of Fame. I'm going to go with Sam Tharmaratnam. I think he's a terrific player. He's got very, very good numbers. One of those guys that... Look, Magic is a top-heavy game where when you go 10-6, 10-6, 10-6, 11-5, 11-5, nobody knows. And when you go 0-3, 0-3, 0-3, 13-1, everybody knows.
Right.
Sam is a 10-6, 10-6, 11-5, 11-5 kind of a guy. He's 6-2. He's scheduled for 12-4. He's scheduled for top 16, just like he always is.
So you ran the numbers.
That's exactly what happened.
Right.
So I can't pick Hall of Famers. I can't run the numbers. You just want me to go, I'll have the third one down, don't you?
Why don't you pick from here for a change?
From the liver? From the kidneys? What is that?
From the xiphoid process.
pancreas.
How about that?
Wow.
Look it
Hashtag
up.
xiphoid process.
And now, moving swiftly on.
Somewhat swiftly.
6. John Sittner from the United States is 6-2. Everyone here is 6-2. Martin Pellerin. Now, there's a Hall of Famer in this one.
Oh, there is.
perhaps I'll pick first. John Finkel from the Pantheon is there. Marcelino Freeman from Mexico. Luca Cassidy, a winner of Grand Prix Moscow a couple of years back. Henri Tubiana from Israel is 6'2". Reed Duke. The two Pantheon heavyweights, could they meet to play for the pod at 8-2? That'd be super exciting. Well, we'll have to see. Give me a winner, Zac Hill.
I'm going to go ahead and steal it from you, Rich, and pick John Finkel.
You're not stealing it. I know who I've got in this, and it's not John.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Okay, well, I'll just take arguably the best limited player of all time,
Sure.
arguably the best player of all time, John Finkel.
Okay. Rashad.
Well, I'm going to take Reed Duke. Because how can you not take Reed Duke? What is he, third ranked player in the world right now?
He's ranked high.
He
It's
is.
pretty high.
He's
And
3.
you know what? And he wins tournaments.
Okay.
Or at least gets second in them.
I'm going to go with the guy that I identified in the coverage round table with BDM a couple of weeks ago, which is Raymond Tan of Malaysia.
I was hoping someone would pick him.
Interesting.
Yep. Raymond Tan is on his Pro Tour debut. So obviously a complete punt in the dark from my point of view. But when we were running the numbers with Paul Jordan, a famous PJ on Twitter who does all the stats work for us here at the Pro Tour, so we get hundreds and hundreds of numbers about hundreds and hundreds of players. This guy, Raymond Tan of Malaysia, he's played in 4 Grand Prix, 5 Grand Prix. He's like 80% win rate. He's just crazy good.
I can't even shoot free throws that well.
I know. You can't do a lot of things that well. Guess what? The players have built their decks. Everyone's ready. The top 6 draft pods are ready to go into action. 3 rounds of draft will set the stage for 5 rounds of Modern as we come down the stretch here on day 2 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Let's get to the turn-by-turn action in the commentary box. Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and first, Pro Tour historian Mr. Brian David Marshall.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here in Valencia. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch Owen Turtenwald, one of the hottest players on the Pro Tour, considered by his teammates the player playing the best Magic on the Pro Tour right now.
For sure.
Versus, playing the role of Goliath to Darrell Ayres' David.
Sure.
Here in round 9 of the event. We're ready to watch these guys play. We saw Owen draft. Let's see how the action unfolds on the floor. Hello and welcome to round 9 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Randy Buehler, and we are watching Owen Turtenwald. We watched him draft. We're going to watch him play. He's playing against Darrell Ayres. Owen is starting with 7 cards in his blue-white deck and leading off with a Loyal Pegasus. What does Darrell Ayres have here, Randy?
Yeah, this black-red deck looks nice. I'm looking at the deck list. Double Agent of Fates, double Gray Merchant, double Read the Bones. He's got a Perforos. This deck looks awesome. Although, how many ways does he have to target the agent? See a couple of bestow creatures.
Meanwhile, Owen comes out of the gates with Pegasus, Traveling Philosopher,
Wow.
attack for 4, another Philosopher.
Yeah, that is awesome. Not a ton of ways for Darrell Ayres to target.
How about the other side of the paper?
Born of the Gods. Excuse me. There's double rise to the challenge. Never mind. That deck looks awesome. Yeah, Owen's deck is great. I mean, we watched him draft it. We thought it was spectacular. You talked to him. What did he think of the deck?
He gave the deck a B plus. Felt like maybe some stuff could have gone a little differently.
Wow, look at this draw.
He's just come out though with all 2 drops.
Yeah, 1 drop, 2 drop, 2 drop, 2 drop. He's got both colors of mana, and his opponent mulliganed to 6.
His opponent goes Ragemonger on turn 4.
Wow. You love you.
I've
I know
never
you
seen
love
it
the
happen.
Ragemonger.
I've never
That's the
seen
dream,
it happen.
right?
It really is.
That's the dream. Yeah, essentially, it's a Minotaur Agent of Fates deck over on the other side of the table. It's just too bad Gray Merchant's not a Minotaur, I guess.
Yeah. That would be ridiculous, actually.
All right, Owen, now he's got to deal with blockers. So the beatdown has been awesome. He's got Loyal Pegasus. He really wants... There you go. Let's send Battlewise Hoplite to the air and pick up another counter. Now he's got 5 power worth of flyers.
Right, and now you get to scry from the Battlewise Hoplite trigger and then draw a card from the Stratus Walk, which is
so he
pretty
can,
sweet.
Yeah. decide if you want that card or if you want the top card.
Yeah. So a couple of interesting decisions. Owen decided not to play the Floodtide Serpent. That was that we had talked about during the draft. He ended up playing the Sealock monster instead.
He's got a God's Willing in his hand, which is nice here.
Yeah, that was a card he was.
He's also got a Snare
excited
Caster.
about.
He's going to leave up God's Willing instead of Snare Casting one of the Ragemongers, which makes sense.
Yeah.
He can't clear a path for.
Gets 5. Daryl's already down to 8.
No, he was at 8. Now he's at 3, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, look at that. Look at the curve that Owen has put out.
Yeah,
and read the bones.
And this is why blue white is such a good deck.
But he does have the Gray Merchant. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Gray Merchant.
So
absolutely required just to stay alive.
We have a result in the undefeated matchup that's sitting on the hero table, which I'll explain more in a little bit. Michael Hetrick down 1 game to Li Shi Tian.
So that's our last 2 undefeateds?
That's our last 2 undefeateds, yep.
All right. Wow, Ayres is going to attack with one of those Ragemongers.
Go.
We also have another result. Paul Rietzel in a Amsterdam rematch.
Snare Caster tapping Gray Merchant, Alpha Strike. That should do it.
Yeah,
I'm just dead, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Owen just tells him. There you go.
The answer to that question is always yes.
Oh, true. True.
Yeah, sometimes the answer is yes if you don't block.
you leave out the if you don't block part, right? Okay, so we have some nice future matches. We have Kai versus Paul.
Kai Buddy versus Paul, and Kai has beaten Paul in game 1. We also have Matej Zadelkai, Big Z, playing against
Quentin Martin.
Returning Quentin Martin, one of the original Limited Resources writers.
Right.
Way back in the day on Daily MTG.
Yeah, Quentin's at 15, Matej's at 17. So this is game 1. Looks like there are 5-6 turns in.
Red-green versus black-white. Heliod's Emissary tapping down a Nemesis Immortals and swinging in.
Surprise, right?
That Nemesis Immortals is threatening to get very big.
So it's going to become a 10-10-A.
Yeah.
3 cards in hand.
What do you do about the 10-10?
I think at this point it's
10-10
promising
Nemesis.
to become a 10-10.
Yeah, 2 creatures in Matej's graveyard. Yeah, Zadokai, green-red, as you can see. A couple Skull Cleavers. Let's get 2 Stone Shock Giants. 4 Leaf Crown Dryads.
Wow. Oh, and there is the hopeless Eidolon. I mean, it's a hopeful Eidolon when you play it. It's a hopeless Eidolon when your opponent plays it, right? Everyone gets in.
Bumped it 2-2. Okay. You wasted your mana. You didn't do it in your end step. I will take 10, I guess. Yep. Go to 4.
Good.
That drops Quentin to 4. He's going to be able to go to 8, but...
Nemesis Immortals is now the Abyss. Kills 1 creature every turn until you run out, and then it kills you.
Yeah, Quentin has to play Century to the Underworld, but he's sitting on God's Willing in hand. Can't
Man,
play.
you're not meant to tap mana, especially pre-combat.
Oh, this looks like some...
Is this the Jagged Lightning?
No.
3 and 3?
In that case,
I don't believe so.
In that case, I'll wait a pinnacle.
I believe it's the Ogre.
how many cards?
The Thunder Brute,
Yes.
I think. Oh, yeah. Which is a tribute card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Big Z trying to figure out how to play this.
Oh, he's tapping 6, then he's tapping 5.
Yeah, I'll do first.
I'll attack first, he says. Okay. Yeah, jump, of course.
Yeah, Stone Shock.
Oh, Stone Shock, sure.
It's a spicy brew you've got going there.
Well,
Is that a Nyxborn Wolf?
And one card left, right?
one card.
Swordwise Centaur. Sorry about that. Can't quite see it from here.
All right, so Stone Shock Giant doesn't do a lot on this board in terms of making non-flyers
Right.
unable to block. The Sentry is still thinking about blocking, but there's so many creatures. What does Quentin have to get out of this?
He is holding a God's Welling.
Okay. He's at 4, right?
He is. But a virtual.
Oh, he
he's
gained
at
4,
eight.
so he's at
He's
8
at
now.
8, and then a virtual 12 if he blocks
Right.
or attacks.
But I mean,
Oh,
leaving
he's not going to be able to block.
yeah,
with
leaving
that
the
guy.
emissary on defense,
Yeah.
then the Stone Shock would turn it off. So he only has one blocker right now, effectively. Right, if Stone Shock goes monstrous.
So I apologize. No, I'm just checking.
Sure.
Sounds like Owen is going down to 6 cards. And has kept 6.
All right, we're going to go catch up. We'll give you a result of this game,
Yeah.
but we're going to switch back to our main table with Owen Turtenwald and Daryl Ayres. And Owen has come out of the gates with an Omen Speaker.
I like big 6 chances in that game. I'd be surprised if Quentin's able to stabilize against that board. Let's see how this one goes.
I can see the Agent of Fates waiting ominously in Daryl Ayres' hand there.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about how good Daryl Ayres' deck looks. Okay, another Ragemonger. What did Owen think of his deck? I mean, how good does he think this
he thought it
actually
was
is?
a B or a B plus. Yeah, he was pretty happy with it.
Seems greedy. It seems like it's an A- at least.
There we see Spear of Heliod.
But he thought he could do better.
He did. There's the second agent, but no double black. It looks like.
4.
Whoa!
Well, it sounds like Quentin Martin actually managed to win that game with a God's Willing.
Wow! He got through, made his guy unblockable, and that was just enough damage. I guess so. I didn't realize Matei had gotten low enough that he was within range.
Well, it might have been within over 2 turns.
Yeah. So over the course of 2 turns, I guess that worked out.
Yeah. There's a Krogma Warcaller following up the Ragemonger. Okay.
Now he's
Now-
got the second black for Agent of Fates.
Oh, but we're going to see
Sure. Combat.
Mogus's Marauders gives everybody haste and intimidate.
What does that drop Owen to? 2?
Yeah, that's an attack for 8 with the 2 Minotaurs.
Right.
The Mogus's Marauders is like, he's a pretender to Minotaurs. He's not actually a Minotaur. He's a human wearing a Minotaur pelt.
For red.
That on the bottom.
So God's Willing.
Attack was the spear.
He just drew a card off God's Willing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Go.
Wow, yeah, Owen is in desperation mode. The Spear of Heliod's ability to kill a creature that's dealt you damage doesn't do a whole lot when you're at 2.
Yeah.
Can't really afford to let anything damage him. Super aggressive Minotaur draw from Daryl Ayres.
Sounds like we've got more Minotaurs on the back table. Kaya and Paul Rietzel both have Death Bellow Raiders in play.
Funny. All right, Owen double blocks the Ragemonger and blocks Warcaller. So he's currently sacrificing the Fortune Hunter.
No, well, everything's +1/+1 from the Spear of Heliod.
Okay.
So he's trading the Fortune Hunter. But he has it looks like he has another God's Willing here.
I know he was very happy to get 2 God's Willings in his deck.
Yes. And here it comes.
Trigger.
So he's going to draw a card and save the Fortune Hunter.
Yep. That also gives him enough mana
Take
to
from red.
play the Evangel of Heliod next turn.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that attack didn't accomplish a whole lot. But Agent of Fates is a potential problem. Grey Merchant would be lethal if Ayres can draw it.
So, but Evangel of Heliod's going to give a tax with both his creatures.
Wow.
Yeah, Evangel of Heliod's going to give him 4/2/2 tokens.
That's not bad. And there's no targeting effects in Ayres' deck, but with an army of 2/2s, that takes a lot of the sting out of Agent of Fates. Owen's going to come back and win this game? Is that really what we're watching?
Yep.
Mogacy's Marauder drops him to 2 on turn. You know, he's had 4 turns at that stage. He mulliganed. Yeah, it seems like Daryl Ayres is just drawing for Grey Merchant now, right?
Here comes.
He's going to read the bones?
Yeah, here comes Read the Bones.
I assume he has a turn to draw it. Needs a Grey Merchant. Those aren't Grey Merchants.
Oh, it looks like a Fellhide Brawler and an Erebos' Emissary.
Yeah. I mean, Emissary can target the agent, but that we're just beyond the point.
Yep.
All the tokens from the Evangel of Heliod.
13. Yeah.
That's not a Grey Merchant? That
That's a Grey
is a
Merchant.
Grey Merchant.
Is there anything in Owen's deck that lets him gain life? He did not end up with a Hopeful Eidolon, we know.
Right. Owen can't get in for Desperation Last Breath, maybe? He can't attack for 13 here, can he? 2 lands in Owen's hand. Wow, he came... This game was super close. Super powerful cards. These guys are just throwing haymakers, too. We were wondering whether Owen was going to play that Evangel of Heliod. He did, and it's been amazing here.
Yeah, I think if his Skyguard had lived... Yeah, that was a card that went around the table to him.
Yeah, no, Evangel of Heliod's usually a little slow, but I mean, Owen's deck, because he had the Oracle's Insight.
Yeah, the Double God's Willing was
the Spear of Heliod.
Was a big piece for him.
Yeah, he's sending over 6 power worth of guys. I mean, Owen's planning to win this over the course of 2 turns, which seems like the correct play from his seat.
Yeah.
But we know it's not going to work.
Right to the challenge.
Yeah, target my Agent of Fates, give it first strike. Now it's an awesome blocker, and you lose a guy.
Cards in hand? 2.
How many of them are Grey Merchants?
Yeah.
So it sounds like the match between Paul Rietzel and Kai Buda is going to go to Game 3. Paul Rietzel tied things up.
Yeah, Ayres lining up a block. It's one of these where if Owen knew there was a Grey Merchant, he would scoop, but Ayres doesn't know that Owen has no life gain in his hand.
Right.
And Owen doesn't know that Ayres has a Grey Merchant in his hand.
Just that? Yep. No effects. Go to 8.
One of the more perplexing tribute cards in terms of what's the correct play. Flame Wreath Phoenix in play for Matej Zadelkai, Quentin Martin reading the card a couple times.
Takes some time to sort that one out.
There's Grey
Merchant. Got anything?
Yeah,
nope. Owen scoops him up.
Owens won a couple Grand Prix with that card.
Indeed. So we are headed to Game 3. What do we get to look in on? Oh, we'll be right back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're now going to Michael Hetrick and Lee Sheets here.
Looking for that perfect card or just the right card sleeves and playmat for your next tournament? Gaming Etc. has what you're looking for. Use the promo code PTBNG to earn 10% off all singles and accessories at gamingetc.com. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Journey into Nix are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Atlanta this May. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, welcome back. We're looking in on the King of the Hill table between Li
I like this King of the Hill idea.
Yeah, Li Tian and Michael Hetrick.
So these guys are number 1 and number 2 in the Swiss.
Correct.
They're the
both
last
undefeated.
2 undefeated players.
Whoever wins this match
Yeah.
is going to stay in the feature match for next round.
Love it.
The next round, the person who wins that feature match is staying in the feature match table.
So it's just the King of the Hill table.
This is the King of the Hill table. We're going to follow this table through the rest of the weekend. They may move on to video occasionally,
Sure.
but whoever wins in this seat is not leaving the feature match area.
That's awesome.
Both players are at 12.
This is time to feed.
Time to feed on the Anvil Wrought Raptor that is got a
More importantly, it's on
chosen
the
by
Battle
Heliod
Master.
and Hopeful Eidolon.
Yeah, and that's a Battle Master picking up 3 +1/+1 counters,
Yeah.
right?
So you gain 3 also.
So both players gain 3 here.
Sure. Hopeful Eidolon's lifelink kicking in. Anvil Wrought Raptor was living the dream.
He's like, I'm going to win a match.
I can do it. I'm huge. I've got toughness. Not enough. Is he got all the way up to 3-3? And Shitian lining up an attack.
Kragma Butcher, an Ill-Tempered Cyclops, and something green.
Just check the light settings and make sure you're paying 15, 14. Yeah, sorry.
What game are we in?
Oh, and the Asp is going to come to the party as well.
I believe Hetrick lost the first game.
Hetrick did lose game 1, yes.
I don't remember hearing a game 2 result, so I assume this is...
Hetrick's deck looks a little bit like...
Yeah, Anvil Wrought Raptor doesn't make the cut very often. It is not a good sign when you're...
And it's 3...
Oh, man, he's only got 1 island,
Yeah,
too. That can't
and
be
it's
good.
it's 3 color Anvil Wrought Raptor.
He's
here,
3
so.
color Anvil Wrought Raptor with 8 planes in play? Yeah, that's too bad. Hetrick was King of the Hill coming in. The lone 8-0 player yesterday. Only guy who ran the table with a perfect record.
So Hetrick's just like, this is just kind of like, who am I throwing into the fire here?
Yep.
That's a monstrous Ill-Tempered Cyclops. So that's 6/6 trample.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Yessine Asp kind of comes pre-monstrous at 4/5.
Yeah, Hetrick just seeing if there's any good blocks.
All the assigned blockers. Or order.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
So he's putting 3 creatures in front of the Asp. He knows he can get that one.
Prevent. 200 damage. Yeah. So you take.
All right, looks like we're going to go back to table A while these guys...
And gain 1, 2, 7.
Oh, well. Looks like we've already jumped.
Yeah, another big nice start for...
Yes. So...
All right, so we're sticking here with this match?
Yeah, we're going to stick here.
See how this resolves itself on the King of the Hill table?
Watch how the King of the Hill plays out. I mean, I think we pretty much saw how that was going to go. Once you're putting 3 guys in front of an Nessie and Asp...
Yeah, I think we're going to hold the main feature match table. I don't know if
Well, there's no holding them back. It looks like they've come right out of the gates. We see a Hoplite, a Loyal Pegasus, a 100-handed one, and a Stratus Walk fighting against a Death Bellow Raider.
Yeah, this is how Owen won the first game.
And that Death
Just
Bellow
came
Raider's got to come, has got to come hurtling into that 100-handed one.
No choice.
Yep, he just says, I'm just going to
All he can do is
regenerate.
Wow, so Owen is already hitting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Nimbus
7,
Naiad.
8, 9. Wow.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3. Two.
All right, sounds like Matej Zadelkai's Flame Wreath Phoenix was able to even up that match against Quentin Martin. And Daryl Ayres once again finds himself just at 3.
This is the blue-white heroic draw. Like, this is the draw you want when you build the blue-white heroic
in a bad
deck.
relationship with a Death Bellow Raider.
Wow, whatever. I mean, let him put some couple creatures in. Yeah, extends the hand. Double Gray Merchant in his hand. He didn't even survive to turn 5.
Yeah, that match didn't look great on paper for Owen, but...
now, when you get the aggro draw there, 1-drop, 1-drop, 2-drop, 2-drop.
Traveling Philosopher really is an underappreciated workhorse in this format.
Fair.
You know, it's got the key mechanic of 2-drop.
Yes. Yeah, and you see, like, Favored Hoplite is so good. Favored Hoplite, Loyal Pegasus, just being able to get quality 1-drops and then being able to get, you know, sort of good enough 2-drops.
Right.
That's the way you want your blue-white heroic deck to come out. When it gets that draw, there's not many people who can beat you. I mean, even, you know, double Fates, double Gray Merchant, not good enough.
Well, here we see some more Minotaur action. 3 Death Bellow Raiders.
Huh.
A Fellhide Brawler versus Ill-Tempered Cyclops, a One-Eyed Past, another Death Bellow Raider, and the Laguna Ben Elder, the Centaur Advisor.
Right. Yep. Square 2 or square 1? Square 2. Square 2, sure.
So it's Kai on the right, Rietzel on the left. Sounds like it's 10 plays 17.
Yeah. There you go. Life totals are updated.
And this is game 3.
This is game 3. There we see a card in Paul Rietzel's hand, Afar's Warden, that did not get played a ton in Triple Theros, but seems to be getting a little more play in the new iteration of the format with Born of the Gods.
Yeah, it went up. See Rietzel's stats. Pretty good. 278 pro points, 161 grand, 4 top 8s. You know, 9 grand pre top 8s. That would be.
He's penciled into your Hall of Fame ballot, right?
Yeah.
Like he's like on this like long list of guys that you need to sort of sort into the 5 votes.
Definitely, yeah. He put up an additional top 8 since the last balloting. So 17th ranked player, definitely got quite the resume.
I mean, 17th ranked player while holding down a full-time job is like, I think, a Hall of Fame noteworthy accomplishment. Yeah. So the Cyclops and the Death Bellow Raider attack, and Kai is going to fall to 10 here.
Contrast those stats, though.
Yes.
With the ones on the other side of the table.
Well, there's Hall of Fame stats, and then there's first ballot, top of the class Hall of Fame
then this
stats.
guy.
Anytime the pack ran out of good cards, like you just picked.
These guys are both X2-1. So 5-2-1 so far.
My first pack.
You know, X3-1 might be good enough. They might have a loss to give, but they'd really love to just sort of get on a run here.
Yeah. I mean, it's conceivable that Kai could cross the $400,000 lifetime winnings mark. You know, he wins one Pro Tour.
I got laughed at when I passed the dual land.
Paul Rietzel muscles up a little bit when he plays against the Hall of Famer. He's like close to 70%. I think he's at a 69% win percentage against Hall of Famers at this
lifetime Pro Tour matches.
Lifetime Pro Tour matches.
Wow,
yeah,
that's a stat.
Yeah, I get it.
Nationals for a lot of people was like, you know, play to draft.
You can hear Matej Zadelkai and Quentin Martin chatting amiably in the background.
All right, Kai's Death Bellows head in. One of them trades with the Laguna Ban Elder. Kai's not going to spend his mana regenerating. He would rather spend his mana on
Timoret the Murder King.
Paul down to 6. Timoret's pretty good.
Let's get a look at Timoret here.
But I still think they could revamp Nationals.
Kai with a couple removal spells. He doesn't have the mana for the SIP, but Asphyxiate could be good. Never going to get a Death Bellow Raider, though.
One that everyone came out to play.
I'm going to play. All right, let's do this.
There you see Timoret the Murder King, which is kind of a ticking clock for Kai here because he can just start flinging creatures at him. In fact, he's got 6 damage represented on board, right? He can go throw a Death Bellow Raider at you right now, untap, throw Death Bellow Raider at you. He has to play another creature, though.
Yeah,
So
he can't.
Yeah, he can't.
Timoret can't fling himself.
Yeah.
Being here.
Oh, yeah.
Kai's on 10. That Death Bellow is obliged to come in.
We just chat a lot.
Yeah, we chat a lot, yeah.
I mean, you may see Kai may just put the Timuret in front of Cyclops a one-eyed pass if it attacks.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting spot here. Like, who's the beatdown, right? Oh, Titan Strength sitting in Paul's hand. So Paul...
So the surprise of no one, Paul is Boros.
Yeah, exactly.
Crow and Hoplite, Cavalry Pegasus, Afaris Warden, and Titan Strength.
Yeah, only the one plane, so Paul can only play one of the white spells. He just has to decide which white spell is going to be the play this turn. Yeah, he can't afford to let any creature hit him, because Timuret can then fling 2 creatures.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he has to attack with both, and if Kai doesn't block, he just kills him with Titan Strength.
Yep. It forces Timuret to block, which deals with the Timuret problem. I mean, it has the ability to bring itself back.
It doesn't deal with
but
being at 6 problem with 2 creatures attacking you.
yeah, but I mean, you get Timuret off the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kai is going to block. And now Paul, does he save his one-eyed Cyclops? Yes. Titan Strength to save the Cyclops and Scry.
And
Yeah,
then
I think
that also lets him play an Afaris Warden here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kai falls to 8. And there's the
Yep,
Warden.
Afaris Warden's the play.
Not a card we've seen a ton of in Triple Theros, like I said.
So Kai's obliged to attack with his Minotaurs. He can asphyxiate the Warden if he wants to. I mean, it's... Sip of Hemlock is capable of dealing the last 2 damage, but only if he draws another land next turn and lives to do it. All right, he is in fact going to asphyxiate.
And Kai's going to go...
So
right.
Paul's at 2.
And Kai's going to be at 1.
Wow. Kai playing to top deck any land next turn for a lethal sip and hoping he survives this turn, which he will.
Oh, I mean, I think Paul can't afford to attack with Cyclops a one-eyed pass here.
I'm going to be dead to a lot.
Yeah.
Lightning Strike kills you.
A lot of things coming. All right.
I have no blocks.
Yep.
Oh.
I like the attack, because the thing is, if Kai has
he has
anything,
2. Yeah.
if Kai has anything, it's going to be good enough. But Paul's just like, I want to win the game as quick as possible. Can Kai top deck a land for Sip? Oh, he shows it face up on the table. I have Sip of Hemlock in my hand.
I guess it would be to draw the Scry land now, right?
Oh, please.
Is it a land? Oh, vote you! Doesn't need to be a land. Wow.
I mean, I think half of my deck kills you at least.
At least half of my deck kills you.
Funny.
Yeah, I think it's about half. Like, this would have killed you as well.
Grey Merchant wins, sure. Every untapped land wins.
Is Kai running the could have had all these?
Yeah, you're just completely racing all the time.
Well, he doesn't want to be accused of winning because he got lucky.
Of course.
He doesn't. He didn't get lucky to top deck the bolt that he needed.
Yeah.
It's not like he was playing for Lightning Helix and nailed it. He was playing for like any of half the cards in his deck.
All right, we're going back to Matej Zadelkai versus Quentin Martin. We see Matej Zadelkai.
Quentin plays Read the Bones, dropping from 9 down to 7.
We see a fearsome temper on a Swordwise Centaur. So that's a 5/4.
That's a 5/4
That has the ability to interfere with your plans for blocking.
Right.
Oh, nice Servant of Timuret.
Exactly. It's particularly relevant against Servant.
How many cards do you have? 4. I'm going to keep them both, as always.
Again?
Always.
Quentin in just happy to be here mode. See, he's holding a Lash of the Whip if he gets to untap, but he's at 7.
This guy's a 5/4. Right?
There you see the Fearsome Temper. So enchanted creature gets +2/+2, and then has 2 red. Target creature can't block this turn.
Quentin with 1 Pro Tour top 8 on his resume. 119 pro points, so he's eligible to vote for the Hall of Fame.
Right. So,
Yeah, with the limited Pro Tour, it's
interesting
definitely
there.
his specialty.
Quentin was tapped out, didn't have the mana to regenerate the Servant of Temerat, so Matej just let him throw it into the abyss rather than make it not block, and then he gets to advance his board with Stone Shock Giant.
It's hard to find the mana for the Fearsome Temper. Zadokai with 2 top 8s on his resume. 135 career pro points, so similar lifetime totals.
He just has to lash the Centaur here, right? Oh, he has
not the Stone Shock?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess. So he's going to lash something. Let's see.
He's got an Asphyxiate as an option, too.
Oh, he's got the...
Shrike Harpy?
He's got the Shrike Harpy. So he's like, can I have a giant fatty, or will you sacrifice a creature?
Yeah, that seems like the play.
Yeah. He's like, okay.
Yeah, you can have a large creature. My creatures are also large.
Block your 5/4. That one.
Which one?
Yeah, block which 5/4 are you blocking exactly?
I just realized they're both 5/4s.
Damage?
Yeah, sure. I got it.
So.
Am I dead yet?
Matej just happy to take the trade.
Me and you.
You should have slow rolled. You should have slow rolled a bit more.
Pinnacle of Rage. I target both of us. I have to think 3.
You and me?
Me and you.
Good.
There you go. Matej Zadokai takes it down.
Like, every draw this game was like that's annoying. Like, so
yeah, that was close. Quentin was close to putting that together. He had this Asphyxiate, he had Lash the Whip. Like, he had enough cards in his hand that he could have actually dealt with all of Matej's creatures, but they were just hitting him too quickly, and like he had to read the bones to draw. He didn't have the... Yeah, just everything was just a little bit awkward, a little bit off.
Yeah, well, hope... Hey, everybody, welcome back to the booth. Brian David Marshall, Randy Buehler. We just watched some...
it was a fun round.
We got to look at all 4 matches actually there. Owen Turtenwald just showing us the new mechanic from Theros Block called Bear.
Grizzly Bear, yes.
Yeah, just showing like Traveling Philosopher, a card that people just don't pay much attention to. Just like, look, this card just is on curve. It does what I need it to do, and sometimes it gets better with a Spear of Heliod. And then we saw a completely different kind of thing. We saw green-red monsters from Matej Zadokai taking on black-white, control-ish mid-range from Quentin Martin here. And I think we're going to get a chance to talk to Matej a little bit about the draft and his table and his Pro Tour experience.
We saw Kai. Is he upsetting Paul Rietzel? Rietzel with the 69% lifetime record against Hall of Famers?
Yeah. Kai and Paul, of course, clashed in the top 8 of Pro Tour Amsterdam, which Paul eventually went on to win.
And then we had our King of the Hill table.
We had King of the Hill table, yeah. Michael Hetrick, who is 8-0 versus Li Shitian, 7-0-1. Li beat him.
Yeah, Hetrick no longer King of the Hill.
And Li Shitian will be in the feature match area next round.
Defending his title.
And will stay there until someone defeats him. At which point
awesome.
that person will remain in the feature match area.
Yeah, Li Shitian also first place all by himself right now.
Yes.
Right? I mean, 801 he's the only 801. The next second place will be sitting on 81.
Pro Tour return to Ravnica, top 8 competitor. Also a modern limited split format.
Right.
I believe he played Valakut in that tournament.
Indeed.
Escape Shift. And so he's doing a repeat, nice showing for the MTG Mint guys there for him.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, the Blue Moon. Played Blue Moon.
Yeah, Blue Moon. That deck is probably the biggest upset of the tournament, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was completely off the radar. I mean, people talk about Blood Moon. I mean, at some level, Blood Moon was on the radar, although, there wasn't any well-established Blood Moon deck.
Right.
Blood Moon's the kind of thing, maybe some people are going to play it, maybe not.
Right. But we're going to be able to hear, turning our attention back to Limited, we can talk with Matej Zadokai, a.k.a. Big Z, who just won his feature match against Quentin Martin. Let's throw it down to Tim Willoughby on the floor.
Hello and welcome. I'm down here with my sometime colleague on European coverage, but currently rocking it at the Pro Tour, Matej Zadokai. That looked like a pretty tense match.
It was. I saw Quentin Martin had a lot of tricks in his deck, so I didn't know quite what to expect. I was sure he had some amount of removal, but fortunately I had a very good curve and just killed him on turn 6, basically.
Now, you have 4 copies of Leaf Crown Dryad in your deck. Now, how important is that one there?
Well, I first picked it and second picked it in pack 2 and 3. So pretty important because, especially in red-green, you don't have that many 2-drops. So what you want to have is a card like Leaf Crown Dryad. You can play on turn 2, but you also has a big effect on turn 4 when you bestow it. So it's really important.
And you don't necessarily get to play quite as many GPs as some of the other players that are here at the Pro Tour because a lot of the time you're sat next to me covering them. Like, what does that mean in terms of preparation for the Pro Tour?
Yes, certainly after my good finish last time where I finished top 16, I kind of put more preparation for this one. I already booked my ticket for the next Pro Tour, which I'm qualified for as well. So I have to put the emphasis on the Pro Tour since I can't get the GP point. I only played 3 GPs, I think, for the season, and I only have 2 pro points from them. So.
But still a comparatively impressive set of pro points for this season thus far, considering the fact that they're pretty much all coming off Pro Tours, right?
Oh, yeah, 15 and plus 2, yeah. So.
And you're pretty happy about your constructed deck. Where would you say your strength lies for this particular Pro Tour?
We're playing Junt, and it's how to say it nicely. It's not a very good deck in a sense that you can get blown out if you don't draw the right cards, and but it also has some powerful draws. So usually we say we don't have any good matchups, but on the other hand, we don't have any bad matchups. So you can win anything.
A pretty happy place to be in. At the moment, you pretty much are winning most things, so certainly a great position to be going into this second day here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. I'm going to throw it back to the booth now, but this has been Tim Willoughby here with Matej Zadelkai.
Thanks, Tim. Randy Buehler and Brian David Marshall. What do you think about Matej? Like, have you been in that position where you're like trying to succeed at the Pro Tour, but maybe don't have the time for Grand Prix?
No, it's kind of a unique situation for him.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
pretty impressive.
We're going to send it back to the desk where maybe they can talk a little bit about that. Rich has a lot of opportunities to spend time with Matej Zadelkai on the European coverage scene, so let's send it back to those guys at the desk.
All right, thanks very much, BDM and Randy there in the booth. Congratulations to Matej Big Z Zadelkai, one of my lead commentators on the European Grand Prix scene. I get to sit next to him, pushing all the buttons as we deliver you European Grand Prix coverage. I'm with Zac Hill and Tom Lapalli, but before we get to these two gentlemen who have been inside R&D talking about the world of Born of the Gods, let's bring you the numbers that are driving this tournament forward. Let's start with our top 20, and here we go. So Li Shichan currently leads Pro Tour Born of the Gods by a single point. He is the last remaining undefeated player currently, as we're still waiting for some results to come in, but everyone there, 8-0-1. He has not lost at all. He has 1 draw to his name. That converts into 25 match points. 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. Then we have the 8-1s. Michael Hetrick is 8-1. He lost to Li Shichan that last round. McLaren of Canada 8-1. Grin 8-1 from Canada. So 2 of those there. Then it's Germany with Christian Siebold right there. You've got Tim Rivera. He won his first match 8-1. Then you see a whole bunch of 7-2s. The field tightening up. Everyone else on that graphic is at 7-2, including Patrick Dickman, who lost to Christian Siebold. Siebold, a Magic Online PTQ winner. That's what got him to 8-1. Then we've got the likes of Jingwei Zheng representing New Zealand, 7-2. On the other side, some of the players you might not know too much about. Tamas Gled of Hungary is 7-2. Andy Shrout, 7-2 from the United States. Matej, we've just seen in interview there. David Falk, another player from the US, not super well known. Reed Duke, big news there. He has won his opening match. Why don't we take a look at some of the pods? And I'm just hearing, by the way, that Matthias Hunt, who is missing from that board, he's about to go up there because Matthias Hunt has just won against Alex Andrup. So that puts Matthias Hunt right back in there at 8-1. So what I'm going to do, let's take a look at some of the draft pods. Draft pod 1, if you please. This is how things stand. Everyone there, their results are in. So Shichan, McLaren a winner, Hetrick, Siebold, 8-1. Hetrick, of course, lost. He was the lone 8-0. And then Hunt now in at 8-1. The 7-2s, Pills, Andrup, and Dickman. Let's move on to pod 2. And let's see what we have there for you. results still waiting to happen. Joseph Keveney against Justin Bransfield, they're still playing. Those are the two 6 and 2s. Inevitable that they would play in this first round because you are Swiss paired, meaning you play against someone on, as far as possible, the same record as you. So they're still going at it deep in the round. Now, the big result there, I would say, is that Chris Fenel has advanced again to 8 and 1. He has 2 more rounds of limited where he is traditionally strongest, and then we see what his modern metal is made of. Tim Rivera 8-1, Grin 8-1, Nagoyan 7-2, all the rest there. Keveney and Bransfield still to come. Pod number 3, if you please. Let's see what we have here. 3, we have Karl Dembitsky. Remember, everyone here was 6 and 2 coming in. So, winners. 4 winners, Dembitsky, Zheng, Zatlkai, and Fulk. The losers in round 1. Andrade, you've just seen Quentin Martin lose to Big Z. Ola Rada, the Hall of Famer from Sweden, 1996 Pro Tour Columbus winner. My, how far we've come. And Elmer Van Agen falling back through the pack after a tremendous start. I think he began 6-0. He's now on a 3-round losing slide. Draft Pod 4, let's see where we go next. Everyone here began at 6 and 2. And right now, everyone here is still playing. This to me is the monster pod. This is where every single matchup you could possibly have is against someone with a Grand Prix top 8, a Grand Prix title, Pro Tour top 8s, plenty of Pro Tour experience. You have Stephen Mann winning over Brian Kibler. Kibler now at 6 and 3. He started out 5-0, now 1 and 3. He needs to stop the slide, and soon. The 4th loss is utterly critical here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Everyone else still playing, still waiting for the results. Pod number 5, let's see where we are. Again, everyone here came in 6 and 2. Owen Turtenwald is a winner, 2-1 over Daryl Ayres. We've seen that. Tamas Glied is a winner this time around. He defeated Harry Corvesi, sending the TCG player representative to 6 and 3. Jager Meyer Gavela is a winner at 7-2. Still waiting for the matchup between Alexandra Orajak and Sam Thomaratnam from the 1%ers from Canada. 2 more pods to bring you. Pod number 6. Everyone again began at 6 and 2 and still playing as Omri Tubiana against John Sittner, but the rest are done. Losers this round: Pellerin, Finkel down, Freeman down, and then at 7 and 2, Luca Cassidy, the Grand Prix Moscow winner from Italy, Reed Duke from the Pantheon, and Raymond Tan of Malaysia. He's only played a handful of GP, he has an incredible record in them. First PT, 7 and 2. Watch this space for Raymond Tan. And finally, Draft Pod 7, the rest of the 6 and 2s are here. Antonio Del Moral Leon, I do beg your pardon, I'll take the pen out of my mouth and try that again. And Alexander Hayne, they're still going at it at 6 and 2. Losers this round, you see Callahan there at 6 and 3. And then the 7 and 2s, the winners, Betcher, Socherek, and Kai Burnett. So, a few more results come in. Let's take the overall top 20 again for you. The leaderboard, as each result comes in, the top 20 shifts around. And you can see now, there we are. Matthias Hunt joins the ranks of the 8 and 1s. You have Li Shi Chan heading the way, 8-0-1 at 8-1. McLaren, Hetrick, Siebold, Hunt, Rivera, Fenel, Grin. Plenty of results still to come. That's the story of round 9. And now we take a little breath and think about the world of Born of the Gods, because a lot of those numbers came about because those cards turned sideways and little words on little cards did little and sometimes very big things. And partly responsible for that are the 2 gentlemen beside me. Mr. Zac Hill, erstwhile of Wizards R&D, now in New York, right? That's right. Where we find home. And Tom Lapelli, the lead developer of Born of the Gods. Thanks so much for joining us here at the news desk.
You're very welcome.
Tell us a little bit about your story. I sort of think of you as that cube guy once upon a time, right?
Once upon a time, yeah, that was the way that I sort of snuck into Wizards. But now I've been there for 6 years, and this is my 3rd set that I've lead developed.
Okay, for people who don't know, what is development? What does a lead developer do?
So I think of development as a kind of game design editing pass, where design will say, hey, we think there should be cards that do this in the set, and that the set should feel this way. And they give us a card file, and we'll say, okay, well, that's cool. We agree that we like that it should feel that way, but we're not going to be able to make it feel exactly this way, so how about this way, which is close? And by the way, this 10% of the cards you've given us are going to make it feel a different way, so we're going to change these, excuse me, and then it'll feel the way you want it. So then we have actual editors who do things like, you wrote this ability wrong, we actually use instead here or whatever. But we're kind of like the people who say, well, we use this game design to achieve this, not what you gave us. So we're not the big idea people, but we work on the detail implementation side of things.
Okay, a lot of people in Wizards R&D, I lose track of where everyone is because some people edit one set and then they develop this and then they design that and then they're special representative for this product or whatever. Are you someone who sort of flips between the sides, or is development where your passion lies?
The way our schedules work out, mostly now I only have time to do development. I was on the Innistrad design team, which was amazing with Richard Garfield and Mark Rosewater. That was quite an opportunity, but mostly now I just do development.
Okay, so why don't we get to some cards from Born of the Gods? It's very much a Born of the Gods morning here at Pro Tour, Born of the Gods. That's why we called it that. It turns out not only do we have draft, we've got these guys talking about card design for you. Later in the morning, we're going to look at the draft viewer, first picks, first pack with Zac. At lunchtime, Marshall's going to come in and talk to us about what we're learning from Limited. And also, we have a suite of inside R&D videos. I got the chance, lucky me, to fly out to Seattle, chat with all the guys and girls who make Magic possible. And you'll get lots of inside information on that. And that's coming out at lunchtime. So let's get to some cards. And why don't we start with a set of lands, the Temple of Enlightenment, the Temple of Malice, and the Temple of Plenty, my favorite art in the whole set. Tom, take it away.
So Eric Lauer was the lead developer for Theros, and as soon as we knew that Scry was going to be in the set, Eric wanted to make these lands. But we've gotten to the point where we really like to have all 10 of a cycle of non-basic lands around instead of just 5. Often if there's like only 5 of a thing, like the Worldwake Man lands, all of a sudden you see mostly allied color decks. And we like there being more choice. So we knew we wanted to do all 10 across the block. And then it was a question of how you arrange them, which was a subject of some discussion. I pushed fairly hard on the side of do the opposite of what we did with Return to Ravnica, because that way you just get some extra churn. With Return to Ravnica, all of the guilds that are in that set kind of get an extra 3 months to have better mana and shine with extra gold cards. And I thought that it would be nice to go the other direction here so that the other guilds could get the extra 3 months this time. And I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. It worked out nicely here because then we could do the allied color ones that finished out the allied color cycle in the set with the allied color gods so that every god could have their temple, and that was nice. But that's the reason that we ended up going with this arrangement of them across the sets.
Zac, let me ask you, every game designer has a set of tools, and sometimes you can find things in different games that work for you, and other times you're given a suite of tools. Talk to us a little bit about Scry and what that does for Magic.
Yeah, so Scry is really intriguing for a number of reasons. It's one of the mechanics that reduces variance. Sometimes you want a mechanic that adds variance in order to, shake up the games, make things more exciting. Sometimes you want a mechanic that reduces variance. The challenge is when you're doing that, you have to make sure that it's in a visible way and it's in a creatively resonant rather than mechanical way. The nice thing about Scry and Theros is, oracles, seers, and prophets are a big part of Greek mythology.
Sure.
So you get to flavor it in a way that it makes sense why you're scrying and isn't just an abstract kind of manipulation exercise, while also having the ability to smooth out draws and so on and so forth. So I think Scry was, by and large, a really successful mechanic in Theros.
Yeah, and I guess when you are trying to reduce variance, there must be any number of ideas that you could do if you didn't care about whether it was fun or not.
Right.
Where you could just go, essentially an Excel spreadsheet way of doing things, where, we will make sure that it's 1.3 of this and 2.9 of that. But the challenge to make it fun while simultaneously delivering that smoother experience, Tom, must be tough.
It is tough, and honestly, we probably wouldn't have put Scry in the set if it hadn't been for Heroic causing a lot of extra randomness. We found that before Scry was in the set, things were just out of control. It was very draw dependent, and when we added Scry, that helped a lot.
All right.
To contextualize that, I mean, the thing about Theros is, you've got all these enchantments, then you've got all these creatures that you need to put enchantments on, then you've got monsters who are kind of big, and you need a lot of lands, but you need to draw the monsters. So Scry allows you to kind of assemble these combinations, even in Limited, which is sometimes a really hard thing to do when you're just drawing your opening hand of 7 cards and hoping that it works out.
Sure.
Yep.
Tom, let's talk about the huge creativity that goes into reprints.
Sure.
Okay, specifically, let's look at Springleaf Drum, because that's back. It must be really hard as a developer when there's a card sitting there and you might want to tweak it a tiny bit, but people are like, well, we already have this. Why don't you just use this?
I actually didn't want to tweak this one.
Oh, okay.
As soon as Inspired was settled upon, I just knew that I wanted this card. It's fun. It works really nicely with the guys that pay mana when they untap to make creatures. And usually when we're going to do a mechanic, it's nice if there are ways to build around it. And Springleaf Drum it's the perfect card.
Is there an element of Springleaf Drum that's like kind of in the set for just mana fixing purposes? I know there's some splash ability that you can do. There's some off-color activations. Or is it basically there for Inspired?
It's definitely nice that you pick up the mana fixing. I've seen people Springleaf Drum a Chromanticore out, which is like,
yay!
Okay, good for you.
Magical Christmas land.
But yeah, mostly it's because I wanted to have good ways to tap your creatures if that was what you were in for. So
neat.
Would you say that most of the people working on Magic have a near encyclopedic knowledge of the game? I think of it as a composer of music. A lot of composers hide themselves away from other music because they don't want to become polluted. They want their own originality. But you're almost obliged. The number of times I've talked to you and the other guys in R&D and interview where they said, so I thought, I went back to 1995 and this weird common in the dark that had this upkeep cost that if I just change this a little bit, is it a kind of encyclopedic thing? Do you just sort of see all these cards opening up before you?
I think it takes all kinds to make a good Magic set. We have some people who know everything that has ever existed. We have some people who don't, and they're like, well, this should be there. And because they don't feel the weight of history, they can be more creative sometimes. So.
All right, cool. Let's move on. We're going to have a look at archetype of aggression. Tom.
So I actually wanted to bring up all of the archetypes here, where when Ken Nagel handed the set off to me, he was the lead designer. We had a cycle of uncommon and rare just enchantment creatures. It was important to Ken that there be creatures that read like they could be enchantments to be enchantment creatures, that we weren't just putting a sparkly border on something that could just have been a creature. And so the archetype cycle came from Ken, although when he handed it off, the second line of text on these just wasn't there. It was just all your creatures get an ability. And we were kind of creepingly unhappy with these for a while. There was a day when we got snowed out and we all had to stay home because the Seattle weather was terrible. And we had a conference call to make our meeting happen. And when that happened, Dave Humphreys on the line is just like, out of nowhere, when we're talking about something completely different, 5 minutes after we talked about the archetypes, he's like, wait a minute. Those things are just boring. Can they just take the ability away from your opponent's creatures too? And then there was dead silence on the line for about 10 seconds, and then we're all just like, cool. And then we did it. So I thought that was kind of a funny story where sometimes the line of text you end up on a finished card is just the result of some random outburst in a meeting. So
okay, where I'm going next is a card you've just mentioned in context of Springleaf Drum. It's Chromanticore. White, blue, black, red, green. This thing's crazy.
It is pretty crazy, and it went through a couple different sets of keywords while we were doing it, but it turns out there's only one set of 5 keywords that matches up with all 5 colors that actually fits on the card. So we used that one because it was the one that fit. When this was handed off to me, it was a 5/5, and with changing around the abilities, we had to change the numbers around some too, and we wouldn't have gotten to the right numbers on this card if it hadn't been for Billy Moreno, who built a heroic amount of Chromanticore decks, because I don't know why, the card amused him a lot, but I think it's in a good spot right now where if there was a 5-color Chromanticore deck that was like what you wanted to do for tournament standard, that might be a little weird and inconsistent and not... It might feel strange, but his decks were not weak, and I don't think the card is weak either, so.
Okay, well, we move from a big splashy 5-color to 2-color, but it's still big, it's still splashy. Well, splashy, I'm sorry, that was not a deliberate pun.
Wow.
It was not, it was an accident.
Wow.
It's like most of them. It's Kiora, the crashing wave.
Yeah, Kiora was a fun one. We knew that we wanted Kiora for a while, and this was just where it fit in nicely, because there are lots of big sea monsters on Theros to go after. The way that Ken handed the card off to me was with the middle ability that is on the card. He liked going for Explorer. The other two abilities, I expected to spend tons and tons of time on the text on this card because Planeswalkers are really difficult. And it turned out I had a 2-hour meeting as one of my first meetings where I'm like, I want to leave this room with a draft of Kiora. And we ended up with the final 3 abilities after that meeting, which is surreal because that never happens. But the numbers on the card were a real struggle after that. We started the card at a couple of different places, but it quickly became clear that we wanted to start in a place where you could cast 2 Explorers, but then it was dead. Because the 3rd Explorer was just too much. So for a while, it was started at 4, and then it was a -2 to draw a card. But then we found that if you were an attack deck and you couldn't get rid of it after the first time, it just ran away from you so fast. It was really difficult to get these numbers right, but eventually we start at 2. It's a -1 to explore so that you can do it twice. And it's just the first turn you play it, if you plus it, it can get lightning striked, but then after that you're safe. So we felt like that was just the right spot at the end.
One of the great strengths of Magic is that it appeals to so many different people because within every set there are lots of different games going on. So yes, it's easy to say, hey, I've got a lovely big splashy Planeswalker, but our next guy we're going to take a look at, this is Painseer. And Zach, this is just a 2/2 for 2, which doesn't sound like it's going to be something exciting, and yet this is one of the most interesting and talked about cards in the set.
Well, it's funny you say it's just a 2/2 for 2, because I remember in Innistrad there was a big controversy over whether black could get a 2/2 for 2. But yeah, I mean, Painseer, you know, it harkens back to Dark Confidant, one of the most powerful cards ever printed. And I think, Tom, a really awesome thing about this card is when you're showcasing a new mechanic like Inspired, sometimes it's hard for players to evaluate, you know, what the power level is going to be or what they should do with it. So when you get to take a new mechanic with a classic callback, you get to call attention to that card and say, look, you really should pay attention to this, which in turn opens up the power level of the other Inspired cards to, you know, people at large.
Yeah, we had other ideas about what our black inspired rare creature could be that just didn't quite work out because they weren't fun. So we ended up going here because it was a thing that we thought people would recognize. I'm fairly happy with how it turned out. I certainly hope it does a little more than it's done so far, but when you were talking about the black grizzly bear thing, people would tell me, like, what are you doing, Tom? This is crazy. And I'd be like, well, it might be a downside, right? It's like, maybe you don't want to do that. Like, I'm a 2, I can't attack with this. And people would kind of look at me sideways and grumble and then walk away, so it works.
It's always the ideal reaction.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Okay, I think we've got time for a couple more. Let's take a look at Grave Robber Spider. And I always find these cards very interesting when they have what we call off-color activations. They're very strange to deal with and evaluate.
Well, they're weird. When I got the set, Ken wanted there to be allied color uncommons matching up with the gods. But then late in development, when we were sort of doing deep dives on draft, we found that the fact that the gold cards were here and that Kiora's follower is there meant that people were drafting those color combinations a lot more than the enemy color combinations that didn't get a gold card. So we went through the file and looked for ways to get enemy color activations on cards of those other 4 combinations. And we tried to build them so that they would support the strategies that we were going for. So this guy is clearly supposed to get you to play a graveyard deck, which is what black-green is supposed to be up to in the format.
Right.
But we were lucky on this one. This was the easiest one to do because this card already existed just in green, so all I had to do was delete the green mana symbol and type a black one. But
my morning's work is done.
Yeah, the other ones were trickier, but I think the card turned out doing basically what I wanted it to do. So.
Is it easier to make a card like that, or is it easier to make a card like this next one, which is Mogis, God of Slaughter?
Mogis is probably the card that I struggled the most with in the entire set. Creative will often come to us and say, here's a concept we'd like you to get across in a card that's fun so that people want to play with it. So it's like, okay, great, that's my job. What's your concept? The God of Misery.
See, that's counterintuitive for a game where you're meant to have fun. That's the problem, isn't it?
Right. Well, they're like, okay, make a fun God of Misery. That's just such an insane task.
Yeah.
So the first real version of this was an ability similar to Stalking Vengeance, where like if things would die, you would just hit people in the face for a bunch of damage, which was a kind of a crazy lockout card. And it also was weird because it's like, don't have permanence because you want them to die so that you can do damage, but then you should have devotion to your god, and that was bad. We messed around with something that was similar to Sig River Cutthroat for a little while. So it was like, if you do damage to them, something else bad happens. But then it was like, if you're doing damage to them, you're kind of winning already. So what we ended up with was this card where it's kind of a griefer card where if I enjoy just making you sad, I'll probably want to play with this card because every turn I get to make you make a sad decision. But it's also like just interactive enough that it is not actually miserable, which this was a hard one to get. But
roughly speaking, how many cards end up in what I'll call the bin? How many cards just go away for just not getting there? They're not right.
Maybe a third of the cards that are totally in the... Take a third of the quantity of cards that are in the set get tossed by the end, I would say.
And replaced.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's I mean, I guess before you get it on development, there's a much higher churn through the design process, right?
It's true. And the thing about we're not just tossing cards that we think, like, design is like, it's like, why did you make that card? That card sucks. What we're actually saying is, hey guys, designers, you had a cool idea, but this card you made is not helping your idea, or it's getting in the way of your idea, so we're going to get rid of this to try to bring through what you wanted us to bring through. It's not an antagonistic relationship there.
It's almost like a kind of zoom focus thing, isn't it? Because you're looking at, when you're at design, it's like, I have designed this card that's right here and I like the look of it and it does this thing.
Right.
And then you're further out with, well, these are the other black cards, and then you're further out zoomed again, and well, these are the limited commons, and then you're further out again until eventually, Zach, you end up starting saying things like, with, for example, Spirit of the Labyrinth, okay, is this going to work in Legacy, maybe?
Well, and I think that's a lot of what development does. I mean, the thing about development is what designers are awesome at doing is creating an experience and understanding the optimal experience. The thing is, a lot of the time, just because you want to be something to be a certain way in a draft environment or in a constructed environment doesn't mean it's magically that way. Players are going to do what's good. Players are going to do what's powerful. Players are going to do what's appealing. So a lot of the time, development has to tailor a card that's intended to create a certain experience to make sure that it actually does.
And one of the exciting things about the job that we do is that sometimes we just get it wrong and we don't get across the experience that we meant to. One of the things I'm seeing out here, I don't know if the pros are right. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know who's right about anything. It's pretty early on. But talking to a lot of the pros who are in this tournament, they're telling me that some of the inspired cards are weaker than I thought they were. And if that is true, then, well, you know, sometimes we mess up a little bit. Certainly people are playing plenty of Oresco's Sun Guide and the green common inspired creature whose name I'm forgetting, but Furious Band Trompers or something?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but some of the guys that untap and make creatures, people are like, I don't know if I want to play this, so we'll see.
Well, Zach, you just said the words good, powerful, fun. I present to you Courser of Crufix. That's what's coming up next, Tom. Talk to us a bit about the Courser.
This card was handed to me as...
Yeah, that's still on Mogies. Let's move on to Courser of Crufix. Let's take the next one, if we can. There we go.
Yeah, so Courser of Crufix originally was an enchantment creature with explorations text written on it, which we discovered was not actually very fun because it was just super high variance. If I have that and a ton of lands in my hand, then like I can just go off to a crazy start. Where we went for the other half of Oracle of Moldiah instead was how we got here. Started off as a 2/3, and it just wasn't quite good enough, and we said, okay, is this a card we want to push here? We all ended up deciding yes, pushed it to a 2/4, it still wasn't quite good enough, and then Eric Lauer had the brilliant idea of letting you gain 1 life for every land you play, which read to me like the most marginal thing in the world. I was just kind of like, this is not exciting me, but we're in a meeting, Eric has an idea, I'm going to go with it, because this is kind of Eric's purview with Constructed. And then it just was exactly the right push. I never would have come up with that one on my own, but Magic is not about me being a genius. It's about facilitating everyone helping the cards be as good as they can be. So if Eric's idea is going to work, then Great.
All right, I'm going to show us one more card. One of my general rules for evaluating Magic cards is the more words that are on the card, the less I like it, unless it's flavor text. So when I see a card like Brimaz, I'm like, oh my God, look at all that text. But Brimaz is very definitely an exception, because as every word goes by, you go, okay, no, there's no drawback there. No, in fact, that's good. Oh, and vigilant, and it's attacking, great. And then, so it gets to me, and it's a super sweet card, Tom.
It's a fun one. This card came from Creative coming to me. They had a legend in mind from the block that was the king of the Leonin, who are these like outcasts who don't listen to the gods, and they're in a weird social spot, but they have this guy that was sort of trying to be a Leonidas-esque character, and I decided that I thought it would be cool if that guy hit, so we made this kind of Hero of Bladehold callback a little bit, and getting the numbers and abilities right on this one was another challenging one, because we wanted it to be strong but not too strong. So it had first strike for a little while. Sometimes it was a 3/3. Sometimes when you blocked, you could have the cat come in blocking something else for a little while, which was weird, because if someone attacked you with like a flying shadow guy and you block with this, you could just like drop a cat out of the sky and into the shadow and block it, which was bad. So we didn't end up doing that.
Super flavorful.
Yeah, that one made no sense, but the comment when Dell finally deleted that is like, no more ninja cats, which was nice, but
I would quite like to drop a cat out of the sky. That feels kind
and into the shadow.
Yeah, and
just block a
we must
block
work
a stronghold
on that
overseer
for
or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a tough one too, because when we're putting cards that are aimed at being serious constructed cards, like the margin of error is just really small.
I was going to ask you, are these the cards that keep you awake at night, as it were? Because if you get a green common 2/3 for 3 with some random little ability slightly wrong, so people maybe drafted a little less, it's like, okay, never mind,
The two cards that kept me up the most in the set, honestly, it's this one, and it's Forsaken Drifters, the 4/2 that when it enters the battlefield, it mills you for 4. We struggled the most to get the black-green deck to actually do what we were hoping it would do. And that card going into the set was the last piece of the puzzle, of at least of what we could do with this one set. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed to the lead developer of Born of the Gods, Tom Lopelli, Zac Hill, once of Inside R&D. And as I say, it's very much Born of the Gods morning here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. You'll see more on Limited. We'll see more of the draft viewer after the next round. Marshall's going to come in at lunchtime and give us an overview of what we've seen in Limited. More Magic Online draft data too. But the players are shuffling up for our next round. And let me tell you how things work. If you're new to this, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining us, part of the great MTG community. The fourth loss is critical. It isn't always fatal. Somebody sometimes gets in at 7th or 8th into the top 8, which is the elimination rounds tomorrow. But fundamentally, especially in the early part of the day, the fourth loss is almost game over. We have 3 matches in the feature match area that feature both players at 6 wins and 3 losses. Functionally, 2 enter, 1 leaves. That's how it works. We have Haibing Hu, once of the US national team. He is up against Ivan Flock from the Slovak Republic on Team Elaborate Ruse. Flock, a former Team World Champion. Then we have, again, 6 and 3, Melissa de Tora from Revolution. She is up against the Austria-Germany sort of alliance team, the European All-Stars, Nico Boni of Switzerland, a former Team World Champion himself. Also at 6 and 3, from Australia, all the way from there, Daniel Unwin. He's been testing with a couple of other Australians, very small team contingent this time around, come all the way to the opposite side of the world. Big hello to everyone in Melbourne. Can't wait for the GP next weekend. Hope you have a great one. He is up against Tom Martell of the United States. And Tom Martell was 2 and 3. So he is on a 4-round winning streak right now, and he rolled up his sleeves last night on Twitter and said it's time to get busy on day 2. He's won his first round of draft. 2 more would see him still well in contention, but at 6-3, he must win now. And then, who is King of the Hill? We have a table in the feature match area. If you're just tuning in, every round, it's winner stays on. It's like the old playground game. I beat you, you get out. I'm sitting right here for the next guy to come into my house, and I'm going to beat you. Hong Kong's Li Shichan is the man who holds the King of the Hill chair right now, because he eliminated Michael local Hetrick in the first round of this. Hetrick, of course, still at 8-1, very much in contention for top 8. But Li Shichan currently leads this tournament at 8-0-1. And his opponent at the King of the Hill table is Christian Sebold of Germany. He is doing tremendously well. The Austria-German team had 3 players at 7-1 overnight. Sebold has won his first round today. He is a Magic Online qualifier for this. That's how he got in. And so he will be trying to dethrone Li Shichan of Hong Kong. Li Shichan, by the way, his Pro Tour top 8 comes in Modern, a Pro Tour return to Ravnica. Let's see if he stays King of the Hill. But first, on a 4-round tear, Daniel Unwin has to dethrone Tom Martell. It's time for round 10.
Hi, welcome to the booth. Brian David Marshall, Randy Buehler, and we are ready to go right down to the floor and watch Tom Martell see if he can extend his winning streak to 5 matches versus Australia's Daniel Unwin.
Let's do it.
And welcome to round 9 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Randy Buehler, and we are watching Tom Martell, who just tweeted at the end of the last round, phase 1 of 8 complete, 1-0 in my pod, PTBNG.
There you go.
So phase 2 is win, phase 3 is win. I think phase 8 is actually draw.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But everything else is win. He started off 2 and 3. He needs to win, 7 straight matches today if he's going to.
Well, he's off to a good start. This is the white aggressive strategy is what he and a lot of his Team Pantheon teammates like. They want to be white. They want to be aggressive. They like Loyal Pegasus. You play a 2-drop. You're just able to hit the ground running. He is on a mulligan to 6, but that's a pretty solid start.
Yeah, Flutter Step Eidolon for Daniel Unwin, who is blue-white to Tom's green-white. There you get a look at the cards that are in Tom's hand.
Did we hear a result already? Melissa DeTora's up a game, I think, is what I heard.
That was very fast.
Yeah, Ouroboros got out of the dead.
Oh, that'll do it, huh?
Got the job done pretty quickly.
One of 2 Oresco's Sun Guides in Tom's deck.
Yeah, so she's up a game on Nico Boney.
Okay. Here comes a Laguna Ben Elder to gain 3 for Daniel Unwin.
How much do we know about Daniel Unwin?
Daniel Unwin's got 4 Grand Prix top 8s. He's a very well-respected deck builder. I know he's worked with Jeremy Neiman in the past and the sort of Australian team to come up with some pretty groundbreaking standard decks along the way. He's, a constructed specialist.
All right.
Be the
and
description.
4 top 8s. That's not a lot of Grand Prix played.
And only 11 Grand Prix played.
Nice.
So he has a good percentage, and he's here as a result of a top 4 at Grand Prix Brisbane, I believe.
There you go.
So Voyaging Satyr had joined Tom's team last turn, and he sends it in. And I think we're going to see a Battle-Wise Valor here.
Laguna Band wants to trade for the Sun Guide.
Perhaps a Feral Invocation. Feral Invocation.
It's even better.
Yeah.
You talk about how good Traveling Philosopher is. What do you think of the Sun Guide?
Sun Guide's just
It's a lot better than Traveling Philosopher.
He is a lot better.
It's really easy for him to gain 6-8 life.
How good the Traveling Philosopher is probably, just how, just needed he is, right?
Yeah.
Just to do a job. There's another Laguna, a Laguna Ben Elder on the other side of the table in Tom's hand. There you get a look at Tom's stats.
Yeah, he's been playing great Magic the last couple of years.
I think the thing that's really kind of staggering about Tom's career is because Tom's been around for a very long time, is he's only played in 16 Pro Tours.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been around for that whole decade. It's like he played a little bit back, 10, 12 years ago.
And since he's come back and since he's gotten himself, into this platinum elite status, he has a 3-year median that rivals Luis Scott Vargas. It might be slightly better than Luis Scott Vargas's when Luis was on his incredible tear.
Sure. Well,
I hear I hear rare flying creatures are a good thing. Prognostic Sphinx and Stormbreath Dragon take game 1 for Christian Siebold against Li Shitian.
Trying
the
to be
last
king of the hill.
undefeated player in the room and the current king of the hill.
All right, Tom lining up an attack.
Looks like Tom is saying, I don't want to get Divine Verdicted here. And that is exactly it. He said,
that was
I'm
a
not
nice
gonna,
read.
He's like, I'm not going to risk my 2 cards here. You can have my Voyaging Satyr. You can have my Loyal Pegasus. You cannot have my Resco Sun Guide.
That was
with
an
a Feral
awesome
Invocation.
read. His opponent shipped the turn with a handful of cards and 4 untapped lands. It's like either you have absolutely nothing, in which case I can afford to not attack here.
Right, and you could have Griptide, which is a card that Daniel Unwin has in his hand. You could have maybe a Nullify. Well, you can't have a Nullify. He didn't have 2 blue, but...
Yeah, so Tom did not attack with his 4/4 because he didn't want to run it into Divine Verdict. Super well played. Well, now what do? There's still 4 untapped mana. You think you baited the Divine Verdict, but there's another one. Are there 2 more, or is that our hand left over from the first one? I think there's 1 more.
And now
he brings it all. Oh, this time it's Griptide. All right, so he's going to Griptide the Sun Guide. That makes sense. Feral Invocation falls off and goes to the graveyard.
But, Daniel still takes 4.
Yeah, Tom's applying pressure. Griptide is awesome when you're in sort of a stable board or when you're ahead. It's just spectacular if it's at the top of your curve. You've got kind of the aggressive draw. You're removing a blocker, denying them another draw phase.
Now, sounds like we have another result. Ivan Flock up 1 game over Hai Bing Hu, despite mulliganing to 5 in that game.
22.
So we have Melissa up a game, Christian Siebold up a game, and Ivan Flock up a game. Here comes an Elite Skirmishers and a favored Hoplite. Is Tom just going to bash in with everybody here? Has his Battle-Wise Valor.
And the redrawn Sun Guide that had been Griptided. Seems like you just send the team, right?
The Sun Guide. Gift of Immortality in Daniel Unwin's hand, along with Elite Skirmisher and Mortal's Ardor.
How good do you think Gift of Immortality is?
I don't really care for the card very much.
Really?
I don't think I've played it in the sense that I try to play every card.
Right.
That's sort of in the range of playable at least once.
Yeah.
But I don't even. It's invisible to me in a draft pack.
Now that you've tried it and not been impressed.
I mean,
it looks decent to me. Like, it triggers heroic. You put it on something awesome, it comes back. I guess it doesn't bring back all the enchantments you've piled up on your awesome creature. So, yeah, Hoplite Brox. And is that 6 damage?
Yes.
And here's the Sun Guide back again. Tom's still sitting on that Battle-Wise Valor.
Daniel's in 5, but with the Mortal's Ardor, he has a little secret life he can gain.
Yeah, both players do.
Second Elite Skirmisher.
But it does seem like, I mean, Daniel needs to play defense here. He has to play defense whether he likes it or not. Mortal's Ardor probably below average in terms of the tricks that people play in this format.
Sure.
Still good enough to get some work done. Especially favorite Hoplite can pick up a counter and become...
triggering down a 3/1.
All right.
So one of the skirmishers gets tapped by Heliod's Emissary. Everyone else comes in.
3/1 wants to trade with the Emissary. Hoplite is going to step in front of Laguna Band. Daniel's probably planning to play Mortal's Ardor on the Hoplite so that it will take down Laguna Band Elder. That's exactly what he does.
And I think we're going to see...
Yeah, he should have waited. Tom was going to do a trick, but Daniel sort of jumped ahead. And Tom's like, never mind. Yeah, I yielded. You did something. That's fine.
But
it's the attacking player.
Tom's going to want to save his Heliod's Emissary here.
Yeah, no, I don't think it'll change the play, but Daniel did not need to play his Ardor until he waited to see whether Tom was going to play a trick. It's pretty good trick. I mean, the fact that the favored hoplite doesn't take any damage here, it's just he gets to trade Mortal's Ardor for a 3/2 creature. Now Tom has some choices, but seems like Battle-Wise Valor on the Emissary. That's his best creature, and now it's the equivalent of summoning another Heliod's Emissary, right?
Yeah. I mean, interestingly, if that had been if that had been any other card other than Lifelink, Tom actually could just win.
Kill him with it, yeah. No, he had 3 power unblocked, so I think he was hoping to add 2 more and just finish off his opponent. But the life gain from the Ardor means that doesn't work. So Ardor gained, what, 2 life? Which means Daniel should be at 4?
Gained 3, right? Because it becomes a 2 and then plus 1 plus 1
gained
from
3
the
life.
Ardor.
So he's right back at the same 5.
So there's an
Offset the 3
observant
damage that he
Alciad.
took.
She's going on the unblockable guy. It's going on the Flitter Step Eidolon. It's like, okay, I'm going to start doing some work here.
5.
Tom draws another land.
Tom no longer has a great attack here.
Is it 2/3?
Yeah, suddenly there's a 3/3 Vigilance guy that can block everyone but the Emissary. If the Emissary taps that, well, there's still a 3/1 and a 2/3.
And, Tom sounds like, okay, I'm going to wait until I find, one of the things my deck does. There's Gift of Immortality on the Hoplite.
Yeah, I mean, it does trigger Heroic. It does. I guess getting back a base copy of the favorite Hoplite's not that awesome, which is your point why you think the card's only kind of okay.
Yeah. And it doesn't trigger Heroic when it comes back in on the creature.
Sure.
Because you're not casting a spell. It's just coming into play.
Right.
Did Tom just find a Savage Surge?
I believe so. That's interesting.
Good.
Yeah, he still doesn't have great attack, though, right?
Yep.
Right. He needs to get 2 creatures through.
Or find a second trick, or...
Yeah.
He's got some life to play with, so he can afford to just kind of hang out.
Nessine Courser.
12. Yes.
Oh, and there's a Horizon Scholar. But Daniel Unwin doesn't have the 6th land.
Oh, wow.
Hurts. Great.
Oh, he has another Divine Verdict in hand. That's... no one ever expects... Oh, he's...
Text it.
The second verdict.
He has a 6 and a 7? And a second verdict?
Yeah. And Tom is going to go for it here.
All right, Emissary taps Hoplite. So there's a 3/1 and a 3/3 available for blocking. Yeah, you got to try trading with Emissary. And he's willing to take... Is that 3? Is he dead to Savage Surge without a trick?
He is dead to Savage Surge without a trick. At 5 life. Right? He's taken 4. He's got 4 unblocked. Nico Boney evens things up against Melissa DeTar. Eidolon of Countless Battles proves it's a
good card.
Why it's such a good card.
Wow, so Tom has to decide whether to go for the throat. If he goes for the kill and Daniel has a trick, it's probably a blowout, right? Because these combats are not good. His best creature is trading. His Sun Guide is just going to die. If he goes for the kill here and Daniel doesn't have a trick, he wins the game. But if Daniel does have a trick, Tom almost certainly loses.
So Tom going to go and...
He goes for the kill.
Yep.
And unless our graphic is wrong, Divine Verdict is going to be really bad news for Tom.
Yep.
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 The 3/1 dies, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Good.
And there was another Sun Guide. Now Daniel's got 2 expensive cards in his hand, and he drew the 6th land. So he's able to crack over for 3.
He's going to be able to scry for that 7th land.
Uh-huh. Wow, the second Divine Verdict was awesome there. Yeah, it looks like he scried spell to the bottom, land to the top.
Yeah, the Battle Ice Hoplite's a little late to the party.
Now what does Tom do? He's got to crack.
I don't know what he's going to...
No, he's green-white, and he needs to deal the 2 last damage. It seems really hard from here. It's hard to blame him for going for the kill there. I mean, they were in top deck mode for a couple of turns. You know, Daniel had basically...
Is there any value to Savage Surging the blocked Oresco Sun Guide? You're going to gain 2 life, and if he has... But you got to put him on the trick. You have to put him on Divine Verdict to do that.
Yeah, Tom scoops him up. There you go. Wow, so Tom had 2 different attack phases that were attempts to win the game.
Oh, and Tom last card Tom drew was Reap What Is Sown.
That would have been a lot better earlier.
Yeah. All right, we got another match to watch after this message.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Born of the Gods accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. February's FNM promo card is Elvish Mystic. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
All right, we're looking in on the King of the Hill table. Li Shitian, the current King of the Hill, is trying to even things up against Christian Seibold of Germany. Christian is 8-1. Li Shitian is 8-0-1. And the last undefeated player in the tournament. He's just cast Coordinated Strike.
That's a good one.
Seibold is down to 10 here.
Yeah, Li Shitian probably felt pretty good about that attack phase up until the point where Coordinated Assault happened. Yeah, it looks like he's been struggling on lands. Oh, Hedonist. That's how the Ill-Tempered Cyclops got into play. Seder Hedonist.
But
all right, Savage Surge. Does that undo the Coordinated Assault? What's is that a Feral Invocation enchanting the Cyclops?
That is a Feral Invocation, so it's a 5/5 right now. It's a 7/7 Trampler.
Wow, so he had the trick he needed to undo the Coordinated Assault.
Wow.
Is that Prognostic Sphinx?
But yeah, there's a Li Shitian's on the. He's down to 5 life here. But Prognostic Sphinx and Horizon Scholar
forced to play defense.
Yeah, Seibold's comfortable waiting back a little bit here.
So next turn, Seibold can attack for lethal with 2 flyers. This turn, he's playing defense.
Okay, we're going to get the double block here.
Sphinx in the front.
Oh.
What is that trick? Is that the +1/+1 and Indestructible?
It is.
Yeah, +1/+1 and Indestructible. Takes down the Prognostic Sphinx. Now it's just a Horizon Scholar, which is cannot attack for lethal, even though we think Li Shitian is down to 5. So, couple of tricks. Wow, Rage of Perforos on Horizon Scholar. Kablam!
Hero table defended for at least this game.
Absolutely.
I will remain the King of the Hill for at least one more game. Wow. Choked on mana the whole game, but that's
he had the tricks he needed.
That's how it plays out sometimes, though, right? You're choked on mana. That means your hand is full of spells.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
So I think we're going to hop over and take a look with another live look in, and we're going to check in on Haibing Hu, former U.S. national team member, versus former world team champion Ivan Flock. Ivan, you can see a dead
Phalanx leader, right?
Phalanx leader.
It's like,
but,
what are those dice from? Oh, there's the graveyard. Got it.
He's left behind a legacy. Haibing's down to 8 here.
What's the token from?
That looks like it's from the...
oh, is that Area Worshippers?
Yeah, Area Worshippers.
Well, Feral Invocation on this match, too. So, yeah, the 2/2 flyer from the Area Worshippers does not get to trade with the Cavalry Pegasus, because Cavalry Pegasus is now 4/4. Also means the Hoplite gets to fly over. So, who is down to 4, I believe?
Haibing is down to 4.
Oh, that's Hero of Ayres?
Oh, yes, that's Hero of Ayres.
Not a Hoplite.
That's a Setessan Oath Sworn there that's threatening to go large at the sight of the nearest heroic trigger.
Triggers.
But we're going to let these guys fight it out. I mean, who's got his work cut out for him?
Yeah.
We're going to go back over to the main table and watch Tom Martell see if he can complete step 2 of 8.
Well, it's more like step 1.5. He's got to force the third game.
Well, a pair of loyal Pegasus is a good start to that.
Yep.
Air Force.
Oh,
Oh, last breath.
last breath
You
before
gained-
combat.
Yeah, that's
So the other Pegasus doesn't get to attack.
8.
Agent of
Yeah,
Fates, which I don't think he
No,
can.
Agent of Horizons, yeah.
I don't think he can activate. I think it's just a 3/2.
Sure.
Good old-fashioned guerrilla
But,
warrior.
It looks like Unwin is constrained on his mana here. Yeah, he missed the land drop. There's a Sun Guide.
This is another land drop.
Yep. Discards a Flitter Step Eidolon. Tom, no such problems.
Yeah.
And,
Daniel
that
Unwin
was
scoops them
Bow
up.
of Nylea, I believe.
Yeah. Fine card to concede to. Can we go back? Did they finish that game that we were looking at?
Even Flock managed to win that.
Okay.
But
Oh, great. Let's check in
But
on
I think
Melissa
we can
Dotoro.
check in on. This is a match that you'll be able to read about in its entirety on the text coverage.
Right.
I see Nate Price there working, and we're going to peek in on Melissa Dotoro versus Nico Boni. Here you go. We see a Magma Jet getting resolved, and a Magma Jet on the other side of the table getting
Funny.
resolved.
Dueling Magma Jets.
Melissa's down to 9 here. Nico's on 14. And
Second
that
white
looks
for
like
the
a
Wingsteed
Rider.
In hand too. Yep. Bile Blight on the turn.
Yep, Bile Blight takes it out.
Along with all the other Wingsteed riders.
Here comes a Farragh's Giant. That's going to take Boney down by a chunk of 5, I imagine.
Depends. Does he have an answer in his hand? I mean, he's red-white,
Oh,
so he
you have a
probably
5/5.
can't kill a... I mean, if you can deal with a 5/5, then make a 5/5.
You have a 5/5, he says.
Does he have Divine Verdict or something?
Attack.
Yes.
There you go.
Divine Verdict's been looking pretty good here in
It's
the
true.
feature matches this round.
Harpy?
Yeah. That's Lifelink Harpy. Not its name.
Insatiable Harpy.
Insatiable Harpy. That thing starts to get bestowed. Things get
Yeah.
out of hand very quickly.
To Melissa's up a game. This is game 2. Is that where we are?
Yes.
I'm at 13.
That quickly gets...
Oh, it's game 3.
This is game 3. Oh, they've tied that up. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Laguna Ban Elder, but no enchantments to gain life with.
Still a 3/2.
Yeah. And there's another Harpy. Yep, Shriek Harpy.
So Boney has to decide whether to play Tribute.
Yes.
You can have a 4/4.
Your turn.
He decides
if he
he
doesn't-
is going to pay Tribute.
right.
He wants to keep his Laguna Ban Elder
Yeah.
around.
He doesn't have any other creatures right now. So if you don't pay tribute, you have to sacrifice a creature.
Still 1 card?
Yes.
Well, this is down to 1 card. Nico asking. Two-headed Cerberus. Cerberus is a comic book. I have to keep saying that every time because he misspelled Cerberus.
Really?
Yes.
Whoops. What are the life totals? 13 to 14?
Yeah, Melissa's at 14 as a result of that.
Doesn't seem like she can afford to race. I mean, any trick in the 2-head becomes ridiculous. Of course, any trick, and she probably didn't want to block it either.
Looks like she has a Kragma Warcaller here.
Hmm.
If you're attacking with one, you're attacking with both, it looks like.
Attack.
Sure.
Okay. Take 4. Take 4.
Yeah, now this is a board she can race on.
It's your turn.
Yeah, that
Boney's
drops.
down to 10. They're kind of in top deck mode. I mean, she can afford to take 2.
Lots. 11.
Always scary whenever someone attacks with that card. Rage of Porphyros. Scry 1. Leave it on the top. Never what you want to hear.
Your turn.
Oh, does she have Boon of Erebos
And
in her
a
hand?
taunting Boon of Erebos.
She was tapped out.
She just drew it. Nyxborn Rollicker.
Yeah. +1 power, still good.
Oh,
Wow.
and now Laguna Ben Elder gains 3 from the Rollicker.
So that's she's threatening lethal, or Nico's threatening lethal. 2 + 2 + 3, and Melissa's at 7. Kill you?
Yep.
Yep. All right, Nico Boney stays alive, and this is our back against the wall theme round, right?
Yes.
All of these players, with the exception of our King of the Hill table,
That is the 4th loss for Melissa DeTora, which pretty
basically
much
eliminates
puts her
her.
out of it. Yeah. Yeah, so that means Melissa is
she's not making top 8.
Not making top 8. I mean,
She can still make some money,
Some really
bunch of pro
bizarre
points.
things need to happen, which include asteroid strikes at this point for that to.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody sneaks in at 4 losses, it's going to be somebody who has great tiebreakers, which means they probably needed to be hanging out at the top of the standings all day.
Right, we just saw Ivan Flock win 2-0 over Haibing Hu.
Right, so Haibing Hu also knocked out a top 8
Right.
contention. Flock continues to keep his back against the wall.
But we have 2 matches still going, and we are going to go down to one of them, which is Tom Martell versus Daniel Unwin. Let's go right back down to that. All right, here we go. Daniel Unwin leads off with the Plains. Both players playing white decks. Tom's chosen to go blue and to pair with, green
Tom's
to
green.
pair with his, and Daniel is white-blue.
So you got the double Pegasus start again?
Yes, he does. Is there a last breath? We see a divine. Play Stratus Walk.
He just wants to draw a card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything to stop the
He's
Pegasi from
just
attacking.
cycling it.
It's also making sure that it can't block non-flyers. Which does come up occasionally.
It does
I've never
come
had
up.
it actually matter in
Yeah.
a match, but you can prevent your opponent from blocking by giving their guy Stratus Walk.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a divine verdict here from Daniel Unwin.
This is where I don't love Divine Verdict, though. He's being attacked with 3 creatures.
Yep.
He spends his whole turn dealing with one
he
of them.
drops to 12 here, and Tom's pretty happy to just
I'll
keep
just
attacking.
keep adding more guys. There's no
And
blockers
there's a
over there.
Bow of Nylea, which does
not actually
so
a
many
guy,
things.
but so many things.
There you get a look at it. It does one different effect for each season.
Yeah, easy to remember. All right, so he grip tides the Loyal Pegasus.
Right, which puts Tom down to no attackers, no blockers virtually.
Right.
Except for a Sotessan Griffin.
Yeah, Bow of Nylea is going to be amazing for Tom, but he would rather have just played another guy there, I think. Just the way this game's evolved. All right. But yeah, now Griffin and Pegasus should be a good attack. What?
I mean, he's just worried about,
What are the tricks? Yeah, Unwin has shown a lot of instance. Turns out this game, what he has is a lot of lands, not a lot of instance.
Yep.
Silent Sentinel threatening next turn. Can we pull up Silent Sentinel?
No, it's being quiet. What's in Tom's hand right now?
He does have the Battle-Wise Valor that he seems to always have. Yeah.
No, that's it.
Too much. Yeah, even the Silent Sentinel wasn't going to be good enough there. Just too many creatures.
You hear Tom say, no Fated Retribution there. That's the card he was worried about.
Sure. So, phase 2.
Phase 2 of 8.
2 super aggressive. I mean, it's the same way we watched Owen win, right? Owen Also needed 3 games because there was one game where his opponent managed to mount the defense, but Pantheon seems to think this draft format is about super cheap white weenie strategies.
Right. And I think Loyal Pegasus was a card a lot of people had questions about when the set first came out. It was like, is this going to be good enough? And I think the answer is yes.
Well, you have to.
Oh my God, yes.
You have to build the right deck, right?
All right, and now we're going to look in. Here we go. And this is the last remaining match. This is the King of the Hill table. This is Li Shitian, the remaining undefeated player in the tournament, and defending this table.
Yep, this is game 3.
Game 3 against Christian Sebold of Germany. Christian, who play tested with Patrick Dickman, and apparently was playing Patrick's backup deck.
Patrick had a twin deck and an affinity deck, actually built 75 cards each.
Yes.
Decides which one to play and hands the other to his buddy.
Yeah.
So. Meanwhile, Rachel Perfero is taking down Horizon Scholar. That is good news for Shitian. Prognostic Sphinx has come down all 3 games.
Yeah, which is just one of the premium cards. Yeah, if you were going to do a rotisserie draft of the format, that's going to be one of the cards that's going to go in that first pass of cards, right?
Yes.
Oh, and there's a Stormbreath Dragon. And Scry.
Oh, by the way. Yeah, that's how I won game 1. This is just game 1 all over again. And I still had all these.
Wow.
Still had this anyway.
Yeah.
New King of the Hill.
Christian Sebold. New King of the Hill. He's 9-1.
Yeah, there are no undefeateds in the tournament, so Christian Sebold is going to
probably be your number 1 seed.
Hanging out in the feature match area.
Wow.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the booth. I'm Brian David Marshall here with Randy Buehler, and we just watched. We got to look at all 4 matches again. Hai Bing Hu just kind of got steamrolled by Ivan Flock. Every time we turned in, there was just Ivan was just coming in with a bunch of stuff. Li Shitian and Christian Sebold went 3 games, but the games where Prognostic Sphinx and Stormbreath Dragon came down.
Right, Prognostic Sphinx was not good enough.
Yeah,
Prognostic Sphinx by himself lost game 2.
Was not going to do it.
But Prognostic Sphinx plus Stormbreath Dragon was good enough, both game 1 and game 3.
And that was enough to take the King of the Hill table, which means in the next feature round, Christian Sebold at 9-1 will be sitting there, and he will stay there as long as he keeps winning.
Yeah, and he's essentially playing to win Pod 1 is what he's doing next round.
Yeah.
He's 2-0. Presumably there'll be somebody else at X1 and 2-0 to pair against him. I mean, sometimes because there were uneven records in that pod, the pairings don't always work out clean. But I think we'll get him against the 2-0 player for the pod title.
And then you'll be able to read in the text coverage all the details about the match between Melissa DeTora and Nico Boni. But Nico Boni, the former world team champion, I should say, defeated her in 3 games. And then we watched Tom Martell and Daniel Unwin. Tom Martell took it in 3 games.
Yeah, back still against the wall, but he's gotten comfortable there.
So all the
back's been against the wall for what, 5 rounds now?
Other than the King of the Hill table, all the tables in this feature match area this round were 3 losses. So really playing, not a true elimination, but a top 8 elimination.
Exactly.
It's very unlikely that even if a person with 4 losses was going to make the top 8, it's not going to be a 4th loss that comes this early in the tournament. Right? It's going to be something where you're playing for that last round and you find yourself on the outside and your tiebreakers are better.
Right. And in Martell's case, he's been on 3 losses since he's 5 wins in a row.
He was 2 and 3. He was 2 and 3. So he won out the end of the day, and now he's won his first 2 matches today.
Now he's got to be starting to think about it.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, he was thinking about it after he won last round. He said phase 1 of 8 completed. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And again, for a lot of these players, you know this very well, having been at the formation of the frequent flyer program.
Sure.
That platinum and gold. I mean, this is
a good point.
This is their currency,
it's a really good point.
right? Literally, this is what they need to do to keep doing this. So even if you're not top 8,
right?
Top 16, top 32, these are
pro points
are
so
meaningful
valuable.
Finishes.
So valuable.
All right, we're going to send it back to the news desk and Rich Hagon while we prepare to see who's going to win this draft table and if Christian Sebold can maintain his King of the Hill status for much longer.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagon here with you as we close in on the end of the draft rounds. 1 more to go. It could be pivotal. Let me give you some big results that are coming in here at the news desk, coming into my ear right now. Let me tell you, Tim Rivera was up against Chris Fenel that round. They were both at 8-1. It is Rivera who advances to 9-1. Fenel inflicted a defeat there in limited. He falls to 8-2, still very much in the mix. Remember, 3 losses where you want to be, 4 losses where you do not want to be. Now, what about Michael Hetrick, your overnight leader? 8-0, the only undefeated record. We saw him lose in round 1 to Li Shichan of Hong Kong. So he got knocked off the King of the Hill. We've just seen Li Shichan knocked out from the King of the Hill chair by Christian Seibold. We'll see if the German Magic Online qualifier can stay in that chair for more than a round. No one else has. Hetrick this round was paired against Sean McLaren. And it was McLaren, another Magic Online player, notably from Canada, who wins. That means Hetrick is 0-2 in draft this morning. The overnight leader on the slide needs to put a full stop in this slump before it gets serious. At 8-2, he's still utterly in the mix for top 8. Of course he is. He was the overnight leader. But you do not want to get up and start 0-2 in draft. Imagine you're sitting there, you're watching your lead diminish, it disappears. Now you're in the pack. You're still holding this 40-card monstrosity that's gone 0-2. Whether it's a good deck and you've been unlucky twice, or just, as we say, a pile, well, you've got to play one more round with it. That's the situation facing the overnight leader, Michael Hetrick, right now. Why don't we take a look at our draft pods then? The 7 draft pods that had players at 6-2 or better. We start with draft pod 1. There you see, this is the scores on the doors. McLaren up to 9-1. Andrup is 8-2. Hetrick 8-2. Florian Pils 7-3. The rest, we're still waiting for the results to come in, though we know, of course, that Seibold has defeated Li Shichan. Scores have not gone to the scorekeepers yet. The big match we're waiting to find out there is Matthias Hunt from 13 Angry Men against Patrick Dickman of Germany. They're still playing. Dickman desperate to get back to Modern where he should shine. Let's take a look at draft pod 2. Where do we see the scores on pod 2? There we are. Rivera up to 9-1. Hendricks, Fenel, Grin at 8-2. Results waiting to come in from Gabriel Unwin against Bransfield, and then Andrew Shrout 7-2. Joseph Kevany propping up that list right now. He must win to avoid that 4th loss. That would be functionally elimination for him. On we go to draft pod number 3. Let's take a look. 3 of the results here are in. What a mouth-watering clash that is at the bottom there. Quentin Martin of England, Pro Tour top 8 from Prague in 2006, against the man who won Pro Tour Columbus a decade before, 1996, the 96 Player of the Year, Ulrada of Sweden. Meanwhile, 6-4, that João Andrade of Portugal functionally gone, we believe. 7-3 on the edge. Dembinski Van Egen of the Netherlands, Jingwei Zheng, and then losses still to give. Matej Zatlkai doing very nicely yet again. He's really on a tear. And at 8-2, David Fulk of the United States. What about Draft Pod 4? Let's take a look here. Draft Pod 4, all the results are in. And that means 6 4s are gone, we believe. And the 4th loss has happened for both Elias Watsfeld, former Platinum Pro, and your Dragon's Maze Pro Tour champion Craig Wesco, we believe, is done at 6-4. The best he can do now with 6 straight wins would be 12-4, and with tie breaks coming the 4th loss so early in the day, early in the event still, only in round 10, he is likely to be well behind other players who end up with 4 losses. It is not 100% certain, but we're dealing with the 1%ers, as we say. So, also at that pod, who's up at the top? Who is setting the pace? It's Ian van Leeuwen, 8-2, double Grand Prix winner, Rotterdam and Paris. Jacob Wilson, multiple Grand Prix top 8, still just a teenager, one of 10 teenagers in the field from face-to-face games. He's around ahead of Josh McLean, who's at 7-3. Brian Kibler, we said he needed to stop the rot. He was 5-0, then went 1-3, and he has avoided his 4th loss for now. He's 7-3 from Team Channel Fireball. I think that is a monster pod, the best of the bunch, not ignoring records specifically. Let's move on to Draft Pod 5, see who we've got there. Well, this you're going to see a lot more about in just a minute because we've got Zac Hill lined up for a really cool feature for you. This is Pod 5. Remember, 4th loss, again, very bad news. That means Sam Farmer-Ratnam in big trouble from the 1%ers and Harry Corvese, TCG player. We think they're done. The 7-3 Freeze, Ayres, Lundqvist, Gavela, Turtenwald, and then 8 and 2, Tamas Glied and Alexander Orajak, who's doing terrifically on Revolution. Let's move to Pod 6, see what we've got there for you. And in Pod 6, all the results are in. Raymond Tan of Malaysia, he is doing the business again. The Malaysian in his first Pro Tour came in at 6-2, as all these people did, and he is now at 8 and 2, so he will play to win his draft pod. Omri Tubiana 7-2 and 1. He drew with John Sittner this round. Finkel, Pellerin, Cassidy, Duke, all at 7-3, and then Marcelino Freeman, we think, done at 6 and 4. And finally, Draft Pod 7, let's see what we've got there for you. One result to come in. It is a mouth-watering clash between Alexander Hayne of Canada and Kai Burnett of the 1%ers, 7 and 2, so they're not playing for elimination. We believe that Seamus Callahan and Antonio Del Moral Leon of Spain are done at 6 and 4. Still alive, Kaufman, Socherek of the Czech Republic, and the Finn from almost finished, Ansi Alkio. We are almost finished, just time to mention Jared Butcher leading that pod. And those are everyone who came in today too at 6-2 or better. So, plenty of results still coming in. I'll keep you abreast of those, but we're going to turn to a very special feature, sort of a game show, and you can certainly play along at home. If you haven't already checked out the Draft Viewer, this is your chance to look at every pick from every pack from all 8 chairs at one particular draft table. This morning it featured Owen Turtenwald, which we saw him draft during the morning. And Zac Hill's over at the wall behind me, and we're going to give Zac the chance to put himself in all 8 chairs. He hasn't seen the Draft Viewer. He doesn't know what they picked. We're going to see how close he gets to putting himself in the frame of mind of the 8 pro players who sat down this morning to draft those packs. So, Zac, let's take a look. Let's see what we've got up on the board. I think we're going to kick off. We're going to kick off in just a moment because it's time for first pick, first pack.
All right.
Hello everyone, welcome to First Pick, First Pack here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Rich Hagon at the news desk, Zac Hill at the giant video wall of doom. Let's swing around and take a look. How you doing there, Zac?
I'm doing fantastic. I get to do 2 of my favorite things, which is coverage and draft at the same time.
You certainly
we'll
did.
See how this goes.
All right, let's see how you get on. So we had all 8 players this morning. We looked at every single pack, and people at home can look at what they did. You're going to take a look at the first pick that they were all confronted with. And we're going to start with the Frenchman who's doing terrifically well, Alexandre Orajak. So I am going to give you 45 seconds to look at this pack starting now.
Okay, I've never seen these before, so I've just got to talk through this. All right, so the first thing you're looking at here is Courser of Krufix. This card is unbelievable. It's incredible. It's a 2-4 for 3, which is good in the first place. And then, the abilities, both of them are totally amazing. That's what I'm going to. It's also cheap. Pick your rares. Other cards in the pack, we see Nyxborn Shieldmate, always good, powerful ability. Way to the Underworld, removal spell. Not the best rate on it, but it's okay. I'm a huge fan of Siren of the Silent Song. It's card advantage. It's a good aggressively costed body, but
15 seconds.
I think you absolutely have to go with Courser right here. It's one of the best cards you can possibly open in the pack.
10 seconds. All right, so that looks pretty clear cut. Looks like you've gone with the Courser.
Fingers crossed.
Courser Krufix. I agree that seems like a pretty obvious pick. Let's see whether Alexandre Orajak of France agrees with you. He does indeed. We get the tick mark. And again, if you're playing along at home, you can check this out. You will get the check mark on every pick. Zac Hill, 1 for 1. There you see the draft table behind Zac. So we've got Orajak down at the bottom there. Other players at the table, notables include Ben Lundqvist, Owen Turtenwald, who we actually watched draft, Sam Tharmaratnam of Canada, Tamas Glied of Hungary. But what we're going to do, we're going to go circling round the table. So we next come up to Harry Corvese of the United States of America, Team TCG player. Zac Hill, I'm going to give you 45 seconds to look at Harry Corvese's pack starting now.
All right, so let's see. First, I've got to process what all these cards are. All right, you've got Dawn to Dusk, potential 2 for 1, not exciting. The card you're looking at right here, Herald of Torment. Rich, you got to make this harder on me, all right? This card is unbelievable. It's a bestow creature. Both the hard cast and the bestow cost are extremely aggressive. This card, again, one of the best possible cards you can open in the set. I'm looking at Herald of Torment. I'm not really even seeing the rest of the pack. I suppose Nyxborn Wolf, totally fine first pick. Nullify, Snake of the Golden Grove, a lot of people like, not one of my favorites, but I'm going to take this Herald of Torment and I'm going to put the rest of the pack down.
Yeah, well, you did that beautifully. But before we see whether you're right or not, there are a couple of cards there that I want to ask you about, not in any way as a first pick,
Sure.
just a couple of things there. Talk to me a little bit about the black card in the middle line there, Sanguimancy. Where do you see that fitting in draft?
Yeah, so, I mean, normally you're going to look at a card like Sanguimancy and say card advantage. Okay, that's great.
Sure.
The problem is it's really expensive. It requires you to have a lot of permanents on the board already. And the life loss isn't irrelevant in with a card that's demanding that you commit nothing to the board for 5 mana. So I'm not a huge fan of that card. I would not be looking at it as a first pick. I usually am not even trying to play that card in my deck.
Okay, the other card I want to ask you about, up at the top, uncommon, Dawn to Dusk. It says choose one or both. How often do you get to do both?
Well, if you're playing this card, you should be trying to do both. Blowing up a single enchantment, not that exciting. Paying 4 mana to raise dead an enchantment, also not that exciting. Now, if you're getting a 2-for-1 that affects the board, that's not the end of the world, especially if you're getting back something like an Eidolon or any sort of bestow creature. But normally I'm going to either be boarding this in against the decks with a lot of bestow or with a lot of early enchantments, or I'm not looking to play it. Again, not one of my favorite cards.
Fair enough. So Zach says Herald of Torment. Does Harry Corvesi agree that Herald of Torment was the pick? Let's check. There's the check mark. 2 for 2. Zach is the winner. Very good. All right, round we go again. This time we go to Hungary. We go to a notable Hungarian, Tamás Glied, and he is going to let you have 45 seconds to work out what to do with this starting now.
Okay, you see this pack. You've got Archetype of Courage. I'm a huge fan of this cycle in general. I think this one is up there with the best of the bunch. When he's sitting on the table, it is very, very hard to attack. Like that card a lot. Retraction Helix, probably one of the best blue commons. Servant of Tiamat, fine card. Karametra's Favor, not good, but I like cantrip enchantments a lot in this format because of Heroic. Divination, always
15
okay.
seconds.
Faded Infatuation, always okay, but I don't like committing to blue so aggressively as a first pick.
5 seconds.
You know what? I'm going to go with the Archetype of Courage here.
Okay, stop. I'm going to go boo. Zac Hill. Where's all the love for the red cards? There's a Faragax Giant there. There's a Ragemonger there. There's a Thunderbrute there. What's going on?
I mean, red is a color I actually like a lot in this format, and I like Nyxborn Rollicker more than most people. I just think the power level is below that of the other cards in the pack.
Sure. More seriously, because not quite being marginally facetious there, but Ragemonger in particular, is that a card that you can see people just going, yes, I take Ragemonger first, and my draft path is essentially set?
Well, Rich, I see people doing it, but I think they should be doing it less than they are.
Okay.
I think Ragemonger actually probably the worst of the Minotaur Lords. It's still fine. It's a 2-3 for 3. You can net some mana here and there. But the fact is, okay, you're going to cast some Minotaurs cheaper. A lot of your really good Minotaurs already cost 3. So it's not accelerating you into that much. Now, of course, the black-red Minotaur Lord in Theros, if you're accelerating into that, that's a different story. But I think committing to 2 colors early and a tribe early is just a little too much commitment to get into this early in the pack.
I think that's perfectly fair. Let's see whether Tamás Glied of Hungary agrees with you on the Archetype of Courage. Our survey said, ding, grats. Well done, 3 for 3. I promise he didn't see these.
I didn't see these.
So we go on to seat number 4. We go to Canada. We go to Sam Tharmaratnam. I've been practicing. And you are going to have 45 seconds to have a look at his pack starting now.
All right, well, Looking, probably should go to the rare first, given the luck that we've had. Xenagos God of Rebels. Well, this card's utterly unbelievable and impossible to beat. Okay, well, it's not impossible to beat, but it's extremely good. The issue here is simply whether you want to commit to red-green this early. I think it might be worth it, but let's look at the rest of the pack. Again, we've got Nullify, we've got Nyxborn Triton, two of my favorite blue cards. Kiora's Follower, exceptionally powerful blue-green card, but if I'm committing to two colors, I'm probably going with Xenagos. Setessan Oathsworn up there with the best green comment.
5.
Noble Quarry up there, but I'm going to go with Xenagos. I think the power level is just so high.
Yeah, I think you did that utterly nobly because I don't know how you got through 45 seconds without going, so the Xenagos. That means I'm picking Xenagos. For the next 40 seconds, I'll be talking about why I'm picking Xenagos because that card is bonkers good, Zac Hill.
It's really good. And in fact, like, it's really good even if you don't think it's ever going to become a creature. The fact that it's indestructible means you've got this amazingly powerful effect. Every creature you draw is going to attack immediately for a ton of damage. But I really do like staying open in this format, and wasting a first pick with cards this powerful in the pack is a risk. And it's a risk that I think it's worth taking, but you've got to know that you're taking that risk.
Well, that's perfectly fair. I will be staggered if Sam Tarmotwin takes anything other than Xenagos. Let's see. Ding. Off we go.
All right.
Next.
Well, rare drafting.
Round we go to Daryl Ayres. Daryl Ayres is in seat 5, so Tarmotwin's already just taken Xenagos, so Ayres will not get that. Let's see what Zac has to work with in Ayres. Pick one, pack one, go.
Okay, you've got a Course of the Tides, always a really solid blue card, but not by any means the best in the set. Siren of the Silent Song, again, one of my favorite cards, but it's a commitment. You've got Sudden Storm. A lot of people say it's the second best blue common. I'm getting excited about this pack for that reason. Fated Conflagration, great. It means you're going to have to be base red, but it's a removal spell that kills basically anything in the format. With the Scry, too, it's a pretty high upside, especially around turn 4 when you know whether you want to draw lands or spells.
10 seconds.
See Rollicker, see Pinnacle, Fell-Eyed Brawler, not exciting. Excoriate, not too exciting. I'm actually probably going to go with Sudden Storm here. I think Fated Conflagration is a better card. I like being in blue a little bit more, and I like being able to have blue not be my base color if I want. So I'm going to take Sudden Storm.
Okay, I gave you a few extra seconds there because I was really interested in what you were picking there. You gave the theme in the previous pack, the idea of Xenagos being a bit of an issue because of the two color.
Right.
Do you, in your head, look at Fated Conflagration and almost think of it as a two color card in the sense of because there are 3 red symbols, you can't even say it's going to be the 6 mountain card, the 10 forest 6 mountain. That just can't happen.
Exactly. Like one of my favorite archetypes to draft with red is actually white red. You like base white for a lot of your heroic creatures and red for a lot of your boosting effects and removal. You can't play this in white red. You kind of can't play it in green red. I mean, you really need it to be almost mono red or base red, or you're expecting to cast this at 6 mana-ish, or when you have 6 lands, in which case the power level of the card goes down quite highly. I like base red with black decks, I like base red with blue decks, but in general, I think, yes, this is as much or more of a commitment as a card like Xenagos.
My only real question is that I guess Sudden Storm wins you games just straight up. Fated Conflagration does seem to just say, what you want again? Kill you.
Yeah.
Thanks. So I guess as a less experienced drafter, maybe I take Fated Conflagration here. Let's see what Daryl Ayres does. Does he take the Sudden Storm? Does he take Fated Conflagration?
Yeah.
He decides he wants to be red. Now, I guess a lot of people, Zach, because we've been talking to the pros sort of off-air a bunch, red is super popular. And I guess if you take a card like that out, you're going, I get myself access to some really good things because there's only Scouring Sands, the Nyxborn Rollicker, there's a Pinnacle, but again, that's a super expensive spell. So maybe he feels that he gets to essentially get into red and stay there.
Well, and that makes sense. Red, arguably the worst color overall in Theros, not by a lot, but it's one of the best colors in Born of the Gods.
Right, let's move on. And this time we get to what should be, for those of you who are here this morning, the easiest pick to guess, because this is Owen Turtenwald. So, Zac, I'm going to give you 45 seconds to look at the pack. It's very interesting, though, starting now.
Okay, so you've got a Crowan Skyguard, arguably the best common overall, certainly one of the best in concert with Fall of the Hammer. It's a lot like Winged Steed Rider, which is the best white common in Theros. You need a little more work, but at 2 on the mana curve, it's exactly where you want to be with a white deck. Start loading it up as early as turn 3. You've got Fanatic of Xenagos, premier uncommon, amazingly powerful. Again, commits you to 2 colors, but a lot of the time the payoff's worth it. I see a lot of kind of medium cards in here. Nyxborn Wolf, a totally fine first pick. I think it's worse overall than a Crowan Skyguard, and again, a little bit more expensive. Fury's Band Tromper, again, totally fine, but not the same power level you want to. This pick, you don't get to just pick the rare this time, which kind of made it easy. I'm going to go with a Crowan Skyguard.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting choice there, because I love Fanatic of Xenagos, but we know already that Owen did indeed go with the Crowan Skyguard. Let's just check. There it is. There's the tick box. A Crowan Skyguard for him. So we go on to Diego Mayo Gavela. Let's see. 45 seconds. Zac Hill starting now.
All right, so Diego's looking at this pack. You've got Black Oak, which is a great Inspired enabler. If you pick it up early, you know that your Inspired's basically always going to be on. I see Hero of Lena Tower. Always take a look at the rare. Card is utterly unbelievable. White-green Heroic, one of my favorite archetypes. Green-blue, also a powerful archetype. You can drop this card early and it can hold Ordeals, or late, pump it with anything and grow it to massive size. I think you're going to be taking Hero here, but let's see a little bit what else in the pack. Springleaf Drum, great enabler again for Inspired. Doesn't require you to commit to a color. Deepwater Hypnotist, underrated. Divination, very good. Revoke Existence, you can get rid of anything you need to. Good against Bestow. But the Hero is just so powerful.
Make
and
that pick.
It's a 1-drop. It's exactly what that deck wants.
Right, so you're looking at Hero of Lena Tower. Now, I'm not really interested in how good it is. I just want to tell you how much fun it is.
Please tell me how much fun it is.
That much fun. It is so good. You feel like you're cheating when you have a bunch of mana and you're playing this silly little cheap heroic spell, and you're like, so first of all, it's not going to die. Right. Second of all, the thing it's blocking is going to die. And third of all, it's a 6/6. Right? Yeah. Or whatever, right? It's just, absolutely love that card. Let's see whether Diego Mayer Gavela chose anything else. Is he a Charging Badger man? No, he's a Hero of Lena Tower man. It's fair enough. I don't think anyone ever pick a Charging Badger.
Do you know anyone who's a Charging Badger man?
There are a lot of people at my local store who are big fans of Charging Badger, just because whenever there's one in play, they get to go, Badger, which is great fun, apparently.
Yeah, it's something.
They're like that. So finally, we have Benny Beatdown, Ben Lundqvist. Maybe the clue's in the name. Let's see whether he goes for something aggressive. 45 seconds, Zac Hill starting now.
All right, again, we see Kiora's Follower. We've seen it before. Really good. Commitment to 2 colors plus blue-green's a little suspect sometimes, unless you get the right deck, but that's the card you're looking at. Rollicker, Nyxborn Wolf. Nyxborn Wolf's a card that keeps showing up in packs, isn't quite good enough to first pick. Searing Blood, totally incredible card. Suffers a little bit from the Magma Jet problem we saw in Theros, where 2 damage just isn't a whole lot of damage in a world where everything's getting bigger. But I've kind of left out the element of the room. Brimaz, King of Erexos, probably the best card in the format to open. It's kind of like Elspeth. Basically, you're going to open it, you're going to take it, you're going to spend the rest of your time looking at the rest of the pack, trying to figure out what the rest of the table does. Brimaz, utterly unbelievable. I'm taking that card and I'm not thinking twice about it.
Okay, just checking. Did you just describe the cat soldier legendary creature Brimaz as the elephant in the room? I just want to.
He's not a Loxodon. He's a Lannan.
Okay, okay. You got your L's wrong. That's fine. Yeah, this is super easy.
Yeah, the card's ridiculous.
Are you ever disappointed when you pick up something that's so straightforward? Would you ever find yourself going, I want to put someone else into that so that I can go elsewhere? Is that just 100, every player in the room just picks Brimaz?
Yeah, I think literally everyone here would take Brimaz out of this pack. Now, the issue that I run into when I take a card like this is that it's actually easy to get too attached to a card this good. If white dries up, just because you have Brimaz doesn't mean you should play white. And oftentimes what happens to players, certainly happens to me, is that you wind up in a just bad deck overall because the card is so good that you just force yourself to play it. So what's challenging is to make sure you remain open-minded enough with a card like Brimaz to not be too committed when you don't need to be. Still, it's worth working pretty hard to play Brimaz King of Erexos.
I would put in a lot of effort to play Brimaz King of Erexos. I love every word on that card. He's just fantastic. And that, boys and girls, was first pick, first pack. All right, welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagon sitting here with Zac Hill. We've just finished first pick, first pack. There were a lot of rares chosen there.
I was going to say, I mean, that's going to be a dense pot. I mean, almost every pack had a rare that was not only good, but very good. So, you know, you got to be happy to open cards like that.
I'll have some of that. A couple of results coming in at the back end of the last round while we were doing that feature for you. I want to let you know that in the battle of Kai Burnett against Alexander Hayne of Canada, it's Burnett of the United States who wins by 2-1. And then the other match we were really looking out for, Matthias Hunt with his Amulet of Vigor deck in Modern, still in draft here of course, he's up against Patrick Dickman of Germany. Dickman won that one by 2-1, so Dickman moves up to 8 wins. It sounds like we are just about ready. Let me tell you who the feature matches are for round 11. At 7 wins and 3 losses, Brian Kibler is up against multiple Grand Prix top 8er Josh McLean. Then we have Sam Pardee at 7 wins against Eric Froelich on 7 wins. Then Sean McLaren of Canada, he is at 9 wins right now. Wow. Up against Christian Seibold of Germany. That is the King of the Hill matchup. And then Patrick Dickman of Germany on 8 wins against Florian Pils on 7 wins. So that is the state of play right now. Why don't we just take one last look at the top of the standings right now. Let's see where we are. Zac, that's actually pod 5 that we're looking at with the Owen Turtenwald. There's our top 20. Zac, just to have a little chat about that for us.
Yeah, I mean, Sean McLaren, great, you know, kind of coming out. I don't think a lot of people in this tournament said who's going to be at the top of the standings after 10 rounds. Sean McLaren put up a really powerful performance today. Christian Seibold, Tim Rivera, Li Shi Chen picking up a loss very late into the tournament. And then, of course, you fall down and see a lot of 8-2s clustered at the center.
Yeah, what's interesting there is that if you think about, we're saying that the 4th loss is really critical. The top 20 there are on 8-2 and better. There's a couple of more 8-2s just buried underneath our leaderboard. So if you want to make it into the top 8, you have to get past most of the people that are sitting on that board right now. And if you're sitting down there at 7-3, or heaven forbid 6-4, there are just hundreds of players up on top of you. So McLaren, Seibold, Rivera lead the way at 9-1. Li Shi Chan, just the fly in the ointment with that draw, just destabilizing the standings, and that could become very important right at the back end. Zac, something I want to talk to you about, let's jump ahead a few rounds, is the idea that not only with teams, but also with the best 2 out of 3 tomorrow on Sunday, the higher seed gets to go first. How important do you think that's going to be as we come down the stretch in terms of the shape of the top 8?
Well, you know, it's hard to say how much that's going to affect people's actual choices. You know, a lot of the time, you know, if you're going to do what you can to get into the top 8 in the first place. But I think in terms of the matches that we watch, I think it's going to be extremely important. Modern, a very fast format, a format where lots of games only go 3 or 4 turns, really 4 turns is kind of the fundamental turn, I guess, to use some old school Magic terminology.
Okay.
But what that means is that if you get 4 turns before your opponent does, a lot easier to put a game away. So I think we're going to see the ability to be at the top of the standings in the top 8 mattering a lot as we go into Sunday.
So do you visualize, because traditionally, and you've been in a situation, you've made a Pro Tour top 8 yourself, situations where the leaders after 14 rounds, they would traditionally shake hands in round 15.
Yeah.
Claim a point each. We have something called an intentional draw. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the scoring system, 3 for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a loss. But you can choose, the 2 of you, to just, hey, let's not try and beat each other up for the next hour. Let's agree intentionally a draw. We call it an ID, intentional draw. You both get 1 point and advance up the standings. And that's critical if, let's say, you are at 12 wins and 2 losses and you believe that 37 points is what's required for the top 8. So you and I might agree, you and I'd be so lucky. We would sit down in round 15 and say, let's not play, let's push ourselves up to 37 and be in. Now, do you think that behavior is going to change today because of the best 2 out of 3?
I think it certainly could. There are definitely rounds and there are definitely matchups. Like if you're playing a really high variance deck like Bogles or something, I could see you just saying like, look, it's important to me that I play first all the time. I'm going to make this happen. That said, it's one of a number of factors. People are going to look at the standings, try and get their teammates in, sort of like a race. You know, some people's job is to position other people in the tournament. And I think a lot of the time, you know, you're just going to want the security of being able to intentionally draw into the top 8 regardless. You're not going to want to take a huge risk. So it's definitely a factor. I definitely don't think it's the only factor. We're definitely going to see some people, I think, playing who otherwise would not be playing in that position, but I don't think it's going to radically change the outcome of the entire tournament.
Okay, we're coming into the last round of draft. How key is it just to be ultra secure on we said it yesterday, focus on what you're doing right now, because there are modern decks itching to come back to the fore, but you have to play with your 23 and your 17 over the next hour or so. How do you just keep yourself focused?
The answer is kind of a boring answer, which is it's really hard. One of the things that's changed about the Pro Tour really over the last about 5 years is the introduction of mixed format Pro Tours. It used to be that you played one thing and one thing only. Shifting between the mindset of a very recent limited environment like Born of the Gods, Theros, and then going to an eternal format like Modern, extremely challenging. So I don't know if there's a secret to it, but I know the people that figure it out are going to be rewarded today.
Well, let's see who gets rewarded in the last round of draft. This is your last chance for 40-card action here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Let's hand it back to the 2 guys in the booth. It's Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. First, your Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, Rich. Welcome back to the booth. Brian David Marshall, Randy Buehler. We are about to watch 4 feature matches. We're going to focus on one on video, Brian Kibler versus Josh McLean. Josh McLean, of course, the Grand Prix Detroit winner, defeating Reed Duke. Reed Duke then got vengeance on him in Miami. They've gone back and forth. Face-to-face games. We have on text Samuel Pardee versus Eric Froelich.
That's a good one. That's a back against the wall match.
Yeah,
right?
That's a back against the wall match. You'll be able to read about that. We have Patrick Dickman versus Florian Pils in an all-Germany matchup. And on the King of the Hill table, Christian Seibold is attempting to defend the table against Sean McLaren. Sean McLaren, this is Doug Potter, who's a big fan of the coverage, has talked to me a lot about this guy over the last couple of years.
Sure.
And said, this is going to be the next big Canadian player. This is Hayne Point 2, whatever. He's a Mox player. He just has a lot of time for him, and maybe this will be his breakout. Doug, if Sean can win this, you can just watch him play.
He'll stay there
for the rest of the day if he just keeps winning. So, but it looks like the players are ready, and we are going to go down, and we are going to start on the video match between Josh McLean and Pro Tour Hall of Famer Brian Kibler. Let's send it down to the floor. Hello and welcome to round 11 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Brian David Marshall with Randy Buehler, about to watch Hall of Famer Brian Kibler. There you see him take on up-and-comer Josh McLean. Josh McLean, 2 Grand Prix top 8s, including a win. Both players are playing Born of the Gods draft here, and Josh McLean is leads it off with an island. He's playing a blue-black deck, Randy. A deck that I think some people have said feels like it maybe got a little worse.
Sure.
With Born of the Gods, it was like one of the pros' favorite archetypes, but there you see Vaporkin. That card is still an efficient, evasive creature.
Indeed.
And then blue-white for Brian Kibler, and we've seen a lot of that this weekend. Some of the top pros, people of that sort of top tier seem to love these white-based decks.
Yeah, certainly the consensus I've heard is that white is the best color.
Yeah.
You want to be white, and then white also has an advantage, kind of like black, where in Theros, the really good cards are double-colored. So people will pass you Gray Merchant. People will pass you Phalanx Leader.
Yeah. So we see a Wave Crash Triton come down for Josh McLean, and then Brian takes the opportunity to bounce Vaporkin at the end of the turn with a Voyage's End. Takes 2 from it, and then bounces it once the sort of coast is clear.
So this matchup was actually chosen by you viewers. Trick Jarrett put out the call on Twitter. Who do you guys want to see in the feature match area?
They chose Brian. If Brian Kibler got the bye, they would still want to see this match, right?
Yes, Kibler was the guy who got the most requests.
There's an observant Alciad for Brian Kibler, who's looks like he's struggling a little bit with his mana.
Yeah, it's a pretty key matchup too. I mean, these guys are both X3.
Yes, they are.
So the winner will stay in top 8 contention, and the loser is just playing for, points and money and glory, but not the top 8.
Other than our King of the Hill table, only Patrick Dickman has a loss to give in this top 8, in this feature match area today. The Vaporkin comes back down. Play a second Swamp. And the flicking of cards. Horizon Chimera.
Coastline
Chimera. Coastline Chimera. Horizon Chimera would be much more exciting. We have an Ashen Rider in play on the back table. Sam Pardee destroying one of Eric Froelich's permanents. Yeah, and that was enough for him to win the game.
Ashen Rider also destroys players.
Yeah. It
Sounds
really,
about
it
right.
really does.
Okay, I'll bite.
Okay, this is
Josh
Albite.
attacks. Brian knew something was up. Is that Necrobite? Regeneration and Death Touch?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Cards? 3.
Yeah. Kibler still at a robust 18 here. Josh McLean.
Yeah, I mean, he knew there was a trick
untouched at
coming.
20, yeah.
Because it's just a Coastline
it's just
Chimera.
it's
not a great card.
If you actually get a card for it, you're pretty happy.
Traded it for something.
Normally things just bounce off of it.
Yeah. Laguna Band Elder does gain life thanks to the Alciad.
Yeah.
And attack.
Okay. Go ahead.
Block check. He's like, I just want to see if you're going to block. No reason not to. There's a Chorus of the Tides drawn off the top. One of the top blue commons.
19.
In Born of the Gods.
Yeah, I was listening to some of the players beforehand. They were saying that the 2/3 Bestow guy is the best blue common.
Oh, Nyxborn Triton?
Yeah, I was not expecting to hear that, but
yeah, that card's really good.
It was Owen and Huey and Reed, Andrew Cuneo. I was kind of listening to. They had that in the top 5.
And it's done very well online. If you look at the results from Magic Online, it's also been right up there with the Chorus of Tides as far as top pick commons and successful blue-based decks.
Bestow Eidolon of Countless Battles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was Brian's first pick. I saw him when he was getting the lands for his deck from the station.
So that is a... How big is that?
So Eidolon gives it +1/+1 for each enchantment.
So it gets +1. So it's
getting
And
plus-
creature.
And creature. So it's getting +3, I believe. Turning it into a 5/5 vigilance.
Well, he controls 2 creatures and he controls 2 enchantments.
Oh,
so
it's only auras. That's what I keep forgetting.
Sorry. Yeah.
There's only one aura. I keep
Right,
thinking
oh, it's not-
enchantment
yeah, right,
creatures.
it's not
bump
an
it up,
aura-
but
it's not an aura once
Enchantment
in-
creatures only count for
Yeah.
1.
So Sip of Hemlock saves us a lot of math.
It's still in play. It's still, and it sees itself as a creature, but it is no longer an aura. So it is a 2/2, thanks to the other creature that's in play.
So, Hopeful Eidolon. Yep.
Now here we go.
4/4.
What did he bestow onto it? Is that Hopeful Eidolon?
Yeah.
So +1 from the Hopeful Eidolon, +1 from the fact that it's an aura. Now it's a 4/4 lifelinker, and yeah, cracks away. Deals 4, gains 4. It's a good card, Eidolon, of Countless Battles. Also fits straight into my commander deck.
This is interesting here. It's like Josh McLean has a grip tide, but that actually just seems like it could be worse.
He's happy that he's already demoted the Eidolon to being a creature. Doesn't want to give it the chance to bestow.
Yeah, well, you grip tide it, you get a Hopeful Eidolon, and then you just bestow that with... It's just changing positions.
Do what you got to do, though.
He is going to grip tide it.
I mean, he trades effectively a card for card and saves himself the damage. Doesn't give Kibler the life. Does seem awfully hard for him to race with those flyers, though. When he comes over for 5. Now it's even harder to race with the flyers. Divine Verdicts takes the 3/2 out of the air.
Yeah. And there's the returned Phalanx.
It is not going to get the job done.
Cards. 2.
So here's the Eidolon of Countless Battles. And you see why it gets its name? It's the
Countless, yeah. So you bestow on the Hopeful Eidolon here because you want the lifelink?
Oh, yeah.
And it'll be, but then it's a 4/4, which can in theory be double blocked and killed. Oh, a Traveling Philosopher. Now, okay, 2 more creatures. He's gearing up to make the Eidolon into a much better threat next turn. 1 more land, he would have been able to go creature bestow, but this will be good enough.
Yeah, the Deepwater Hypnotist.
Yeah, McLean can fly over for 2, and no reason not to, since he can't block with Vaporkin.
7.
But I like Brian's position. Does Josh have anything in his hand?
Yes, he does.
Oh my. That's a card.
So it sounds like Sean McLaren up 1 game on Christian Seibold, who did not have his Prognostic Sphinx or his Storm Breath Dragon this game.
Interesting. Yeah, Josh McLean made an interesting play there too. He chose to say go. Instead, he doesn't want to. Basically, he's sitting on nullify.
Yeah.
His plan is to nullify that Eidolon.
And that's what he's going to
it's
get to
gonna
do
work.
right here. And now
He's still got Sea God's Revenge
he's
for
got
later.
Sea God's Revenge in hand.
That makes that Griptide line a lot better. Worked out quite well, actually.
Draw.
Is it time to play the most appropriately named card in the entire set?
The Perplexing Chimera.
That card, it's so perplexing.
I blame you, the community. Or is that?
First Oppression Chimera.
Okay. And just no
3,
good
4.
attacks here for
Yeah, without the Eidolon,
Brian.
Brian's Kibler's his creatures are kind of darky. 2/1, 2/2, 1/1, 3/2. They're gonna cross the board with a 1/4, a 3/3, and a 3/4. Brian's also down to 5 life at this point. Wait, isn't he just dead? What does he have in his hand?
Well, now he has a Perplexing Chimera.
Okay.
So now I guess if
McLean
there's a divine,
if you have a trick, I will take control of it. Wow, Perplexing Chimera is going to win this game. Brian did have a trick. If this works, right? He takes control of the Ray of Dissolution, and then he gains the life. The Chimera is going to die, but because McLean gains the life, his 5 power worth of flyers is enough to be lethal, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
He gives him the Perplexing Chimera and takes control of the Ray of Dissolution, and then the Ray of Dissolution's the Perplexing Chimera.
Yeah, which isn't relevant. I mean, Brian was only playing it because he needed to gain 3 life to stay alive.
Yeah.
And yeah, when Josh took control of the Ray, he gained the life, so the 5 power worth of flyers was good enough.
So we're going to check in on some of these other matches as soon as we hear these messages.
Cardhouse Games has all your Magic needs covered, from boosters and fat packs to a wide range of Magic accessories. Use the promo code PTVAL for 10% off your next purchase at cardhousegames.com. Head to your local game store on March 1st and 2nd for the Born of the Gods game day. Play in a fun standard tournament and take the next step on the hero's path by battling the Horde. Visit wizards.com/magicgameday for more information.
All right, we're back. I think we're going to take a look at Sam Pardee versus Eric Froelich. This is a match that's being covered by the text reporter. You'll be able to read about this all in great detail.
So Sam's up a game?
Yeah, Sam Pardee is up a game. He's on the left. You see 2 Disciple of Fenix and
Fleshmad Steed.
A Fleshmad Steed, yeah. Going up against Arena Athlete, Crackling Triton ×2, and the Bronze Sable. Ephro is down to 13.
He's attacking with Fleshmad into Crackling Triton. Really representing a trick.
No? What turns out he had Drowning Sorrow.
Sure. So that gives everybody -2/-2, which is enough because the Crackling Titan had taken damage from Fleshmad. It's enough to finish it off. And also, if Sam was planning to play the Drowning Sorrow, Fleshmad was dead man walking anyway.
And
Eric, of course, responds by sacking his Triton to throw in 2 damage and take down one of the Disciples, but a lot of clutter just got cleared away.
And then, letting him set up behind a Scholar of Athreos.
Yep.
And, just whittle Eric down to size with it. Oh, there's a Marsh Titan.
Yep. Yeah, that guy's a decent man.
Marsh Mist Titan.
I mean, a lot of times the black decks in this format have a lot of removal. They just need something to attack with. And he attacks pretty effectively.
Ephro's down to 9. There's the returned Phalanx.
With no blue mana?
Well, he can do something there.
Oh, he's got Unknown Shores?
He's got an Unknown Shores. He can get in if he has
to.
But Scholar starts nibbling.
Yeah. Sam's position looks pretty solid here.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's the red creature on top? Yeah, that's the hand.
Wow.
Sam Pardee. Smidster.
Stays in contention for top 8.
Stays alive.
Goes to Modern, which is a format he's done extremely well at over the years.
Absolutely.
He definitely seems like the kind of guy that could just make a run, pick up 4 wins, and then hope to shake hands in the last round.
Eric Froelich now drops to 4 losses.
Yes.
Which means he's playing for position here at this point.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that lives in the top 25.
We're going to, while these guys are still shuffling up at our main table, we're going to just take a quick peek in on the King of the Hill table, see how Christian Sabold's doing in his defense of the of his throne.
It's been a hard hill to defend so far.
Yeah. And there we see Return Centaur target you. Look at that! He hits the Stormbreath Dragon. Just like he drew it up. This looks like an ill-tempered Cyclops. Sure. And Dragon Mantle. Sean McLaren is up 1 game here over Christian. Christian unseated Li Shi Tian last round from the King of the Hill table.
Yeah, and this is, I believe this is also table 1.
Yes.
And this is to win pod 1.
Yes.
Both of these players came in after 7-1 days yesterday, won the first 2 rounds of draft. So the winner will be sitting in 10-1, and first place, either, depending on one other result, they'll either be tied for first with one player or all alone.
And interesting, maybe with everyone fighting over all these white cards. Interesting
it's a blue-black deck and a blue-red deck.
Interesting to see these guys almost
that's a good point.
Maybe these these color combinations are less powerful than the white-based decks.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe the available cards you have to work with and the price you have to pay to draft them, meaning you can draft them a little later in the pack. You don't have to.
Right.
Is such that you end up with better decks in non-white colors right now.
Is McLaren 3 colors?
He might be 3
He's
colors.
holding white cards. He is one of the white drafters, but it was forced to go into these other 2 colors, see?
Yeah, he just went to 16 from Read the Bones here.
That was the thought.
He might be 4 colors. I don't know if he has anything for that red.
Looks like he's holding a gray merchant. He seems to be base black, but he's splashing a couple things.
Yeah, let's take a look. Sean is, he's actually black-white splashing blue.
Okay.
So.
That makes sense.
He's splashing blue, it looks like, for 2 grip tides. So he's been just scuffling for his white mana here.
Got it.
You got on the other table, just while we're waiting for those guys to be ready, Kibler is down to 5 cards. If he's going to even things up against Josh McLean, that's what he's going to have to work with on the play. Yeah, it's just the 2 grip tides. That's what the blue's there for. And it's kind of punishing Sean here a little bit. Monstrous, ill-tempered Cyclops. Grip tide's going to look pretty good at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No real choice there.
The Dragon Mantle fell off as if it was a bestow creature. That doesn't stay in play.
All right. Let's see if white mana still eluding Sean, but he's got a gray merchant, which will buy him a little bit of time here.
This is game 2?
This is game 2. Sean is up a game. So I think we're going to come back to these guys. We'll check in on them a little later, see how the King of the Hill table's doing. But in the meantime, we're ready to go back to Brian Kibler and Josh McLean and see if Brian Kibler, with only 5 cards to work with, can even things up against the Grand Prix Detroit champion. All right, and there you have it.
Found one.
Found one, says Brian.
Is it Shipwreck Singer hanging out in McLean's hand?
That is Shipwreck Singer. Cards took a little while for people to figure out, but there's Oresco's Sun Guide. I think it looks like a Ordeal of Thassa, which could unmulligan Brian if that's
19.
Pillar of War. So that's a 3/3 defender, and if it's enchanted, it loses defender.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen that. I don't think I've played with that card or seen it played against me yet.
Hilariously, I think Kibler is flipping his cards so fast that we cannot get them written down. They're just flying by, and our man on the floor has been unable to populate.
So that's not an ordeal then.
I don't know.
It's an ordeal of Willoughby as he tries to read Brian Kibler's cards.
Seriously. Cards in hand is loading.
Comes Scourge Mark. Oh, and that gets dissolved. He's like, no, you're not going to attack me with your silly Pillar of War. But the Shipwreck Singer can crash those Sun Guide on the rocks of the pillar here. Divine Verdict never looks better than when You're forcing your opponent to attack with it beforehand. You're like, well, of course I have the attack mana, but he's not even going to bother.
Yep. 4-4.
So Florian Pills has won his match. Sounds like a mono black deck. Lots of
Over
ways
to Patrick Dickman. So Dickman had a loss to give here.
And
Florian
gave it.
did not. Yeah, he just gave it. Yeah. He's like, all right, I would like to play Modern, please. I would like to cast my Splinter Twin. So 4/4 Oresco Sun Guide has to attack. And
double block.
Yep.
That's a pretty good play. He's willing to trade Shipwreck Singer for Sun Guide there. And obviously depower the Eidolon.
Yeah.
I guess McLean knows he's up 2 cards, so getting the chance to trade 1 for 1, even if maybe your card is slightly more powerful, because of the mulligan, it just makes an attrition strategy like that more powerful.
Prescient Chimera attack, Divine Verdict it. Vortex Elemental. This is Marshall Sutcliffe's favorite card.
Yeah.
He did some it was like the downheaval. Like he had just like some crazy long game with Rashad Miller, and he was able to like basically put 3 cards a turn on into Rashad's library and like clear the board. There's the next
one.
Is that the
game where they both had?
Yeah, yes.
They both had monstrous Colossi?
Yes. So Nyxborn Triton on the Eidolon of Countless Battles, but pass.
So.
Because now the Vortex, Sip of Hemlock.
Jeez.
That Vortex Elemental just needs to be blocked or blocking to be use its ability of shuffling both of those creatures into their opponent's library. Deepwater.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see Brian seems a little bit resigned to his fate here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still playing.
Jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus, right? Thromocratus. Sounds like back-to-back burn spells from Christian Seibold have evened things up against Sean McLaren on the King of the Hill table.
They'll be going to game 3.
I think we're going to be... I gotta say, it feels like we're going to be able to...
This doesn't look like it's going to last a lot longer.
Does not seem like there's much more magic to be played here.
All right, hopeful Eidolon. He's got a 3/4 life linker, but still can't block Dromocratus, right?
Well, you can, just everybody has to block. If anybody's going to block. Oh, and an Arbiter of the Ideal.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh. So now, some really funky stuff starts happening here with the Vortex Elemental. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Josh McLean.
Kind of funny. I had this in my hand, and like the guy's.
Oh yeah. That's what the only thing that gets him is Divine Verdict.
Yeah, and I had just used my Divine Verdict.
Yeah,
I was just like, well, I need to be able to use my mana.
Yeah.
We're talking about how Divine Verdict would have been a lovely card to have in your hand against Thromocratus.
All right, well, Kibler is knocked out of top 8 contention.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that puts Brian Kibler down to X and 4.
Yep.
So 7
he
and
started
4.
5-0 too.
Yeah, he started off really well.
He's been struggling since that start.
But Josh McLean still alive, looking to replicate his Grand Prix success at the Pro Tour level. And we are going to be able to go over to the King of the Hill table and see if the King can defend his crown. Christian Seibold against Sean McLaren. More Canadians in the feature match area.
That's the only feature match left going?
This is the only match left. Josh McLean has defeated Brian Kibler. Florian Pills has defeated Patrick Dickman. Florian stays alive. Patrick is now sort of walking along the cliff's edge. And Samuel Pardee defeated Eric Froelich, sending Eric into the sort of, below top 8 bracket of the standings.
Right.
Sam Pardee is still alive.
Eric is queued up for an unlucky 12th.
Yes.
It's where he lives, right?
Yeah.
So what's your take on this draft format overall?
I've enjoyed it. I mean, we've done
me too.
4 coverage drafts. I think I've drafted 4 very different decks.
Okay.
I've drafted blue-black. I've drafted red-blue. I've drafted white-green and blue-white.
Okay.
And I've felt like all the decks were, solid decks. I felt pretty good about them. Or red-black Minotaurs, I think is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like I always want to be heroic.
Sure.
The colors are negotiable, but
that's where I start.
I want to be heroic
in this format, but yeah. So it sounds like we're ready to go to the floor. The players are ready to get started. We're going to see Sean McLaren, who's attempting to dethrone Christian Seybold from the King of the Hill table. Let's put it back down to the floor. There you get a look at our feature match area. The last match playing. All the judges and tournament staff huddled around them, taking note of their hands. Seybold leads off with a mountain, and it's a plains for Sean McLaren. Magic Online Championship player. He's got his white and his black this game. He's splashing blue for a couple of Grip Tides. And a Nimbus Naiad for Seybold. He doesn't have any red cards in his deck. He's just playing the Scry land for the value of scrying. It's essentially a swamp that comes into play tapped for him.
But scries.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It's like a guild great.
Not a guild gate, but a guild great.
Yeah. And there you get a look at what Seybold's got to work with. He's got 3 more lands in his hand, a Lightning Strike, and a Bolt of Keranos.
Yeah.
So
he wishes he had one more creature. The 2 burn spells seem perfect for playing a couple creatures, clearing blockers, and just trying to win the game. But 7 lands, 1 creature, and 2 burn spells, not as good.
So Excoriate takes down the Nimbus Naiad.
Especially when the 1 creature gets knocked out. Now he's in danger of just kind of flooding. He needs to draw. Another mountain is not the draw he wanted there.
Well, he's okay with it. If it ends up, giving him a Stormbreath Dragon.
Sure. McLaren, on the other hand, is building up to Elspeth.
Yes.
Quite content to have his opponent do not much. Does he have? And he has the second plains in his hand.
There's a Blood Toll Harpy. Both players lose a life when it comes into play.
Oh, another mountain for Seybold.
He's gonna Bolt of Keranos that and Scry, assuming Sean has nothing to say about it. Perhaps like a God's Willing, but no.
Pushes to the bottom. Wow, McLaren gets to go Elspeth on an empty board.
He's gonna be
one of the most powerful cards in the format.
He's going to be able to follow up Elspeth
with
Evangel of Heliod and make 4 more tokens.
Right. So this turn is 3 tokens. Next turn will be 7 for a total of 10.
And he's like, are you playing Scouring Sands?
Yeah, it's not even clear that Stormbreath Dragon has time to catch up. Stormbreath Dragon's not even going to have time to kill Elspeth. This King of the Hell idea, is this just poison? You don't want to be the king? It's like being the Goblin King or something?
It's hard to keep winning at this level. Once you get to the top of the standings,
turns out everybody's really good.
Yeah, it's just, man, can't I just get an easy round here? All right. And here comes Evangel of Heliod. Is Seybold going to Lightning Strike the Evangel in response to?
Right, you can put the trigger on the stack and then kill the creature so that when the trigger resolves, there'll only be 2 white pips.
No,
this is not his plan. So now there's 10 1/1 creatures.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Seybold just throws down his hand disgustedly.
All right, good news to you, Doug Potter. You're going to get to watch Sean McLaren again next round because he is the new King of the Hill. He defeats Christian Seybold, who falls to 2 losses. Still in great shape heading into Modern.
Absolutely.
And Sean McLaren wins his draft pod 3-0 and has just 1 loss going into the last leg of this tournament, which is going to be 5 rounds of Modern.
Yep.
So, very, very exciting. I'm sure Seybold would have liked to see something a little different there.
Oh, we get an interview with him.
I think we're going to get a chance to talk to Sean McLaren, find out a little bit more about him.
Do we know what he's playing in Modern?
I'm not certain what he's
Yeah,
playing.
I'm sure either.
But yeah.
Yeah, maybe Tim will ask him.
Okay. I think I think Tim is ready to talk to him in a moment. But while these guys sort out their cards, get their dice put away, get everything, because it's not as nerve-wracking at the end of the last round of the draft.
Sure.
But, when you're leaving the tournament area, you're like, do I have all my cards? Do I have 40 cards? Do I have 60 cards? You
And the players get a lunch break now, too.
Yes,
right?
they do get a lunch break. And we'll find out a little bit about who Sean McLaren worked with, what deck he's playing in Modern, and what he thinks he needs to have happen for him down these last 5 rounds of play when Tim talks to him. Okay.
So we're done with draft.
We are done. It's
all Modern now.
It's all Modern decks.
All right.
So let's see what Modern deck Sean McLaren's playing, and send it down to Tim Willoughby on the floor.
Thank you, Brian. I'm here with Sean McLaren. Now, that was quite a game, but Elspeth really took a big role in that. How does it feel when you're already in white, you've come into today, only 1 loss, you open, was it your second or third pack, and see Elspeth?
It was third pack, and right before that I was feeling pretty terrible because my deck was a complete mess. It had no win condition. And then I opened Elspeth and pretty much brought the deck together, gave me a plan.
I mean, yeah, if you're looking for a win condition, there are a few in the format that are better than Elspeth. I mean, now we're moving back into Modern. What deck is it that you're playing in Modern?
Blue, white, red control.
A popular choice for this tournament. And what sort of things were you expecting to be facing today?
I was expecting mostly Zoo, Pod, Twin, and other blue-white control decks, but pretty much everything. Since it's Modern, you're going to potentially play anything.
And that, of course, I guess one of the strengths of the red, white, blue deck. It's got a lot of game against everything. It's got the control plan against more or less every deck. And what was your record in Modern yesterday?
1 loss, so 4-1.
So plenty of victories thus far. You're a 6-0 drafter for this format. Yep. Have you got a secret? Is there a tip? Is there anything that I can learn, that we can at home can learn to do?
Get incredibly lucky. My decks were pretty monstrous. Like my first deck had 3 Sip of Hemlocks, and that deck was just like 2 Read the Bones and a Divination.
But I mean, the thing is, if you're not quite sure if the deck's any good, if you're still winning, then you must be quite the player, right?
That must be it.
So here we are, 1 loss, looking in great position going into Modern. I'm going to pass back to the booth now, but I've been Tim Willoughby. Thank you.
I think Sean's probably being a little modest there. I'm kind of excited to have a deck with 3 Sip of Hemlocks, by the way.
They're so expensive.
Yeah.
Do you want to play against, Traveling Philosopher with your 3 Sip of Hemlock?
I'm just going to run them into my return phalanxes all day long. All right. Let's send it back to the news desk. We're going to grab some lunch, and when we come back, it is going to be time for Modern, and to figure out who's going to be the top 8 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Sending it back to you, Rich.
All right, thank you very much, Brian David Marshall. Randy Buehler with the call there on the last round of draft here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. It is going to be Modern all the way to determine a champion. As we head into Modern, our best guess is round about 50 players will still be live to claim the title tomorrow. That is with 3 losses or fewer going in. One of those players is sitting beside me here at the news desk, and it's a great pleasure to welcome this gentleman here, Mr. Josh McLean. Josh, how are you, sir?
Good.
Yeah, it's always great to have players in. This is your first time at the news desk, right?
Yep.
Well, you're very welcome. As you see, it's not rocket science, it's a table and some chat. You're very welcome. You're in the face-to-face game shirt. Why don't we take a look at the big board and see how things are going with team face-to-face games. So you can see on the left, right-hand side, a few results still to come in. BBD at 5 and 5. Lucas and Dave Shields didn't make it through. Yep. But by and large, I mean, you've got some really nice scores there. And in particular, 3 of you up at the top. Yourself at 8-3. Sam Pardee, we saw winning this round as well at 8-3. And then Jacob Wilson, 9-2. Tell us a little bit about Jacob, because not particularly in Europe, we don't know a lot about him. We saw him come across for a couple of European GPs. He's super good, right?
Yeah, he's insane. He's insanely good. I'm fairly confident he's going to top 8 this Pro Tour. he's 3-0'd his draft. He's got a great, I think our pod list is pretty good, and I really think he's got a really good shot here. But he's very good at Magic. He's just, he won a couple Star City Opens. He's top 8 at won a Grand Prix, top 8 at a bunch of Grand Prix. I know Sam always gives him a bunch of crap because he says that he's never played a good deck in a Pro Tour, and now he actually has a good deck, and now he's doing really well.
Well, Jacob's interesting because he's one of those players. So many players you see do very well at GP level, and then they don't quite make the jump to Pro Tour level. And even people like, to now, household names like Luis Scott Vargas is someone who was terrific at GP level, but would play kind of dirty decks, whatever deck he felt like bringing. And I remember clearly interviewing him after he won Pro Tour Berlin in 2008. And I said, what's the difference?
Stop playing Thruns, I think.
I stopped playing nonsense. I started playing the best deck in the room and played it better than other people. That was was what he went for. So it's interesting. Keep an eye on Jacob Wilson. Now I'm going to give you the golden opportunity to lose millions of friends in one sentence. I can't help noticing on the standings there that in the air quotes Team Canada, it's 3 Americans at the top. Is that what you expected? Be careful. Be really careful.
Well, we have just a little bit more. Well, Jacob's kind of 1.5 because he actually lives in Canada now.
Okay.
So, but no, I mean, I know I thought me and Sam would do well. We both been playing Pod for a long time.
Yeah.
So I thought we'd do well, and Jacob's just really good, so I thought he'd do well. Alex is obviously doing very well. I think he was X2 going into this round.
He's just missed out now.
7-4 or X3
7-4. But the thing is, tell me about this US-Canada alliance, because it does seem like a truly, one of the few genuinely North American teams. How has the testing been? Has it been fun?
Yeah, it's been great. It was a little scattered this time. I think that just has to do with it being modern. There's so many different decks. So many people don't want to, they want to play what they want to play, which is fine, for modern. Modern's so diverse. I feel like you should play whatever you're good at playing. Even if one deck's a little bit better than the other, you should just stick to what you know.
Is it pretty exciting for you, Modern, in as much as you can play the deck you want and be reasonably secure that it cannot be, air quotes, the wrong choice?
Yeah, it's great.
Is that a big deal?
Oh yeah, for sure. I do think Pod is a great choice for the tournament. But even if I thought it was maybe not, I would still probably play it because I've played it for so much that and I would know that I still have a good chance to do reasonably well just because I know my deck very well.
Give me a sense of what difference the banning of Deathrite Shaman and the unbanning of Wild Nacatl and Bitter Blossom made to the format as we head back into Modern.
It definitely shook things up a bit. I know Jund was really popular in the best deck before, which was one of your really good matchups. So it kind of sucks that people don't play Jund as much anymore. And the combo decks that struggled against Jund are now more popular, and those matchups are kind of tricky. So I think it got a little worse for Pod, but I still, and we obviously lost Deathrite Shaman too. But your Zoom matchup's pretty close, and your Fairy matchup I think is pretty good. So I think the format's still pretty good for Pod.
Okay, I want to take you back in time a little way to a couple of GPs where you were quite busy quite late in the day. As Brad Nilsson likes to say, all I really want is to keep playing Magic till somebody makes me stop.
Yep.
And you took that to pretty much the ultimate extreme with 2 particular performances. Let's go to Miami 2013. It's standard. What did you play in that event?
I played Junk and Burial Rites.
Okay.
The Reanimator deck.
And you while your way through day 1 and you pile through day 2 and you get into the top 8 and you get into the semis and you get into the final, and waiting there is Reed Duke, who apart from being the sweetest man alive is also one of the best Magic players
He's
ever.
very good.
What happens in the final?
The finals, I won game 1, and then he mulliganed to 5 in game 2, so I was feeling really good. Yeah, and then he ended up beating me games 2 and 3 with Olivier Voldaren. I actually just picked up the deck a week before. I hadn't played with it that much. I just, I was going to fly to Miami. If I didn't day 2, I could go to the beach, have fun. So it should be a pretty sweet vacation. So I wasn't super practiced with the deck, so I wasn't quite sure how to sideboard against him, and I sideboarded pretty badly, and that definitely it punished me in the games 2 and 3. So he beat me in games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was feeling pretty good when I was up a game and he's mulliganing to 5. So
yeah, and the thing is, he doesn't need a lot of help.
Yeah,
Let's be fair.
for sure.
Okay, so nonetheless, congratulations, brilliant job. Make a final of a GP, awesome. let's fast forward to Detroit. The format's modern this time, and this time I take it you're playing Malirapod, right?
Malirapod.
Okay, so you, while you're way through day one, you pile into day two, you get into the top 8, you win the quarters, you win the semis. Who's in the final?
Reed Duke again.
Yeah, which is just
It's crazy.
bonkers.
I couldn't believe it. I've been joking with my friends the night before. I was like, I feel like I'm going to get knocked out of this tournament by Reed, or I'm going to play him in the finals again, and it actually happened. It was so unreal.
Did that start coming into view like a long time in advance? Was it like once you were into the top 8 and you saw the bracket?
Well, yeah, once we were in the top 8, then we looked and we saw, if I make it to the finals, I'll be playing against Reed again if he makes it. So
Yeah.
it was surreal,
Did it? Every good Magic player gives me the answer that in a way I don't want, which is it was just another match. I just played my usual Magic and it turned out that I was able to win. But come on, you're my banker on this.
Yeah.
Surely having the second GP final against the same guy must have had an edge.
No, I definitely, even after I lost the finals in Miami, I was very happy to qualify for, Dublin and get second at a GP. It was crazy, but I really got the fire that I really wanted to win. Second place is so much worse than first, so I really wanted to win. And then the same guy, so I felt pretty determined going into that match.
Did you feel better prepared because it was your own Malirapod deck and you hadn't just picked up the deck?
Oh yeah, for sure. I've always felt pretty confident playing Modern. I know I worked on the list with Sam before the tournament, and he had a lot of cool innovations to the deck, like the Spike Feeder Archangel combo he added really. And so I thought the list was pretty good. I knew the list was going to be good because I trusted him, and then I just tried to play well.
And in the final, what happens?
I ended up winning 2-1. Let's see, I think I actually lost game, so I reversed it. I lost game 1 and then beat him games 2 and 3.
Yeah, that is the correct order to do things in, it turns out. Listen, fantastic to talk to you. Thanks for being with us again. From face-to-face games, Josh McLean still very much in the mix. Malirapod, one of the best Modern players in the field, over 70% win rate in Modern. That is way above Hall of Fame territory in that format. So watch out for Josh down the stretch. Thanks very much to Josh McLean. He's going to head out. Marshall Sutcliffe's going to come in and join us here at the news desk. But first, why don't I give you some scores on the doors, because we've got some housekeeping to do from all those draft pods we've been looking at through the morning. So let me take you first of all to pod 1 and we'll see how that pod shook out. There you see it. Sean McLaren came in and he now goes to 10-1 from Canada. Li Shi-chan, MTG mid, he's 9-1 and that draw. The 9-2s, Michael Hetrick, he righted the ship, came in at 8-0 and then 9-2. He won his last round to get his first win of the day. Christian Sable to Germany, 9-2. The King of the Hill, they keep on losing. They're not really defending a hill. It turns out they're they're kind of more defending a fishbowl in which people are shooting repeatedly. That's kind of what's going on there. Florian Pills, 8-3. Andrup, 8-3. Dickman, 8-3. Hunt, 8-3. Dickman and Hunt, huge Modern players. Dickman, the Grand Prix winner from Antwerp in October. Hunt playing Amulet of Vigor. Can't wait to see them in action down the stretch. Draft pod 2, on we go. How did they fare? Let's take a look. Here comes draft pod number 2, please. And there it is. Tim Rivera, 9-2. You see how the scores are all bunching up here. No 11-0s, no 10-1s, but 4 guys coming in at 9-2 with 1 loss to give in Modern to still be in thorough contention. Rivera, Hendricks of the Netherlands, Grin of Canada, and Chris Fenel from TCG Player on 9-2. The 8-3 still alive, Justin Bransfield, and Joseph Kevaney, who righted the ship. He was down at 6-3, came up to 8-3, winning his last 2. And then Gabriel Nguyen, Andy Shrout, they're gone at 7-4. We believe the 4th loss just about fatal. Let's take you to draft pod number 3. And here, we're just waiting for Rada and Andrada. They were at 6-4 coming in. They may even have dropped at that point, who knows. Quentin Martin, 7-4. Karl Dembinski, 7-4. The 8s are Jingwei Zheng, then Elmer Van Agen. Matej Zatlkai fell to 8-3. So the winner there was David Fulk. He was your winner of that pod. Congratulations to him. He still has a loss to give in Modern. Draft pod number 4, if you please. And in draft pod number 4, let's see what we get. There you see Jacob Wilson, the big winner. He is at 9-2 from face-to-face games. Same team as Josh McLean, just been with us at the news desk. Arjen van Leeuwen doesn't need a team. The twice Grand Prix winner from the Netherlands at 8-3. Also 8-3, Tajak and McLean, who we've just talked to. The 7 and 4s. Kibler gone, Mann gone, Wesco gone, Watsfeld gone. That is some carnage in pod number 4. That's what drafts do to you. 8 people enter, only one comes out with the perfect record. Kibler, Mann, Wesco, Watsfeld, all gone from draft pod 4. Let's go to draft pod number 5. Again, they all came in 6-2. It's the same pattern. A 9-2, Alexander Orozak from Revolution. The 3-8-3s, Gavela of Spain, Turtenwald of the States, Glied of Hungary. Your 7-4s, showing them the door. Tharmaratnam, Ayres, Lundqvist gone from Channel Fireball, and Harry Corvesi unlucky with the 0-3 to be from TCG Player at 6-5. Draft pod number 6, we're almost there amongst the 6-2s. We have, goodness me, what a story that is. Raymond Tan came in his first PT from Malaysia, one of the highest win percentages I've ever seen in a fledgling Grand Prix career, way up around the 80% mark. Never played the PT before, had a feeling he might just get this game. He is at 9-2, came in at 6-2, wins his pod, back to Modern where he's in great shape. Wow. 8-3, Cassagé, the Moscow champion from the Grand Prix. From France, Martin Pellerin. Then you've got Omri Tubiana, 7-3-1. That draw could be critical if he or Sittner win back-to-back to get to 5 wins straight in Modern. 12-3-1, that 37th point with the draw, could be the difference between a top 8 and a top 16, top 25. Could be critical, those draws. John Finkel gone, we believe, at 7-4. Reed Duke gone at 7-4. Disappointing for both of those. They went 1-2 in the draft. And I think that's 2 1-2s for John Finkel. Marcelino Freeman from Mexico, the Latin American team, definitely gone at 6-5. One more to show you. Draft pod 7. Here we go. Jared Butcher from Flipside Gaming. He is your big winner there. He advances from 6-2 to 9-2. He's a terrific constructed player. Another with great Modern track record. The 8-3s, Socherek of the Czech Republic, Alkio of Finland, putting together one of his definitely standout Pro Tour performances. This is his 5th go-round. Kai Burnett still there at 8-3. The 7-4s in deep trouble, Kaufman, Hain, Callahan, and absolutely definitely out the door, Antonio Del Moral, Leon. They'll all play for cash and prizes and glory and great tales round the kitchen table, but as we head back into Modern, you're looking at about 50-odd players who can still win Pro Tour Born of the Gods. But before we get to Modern, players are on lunch break. That means we get to talk a little bit about Limited with one of my favorite limited resources, the man with the limited information. I might as well get them all in. It's Marshall Sutcliffe. How you doing, Marshall?
Hi, Rich. I'm still actually recovering. I saw a team named Chuckle Muscle.
Yep.
And I also saw somebody named KAI space BU that's not Kai Buda in the field here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's what I got out of the whole thing. Also, Finkel 1-2s both drafts?
I think so.
That's brutal.
I think that's right, because I think he had a good back end with Modern, but 1-2 again there, I believe, because he was 6-2 and ended up 7-4.
But now we get to talk Limited, is that?
Yeah, let's talk.
You told me I could talk Limited. You brought me on here to talk Limited, and that's what I really want to do.
So yesterday, I got some Facebook feedback. They said, okay, we loved what you did with BDM. Yesterday morning, you gave us like 4 of the color pairs in BNG Theros draft with the Magic Online data. Where are our other 6? Where is my favorite color pair?
Right.
The answer is in his head approximately now. So why don't we start with those, and then we've got some little sweet deck lists to take a look at the back end if we get time during lunch, because we've got inside R&D videos to show you as well. Right. So let's get to it. Tell me about Red-Green.
So Red-Green, you can take a look here. We have Fanatic of Xenagos as sort of the headliner at Uncommon there. Mana Ramp combined with Monstrosity can quickly create threats bigger than opposing decks can handle. The removal in Theros is pretty slow. It's sped up a bit for Born of the Gods, but still handling huge threats is every bit as difficult as it ever has been. And if you can leverage quick mana into massive threats, you can simply outpace your opponent. I mean, you just make bigger things than they do, quicker than they do. I mean, if you've ever faced down a turn 4 Nessian Asp, that's scary enough.
Yeah, sure.
You know, and that's not that hard to do. The deck picks up a few new toys, but it fundamentally didn't change.
Right.
You know, a card like Fanatic of Xenagos doesn't change the deck. It just gives it something nice to play play.
Yeah, it's kind of strange that you've got an entire mechanic missing and an entire new mechanic in, and fundamentally the deck is the same.
That's right.
But I agree, it is. I mean, that's certainly true, but it's a strange one.
Now, I picked a couple of high picks with Searing Blood down there, but there's other options, especially in red. Follow the Hammer is huge for that archetype because they have the biggest creatures to use that power to kill other creatures, and of course Follow the Hammer being a 2-mana instant means that it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
You see here the red-green top Born of the Gods and commons Follow the Hammer headlining it. Now looking down, remember these are from Born of the Gods. These aren't necessarily the top commons for the archetype, but the ones from Born of the Gods. Bolt of Kronos, boom, right there. 2 removal spells right off the top. And then Ferris Band Tromper, little underrated to start with. People are kind of like, oh, it's a hill giant.
It's a hill giant, and we call. Just going to say, let's explain why a hill giant is a hill giant. Once upon a time, for 3 and a red, you got a card called Hill Giant. It was 3/3 and had no abilities at all.
Yeah, some flavor text.
Yeah, some words. Depending on the set, you got a lot of words or a little words.
And these days we tend to get Hill Giants with upside, as we call them. We had the Ill-Tempered Cyclops from Theros, which was very Hill Giant-like, but also had Trample and Monstrosity. And here we have Ferris Band Tromper, which once you get it going, gets out of control. The key is to get that first attack step in because that's where it's most vulnerable. And then you can use combat tricks to protect it. You can even untap it a few different ways with Savage Surge and a few things like that. And once it gets rolling, it usually will stay basically 1 drop ahead of the curve for whatever your opponent does.
Okay, let's look at the top uncommons from Born of the Gods. And what we will see is Fanatic of Xenagos, Raised by Wolves, Searing Blood, Archetype of Aggression, and Nessian Demolock. Tell me about the Demolock.
Yeah, so the Demolock's an interesting one. I think it's still kind of shaking out. I don't know where it's going to fall. It's a tribute card. It can be a 6/6 for 5 mana. Now, you would take that any day.
Yep.
You know, a 6/6 for 5 mana is quite a good limited card. You would play it just on that merit alone. Now, the other side of the spectrum, though, for Tribute is that it's a 3/3 for 5 mana, which is much less exciting, but you get to destroy a non-creature permanent. Now, when it comes to Constructed, that could be something like a Planeswalker, something along those lines. In Limited, you're not going to see that as often. It's mostly going to blow up a land. The question becomes, can you play this on turn 4? Can you play a Voyaging Satyr and then run out your Nessian Demolock? If you can make that happen, this card has a ton of upside. I mean, if they let it be a 6/6, it's going to be the biggest thing on the board every time. If they don't, you're going to set them back on their mana development, which is going to put you way ahead, even though it's just a 3/3. Now, you flash forward to late in the game, much less so. If you play this off the top of your deck in a late game stall, they're like, sure, I'll blow up. You can blow up one of my lands, or maybe they have some random aura that they don't care about anymore, something along those lines, and you get a 3/3. So, the times when this is good, it's probably going to be the best card possible at that time frame, and when it's late, it's going to be really underwhelming.
Okay, what about the combination? Let's see, once we get Born of the Gods and Theros together, let's see what the best commons and uncommons are. So here we go, Lightning Strike, Nessian Ashe, Leafcount Dryad, Voyaging Satyr, Fall of the Hammer, and then the uncommons, well, Fanatic of Xena goes right up there, of course, Removal with Magma Jet, the Nemesis Immortals, the Ordeal, Searing Blood.
Yeah, and the key thing to take away from this, if you're into drafting these big red-green monsters, Theros, Born of the Gods. Right, if you look down the left-hand row. And then on the right, it's Born of the Gods, Theros, Born of the Gods. Now, you're going to be getting 2 packs of Theros, and as you can see, the most important cards are from Theros. This is still a Theros-based archetype. Like I said, it gets some help, but it's not fundamentally different. So what you're trying to do here is pick the cream of the crop from Born of the Gods to set yourself up for the important cards that come in Theros.
So you're expecting to be a little bit behind the curve in terms of if you're trying to get to 23, 24 good playables, you're not necessarily looking for 8 from Born of the Gods.
Right, exactly. And what you can do, though, is you can use that knowledge to your advantage because you can say, well, maybe my whole first pack wasn't amazing for me, but I know the goods are coming. And I'm going to get hooked up in the second and third pack.
Okay, I'm going to hook you up with red again. This time I'm going to pair it up with black. Here we go. Tell us about Black-Red.
So Black-Red is an aggressive archetype with the ability to abuse Tribal Minotaur synergies. Now, we saw a little bit of that on camera earlier with Owen Turtenwald. Now, he was playing against, who was it he was playing? His opponent in the second game went off with the Minotaur deck.
Oh,
I have
really?
not seen it like that go before. It was unbelievable. You get access to removal spells. We've talked about these ones before. And if you play a lot of limited, you got to remember these ones. Searing Blood, Fall of the Hammer, Bile Blight, Bolt of Keranos, and Asphyxiate, especially the red ones. Those are common. You see them all the time. Asphyxiate's pretty good too, especially in this type of archetype. The thing about Asphyxiate is it only destroys untapped creatures, right?
Yep.
Well, what are untapped creatures? They either have Summoning Sickness or they want to block, right? So a
Fair.
freshly cast card or one that's like, oh, I'm going to block. Well, if you are an aggressive deck, you can leverage Asphyxiate the best. If you're trying to be a control deck and you're being attacked over and over and over, there might not be a great window for Asphyxiate. It certainly loses a lot of value in that case. So a deck like this black-red aggressive deck can really take advantage. You can see Rage Monger over there is one of the ones that can really give you those explosive draws. It's very narrow. But look, it's a 2-3 for 3.
Okay.
The worst case scenario is not that
Let's
bad.
look at commons. Here we go. And we're going to start off with Bolt of Keranos, removal, and then a couple of creatures. Tell me a bit about Farragax Giant.
Yeah, so Farragax Giant also fits that same mold for Nessian Demolock that we talked about before. Now, when you look at these tribute cards, a useful tool that I found to learn is there's a gap. Right? On one end, you get one thing, and on the other end, you get the other thing. And when that gap is very wide, when one end represents something way different than the other end, that means that your opponent is going to be able to choose the one that affects them the least. And it's probably going to affect them not that much because there's so much gap in between the two. Farragax Giant, so here's my theory. The shorter the gap, the better the card. Ornithark is a card that we will probably be looking at in a little bit that has a very narrow gap. The two options are very similar.
Yes.
When you look at something like Farragax Giant, they're not similar. They're way, way different, and they're going to give your opponent a lot of options as far as what to go. So the best way to use Farragax Giant, for sure, aggressive. You want to make them make a really tough decision where you're like, hit you, Farragax Giant, and they can't just be like, sure, take the 5 damage.
Yeah, so you want them at 9 when you cast it, right?
Exactly.
Because 9 to 4 is over half of your remaining life, and that's like, do I really want to go that low?
Yeah. The default is to take the 5 damage. If you're sitting there at 17, you're just like, sure, because board position is what matters in limited. Your life total is a resource. You can use it freely, and people will. If you force them to not be able to use that life total freely, you can get them.
Okay, let's look at the uncommons. Here they come. And we're going to give you... There's a Crone Conscriptor there, Spiteful Return, Ragemonger amongst them. Bile Blight, of course, has seen all kinds of comments for constructed play as well. I love a Crone Conscriptor, though.
I love that card. So a Crone Conscriptor, I think it's still underrated. I've been drafting on Magic Online during the pre-release and release events, and I've just got them later than I think they should go. It's fragile. It's a 3/2 for 5 mana. We're not talking about a powerhouse bomb that just takes over the game, but it turns every combat you trick into what we call a threaten effect. You get to steal your opponent's creature, untap it, and give it haste until end of turn. But here's the key. This is the thing that isn't so obvious about a Crone Conscriptor. You can use your instant speed combat tricks to steal their creatures in combat. So, your opponent will attack you with 3 of their creatures, and you can target your Crone Conscriptor, steal their creature, untap it. This is all before blocks, of course, and then block their creature on their other creature. Ray of Command is the original card for that. We call that Ray of Commanding something for short term, or for slang, and it's a great feeling, right? I was going to say
it's filthy.
Yeah,
Come on.
It is just nasty when you get to do it. And what ends up happening is the entire game ends up revolving around the Conscriptor, because if you've got 2 cards in hand and mana up, your opponent cannot just be like, I'm just going to attack you. Show me. Because if you show them, the game ends. So yeah, Conscriptor I think is a little underrated. Spiteful Return is another one that I have my eye on.
I like
as
that
a very
a lot.
powerful aggressive card.
All right, let's see what happens when we combine the 2 sets, Born of the Gods and Theros. There you see the top commons, Lightning Strike, Bolt of Keranos. There for you, the Skull Cleaver, I like that card. Fall of the Hammer, Grey Merchant, yes, one of the big sort of signature cards in Theros. Ragemonger, Blood, Warcaller, Jet,
now,
Return.
One of the interesting things to see about the commons is you see that Fall of the Hammer and Bolt of Keranos have switched.
Okay.
And I think the reason for this is because this deck generally has smaller, cheap creatures with 2, maybe 3 power that are going to be attacking, and they don't have like what the red-green deck had, which we looked at before, which they'll have 4, 5, 6 power creatures to really abuse and really make good use of Fall of the Hammer. So instead, they'd rather have something that does the most damage possible with no conditions. basically using it to just get a blocker out of the way.
All right, we're going to pile on because we've still got 4 archetypes to get through.
right.
Let's do blue-black. That's what we want next. Let's see what's going on in the world of blue-black.
So you can see it's one of the control. It's probably the control deck in the format, though. I think it may have taken a little bit of a hit here with Born of the Gods. I don't think it's quite as good as it used to be, but it does get some really nice tools. Shrike Harpy, Siren of the Fanged Coast are 2 really great tribute cards that you're going to see, and you get to use Shipwreck Singer, Siren of the Silent Song, which we have on the picture there, Bile Blight, and of course, my best friend, Keepsake Oregon, the brick wall. Yeah, and so you get to combine the 2 to keep a pretty consistent control deck still.
Do you think control is the way to go generally, or is this, if you find yourself in blue-black, this is what you're going to be building?
I mean, if you're blue-black, you're going to be building a control deck. There's really no, unless you have an Age in the Fates, they kind of poke in a little bit there. Tormented Hero kind of teases you for that, but if you're blue-black, you want to be control.
All right, let's find the top commons from Born of the Gods in this archetype pair. Asphyxiate, Chorus of the Tides, Nyxborn Triton Divination, and Retraction Helix. I think a lot of people didn't quite understand Retraction Helix to start with.
Yeah, Retraction Helix is interesting. You have to make some mental flips to make it work. It's not unsummoned. It asks more of you, but it also gives you more back. Your creature must be untapped. It is not attacking that turn, and it also cannot have summoning sickness, but in return, you get a heroic trigger. My number 1 target for that is a Triton, right? Like, you can pick them. There's Draw a Card Triton. There's Wavecrash Triton.
Wavecrash, sure.
Yeah. So Triton Fortune Hunter, Wavecrash Triton, either one. In this deck, probably leaning more on the Wavecrash end of things. And if you get to, the first time you do that, you're like, that's just really powerful. Tap down your creature, it doesn't untap and get to bounce something else. That's really strong.
All right, what about the uncommons from Born of the Gods? Let's take a look. Siren of the Silent Song, Siren of the Fanged Coast, Shrike Harpy, dear God, these are hard to say, Bile Blight, and Airy Worshippers, which is a card I like a lot.
Yeah, so the thing to notice here is twofold. One of them, flyer, removal spell, flyer, sort of flyer, Airy Worshippers, generating flyers down the line. So basically, evasion is the name of the game for ending it. And I think that looking at Siren of the Silent Song is one that's really important because it will be a card that you might want to pick out of an early pack in your Born of the Gods, and it's super solid. It doesn't look like, you kind of read it, you're like, well, what's going on here? Look, it's a 2-power flyer for 3 mana in your colors, and if you've ever been on the other end of one of those things, it's really annoying. Like, you need to kill it, because once it starts untapping, you just find your hand going away, you're missing land drops, your big stuff's going down, and Siren of the Silent Song really pulls its own weight.
Yeah, also, we're in a format where players want to keep things back, either because they haven't got there with their big, dumb green or red men, but also with all the heroic, where you want to do things at just the right time, or I want to cause my guy to untap with an Inspired trigger, so I'm holding my Dauntless Onslaught, my God's Willing in hand, and Siren of the Silent Song says, if you're holding stuff, I make you do it now because you're going to lose them.
That's right, absolutely. Yeah. And and the big stuff, if the other deck's very slow, they have to either discard a land or an expensive creature, and either one means that they're less likely to get something on the battlefield in the late stages of the game.
All right, let's mix them together again. Theros and Born of the Gods. We look at the combined commons and uncommons. What strikes you there, Marshall?
So the first one, Grey Merchant of Asphodel, still the number 1 card. It's the best black common in Theros, and it remains that way even with the addition of Born of the Gods. If you look, it's again Theros, and then Born of the Gods, and then Theros. So again, this is a Theros-based deck still. The uncommons, though, really do add some nice things. Siren of the Silent Song, Bile Blight are really, really nice additions to the deck. Bile Blight does things that we didn't really get in the format before. And again, you see Shipwreck Singer and Siren of the Silent Song pulling weight in the air.
3 down, 3 to go. Gotta hurry. It's green-white up next.
Yeah, so green-white, we can take a look at it. It's a heroic deck. Green-white gets you some big stuff in the late game, but also allows you to really abuse some of the great stuff that you can do with Bestow and Heroic. It's really one of the best decks for that, and I think it's gone up significantly with Born of the Gods.
I love Reap What Is Sown.
Yeah, and so does Brian David Marshall.
Oh, that's good.
I like it too. I think it's really
company.
Good.
Good company then. Commons.
And you can get it pretty late, too. That's the nice part. So let's take a look at commons. A Crowan Skyguard is easily the best white common creature. You're going to see that on any slide that we have that's white, it's going to show up. It's fantastic. It is exactly what any white-based heroic deck always wanted. It costs 2 mana, it's evasive, and it gets +1/+1 counters on it.
Owen Turtenwald opened his draft this morning with one of those over a Fanatic of Xenaghost, for example. So,
exactly. And you're going to see that over and over. Nyxborn Wolf tends to overperform. Swordwise Centaur is a card that I have my eye on. on for sure. Every time somebody plays it on turn 2, which isn't the easiest thing to do, but every time they do, I'm just like, wow, that's good. Like, that thing is going to do 9 damage to me before I can really assemble what I want to assemble here.
All right, let's look at the uncommons then. There we see them.
Yeah, you can see Reapwood is Sown. That's a card that can enable multiple heroic triggers. That's why you see it at the top again. It is a heroic deck. Ghostblade Eidolon is a great finisher. Ornitharch might be the best non-rare in the whole set. It's just kind of like a dragon for 5 mana and white. Archetype of Courage, really sweet card that can act really well defensively and then also turn the tides. Raised by Wolves, incredibly powerful aura. You got to be careful with it. You don't want to run it into removal. This is not a bestow card. If they kill your creature or bounce it, you get nothing. But if you find the right opening, it basically makes its own board state for you.
All right, let's pair them up then. Here we go. And we see the commons and uncommons from the 2 sets combined.
Now this is the great, I love the commons list here because it's Heroic Enabler, Heroic Recipient, and Heroic Enabler.
So the clue there was something to do with enabling?
Yes.
Okay.
So all heroic, and that is really what this archetype is about. If you look on the other side, it's all the same. Reapwood is Sown, Ordeal, Phalanx Leader, Ghostblade Eidolon, and even Heliod's Emissary all trigger or receive heroic in some level. So it's a heroic deck through and through.
All right. What about white-black? Because that's what we're going to look at next. Is this a heroic deck?
This is not. This is a grindy deck. This is an attrition-based strategy, as we have on the slide. It means it's grindy. It's trying to win through slow card advantage, basically. Adunos River Trawler, we have a picture of it there, is a great addition to this deck. Unfortunately, it does actually get sniped by other black decks because its activated ability is white, but it gets the first enter the battlefield trigger regardless.
Right.
So it's not quite the card that's like, if you're not black-white, you just don't want it.
It's not just for you.
It's not just for you, but you are the only one that really wants it and can take it higher. You get a couple of extra removal spells here with Asphyxiate and Excoriate. Even though they're a little clunky, the way that this deck works really does suit those nicely.
All right, let's look at the commons. Here we go, from Born of the Gods.
And again, you're going to see Asphyxiate. Now, you see a Crow and Skyguard, and to me, that just speaks to how good that card is just on raw power level, because that is not necessarily the card that wants to go in a deck like this. This is a deck that wants Scholar of Athreos. It wants to set up a bunch of regenerating blockers.
Servants of Timuret and things?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Okay.
I'm surprised that's actually not on this list, but Excoriate, Oresco, Sun Guide, and Weight of the Underworld. You know, these are all kind of middle ground cards, stuff that you can pick up sort of anywhere in the pack.
Let's look at the uncommons. Here we go.
And there he is, Adunos River Trawler, Ornitharch, Archetype of Courage. You can see why this archetype gets a huge bump here. Bile Blight, Spiteful Return, these are all, I mean, a lot of these are first picks. River Trawler, you'd have to be pretty committed to take that first pick. But I mean, Ornitharch's a first pick, Bile Blight's a first pick, and Archetype of Courage is a first pick potentially as well. So, you know, this archetype gets a lot of really nice uncommons, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see people go in there just based on that.
Let's scoop the 2 sets together and see what people have come up with.
So we see a lot of the same just power cards here. Wingsteed Rider, Hopeful Eidolon, Grey Merchant, Asphyxiate, Baleful Eidolon. Again, heavy Theros-based stuff, but if we go to the uncommons, we'll see a bit of a switch there. Adunos River Trawler, Archetype of Courage, Ornitharch, Erebos' Emissary, Heliod's Emissary. So the 2 emissaries aside, those top 3 uncommons, all from Born of the Gods.
I must say, when it eventually goes away, I think the emissaries are one of the things I'm going to miss most about Theros. Not in pure power level necessarily, and not in any particular deck, but I just feel they've been a tremendous addition to Limited in terms of there's something for everyone. There's some fun blowout stuff. There's some cool, intricate plays. There's threat of power. There's changing the game state without cripplingly tilting it one way or the other. Just think they're a really great set of design cards. I love the emissaries.
I mean, my favorite card from Theros is an emissary, so I'm not going to disagree with you there. Thassus.
Okay. Yeah.
Shelley.
Fair enough. Okay, we go to a black-green, our final archetype. We didn't choose it last for a reason.
I'm a little sad, Rich, because black-green was my favorite 2-color combination. I usually splashed in Theros, and I think it's taken a bit of a downswing here in Born of the Gods. So you can see it's a combination of black removal spells and defensive green creatures allow it to go really deep into the game and start monstrosing big stuff. It has this weird sort of graveyard sub-theme that exists but isn't really clear exactly where you're supposed to go with it. So it's like you can get some value here and there, but there's no cards that you're just like, oh, this is for the graveyard deck, windmill it. You know, so you pick up things here or there, but we did pick up some nice stuff. Grave Robber Spider's pretty good for the deck. It's another defensive, slow, mana-intensive creature that does what the rest of the deck is doing, and of course, Bile Blight kills stuff.
It's Bile Blight. Let's look at the commons then. Here we are, coming up on the big board. There you see them, Nyxborn Wolf amongst them, Ferris Band Tromper again, the 3/3 inspired, Nyxborn Eidolon.
Yeah, so here's what I want to look at. So if the Theros version was more of a control deck, these cards aren't. Nyxborn Wolf, Ferris Band Tromper, and Swordwise Centaur, and even to a point Nyxborn Eidolon, are all cards that kind of would rather be attacking or, you know, at least aren't specifically geared towards defense. So my big question is this deck just different now, right? Like maybe it's just not that same deck anymore, and maybe we're looking at a more aggressive version or a more assertive one at least.
All right, let's move on to the uncommons. Here we go.
And you see him right there, Grave Robber Spider. Again, I mean, this is a giant spider with upside, right? It's an uncommon instead of a common, so it gets this nice pump ability, which, again, this is one of those things where it touches on the graveyard, but it's kind of hard to say exactly, you know, what is this trying to do?
I want to ask you, should Drown in Sorrow be in the top 5 there, or are people just almost on a reflex going, hey, in fact, that was completely awesome, and I get to scry 1. And they're going to gradually work out that -2 isn't the magic number to kill things with?
So I think it should be on there.
Okay.
You can still clean up a lot of chaff for that. If you turn 3 it, it's one of the more powerful things you can do against a heroic deck. If it comes later, it's usually a little bit too late to do exactly what you want. But yeah, and the scry 1 is fantastic. I mean, if you've ever had that card cast against you after, you know, when they're on turn 3 and you've just played your 3-drop or whatever, and they're just like, kill your 2 guys, scry 1, it's miserable.
Okay, on we go. Let's pull them all together.
Right, so you can see Voyaging Satyr still huge for this deck. Nessian Asp and Leaf Crown Dryad are kind of the trio of green cards that we really, really leaned on when it was triple Theros. Grey Merchant of Asphodel, of course, you can pick them up whenever you can. And now we see Nyxborn Wolf kind of poke its head into the frame there. Nyxborn Wolf, very, very powerful card. Uncommons, again, Grave Robber Spider, it just fits right into the archetype. It does exactly what you want to do anyway. Nemesis Immortals is a nice finisher. And Keepsake Gorgon, I mean, it's one of my favorite cards in this set, and it's also, again, you see this theme. They're high toughness, low power, great blockers, and Keepsake Gorgon's probably the best of the bunch.
Okay, back at the news desk. Rich, Marshall, I have a final sort of question as we head away from Limited specifically. What have we learnt this weekend? We've had a chance to watch 2 great players draft, Hall of Famer William Hugh Jensen, who knows, maybe a future Hall of Famer in Owen Turtenwald. We've seen 6 rounds of Born of the Gods Theros. 2 draft viewers to look at. What have we learned?
So there's 2 main things that I'm coming away with. The first one is that white-based aggressive decks are as strong as ever. If you want to play a heroic build, Born of the Gods helped you. A Crowan Skyguard is huge. If you look at Theros, there was no 2-drop for the deck. You played Traveling Philosopher or Setessan Battle Priest, and you weren't particularly thrilled about either. I mean, Philosopher's fine, it fits in the deck and it's okay, but it was just missing that heroic 2-drop that got bigger. And now we have it, and it flies too. So that is an absolutely massive change. The other end of the spectrum is red. Red is different now. Now we have Follow the Hammer, Bolt of Kronos flying around these tables at common. And when you open up your pack, those are often the best card in the pack. Red in Theros wasn't the most popular color to pick. You'd pair it up with something else, but it was usually more like support color, like you'd play all your lightning strikes and a few key creatures. Now all of a sudden we've got Kragma Butchers and these removal spells floating around, and people are coming into the 2 Theros packs in red. And they're having to make up, you know, a little bit of a deficit there. So those are the 2 big things that I'm coming away with.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe. What we want to do, we've got some video queued up in just a moment, but first, let's take the top 20 overall as we head into the second part of our lunch break. Here is the top 20 as things stand here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. You see it there. Sean McLaren of Canada leads. Get excited, Maple Leaf fans. You're winning at the Olympics. You're winning at the Pro Tour right now. Li Shichan of Hong Kong, 9-1-1. All the 9-2s on the left-hand side, plus some on the right. You've got Hetrick, who was the overnight leader at 8-0. Seybold of Germany, the lone German now at the top, as we've seen Florian Pills drop away and Patrick Dickman fall slightly further behind. Tim Rivera of the US, more Americans, Dave Fulk, Chris Fenel. On the right-hand side, Jacob Wilson, Jared Butcher. That developing story of Raymond Tan in his first Pro Tour from Malaysia at 9-2. You've got Hendricks still there. Grin of Canada again. Alexander Orajak, don't count out that Frenchman. France are on a great tear. at the moment. You see a bunch of 8-3s. They are sorted now by scorecard order, which means that Florian Pils has the best tie breaks of the 8 and 3s. There are a few more 8 and 3s lurking in the undergrowth beneath our top 20. But right now, as we head into 5 rounds of Modern, that is your leaderboard. So, here's the situation. A few weeks ago, I had the chance to go to Wizards of the Coast in Seattle, where they're based, and talk to all the people who made Born of the Gods possible. We talked to designers, developers, we talked to artists, we talked to the people who write the flavor text, the people who create the world of Theros. And over the next half hour or so, we're going to lift the curtain on some of the great stories behind Born of the Gods in Inside R&D. In Theros, Wizards of the Coast unveiled their latest magical setting. A world of gods and devotion, of monsters and heroes, a world steeped in the rich reimaginings of Greek myth and legend. Now it's time once more to go inside R&D, inside Born of the Gods, and inside the mind of a certain planeswalker who has been very busy since last we met.
Xenagos has ascended. He is now a god. He's been machinating these plots since we first saw him in Theros. He's set up these rituals. He's been gaining power through revels, and then he orchestrates the Great Revel, and the energy from that revel propels him to godhood, and he has now become one of the Pantheon, much to the rest of the gods' dismay.
When we start a design, we start before anybody else gets their hands on it, and that includes the creative team. So what happens is, until the creative team gets involved, we kind of have a filler story that's just kind of enough for us to build around, knowing that creative will come and actually put the real story in. So the interesting thing is, in the sort of filler story, our bad guy was a planeswalker that like brought dreams to life, you know, and that for a while it was like Dark Jace, and it's just us screwing around until we actually have some real thing. So the interesting thing is, Xenagos was created by the creative team, and that didn't happen until like they started putting the story together, and all of a sudden like, oh yeah, one of the gods, you know, there's this guy and he becomes a god and he's the enemy, and I'm like, oh okay, wow, I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah, the different part about Xenagos is that he transitioned from basically kind of a mortal planeswalker kind of guy into a god. And we did have to work out that transition. So his initial design was as a satyr, but a lot, you know, we gave him some unique features. When he transitioned into a god, like I said, the sort of prints that were on him from his sort of partying became infused with Nyx, so that became part of his look, and also his horns became bigger and sort of curvier. They sort of grew out, and of course, based on the artwork, he sort of took on this godlike aspect where he's as big as a mountain, you know, kind of look as well, just to give him an epic feel.
Xenagos was very tricky to get into the right spot. We wanted him to be aggressive, but not insta-game over. We played with a lot of different kind of berserky, overrunny type abilities before we found the right one.
When creating the rest of the Pantheon, we wanted to touch on these other 2 color combinations, but we wanted to divorce them from some of the flavor that we had seen in Ravnica in the guilds. So the direction for Afara is not just the law creation and the slavish devotion to bureaucracy that we saw in the Azorius. Instead, she's playing on much more of the active and progressive aspects of blue-white.
Afara is the god of civic wisdom and cities and sort of urban planning. I know that doesn't, but she's the god of architecture, of great works. She is the god of industry. So if you imagine beautiful buildings, beautiful statues, that is her domain.
We wanted her to really evoke the feel of a city, the feel of building a community. So you bring in another creature, well, that's a white thing. You draw another card, that's a blue thing, and you keep building and building and building.
Afara was interesting because the wording ended up on that card being a little bit tortured, but we thought it was really important that it work for Commander with things like Astral Slide as well as Momentary Blink. So we ended up going back to the Innistrad in your upkeep, check last turn, like the werewolves wording, even though it's a bit twisted, but it lets you build the commander deck that you want to build with that.
Karametra is kind of a cross between Demeter and Hestia. She is god of family, god of hearth, but she's also a badass. You should see her, like the weapon that she carries. You don't want to get on her wrong side.
So for Karametra, we tried pretty hard to make a commander themed one, so we knew we wanted some kind of creatures and tokens and ramping or something that's traditionally very green-white. So we settled on a very, very large power toughness for Karametra, and hopefully people like her in Commander.
We do have to be careful about mana acceleration. The fundamental structure of the game is that you can cast a 1-drop on turn 1 and a 2-drop on turn 2. But it can be very exciting to accelerate faster than the game normally allows. We have to watch out to make sure that that isn't always the dominant strategy. We want it to sometimes be a thing you can do and sometimes not be very powerful, so that games are different over different periods.
Karametra was one of the most difficult gods to get right because we got really good feedback on a version of the card that searched for lands, but we also don't want things that search for lands repeatedly to be one of the strongest constructed cards in the set, so getting it to a balance point where it was appealing for people who wanted to do that sort of thing, but not super overwhelming to the point where even if you weren't into that, you were going to do it if you wanted to win, was tricky. I'm happy with where we ended up, but it took us a while to get there.
Karametra was my personal favorite of the gods as we were playtesting. Just the more creatures you do, the more ramp you do, the bigger creatures you can play, the more ramp you can do, and until you just...
We knew that when we were creating the Pantheon for Theros, we wanted a representation of the god of war that is built into ancient Greek myth very solidly. But we thought there were so many good aspects of a god of war that we actually ended up creating 2 different expressions of that idea. One expression is Mogus, who is the god of slaughter. He's the expression of all the aspects of war that are deadly, that are vicious, that are grim.
Some color pairs are very easy to design for, others are harder. Black-red tends to want to destroy things and want to hurt the opponent, so they're usually in agreement about that sort of thing, so it works out pretty well.
So by name, Mogus is the god of slaughter. He is also the god of misery and suffering. One of the things that you may not have thought about is that it is actually very difficult to make a fun magic card that accurately represents a god of misery.
Through most of development, we were looking at Mogus abilities that were brutal, just killed everything, just total annihilation and pain and brutality, and was super unfun. And now we've got an ability that definitely painful, but will bring the pain over a much longer extended period of time.
I hope that the card makes your opponent a little bit miserable, but not so miserable that they want to stop playing Magic with you.
The Minotaurs of Theros are savage and brutal. They are very low on jobs and culture. If you were born a Minotaur, you're going to pick up a weapon and you're going to hit somebody with it. That's pretty much your job. There's definitely some shamanism among the Minotaurs here. You'll see some pieces of art and cards that depict Minotaur magic being used. But a lot of what the day-to-day of being a Minotaur is to find someone in one of the polises and smush them. So it's pretty familiar territory for blue-black to be the colors of lying, deception, cunning, evil. Phoenix goes a little further than that. He loves upsetting the natural order of things. The pantheon of major gods on Theros kind of chafe him, and he's looking to get one over on all of them. In fact, he's very happy that Xenagos is trying to break in and upset this pantheon that amuses him to no end.
Phoenix likes to cause trouble, and he believes that when Xenagos ascends that he'll be able to somehow turn the situation to his own favor. He's threatened by Xenagos, but he feels like he's smart enough to take control of the situation.
Phoenix works differently than most of the other gods. Most of the gods promote more aggressive decks, want you to get creatures out there and just go, just attack, build up bigger creatures so you can attack. This is a god for a more controlling deck.
So Phoenix is a good example of us taking a god and really like trying to put it into a certain archetype, that being a mill archetype. It's also a mill archetype that might be based more around creatures and toughness of creatures, and it's really, I think, trying to trigger off of a lot of Johnny instincts of like, how do I build this right? And like, certainly not all the gods are just going to go to any old deck, and this is one of those where we're trying to create a god that really gets you thinking about new decks and building new decks.
Many years ago, we were working on Duels of the Planeswalkers. It was the second or third version, I don't remember exactly. But we make decks, and then there's Planeswalkers that represent the decks. So 2 of the decks, the creative team came and said, look, we have no Planeswalker that makes any sense to go with either of these 2 decks. And they said, we have an idea. What if we just make up some Planeswalkers, and we'll put them in, and then if they're popular, well, maybe later we'll put them in the game. So they made Ral Zarek and Kiora. And were they popular? Yeah, instantaneously, like 2 seconds after they were in Duels of the Planeswalkers, people are emailing me like, when are we going to see the cards? When are we going to see them? And so like, okay, we knew we had to make them. So Ral Zarek was from Ravnica. He was in the Izzet clan. So like, it was a perfect fit. Like, obviously we go to Ravnica, we got to have Ral Zarek. But where to put Kiora was a little trickier. So what we realized was she loves sea serpents. Like, she loves giant water monsters. And it turns out, you know what Theros has? Giant sea serpents, krakens and such, right? So we're like, oh, I mean, she's not from Theros, but it's a world she'd want to visit. It's her kind of world. And so we knew that would be the perfect place to put it.
When she gets here, she notices there's a race of merfolk creatures, of Tritons here on Theros, who treat her as an avatar of the sea god. And frankly, she doesn't mind this treatment. She doesn't mind being seen as an avatar of Thassa.
So with Kiora, one thing to keep in mind is she does have a small starting loyalty for a 4-mana Planeswalker. However, green is very well known for being able to ramp out things quickly, and Sylvan Caryatid is one of the more popular and powerful cards, and so you can often get her out on turn 3, and then she can then easily protect herself with her +1 ability, and then you might have, for example, the Caryatid to help keep her alive, and so she can go up quite quickly, and then having her other ability to explore is also another quite powerful way to ramp in its own right.
So like, we've been saving her for Theros, knowing that's where she needed to go. Meanwhile, people are just bombarding me. Where's Kiora? Where's Kiora? Where's Kiora? And like, I kept like, one day, I promise you, one day we'll make her. And finally, here's Kiora. Stop writing me, please.
While the gods and their ancient world origins may be familiar territory, Magic thrives on the new. In part 2, we'll pay tribute to the men and women inside R&D who inspired the great new Magic mechanics in Born of the Gods. A new set brings new challenges, and for R&D, that means cards and choices we've never seen before. Let's take a look at the new mechanics in Born of the Gods.
We knew we wanted a mechanic that somehow, if tapped creatures were asleep, that we wanted a mechanic that worked when things were tapped somehow. So the first idea we had was literally activated abilities you could only use if the creature was tapped. But we found some problems with that, because what we found is we didn't want you using the ability multiple times. So it wasn't like I attack and now I can use it multiple times. We wanted to use it once. So then we toyed with the idea of, well, what if I can only use it when I'm tapped, but part of using it untaps me? And then someone said, hey, isn't that a lot like the untap symbol from Shadowmoor? And we had done this, the untap symbol, but it hadn't gone over, it confused a lot of people, it didn't go over that well. So we're like, well, we didn't want to use the untap symbol. And then we came up with the idea of, well, what if it's triggered? When it untaps, it triggers. So you have to get it tapped, and then when it gets untapped, that's when it triggers and it happens.
So Inspired is a new ability word in Born of the Gods. It's found in front of abilities that trigger whenever a creature becomes untapped. Now, this could be at the start of your turn because you attacked with it last turn or became tapped in some other way, but also anytime you untap it with a spell or ability. For example, Crypsis is an instant you'll find that can untap a creature. If it has any Inspired abilities, those will trigger right away.
The reason I really enjoy Inspired as a mechanic is that it changes how you approach the game. It doesn't look like it's an aggressive mechanic, but it is. the primary way that you will get to untap your creature is because you attacked with it the previous turn. That being said, there are plenty of combo tricks and Johnny cards and little combinations that you can do to get your creature tapped without having to put it in danger.
When we get handed a mechanic like Inspired, there are two things that we have to make sure happen. One thing is that building around it is satisfying. So if you end up with an Inspired deck, it works. The other thing that we have to make sure is that there are individual exciting cards that get you to think about trying that, and that get you some of the fun of the mechanic, even if you're not willing to sign up for the whole package. So that's why there are things like Painseer in the set. That is a card that, even if you're not in for playing with your Springleaf Drum to tap your Inspired guy and build a little Rube Goldberg machine, you probably still like drawing extra cards, so maybe you'll think about playing this guy.
My favorite Inspired cards are the ones that have a cost to the trigger, so that if you want to take advantage of the Inspired ability, you have to invest some mana into it, because it's happening at your untap step, usually, before you draw, you have to make some predictions about the rest of your turn. And frequently, the cost is high for an effect that's not generally going to be as powerful as what's on a printed card. So are you going to pay 4 mana for something that's not really worth a full card but doesn't cost you a card, or are you going to spend that 4 mana on a much more impactful play from your hand?
There are often deck building puzzles to solve. That's why you have things like Springleaf Drum in the set. But if you play something like a Kragma Butcher, you might make different decisions so that you can get it attacked, and then you can get an ability. And if it's something like Kragma Butcher, then you're looking at, well, if it's bigger for this turn, now that it's 4 power instead of 2, maybe I can attack with it again. If you're looking at some of the token makers, you're like, what do I need to do to get a token made? And so you get an advantage once by doing that, but in all of those cases, you're making different tactical decisions because of the cards after you play it, not so much in the deck building phase. And it's just in such a different axis from the rest of the things going on in the set that I find that to be a lot of fun.
It is more difficult to design to a set with an unusual mechanic like Inspired. If you're designing sort of regular Magic set, a lot of it is sort of paint by numbers. What do we need? We need a naturalized variant. We need to make it a naturalized variant. Whereas when something is a bit weird, you have to think about what are the implications of that. How are we going to support this mechanic and make it fun to play with? And that's really where the hard work comes in.
Tribute is a new keyword ability in Born of the Gods. So now, when a creature with Tribute is entering the battlefield, you first have to choose an opponent. Now, this is not in response to the spell. So I cast my, let's say Siren of the Fanged Coast is a good example. It's 1/1 creature, Tribute 3. So when I cast the spell, nothing happens yet. I haven't chosen an opponent to decide whether to pay tribute or not. This is especially important in multiplayer games. No one knows. It also has an ability that triggers if an opponent doesn't pay tribute. No one really knows what I'm going to target with that yet. Now, when that spell resolves, Siren of the Fanged Coast, it's about to enter the battlefield. This is where the fun happens. First, I choose an opponent. That opponent can pay tribute or not. So now tribute will have a number. Siren of the Fanged Coast has tribute 3. The opponent makes a choice. Either the creature gets that many counters before it enters the battlefield. So in this case, if the opponent pays tribute, it's going to enter as a 4/4 creature. If the opponent decides to not pay tribute, there'll usually be a consequence for that. In this case, Siren's last ability will trigger. You'll then choose a target for that ability.
Tribute came out of what we call pre-design, which is a sort of small team that assembles and does blue sky design to think of wacky ideas, and most of them get thrown out, but it's a little less pressure in pre-design. Billy Moreno was one of the developers here, came up with the idea for Tribute. We thought that we needed to reduce the number of old mechanics as we introduced new mechanics, and Tribute seemed like a cool thing that giant monsters could do in lieu of monstrosity.
Tribute involved a lot of math, a lot of number crunching, a lot of iteration, because the decision rests not with you, the caster of the card, but with your opponent. We had to make sure that either choice your opponent made was good for you. It's your card. We want you to play with it and be happy with it. So every choice your opponent makes has to be wrong for them.
So Fanatic of Xenagos is a card with tribute that can put the opponent to a real test of their math skills. When you're looking at whether or not you're going to be getting a 3/3 haste or a 4/4 without haste, you really have to do some math about how much damage you're expecting to take from this creature over the course of the game. What tools do you have in your hand that can deal with this creature? Do you have tools that can deal with 3 toughness but not 4? These are the types of things that you have to start adding up in your head to figure out whether or not you're going to pay that tribute or not.
So my favorite tribute card in the set is Oracle of Bones, because of the dynamic of your opponent doesn't actually know the danger of the choice. Either you're going to have a 5/3 haste creature, which is known, or get to cast any instant or sorcery in your hand, and that's an unknown.
Probably the most interesting thing about Tribute from my perspective that happened during development is that we had a multiplayer playtest team that was active during the time of Born of the Gods, and their feedback on Tribute was very interesting. The way that it was originally set up, any player at the table, if you were playing a multiplayer game, could choose to put the counters on your thing, and then you wouldn't get the cool enters the battlefield ability, you would just get a bigger guy. And in free-for-all multiplayer, that almost always happened. So what they came back with was, we want to get the cool thing more often. So now it's extremely political. When I play a tribute guy, I get to pick who at the table is going to make the decision. And if you have something that my guy who kills an artifact or enchantment wants to kill, then that guy over there probably wants to see it dead too, so I ask him, hey, can I go kill that? And he says, yes, and then your thing dies.
It's interesting to try and read what's going on with your opponent's hand based on the choices they make with tribute. So that's something you can get some extra information from if you're paying attention, that, oh, based on that tribute choice, I can make some assumptions about what this player is prepared to deal with.
I'm going to make you suffer. You're going to have to choose your own fate. How do you want to die? Do you want a giant creature or slightly smaller creature that's going to do something bad to you? Which would you prefer?
Each new set needs new mechanics, but Magic fans, well, we want more. More creatures, more spells, more planeswalkers, more choices, more everything. In Part 3, we'll see how R&D goes about making Born of the Gods a set where every card counts. Just like our own games of Magic, R&D is a place where every card counts. Let's look at some of the great gameplay crammed into every corner of Born of the Gods.
One-word card names are a precious resource in Magic, so when we deploy them, we want to be able to make sure that there's going to be some cool use out of them. So it's a bit of a special occasion when a card gets a one-worder. Asphyxiate is something where we know this spell might come up more than once. So it is an investment in the future to name a card such a splashy name.
Impetuous Sun Chaser is a card that we actually spent a lot of effort on. It doesn't look that impressive. It's this simple little common, but I feel like it really encapsulates very well the idea of, here's Icarus with his wax wings, and he's out of control, and he's flying towards the sun, and he won't listen, and he runs into trouble. And your Impetuous Sun Chaser is going to run into trouble a lot, I think.
I love the name Eye Gouge. That came from a list that I'd put together really early in design about sort of top-down cards. So Eye Gouge, people were always putting their eyes out in Greek myth, so that's where that came from.
When I started on Born of the Gods design, Scry wasn't in Theros. Scry was added to Theros, and then suddenly that's impacting all of your Born of the Gods designs. And that happens a lot, where you need to have your ear against the wall to see what's going on in the development of the previous set to make sure that you can incorporate those changes into the set you're working on.
And the way I always explain to people why Scry is so important is, have you ever ended the game and looked at the next card in your deck and like, that would have mattered? Well, with Scry, it does matter.
We usually try to get a card from each new mechanic in the set at least somewhere near constructed so that people can be excited about thinking about playing it for standard. The one that was the most interesting to try to get there was Fanatic of Xenagos. I had a couple people complain to me in the end that the difference between the modes on that card was not large enough for it to be a satisfying thing to play through. But secretly, that's actually how we got the card as powerful as it is, because the bigger the difference between the two sides, the more power your opponent has to make your card not as good as you want. So as we worked on that card and we kept bringing the two halves closer together, it got closer and closer to where the way we wanted it to be.
I am in love with Chromanticore. I played it every opportunity in our limited playtesting. I would go 5-color. I would run it out there. It is awesome, and then it got an awesome punny name, so I love it even more.
Champion of Stray Souls, I think, was the last card put in the set. So this was a very late hole-filling exercise. We already had the sketch back, and we knew it had to be a black mythic card. And so I thought back to Legends, one of the very earliest Magic sets. And one of the coolest cards there was Hell's Caretaker. So I thought, what if we had a Hell's Caretaker where you could sacrifice as much as you want to get back that many creatures instead of just trading 1 for 1. So giant Hell's Caretaker.
All right, so Arbiter of the Ideal, awesome new Sphinx in Born of the Gods. Its ability can put a card from your library onto the battlefield if it's an artifact, creature, or land, and it turns it into an enchantment. Now you may notice it puts a manifestation counter on it, which is weird because the counter doesn't actually do anything. It's an enchantment whether that counter is there or not. But they wanted something like a memory aid so you can look at it and say, there's an unusual effect here. Now originally in design, I think it was called a divinity counter, which is weird. Divinity counters actually showed up in Kamigawa and meant something to the gods there, so we didn't really want that confusion. So we changed it to something that doesn't show up on other cards.
A pendulum we like to swing in creative is the pendulum of, we call it high or low magic. It's a game about magic. There's always magic in every world you go to. But in some planes, we focus on subtler representations of magic. If you go to Innistrad, for example, there are, a curtain rustling could be a spell, or a shadow against the wall. In Theros, we went a little more epic. This is the place where you see gigantic columns of fire. You see beams of light coming from the heavens. This is a world with gods and heroes and monsters. So you're definitely going to see magic and showy magic.
Astro Cornucopia is a pretty cool card that I designed. It's similar to a card in World Wake called Everflowing Chalice, which is kind of like an XX card, but it uses multi-kicker. So the Astro Cornucopia, you can pay a whole ton of mana and get a whole ton of mana out of it every turn. And it's pretty sweet art too. And a cornucopia is a Greek mythology thing.
Fated Infatuation is, for those of you that love the Master of Waves deck, this card is really amazing. If you can get out one Master of Waves and then play another one and then scry 2 and maybe get, more stuff or permission or whatever else you need, Fated Infatuation is just an amazing card for the mono blue devotion decks.
There are 2 black removal spells in the set that I find rather amusing. One of them is Bioblight, which is essentially our reaction right after Gatecrash is released to Burning Tree Emissary. We were sort of afraid right at the beginning of that standard when you saw stuff like Tomoharu Saito's red-green deck that was just dumping out billions of the same little dudes, and we thought, hey, it would be really nice if we had a way to kill 3 Burning Tree Emissaries on turn 2. So there's that card. The other card that I find amusing for probably terrible reasons is Asphyxiate, which is basically a line of text that I thought was fun that I stole from Kaijudo. So we had never made that card before, but Destroy Target Untapped Creature was an interesting thing that I was enjoying playing with in a different game, so I stole it.
Peregrination is one of my favorite art in the set, and it's showing a young man leaving Setessa. So what happens in Setessa is, they take in orphans from all over Theros, boys and girls, and they raise them to a certain age. But because it's a matriarchal society, the boys are encouraged as young adults to peregrinate into the world and go wandering. And so this is a young man who has come of age and is leaving his mothers of Setessa and going out into the world.
Whims of the Fates is a card targeted towards the casual player group targeted towards multiplayer, targeted towards Commander. And it's going to be fascinating to see what people do when presented with this card. Are you going to divide your permanents into 3 separate piles of equal value? Are you going to go all in one pile? Or are you going to leave one pile blank and just see how things go?
I'm a huge Commander fan, so I tried to make sure that the legendary creatures in Born of the Gods would make pretty cool commanders.
In the course of this particular set, this was one of the strongest multiplayer playtest teams that I think we've ever had operating, and speaking as the lead developer, the feedback that they gave to me was super useful, and I think a lot of the cards in the set are just way better for multiplayer than they otherwise would have been.
So where to position artifacts in a block where they are not the focus is interesting, because they are important. They are a part of the game. You want to make sure you're introducing some every time, but they can't be the focus of the set. And what I found with Theros block artifact design is that they become a great place to put a lot of the awesome top-down flavor in the set. So like the Gorgon's Head is a card that, it's not the greatest Magic card ever, but it is amazing flavor.
I think doing a small set, following a large set, there's a lot of juggling that goes on. So let's talk mechanics. Okay, so I look at mechanics, like Bestow. It's the glue, it holds everything together. I gotta have Bestow, of course. Heroic is built, the whole thing we're trying to build together, trying to create the feel that we need. Heroic's doing a very important job there. Okay, so we need to have Heroic. Then Devotion is representing the field between the gods. In fact, I need to show it going down over time, so I need Devotion, like I literally need to show so I need to have some of it to show the decline. And then Scry was greasing the wheels and trying to do things, and just development needed it, so that was important. Now also, I needed to do new mechanics, and so we came up with Inspire, we came up with Tribute, and both of them worked really well, and so those had to go in. But that meant not everything could fit in, so sorry, Monstrosity, it just didn't have room.
A journey that began with Theros continues now with Born of the Gods, ready for you to create your own MTG moments of myth and legend. Join us next time when our journey will be completed, a journey into Nyx. But until we meet again on Inside R&D, I'm your host Rich Hagon, saying bye.
Welcome now for round 12 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. We've had our Born of the Gods Theros limited rounds. It's nothing but modern before our top 8. I'm Tim Willoughby, here with Zac Hill. And we're going to be heading down to the feature match area relatively soon. We have some great matches for you. On our main video match, Chris Fenel up against Michael Hetrick. Now, both of these players had a fantastic day yesterday, and little's changed, really.
Yeah, I mean, and what's changed is the format that they're playing right now. You've got to get your mind out of the realm of limited. They've been focusing on that, been done very well in limited, and get back to what's looking to be a pretty crazy modern format. They're both playing combo decks, not what we're used to seeing. Should be a great match.
Absolutely, and it sounds like the players are just about ready to start, so we're going to be heading right down to the feature match area right now to start with Chris Fenel up against Michael Hetrick. Hello and welcome to round 12 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here. On the left of our screen we have Chris Fenel of the USA. He's playing Storm Combo. He's up against Michael Hetrick, also from the USA, but he's playing Living End. So two quite different combo decks here, Zac Hill.
Yeah, two extremely different decks. Hetrick, a veteran Living End player. The disadvantage for Hetrick is what Living End's really good at is killing all your opponent's creatures and giving you a bunch of them. But because his combo doesn't actually kill the opponent directly, and because Storm doesn't actually play a lot of creatures,
he's attacking kind of the wrong axis,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. He's not interacting in the most constructive way that he could, potentially.
And we see him there cycling a Street Wraith on the first turn. This is kind of what Living End does. It gets lots of creatures, big creatures in the graveyard very fast with cycling, and then ultimately is looking to kill off everything with a big Living End, get lots of creatures into play. and there's Serum Visions there for Chris Fenel. All he really wants to do, right, is draw a bunch of cards, and then we will, quite possibly at some point during this match, see a very, very big combo turn.
That's exactly right. I mean, the principal interaction that we're going to see, I think, in this matchup is either living and killing a Goblin Electromancer, or Fulminator Mage blowing up a non-basic land, which basically gives Hetrick a full free turn, and even more if he's able to recur that Fulminator Mage. So even though there's not a lot of interaction on both sides, I think the interactions that the decks are able to produce are going to prove crucial because they mean the difference between entire turns.
And speaking of saving turns, that was a Simian Spirit Guide, meaning that there's a turn 2 Fulminator Mage there, immediately setting back Chris Fenel to no permanence whatsoever. Huge play.
That's exactly right. I mean, we see a Lightning Bolt not necessarily likely to accomplish a lot. We see another Steam Vents in his hand. Fenel has got to be thinking, okay, what I want to do is get a basic land with that Steam Vents so I can start to get ahead, because if Hetrick has 2 Fulminator Mages, that might put Fenel way too far behind.
Now that's kind of interesting. It looks like Hetrick there has cast a Simian Spirit Guide. That is slightly unusual play. Normally the 2/2 removed from the game to add 1 red mana, but it looks like Hetrick's planning on getting a little bit of beatdown on before he goes for his main living end plan.
I think that is definitely a key part of his plan. The other thing it does is give him a target for that Demonic Dread in his hand. He knows the Storm deck not likely to have a lot of creatures, so what Hetrick needs to do is get a creature on the board so that he can actually cast the Demonic Dread and cascade into Living End.
That, of course, the main way that Living End does get cast. One of 8 Cascade spells in Michael Hetrick's deck. Cast any of them, cascade through. The only spell he can possibly hit is Living End, and then we're off to the races.
That's exactly right. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, okay, well, how is he going to draw it if he only has 8 Cascade spells? It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But he has around 20 ways to cycle cards. So given enough time, he is going to draw into a Cascade card.
Lightning Bolt there on the Simian Spirit Guide, but it looks like Fenel may actually have the one lone creature in his deck that's going to come into play very, very shortly, that being Goblin Electromancer.
Yes, several options for Fenel. He can also put one of those 2 Pyromancer Ascensions onto the table. He's got a Desperate Ritual, but not really a whole lot to do with it. And it's going to be at least a few turns before Fenel can get some action started.
And that Pyromancer Ascension, it's so much easier for the Storm deck to win with that in play. Once he's played a few spells and managed to get that Ascension ticked up, it means he's going to get 2 copies of each of the spells that he plays, and that's where things start to get a little bit crazy, which hopefully we'll be able to show you very soon.
Now, you see Fenel actually not casting Goblin Electromancer. That card actually can still net you mana if you cast it the turn you're trying to go off. That's the turn that you cast all your spells. I think he may have recognized that Hetrick was trying to set up a Demonic Dread, which is why he cast Simian Spirit Guide and didn't want to give Fenel a target for Dread, given that Electromancer is just going to die anyway if Hetrick's able to resolve Living End.
Yeah, so Hetrick here is sort of in a slightly tricky spot. He has drawn 2 of his Cascade spells, but they're both Demonic Dread, and Demonic Dread does target. He needs a creature to be in play for him to get his Cascade engine going.
And he actually doesn't even have one of the creatures that he would normally want to cycle to get to something. One of the things about the Living End deck that's actually underrated is, even though a lot of the creatures that you're cycling you wouldn't ordinarily be played and constructed, once you get to 5 or 6 mana, you can still just cast them and start attacking. You know, Monstrous Carabin, it still attacks for 4 points of damage, but Hetrick doesn't actually have anything that he can hardcast here to start putting a clock on Fenel.
So a Serum Visions there, putting a counter on Pyromancer Ascension because there's already one of them in the graveyard. Also drawing him a card, letting him scry 2. And you have to think that nothing really coming from Michael Hetrick is really, really helping out Chris Fenel here. All he needs is time.
Yeah, and Fenel, you see him there scrying away 2 cards. I mean, he's got, one of those cards is a Pyromancer Ascension. He already has one with a counter on it, has another one in his hand. With the Storm deck, you really don't need more than 1 Ascension most of the time. You'll certainly take it, but you definitely don't need 3. So what Fenel needs to get to right now are just some of his kill spells and some more card draw. He's got a couple of Rituals. He has Electromancer. He has Bolt. He just needs to be able to get to some of the burn up Past in Flames, a Grape Shot, to actually be able to kill Hetrick.
Fortunately, of course, for Fenel, not necessarily having to worry about a huge amount of pressure from the other side of the board, which ultimately, there are a lot of matchups where this Pyromancer Ascension Storm combo deck is just saying, we're in a race, how fast can you kill me? Because I can kill you very fast indeed.
Now, you see Fenel there opting to put Steam Vents into play tapped rather than cast the other Ascension in his hand. One of the possible reasons for that is some of the living index actually play Maelstrom Pulse as a way to remove problematic permanents. It costs 3, so you're not going to cascade into it with Demonic Dread or Violent Outburst. And the last thing Fenel wants is to lose 2 Pyromancer Ascensions to a single Maelstrom Pulse.
Yeah, he could afford to play it a little bit cagely because he's not under that much pressure.
Taking a look at Pyromancer Ascension right now, kind of a weird card. It basically requires you to have spells in your graveyard. Then when you cast spells that have the same name as spells in your graveyard, it gets counters. Once it gets 2 counters, it starts to copy the new spells that you cast. So basically any deck where you plan on casting a lot of instants and sorceries, card very powerful, very effective. It turns something like Mana Morphos, which normally cycles for free, into a card that nets you both mana and cards. And anything that nets you mana and cards usually tends to be one of the most powerful Magic cards you can be playing.
So a Lightning Bolt there, going to the Dome, taking Martell Hetrick to 14. That, not a great sign for Hetrick at all. I mean, interesting that you talk about the graveyard, though, because we know that in the sideboard of Michael Hetrick's deck, he's got 4 copies of Leyline of the Void. Now, normally that would be something to say, let's make sure you don't have any creatures in your graveyard so my living ends are good, but here, slightly different.
Now, this might be a big turn for Fenel. He's got an active Pyromancer Ascension. He just cast Gitaxian Probe. That's going to draw him 2 cards for free. Fenel might be able to put something powerful together right now.
And also, he can see that there's nothing going on for Hetrick whatsoever. Sounds like we've got a couple of results from other tables. So Raymond Tan, he's a game up with the Bogle deck over Alexandre Aurillac. But looking at this one here, any time now we could be in for a big turn from Chris Fenel.
Yeah, we already see a pair of Desperate Rituals as well as a Past in Flames. Mana Morpho is the key card right now when you have an active Ascension. What Fenel's thinking about right now, I think, is how can he get another Ascension into play and maximize his ability to turn it on? He's going to be able to activate it with at least, or with one of the Desperate Rituals, I think. Oh, no, sorry, he doesn't have 2 of those. So he's going to be able to draw at least 2 cards off Mana Morphos. Depending on how high of a priority it is, he can cast Past in Flames, draw a lot more cards with Gitaxian Probe, and with Mana Morphos. The question is, does he want to allow himself access to more mana right now, or does he want to play a second Ascension and try to turn it on?
Looks like he might be going for it here. It's worth noting that this deck can win very, very fast. Kai Buda up against Jeremy Desani has already won his first game. He's also playing this Storm deck. It's one that's been chosen by a lot of the pros, but it is one that's very, very difficult to play.
It is, yeah, and we see an example of the kind of math problem that you're doing. Goblin Electromancer, sort of the first step right now, costs 2 mana, but saves him a mana on the outset by playing Desperate Ritual, or I guess that is Desperate Ritual, right.
Yeah.
So he's going to turn 1 mana into 5 mana here, very powerful. Still has an untapped Shivan Reef if he needs a source of blue, and by the time he casts an instant off that source, the Goblin Electromancer will have paid for itself.
It's actually going to be 6 mana, isn't it? Because the...
Sorry, 6 mana, that's
yeah,
right.
the second copy he's not paying anything for, so from tapping 3 lands, 6 red in pool, 1 island still untapped, and he's got... Oh, sorry, 1 Shivan Reef still on top. He's got a lot of action going on here.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. His 1 mana nets him 5 for a total of 6, but we see Mana Morphos right now.
Now, Mana Morphos just becomes bonkers when you've got a Pyromancer's Ascension in play. All of a sudden, you're paying 2, or in this case, actually 1, gaining 4 mana of any color, and drawing 2 cards.
And a lot of the time, it's actually what allows you to filter your extra red mana into blue.
2 red. Pyromancer's Ascension. Storm. This is 3. Storm is 5.
5 Storm there. Never a good sign for the other side of the table once you start hearing Storm counting.
And we saw him draw a second Desperate Ritual there that'll allow him, with the ritual that's in the graveyard, to put a counter on that first Ascension. Of course, the second one gets a counter, but it doesn't matter because it's already at 2. And Past in Flames of the big graveyard means that things are looking good for Chris Fenel right here.
I mean, Chris Fenel doesn't actually have the kill yet, but he's got so much card drawing going on that it's likely to happen.
And he's almost close without another Storm Spell, just casting those 2 Lightning Bolts. Or actually, no, I think with 2 active Pyromancer Ascensions, the bolts in his graveyard are lethal. So he can cast any of the other cards that have another copy in the graveyard off Past in Flames. That'll activate the second Ascension. Then he can just throw each Lightning Bolt at Hetrick, 9, then 18 damage. He doesn't even need a Storm card to win the game. That is how powerful Pyromancer Ascension is right here.
That's pretty crazy. So yeah, Lightning Bolt's dealing 9. That's going to end the game pretty fast.
Let's take. I'll use 1 red.
But Chris, he wants to build his Storm count anyway. The deck's got that name for a reason.
Well, exactly. And he wants to make sure he sequences his plays right.
It's going to be Storm 8. Add 5 mana. This goes to 10.
Chris has about 5 lines on his score sheet for different colors of mana and storm and life totals. It gets a little crazy in there.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, and with these combo decks, okay, he's not just casting the bolts. We saw with Matthias Hunt yesterday, sometimes playing your own deck gets so complicated that you can make a mistake that loses you the game. So it's important to be very meticulous about spells, about mana, about each and every single thing that you can do so that you don't kind of have a brainless error and cost yourself a game with turns that are this huge.
1 blue. Put this to 8.
Serum Vision's pretty good here. Gets to draw, then scribe it, then draw, then scribe it, then draw, then scribe it more.
Serum Vision's copy. Okay. So draw.
And this is the point where things really do get just kind of ridiculous.
Top bottom.
If Hetrick was online now, he would have pressed F6 a while ago, just to sort of pass priority and everything and just let you do your thing.
It's interesting to me that Fenel is digging, okay, and he's going to find a grape shot and he shows it, and that's the game. But, he is revealing more cards to Hetrick. And the more cards he draws and the more cards that Hetrick sees.
But Fenel there, kind of doing what the Storm deck does, going 1 game up. We'll be back with more games from that match very shortly, but first we just got these messages. So we're going to pass across to that now.
Cardhouse Games has all your Magic needs covered, from boosters and fat packs to a wide range of Magic accessories. Use the promo code PTVAL for 10% off your next purchase at cardhousegames.com. Head to your local game store on March 1st and 2nd for the Born of the Gods Game Day. Play in a fun standard tournament and take the next step on the hero's path by battling the Horde. Visit wizards.com/magicgameday for more information.
We're back here in the feature match area now, and just while Chris Fenel and Michael Hetrick shuffle up for their next game, we're going to take a little looky-loo on the back table. This is the text feature match between Sean McLaren on the left of our screen up against Li Shiqian from Hong Kong on the right of our screen. Now, both these players doing very well in the tournament, but we see that on the right-hand side, what's going on there, Zach?
Yeah, well, we see a Master of Waves and at least one of its Horse Wave pals. We see a Snapcaster Mage stolen by Threads of Disloyalty. Threads, not normally a card that you want against McLaren's blue-white-red control deck. You see McLaren 2 basic island, 1 plains, and then 2 effective mountains due to Blood Moon, not having any color trouble due to the Blood Moon, but needs to remove these threats in a hurry.
And a Vapor Snag, a slightly better way of dealing with that Master of Waves for Li Shiqian than letting it get hit by Path to Exile. He doesn't really need the land. He'd much rather just recast that mythic rare there.
Yeah, exactly. And this second Master of Waves is going to be a lot bigger than the first one. We see 4 blue mana symbols on Shiqian's side of the table, counting the Master of Waves itself. So McLaren needs an answer in a hurry. That mana leak in his hand, not going to stop Shiqian Li with 4 untapped islands.
Yeah, Mana Leak virtually a dead card at this point in the tournament. In this point of the game, at least, it's not really going to stop anything with the number of lands that Shiqian Li has at this point. But to be honest, what is going to stop this force? The Master of Waves has pro red. The Path to Exile is already gone. I think that we might find that Sean McLaren is drawing a little bit thin here.
Right, and that Lightning Helix, no good either. Lightning Bolt, no good. We need to see a Snapcaster Mage for that Path to Exile, or another Path to Exile itself for McLaren to be able to deal with that Master of Waves. Now that said, Electrolyze on 2 of the tokens is going to buy McLaren a lot more time.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing we don't know, I suppose, at this point is exactly what the life totals are in this game, but one has to think just from looking at the board that it's well in favour of Shitilan.
Yeah, unless that Master of Ways came down something like last turn.
Okay, so it sounds like Lee has sort of just stabilised at 5 life while McLaren is currently at 11, but that 11... that's still one swing, right?
Well, it is one swing, but if you look at McLaren's hand, he actually was able to bait Cryptic Command on Electrolyze and is going to start throwing Burn right at Shichan Lee's face. Lee, at 5, can only take 2 bolts. If that last card's not a Spell Snare, this might be game for McLaren.
And there we have it. Yeah, straight to the head. Who needs to worry about these masters?
Well, and that's exactly right. Very smart play from McLaren there, making Shichan Lee prioritize his creatures on the Electrolyze, baiting that Cryptic Command so McLaren can focus on what really matters, which in this case was Lee's life total.
So it looks like we're going to get to see a little bit of Jeremy Dzani, winner of Pro Tour Theros, up against none other than Kai Buda himself. Now, on the left-hand side of our screen, that's Dzani. He's playing red, white, blue control. He's got a Geist of Saint Traft in play. The other side of the board, we're kind of familiar with it at this point. This is the Storm deck, and this is it in the hands of none other than Kai Buda.
This is a little bit different of a build of Storm from what we're seeing from Chris Fenel. Buda does not actually main deck Lightning Bolt, which was could have potentially been a big part of the game from Fenel. Instead, Buda plays 4 copies of Thought Scour to go along with Serum Vision, Sleight of Hand, and Gitaxian Probe, so leaning even more heavily on the card Pyromancer Ascension.
And it kind of looks like Kai, maybe not going off, but setting up for... Oh, now he's casting Rituals. How many goblins is that? 14 goblins being put into play. It's not as if there has to be a big grape shot to end games for the Storm deck. Sometimes Storm says, I'm going to make some creatures and you're going to be dead soon enough regardless.
Well, and this Empty the Warren's actually a piece of sideboard technology. It tends to be pretty good against control decks because while it may be hard to set up a combo that's completely lethal with Grape Shot and Past in Flames, especially after board when a lot of people are attacking your graveyard, sometimes you can just chain together a few rituals for a big Empty the Warrens, and that's basically what we saw that turn.
It's interesting that you mentioned the graveyard, actually, because thinking back to our main match, which we will be jumping across to fairly shortly, Leyline of the Void could be a big pickup for Hetrick in subsequent games, because it stops a lot of the traditional parts of the Storm combo, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everything that leans on Past in Flames, everything that leans on Pyromancer Ascension, which is one of the reasons the Empty the Warrens plan that you're seeing now from Buda is so effective, because it completely circumvents a lot of the hate that's traditionally directed against the stack.
And here comes the attacks. Goblin Electromancer leading the charge. It's the 2-2. The rest are all 1-1s, but there's plenty of them. And let's see what Dzani's got to deal with this lot.
We see Buda leaving back 2 goblins right now, presumably to double block Geist of Saint Traft and threaten that, basically saying, okay, look, if Dzani wants to use his removal on 1-1 tokens, it's sort of as though he was using his removal to go to Bud's life total itself.
But it looks like the main table have just finished with all their sort of shuffling and mulligans and sideboarding and so on. So we'll listen to Marshall Sutcliffe. He'll be able to give us a little update on how that game finishes up. But we're going to now see Game 2 between Chris Fenel on the left of our screen and Michael Hetrick on the right. And that immediately a Leyline of the Void there for Michael Hetrick. Big sideboard tech. Right from the word go.
Yeah, and Hetrick really has a lot to bring out of his sideboard. He has not only the 4 Leylines of the Void, but up to 4 Sin Collectors if he wants them. 2 Shriekmaw cards that not really terribly effective in this matchup. Could theoretically get rid of some of the cyclers. Demonic Dread, not that many targets. So Hetrick bringing in potentially up to 8 cards. Chris Fenel options include Swan Song, very good against a deck that's only trying to resolve 1 single threat. And theoretically could try to be on the Empty the Warrens plan too if he anticipates some graveyard hate.
Now, for turn 1s, we've had quite a lot of action here. So Hetrick was able to cycle 2 Street Wraiths, improving his hand a little bit. And we can see that on the board right now because a Gitaxian Probe from Chris Fenel reveals 2 Fulminator Mage, 1 Deadshot Minotaur, and that another Leyline of the Void alongside a Verdant Catacombs. So he knows exactly what he's working with now, Fenel. It's just a matter of putting together the pieces.
Fenel's hand pretty loaded. He's got 2 Grape Shots on Electromancer, a pair of Manamorphos, which would only cost 1 with Electromancer out, as well as Paretic Rituals. So, I mean, his opening hand it's not lethal, but it's reasonably close to lethal.
So a couple of results. Kai did win that second game, so he's won 2-0 over Jeremy Desani. And Alexandre Aurillac, he cast a Spellskite against Raymond Tan, and that enough to prompt the scoop there. So that match is going to a game 3.
And we see Fenel's hand loaded up on hate cards, those Fulminator Mages that could have potentially been extremely effective game 1. Hetrick, the Fulminator Mage has a target in that Steam Vents. Fenel not able to deploy a basic. He does have a Misty Rainforest, which could get a basic island, but it still looks like he's going to be set back a minimum of a turn, assuming Hetrick is able to put together 2 black and or red mana sources.
I mean, Chris Fenel's plan in this game has to be a little bit different to what it was in game 1 because of that ley line. So basically he's saying, I need to kill you closer to the old-fashioned way. It's not got quite sort of, regular magic, as we sort of say, but he's got the Goblin Electromancer in play. He can start to sort of build a bit of storm out of his hand, but it can only be from his hand.
Now, we've been talking about Fulminator Mage, Sin Collector, Leyline of the Void, but we can't forget how powerful Living End is, and he's got the Violent Outburst. I think a Living End here to get rid of that Electromancer and put 9 power on the board could be a huge play for Hetrick, considering it's only the 3rd turn of the game.
It's a really interesting one because if he could get the Fulminator Mage out first, then obviously sacrificing it to destroy a land and then getting it back is huge. This is going to be a real test of how greedy Michael Hetrick is, or how sort of keen he is to just put a clock on.
Yeah, I completely agree. I do think the thing that makes the play a little bit more straightforward is that Goblin Electromancer being in play is sort of like having an extra land. In fact, it can turn into far more than that the more and more instants and sorceries you cast. So being able to get rid of that Electromancer right now represents the possibility of not just that Steam Vents, but of essentially a colorless mana for each and every instant in Fenel's hand.
I guess, yeah, there's nothing to stop him from casting the Fulminator Mage next turn, right?
Exactly.
So there is the Violent Outburst. Now we get to see what Hetrick's deck really does. So he skips through here. All these cards, they cost the wrong amount. Now we get to the Living End, and all creatures in play, they're going to get sacrificed. All creatures that were in the graveyard first, they're coming into play. So a bit of a switcheroo.
And what are those creatures that are entering play?
So we have 2 Street Wraith there. They got cycled on the first turn, and 1 Deadshot Minotaur. So in total there, we've got 3 3/4s in play.
One of the interesting things, though, from Fenel's point of view, is that he actually could theoretically put something together this turn. We see 3 rituals, including a pair of Manamorphos that both draw an extra card, as well as 2 Grape Shots. So the ingredients are there for the kind of hand that could defeat Hetrick here. Look, Hetrick only at 13 life. That means a Grape Shot for 7 and a Grape Shot for 6 would be lethal at this point. And he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those spells in his hand. He could cast Pyromancer Ascension
just for the storm count?
Just for the storm count. And he is somewhere close to being able to win the game this turn. The issue is that Manamorphos doesn't generate mana. Paretic Ritual only gets him to 3, so in order to have an actually lethal Grape Shot right here, he needs to be able to draw into at least 1 spell that doesn't effectively cost him mana. So that would be another Ritual, another Manamorphos.
A Gitaxian Probe even.
A Gitaxian Probe, that's exactly right.
So this is a big turn for Chris Fenel, giving it a little bit of thought. Chris Fenel, of course, mainly known as a limited master. He was brought onto the TCG player team as the great mind in limited. He has a much better win percentage in limited format, 65.7% win percentage there, just 56.8 in constructed. But those numbers perhaps going to be monkeyed around with a little bit of this Pro Tour because he's doing perfectly well in both.
Yeah, the deck design credit to his Storm deck given to Andrew Shrout, an innovation in Fenel's deck, unlike the Team Star City deck, is actually 3 copies of Faithless Looting, in addition to the 2 main deck Lightning Bolts. So even though we've seen 2 Storm decks under the lights, they're actually quite different from one another.
So he's going through all of his plays here. There's plenty to think about for Chris Fenel, and my gut says that he might be sort of just a a whisker off being able to do everything that he wants to this turn. But this not the sort of matchup where you want to go with your gut. You want to do the math.
You want to do the math. You want to think through all of the numbers. I mean, one of the things about a combo deck like this is you sit and ask yourself, do I need to win this turn? Theoretically, you could just play another land, pass, and get a look at another draw step. That said, we know that Hetrick has a Sin Collector and a pair of Fulminator Mages that at best makes saying go value neutral and would put Fenel at 9 fewer life. That's half of his whole life total. So my opinion is you need to go for it this turn. You need to try to hit something live off those Manamorphos because the game is only going to get worse and worse for you as it goes on. Sin Collector taking one of those grape shots puts the game out of reach. Fulminator Mage blowing up steam vents almost does too, but that's not what we're seeing Fenel do.
And he didn't know about those Fulminator Mages. He had done the Gitaxian Probe, so he... Best case scenario for him, I guess, is that he sees one of those Fulminator Mages. Sin Collector, though, slightly worse again.
And the Fulminator Mage, to our earlier point, if his Steam Vents dies, he just goes and gets another one. So he basically gets a free draw step with just Fulminator. The bigger issue could theoretically be Sin Collector, which could take one of the most important cards in his hand.
And Grover the Burnwillow's there, letting Fenel gain 1 life. That might be relevant because there's 9 power on the board and Chris Fenel now on 10.
And that makes it a bigger decision whether you want to crack that Misty Rainforest. Cracking it gets a land out of your deck, which is important because you need to draw a spell. But leaving it on the battlefield could give you as much as 1 additional turn, assuming you're willing to kind of forego whatever you can do with that Misty Rainforest when you're at 1 life. I mean,
not using it seems to me like you're basically saying you've secretly blown up 2 of my lands.
Right.
So I think he has to crack it. His hand is being forced to. He has to go for it this turn. So this kind of the exciting bit for me about the Storm deck, seeing whether or not, when they're really under pressure, they can deliver.
Right. I mean, basically what Fenel did by passing was give himself a free draw step. And, Hetrick opting to Fulminator Mage instead of Sin Collector. The other thing that could have happened, why passing the turn makes some sense, Hetrick could have just prioritized doing something else. You can never predict your opponent's actions perfectly. So Fenel bought himself an extra card, and this is a big draw step for Chris.
So he did fetch the Steam Vents there, so he's got access to pretty much whatever mana he needs. The limiting factor is just going to be what's on top of his deck. Another Manamorphose. That a pretty reasonable draw there for Chris Fenel.
Yeah, Manamorphose absolutely incredible there. We see last turn, of course, Hetrick didn't get the both the white and black he needed to Sin Collector, which is why he got Fulminator Maged, meaning that Fenel's hand, as it stands, I believe is currently lethal. Of course, Chris gonna count out just to make sure, but we see 5 total spells that he can cast.
Spell 1, Pyretic Ritual.
Sorry, what Fenel needs is 1 more mana.
Spell 2, Manamorphose.
Make a blue and a red. So this is 2, 2, 1. Draw a card.
Serum Vision's not quite what he needed, but he's still got 2 live Manamorphose to draw with.
Yeah, the issue is something, the Serum Vision's costing mana means that he wouldn't be able to actually cast both those grape shots. He basically needs a land and a 0 mana spell to be able to go grape shot for the right amount.
I guess that there's the backup plan of just saying, I can kill some of your guys. He doesn't want to do that, but if he needs to, that is an option to him, right?
That is true. Yeah, he could use one of the grape shots if he's able to get the storm count to like 8 to kill 2 of those creatures. If he grape shots for 4, he can get rid of, say, the dead shot Minotaur, which buys him an extra turn. It means he has to use a lot of resources to do it, but if all he's cycling are Manamorphos, that he doesn't actually have to deplete his hand very much. So actually, Tim, that's a reasonable option for him, even though it's not necessarily a great option. Might be what he has to do.
Someone with not very many options, Alexandre Aurillac has mulliganed down to 4 up against Raymond Tan in their deciding game. Not the place that you want to be at this stage in the tournament.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's possible to win a game from 4, but certainly don't want to bet on it.
So there we did see a Serum Visions. It drew him a land, and then a couple of very quick scries there. Fenel knows what he's looking for at this point.
So Fenel has, 2 mana floating at this point? So he needs a ritual of some kind to be able to cast both of those grape shots this turn.
Another Manamorphose. He's basically invested at this point, right?
I think so, yeah. I mean, the Serum Visions into Manamorphose does make the single Grape Shot plan far more viable right now because it allows him to Grape Shot and still keep a handful of cards. He's got a blue and a red floating, I believe. And that's a pretty blank Pyromancer Ascension as the last card in his hand.
Like, in terms of building Storm Count, he's not getting to Storm Count here, so...
No, I have to hit a ritual. Yeah, I have to hit a ritual.
Yeah.
5 Storm.
So this effectively the called shot. He says he needs a ritual. What have we got?
Big draw step for Chris. Ritual or Gitaxian Probe keeps him live.
That is not it. Scalding Tarn there, not the draw we're looking for. So now he needs to work out, well, am I going to just throw out one of these grape shots to get another roll of the dice? But he needs to be rolling, double 20s next turn.
Right. I mean, one of the issues with the Storm deck, it has a lot of cantrips. That's cards that replace themselves, 1-mana cards that draw a card. Not a lot of ways to gain raw card advantage, though, to just straight up draw 2 cards, draw 3 cards. No Factor Fictions, no Gifts Ungivens, so it would be impossible without a graveyard and something like Past in Flames for him to generate a high enough Storm count to win the game next turn.
So big smiles there from Michael Hetrick. He managed to find a way to square up that match, and it sounds like Alexander Oreac's situation not really getting any better. He finally kept on a mull to 3. I honestly don't think I've ever won a game of Magic where I've mulled quite that low.
I can't say that I have either, except with Vintage Dredge, where all I've been trying to do is find a Bazaar of Baghdad.
But that game just finished there. We will be showing you the final game of that match right after these messages. Oh, sorry, my apologies. We're moving just for a little quick looky-loo at Li Shi-Chen against Sean McLaren. Li Shi-Chen on the right of our screen there. It looks like he's got a Batterskull in play, and there's a Timely Reinforcements making 3 soldier tokens on the other side of the board there for Sean McLaren.
Yeah, not necessarily intuitive that you'd bring in Timely Reinforcements in this matchup, unless that's just a feature of McLaren's main deck. We see 1 copy of Timely Reinforcements in McLaren's sideboard, so that must have come in here thinking, I guess, how well it pairs up against the actual card Master of Waves, as well as any attempt to win the game through Snapcaster Mage. So an interesting choice there for McLaren.
I mean, this game's not going to end super fast. Even with the Vendilion Click that we see here, we know that actually both players are on 18 life. There's a lot of play left in this game.
Izzet Staticaster coming in, another card that pairs nicely against Master of Waves and is going to dominate that Vendilion Click we see from Lee right now.
Do you want to change any of these cards? There's a Lightning Bolt and 2 lands.
I think you let him stay there. I mean, all you're going to be doing this game is attacking with that Germ until McLaren's able to find an answer to it. I don't think you want to let McLaren draw into an answer for that Batterskull.
And you'll be pleased to know that we've not missed one of the most epic victories in the Pro Tour feature match era in a while. Alexander Oreac on a mull to 3 did not defeat Raymond Tan. Raymond Tan winning that match 2-1. So this match and the match that we have on camera, our main match between Chris Fenel and Michael Hetrick, those are the last 2 that are still running. We will be back to the Michael Hetrick, Chris Fenel match just as soon as they've finished. Little tweaks to the sideboard maybe, bit of shuffling. Got to make sure you get a reasonable draw. But in the meantime, it's 1 germ against a whole bunch of soldiers.
Germs versus soldiers. That's the new dual deck coming out of Wizards, I think.
And, to be honest, these germs look pretty deadly.
Well, I mean, it's a 4/4 lifelink vigilance. McLaren could theoretically block it with all of his reinforcement tokens and then bolt the germ. But all that means is that Lee can pick up the Batterskull and just cast it one more time.
Yeah, this game has gone long. There's plenty of lands in play, so really no downside to trying to do that.
Now we see a Master of Waves, a little bit more awkward with Izzet Staticaster and 3 1/1 tokens out, but a big Vedalken Shackles means that suddenly that Staticaster is going to be working for the enemy.
Oh, those poor soldiers. And look, Master of Waves does have an extra blue mana symbol or 2 going on now, so lots of tokens there.
Not quite that many water horses.
getting ready with them, which is a fair enough gesture.
Now, what McLaren might be doing here is thinking about whether he wants to bolt that Staticaster in response to the Master of Waves. That would mean that Master only generates 1 token, which with 3 copies of soldier tokens out there from Timely Reinforcements, that Master not the most effective. Oh, sorry. Spreading Seas is the variable that I was not thinking about. Seeing those back there in the lands means he's making a lot more tokens than I anticipated.
Just a little bit of extra upside there to the Spreading Seas. It is a permanent that stays around and means that, yeah, a little bit of extra devotion lurking in the land base of Sean McLaren.
And that Vedalken Shackle is still pretty powerful now, even though the Staticaster won't get to untap, threatening the Celestial Colonnade that doesn't have a Spreading Seas on it, meaning that the Batterskull race will get even more in Xichan Li's favor. Pretty commanding lead right now for Li. McLaren needs to put something together fast.
Absolutely. We see an Electrolyze here. That going to deal with a couple of elementals. Can't, of course, deal with the Master itself. That's got pro-red. But that germ, it's persistent.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you can imagine picking up Batterskull and trying to equip Master or something, but I think right now it's going to be all about the germ. I mean, I don't hate right here just taking one of the soldier tokens to make it easier to end the game before McLaren can put an offense together.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be doing something with that Shackles, given the amount of mana you have. There's really not a huge amount of downside to that.
Yeah, we're saying we probably could have predicted the chump block. That 4 points of life, very relevant for Li. A lot of the time, the blue-white-red deck wins through a combination of burn spells and Snapcaster mages. So each one of these increments of damage just represents more and more time for Li. And Batterskull, just an incredible card in this situation. Not a lot of artifact removal, if any, from the blue-white-red deck. I think we see 1 total copy of Wear and Tear and a Stony Silence that probably didn't get brought in this matchup.
And that's a Jarny Vengeant that's come onto the board there. That a big pickup for Sean McLaren here. Not something we see a huge amount of in Modern there.
Yeah, I mean, a Johnny is good in the blue-white-red deck, helps pad the life total, can deal with some problematic bigger permanents. It's locking down Shackles right now. In theory, of course, Shackles untapped, so the only thing that accomplishes is if Xichan Li opts into using the Shackles, he won't have the option of untapping it on his next untap step.
Yeah, and the Planeswalker just giving a little bit of incremental advantage to Sean McLaren so that he can sort of try and stay in pace with this game in spite of everything that Xichan Li has got going on.
Yeah, I mean, and the tokens are going to allow him to do some blocking. We see Lee saying, okay, whatever about Shackles, I'm still going to take your token. That would, okay, I thought he was going to do that, but he doesn't. So he still has the option now to steal Celestial Colonnade if McLaren tries to use it to block, although it looks like McLaren's only white source is, in fact, tapped down. So Colonnade not an entity at this stage in the game.
So one little horsey elemental coming in. Not quite clear whether or not the gem's doing so as well. That, of course, part of the beauty of Vigilance.
Well, given that Lee placed it right over a Johnny, I think he's saying, all right, we're attacking someone here.
And there's a Hallowed Fountain. So now there is a white source. The Celestial Colonnade does become active. But quite a lot of islands available to Xichan Li here. He is able to use that Vedalken Shackles, grab hold of that land, forcing a soldier to jump in the way. These soldiers, they're getting really quite sick.
Yeah, that Timely Reinforcements bought some life and some time, but ultimately didn't really advance McLaren's board state into anything resembling an offense. He needed to draw a card other than Sulphur Falls there, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the life total for Xichan Li, we've seen him attacking with that germ token a number of times. Almost certainly not a big issue, whereas on the other side of the board, we have to think that the death knell's coming. It looks like Hetrick and Fenel are just about ready to start their game. So we're going to jump back across to that. We will get updates on the other game from our voice on the floor, Marshall Sutcliffe. But we're ready now for game 3 of, on the left of our screen, Chris Fenel playing Storm. On the right, there's Michael Hetrick, and again, he has a Leyline of the Void.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how powerful that Leyline was in game 1. I mean, that Pyromancer essentially was sitting in Fenel's hand utterly blank, even though he had multiple copies of the same spell. And I think that if Hetrick could open up with Leyline every single game against Storm, he would. What I'm wondering is if after seeing that game 2, Fenel brought in the Empty the Warrens plan, which could help mitigate Leyline, at least to some extent.
Now, one kind of interesting thing that's here, it looks like Hetrick has mulliganed. He's only got 1 land in his mulligan hand. He pretty much kept it on the strength of that Leyline of the Void. And 1 land hands for this deck, not necessarily as much of a problem as for many decks because of all that cycling.
Yeah, and we see in his hand right now Deadshot, Minotaur, and Monstrous Carabid, both of which he can cycle with Overgrown Tomb, but he still does need to get some more lands, or that Sin Collector is going to be stranded in his hand.
And just so you know, Sheetanley, he did win that game, so that one is going to be going to a game 3 on the back table there against Sean McLaren. In the meantime, though, it looks like that Serum Vision Scry just finishing for Chris Fenel, and lands straight off the top, like a pro there for Michael Hetrick.
If Fenel did bring in the Empty the Warrens plan, this is exactly the kind of hand you want to have for it. 3 rituals and a free spell means that if he can find an Empty, that is going to be a lot of goblins.
And more Serum Visions here. This is the setup phase for the Storm deck. In many respects, both of these decks tend to have one massive explosive turn after a couple of turns of doing sneaky things to draw cards.
Yeah. I mean, the downside of the Empty the Warrens plan in this matchup is, of course, that it plays right into Living End. It allows Living End to trump everything that you put together unless you have something like Goblin Bushwhacker, which Fenel doesn't appear to have. On the other hand, it's probably your best shot of winning through a card like Leyline of the Void. So I think you have to decide, okay, am I going to configure my main deck to be optimized against my opponent's primary strategy or optimized against my opponent's sideboard cards?
It's really tricky, and it's something that this is a matchup that I've heard different parties claim is strongly in favor of the other or themselves. There's quite a difference of opinion here. I mean, going in, I honestly thought that Hetrick was drawing very slim indeed because his compo's simply not as fast, but he's putting up a hell of a fight here.
Well, I mean, it's one of the cases of constructive versus destructive interactions. I think especially in Game 1, the Storm deck's combo plan, when it works, is a trump toward the Living End deck's combo plan when it works. But cards like Leyline of the Void, cards like Sin Collector, cards like Fulminator Mage really are very powerful against a deck that needs to eke out every single card and mana it can, like Storm.
And after 1 turn, Hetrick with Leyline of the Void in play, he's got his first cycle in, he's doing okay about his lands now, it would seem. That Pale Recluse, it can go and fetch more lands if need be. And a Kessig Wolf Run there from Michael Hetrick. That kind of an interesting inclusion in the Living End deck, because it means that even if he's only got 1 or 2 creatures, they can potentially attack for just a ton.
Yeah, and where that comes up a lot of the times is in attrition fights against control decks where you're not going to be able to resolve a Living End. You need to stick one of these creatures like an Architects of Will or like a Deadshot Minotaur, and you need to make that creature hit as hard as possible. So Wolf Run, very valuable in circumstances like that.
And actually, something we saw a little bit yesterday is in some matches, people bringing in Rest in Peace against the Living End deck. But that kind of letting the Living End deck play a slightly different game, where all of a sudden, all of its Living Ends are Wrath of Gods.
Right. Yeah, and again, your plan is just to win with big fatties, big limited 6th picks. But, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but it comes up because, I mean, you're playing them primarily as split cards that just cycle and get a creature into the yard or as ways to find lands. But sometimes the game goes to turn 5, 6, 7, or 8, in which case, even though the rate on those creatures isn't great, 6 or 5 mana for a 4/4, 4 mana for a 3/3, the bodies themselves are actually pretty large, especially for Modern.
A slightly tricky looking sleight of hand there for Chris Fenel. He had to choose between a Goblin Electromancer and a Lightning Bolt. Ultimately went with the Electromancer, giving him his second in hand now. The second one, really not as good as the first one, but I guess you really want one.
Yeah, and I mean, having a clock right now is not the worst thing in the world. What I would actually like to do, I mean, and again, I don't know if Fenel is on the Empty the Warrens plan or not. I like the idea of playing an early Electromancer to bait a smaller living end from Hetrick, sort of like we saw in the second game. A living end for 2 or maybe even 3 creatures just to take you off Electromancer, which then allows you to go back over the top with a huge Empty the Warrens into that ley line. You have to expect your opponent with only 8 copies of living end or virtual living end not to be able to have 2 in consecutive turns.
Fenel, though, quite happy to sit back. He's not cracking any of his fetch lands yet, just wants to naturally draw his cards, see how he gets on with that. In the meantime, Hetrick doing everything he can to draw lands as he needs and using his Pale Recluse here to search out a forest or a plains, but in this case, that could be any number of different lands. He's gone with a Godless Shrine there.
And Godless Shrine, I believe, gives him the white source he needs to cast Sin Collector should he draw it. Fenel not cracking those lands again. He has a handful of spells, including a Past in Flames. It doesn't really accomplish anything right now. Electing not to cast Electromancer, probably for the same reasons as before with Demonic Dread. Just wanting to play lands out and get into a position where he can put something together. I mean, a hand pretty devoid of action, though, from Fenel's side, barring a Storm card.
Well, it looks like that Sin Collector, I mean, it was in his hand already, so he was playing for it when he was fetching that Godless Shrine, and he now gets a choice of, do you want this ritual, that ritual, another one of that ritual, or this thing that doesn't really do anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think you either take a ritual here and try to mitigate the power of an Empty the Warrens, although Electromancer plus a couple of Storm Spells still gets you there. Or you take Past in Flames, saying that I assume you have to have an answer to my ley line, and if you blow it up, okay, well, at least you don't have the Past in Flames to straight up kill me.
I mean, even if he blows up the ley line, everything that's gone in there already not going to do a whole lot. So he did take the ritual there.
Yeah.
And, of course, now Hetrick has not a big clock, but he has a clock on the board.
Yeah, and that's important. I mean, sometimes what you need to do is just make sure your opponent's under some kind of pressure. If nothing else, to make them commit to just doing something before they're ready. Having even a 2-1 on the board means that Gataxian Probe is more costly to pay 2 life for. Putting Steam Vents into play untapped is more costly than it otherwise might be. So even though a 2-1 is not a big threat and it's not going to end the game quick, it puts the onus on Fenel to start doing something. And that might be what we see this turn with those Goblin Electromancers.
Yeah, I mean, a Goblin Electromancer, even if it just says, well, you know what, Sin Collector, you can't profitably attack. It's something, it's not great, but if you've got 2 of them in hand and you know you just need to make things happen, then it might just be the thing that needs to happen.
Well, the other reason that you would play an Electromancer right here is that your opponent now has a 2-1, so you can't stop Demonic Dread either way. You don't have a removal spell for Sin Collector, so the drawback of activating one of your opponent's living ends, or virtual living ends, goes away. So I like putting out an Electromancer here. The other thing is your opponent has to kill a creature with the living end if he casts it, so you're not losing out on a bunch of advantage by letting him kill your Goblin Electromancer. You still have 1 in your hand, too, if you want to play at the turn that you're trying to go off.
So there is a Violent Outburst in Michael Hetrick's hand here. So I guess the question is, does he feel secure enough in the way that the board's developing, what he's seen of Chris Fenel's hand, to say, I can spend another turn maybe blowing up a land with Fulminator Mage or cycling a bit with Monstrous Carabid and Pale Recluse for a bigger living end? I mean, he's only got 2 creatures in the yard at the moment, or does he kind of just pull the trigger?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have any Fulminator Mage targets right now, which is probably the other reason Fenel's been hesitant to go fetch up a land. He doesn't want to get set back for a turn. I like casting Violent Outburst here after you cycle with the land that you just put into play untapped. That's going to give you 11 power worth of creatures, I think, between Carabid and Pale Recluse, and it's going to get that Goblin Electromancer off the table. I mean, you know, Fenel has 4 lands, but Electromancer's still one of the best possible cards in the deck. So I like going ahead and pulling the trigger on Outburst here.
I mean, I guess it's a 2-turn clock once he's got those creatures in play.
Right, and it might even be a 1-turn clock if Fenel puts a land into play untapped. So something you could do is pass, see if Fenel cracks those sack lands for some reason, and then Violent Outburst on your opponent's upkeep once you have a little bit more information. The downside of that, of course, is that you give your opponent 2 more mana to do clever things with.
Yeah, and while Hetrick will almost certainly know the Storm deck very well, he won't necessarily know the details of the exact build that Fenel has. Now, we know Fenel has Swansong in his sideboard, which is a counterspell for the living end, but Hetrick has no clue of whether or not there's any kind of counter magic whatsoever. He has to at least think about it.
We're seeing a lot of cards go by before we hit a living end, but of course, those aren't exiled. They don't go into the graveyard. They just get shuffled back in. So going through all of these is not any sort of sacrifice for Hetrick. He's just trying to find a living end.
Especially in Game 3, where, to be honest, most of the information is out there about what Hetrick's doing with his sideboard plan. If this was Game 2, then all this extra information would potentially be kind of cool for Chris, because it means that he'd have more information when he was doing his next lot of sideboarding.
Well, and you see Fenel pick the deck up and check it out. I mean, if nothing else, you've seen Sin Collector, you know about Leyline of the Void, obviously, but what you don't know is what your opponent's sideboarded out. So by looking through this many cards, you can conceivably get some meaningful information about what your opponent felt was a lower priority coming out of Game 1.
Yeah, a few more cards you would even be able to start thinking about, well, what's left to be in your hand?
Deriving answers. So now, we didn't see Hetrick cycle anything yet, but with Living In and Violent Outburst still on the stack, he does have the option of cycling that Carabin.
And I think it's an option he has to take here, really. So he gets to draw an extra card, more importantly, put a 4/4 in the graveyard, and here comes Living End. Sorry, Goblin Electromancer. Sorry, Sin Collector. You're not good enough to be on the board anymore. We got some new threats on the board, and they're all pretty massive.
Yeah, huge. I think a 4/5, a 3/4, and another 3/4, I believe. No, a 4/4. Carabid, the 4/4, and then Pale Recluse, the 4/5.
So 11 power there. Chris Fenel is able to activate all of his fetch lands without it really making any difference to the clock whatsoever. But that clock a fairly short one regardless.
Right, and theoretically still, if he drew a third fetch land, he wouldn't be able to activate it if he falls to 3 on this attack.
And of course, that Kessig Wolf Run can give trample, which means that even whatever it is the Goblin Electromancer gets in front of, he's still getting a little bit of damage through.
Right, and we see Hetrick opt to pump 1 point of extra damage with the Wolf Run, meaning that now Fenel can't activate both of those lands.
And it looks like that's our match. So Michael Hetrick there, winning 2-1, both sideboarded games. That Leyline of the Void just proving an utter backbreaker there for Chris Fenel. And Michael Hetrick, he didn't lose yesterday with his deck. He's not lost today yet. Just 4 rounds left in this tournament. And knowing the way that he's playing with Living End, I don't see any reason why he couldn't just push it all away.
Well, and yeah, he's playing like a master with it. He's played the deck for a long time, and you have to think after playing the deck for this long, your list has got to be just the best possible list.
And we get a chance to see just a little bit more Magic now. So on the right of our screen, that is Shi-Chan Lee. He's playing the Blue Moon deck, and on the left-hand side of the screen, we have Sean McLaren. He chose to be on the draw in that matchup. Now, this is kind of interesting. When would you normally choose to do that?
Being on the draw is better if you think tempo, that is, the ability to pressure your opponent at a rate that matters, just isn't going to be important. We saw in the first game, 10 lands on both player sides of the table. In a situation like that, choosing to draw first basically means that you just cast a divination for free. Normally, you want to play first because the early stages of the game are so important, but neither of these decks particularly fast. Opting to draw first means that not only do you get up a card, but you're less likely to have a poor mana draw. And we see Shi-Chan Lee missed a lot of land drops this game.
He has got that Blood Moon, though. A very big card for the tournament. Not necessarily so huge in this exact matchup, given the basic lands available to Sean McLaren, but also, it looked like he's just got enough mana. There it is. That's Teferi, Mage of Zhalfir. An interesting card, this one. Saw a lot of play in Time Spiral Block. This the 3/4 that means that all of Shi-Chan Lee's creatures have flash, and any spell that Sean McLaren wants to play, he can only play at sorcery speed, so his counter magic doesn't really do anything.
Kind of fascinating here. Did that Teferi actually resolve, or are we seeing... is that an electrolyze in response? I mean, the thing is, if it's on the battlefield, that actually is pretty annoying for McLaren. That Okay, yeah, and Lee not blocking the 2-1 Snapcaster. I mean, obviously didn't want to bite the dust, so, I mean, just running Teferi out there into a board full of lands, McLaren still didn't have an answer, and now Lee is basically free to do whatever he wants.
Lee is on just 4 life, though, and we can see there's an Ajani Vengeance in Sean McLaren's hand. He's just terrifyingly close to being able to string something together here, but for the fact that he doesn't actually have any white mana sources there.
Right, we see Spreading Seas hitting the plane, so that Ajani not going to do anything, Lightning Helix not going to do anything. The answer is, can Lee deal with those Snapcaster mages and deal 19 damage before McLaren's able to put something together?
And before time runs out, because these players are now in extra turns. Time has been called on the round. Li Shiqian, his likelihood of being able to deal 19 here seems pretty low, so he might just be on the defensive and playing for that 1 point that you get for a draw.
I'm just looking at this match. McLaren's hand is insane. He's got Wear Tear, but no white mana. Ajani, but no white mana. Plains, but no white mana. I mean, if I had to pick a card that defined this tournament, Tim, I would pick Blood Moon. We've seen a red-white control deck that basically only is viable because Blood Moon is good against the combo decks and the control decks. We've seen this Blue Moon deck debut. We've seen it out of the sideboard of Splinter Twin decks. I mean, Blood Moon, a format-defining card today.
One of the things I think is going to be interesting is it's a format-defining card today, and it almost certainly will be tomorrow if it's playing in the top 8. Will it be a format-defining card in 2 or 3 weeks' time?
Well, that's what I find so fascinating about Pro Tours like this, is that you find decks that can be so optimal for one particular tournament, and that's when you get the creativity. You know, you get to say, I don't have to win in a stabilized environment. I just have to win on one weekend. And that's where you really get to see some of the most exciting innovation come out of these players.
Yeah, I mean, this turn 2 of 5, it pretty much wrapping up potentially a draw. I think Sean McLaren is likely the only one that can really win this match now. But really interesting, the Blue Moon deck. To me, it's like the Spanish Inquisition. Its main weapon is surprise. Once you get surprise, fear, and Teferi, like, how much more does it really have?
Yeah, we see Snapcaster Mage on Lightning Bolt, and it's combat, so Sean can't do anything. You know, even though it's his turn, Chen is basically 100% sure that he's going to be able to block with that Snapcaster Mage.
And there's another Lightning Bolt in hand, though not the red mana to cast it. Even under Blood Moon, he's only got 1 red mana available. But
well, I think he has a lot more red mana because those non-basics are mountains.
No, I'm talking about Li Shiqian.
Oh, Chen, yeah, right. Yeah, only a single mountain, so he can't cast... I'm sorry, I now understand what you're saying. Yeah, that other Lightning Bolt in his hand totally stranded right here.
But with only a couple of turns left in the game, it's really about sort of treading water, staying alive, I think, for our Hong Kong player here.
Well, now, we saw Chan actually, I think, take that damage for the Snapcaster Mage. Is he looking to try and win right now? I mean, he's not playing for the draw. He's got a grip full of remands and counter spells. He might be able to, he might be thinking, look, I can figure out how to deal 16.
There's a remand to deal with the flashback electrolyze. Remand on flashback spells particularly exciting because it basically says counter target spell, draw a card.
Exactly, and what we saw there, I mean, McLaren had the spell snare, but that Teferi means that McLaren cannot win a counter war no matter what happens.
This very, very close here. Doesn't need to use the fetch land to find red mana because it just taps for red mana because of Blood Moon.
Which is great when you're at 2 life points.
Draws a spell snare with his own Spreading Seas. Doesn't want to give any more blue mana to Sean McLaren, so just plays it on his own island.
Yeah, and we see Chen basically just digging right now, seeing if there's a way that he can win this game as opposed to have to resign himself to a draw. He could fall to 2, but he has a lot of counter magic in his hand. He can keep Teferi back if he needs to. But, I mean, yeah, still just a lot can go wrong for Chan if he overcommits.
This turn 4 of 5, so this is the last chance that Sean McLaren has to win in the red zone. And given that Teferi's in play, his last turn to play spells.
Yeah, again, Wear Tear, Johnny just not accomplishing anything. Spell Snare, not accomplishing anything. A Resolve Teferi, I mean, that is some technology from like 2006.
And it looks like Yeah, that's a draw. That scooping up of cards not just happening on Li Shichan's side of the board. Both players acknowledging the fact that they can't quite deal the last points they need. In Li Shichan's case, quite a lot of extra points still to deal. But that one, they're each going to have to resign themselves to just a single point. But it's worth pointing out there that Sean McLaren, he was on 30 points. Shichan Li, he was on 29. So doing pretty well regardless. And we're back in the booth now. I'm Tim Willoughby here with Zac Hill. I was really, really impressed with the way that Michael Hetrick played that match.
I was very impressed with Hetrick. I was very impressed with the fact that he was able to rally after being down a game against a combo deck that's basically faster than him. What I'm maybe most impressed with, though, is actually what we saw with Shichan Li. Kind of ran out that Teferi behind, 10 land drops, basically. But Teferi stuck and he was able to salvage a draw.
Very exciting matches, but we're going to be heading back to the news desk now as we've just finished out round 12 here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
All right, thanks very much to Tim Willoughby and Zac Hill there with the first of 5 modern rounds here as we head down the stretch. It's Saturday afternoon at Pro Tours. Nothing beats it. It's so much fun. Now, let me tell you, all morning we've been hinting that we think the 4th loss is critical. That still remains true. We said we thought there'd be about 50 players in contention coming into Modern. Starting that last round, round 12, there were 49 players on 22 points or better. That's 7 wins, 3 points for a win, 21, and 1 draw or better. Those are the 49 who we think are broadly in contention. But the way the math may work out, the math-based formula gives you the possibility that someone could sneak in at 36. So if you're hitting refresh, supporting your 7 wins, your 4 losses players coming into Modern, don't despair. There is still a little smidgen of hope, especially if you lose that 4th round late. That's key. So, draws, that's the other story that's starting to develop here. Draws are really going to make a mess of things when it comes to working out who gets in, who gets out. In that last round, we saw Kai Buddha defeat Jeremy Desani. That puts Desani out for sure, but Kai at 8-3-1. Now, if he can win his next 4, you add up the points, you go 28, 31, 34, 37. That puts him absolutely in prime top 8 candidacy position. He needs 4 straight wins to get yet another top 8, we would think. Now, what else has been going on? We saw Raymond Tan win, taking him to 10-2 at his first ever Pro Tour over Alexander Orozak, 9-3. So now no more losses to give for Orozak, one would imagine. He needs to start winning out. But then there's this other draw we've just seen there, McLaren and Li Shichan. So huge stuff going on here. Hetrick up to 10-2, back with the modern deck he loves in Living End. We have a deck tech lined up. It's a European Modern Grand Prix champion. It's Patrick Dickman with Tarmotwin. And here to introduce it, Hall of Famer, Mr. Randy Buehler.
Welcome, Randy Buehler. I'm here with Patrick Dickman, who has a super sweet version of the Splinter Twin strategy, but I want to set this up. Let's go back first to October, Grand Prix Antwerp. It's a format where Modern is being dominated by the Jund deck, and one of the reasons the Jund deck is doing well is that kind of beats up on Splinter Twin, right?
Yeah, basically it was always Jund's plan to more or less destroy your opponent's game plan, and play with strats that are that always have the same power level, no matter at what time you play them. It's basically always the same.
Right, but you like Splinter Twin. You've played a lot of Splinter Twin.
Yeah.
How did you manage to put a Splinter Twin together that could win that Grand Prix?
Well, once I realized that there's no way to beat most of the current Tier 1 decks, which were at that time Jund Pod and basically the BG shell with Death Ride especially. I realized that I can't go with a traditional combo version, just because once you only try to combo, you're so predictable. Like it's so easy to blow you out. You cannot really play around Abrupt Decay, which was a very popular card since it's printing, because it basically kills everything for 2 mana and cannot be countered.
Right.
Which was obviously a catastrophe for the traditional twin versions, and that's why I tried another approach. And I realized that I only keep swinging in with Pestimites until they start killing my stuff, and therefore added Snapcaster Mages as well, just to create value, draw more cards, and basically force them to use their resources on my creatures without committing to the combo.
Right.
And once they are out of resources, I can still try to combo off, or win a lot of games just by the tempo approach and beat them down with Pestimites and Snapcaster Mages.
And so that worked. You win Grand Prix Antwerp, and Twin ever since has really become this, I can burn you out deck. I don't need to combo. I'll try to kill you without the combo, but I've got the combo as a backup. So you're the guy we all have to blame for that innovation in the Twin strategy. But now you come and the bannings happen. You've got a new format, and what was your take on the Twin deck coming into this Pro Tour?
I actually came up with a take that I wanted to try out for quite some time, which was adding Tarmogoyf to the deck. And,
so Tarmotwin.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's Tarmotwin now, just because people got used to the new strategy.
Sure. So you got to stay a step ahead of them?
Yeah, exactly. I got to stay ahead and come up with a new tech, just because the whole deck used to be either Power 1 or Toughness 1, which is which puts you in an awkward spot. Like, you're very vulnerable to a lot of cards once people realize that they can usually play bold because you're not focused on the combo. Like, they try to race you, and then your tempo plays usually won't be good enough because their creatures are larger than yours.
Yep.
And they act more bold, and therefore you have to have a better board position. And Tarmogoyf acts as both a great attacker and a great blocker, because it's
that's
always
true.
It's always 4/5, or in this deck even 5/6, just because you're playing enchantments and artifacts in the sideboard, which makes it huge.
All right, well, let's see how this deck actually came together. So we look at this slide. This does not look like a Splinter Twin deck. Snapcaster, Tarmogoyf, Scavenging Ooze?
Yeah, that's more or less a rock shell. Yeah, I agree. Just because the combo is a backup plan and can work. I mean, okay, the Splinter Twin is actually really good with Snapcaster Mage.
Right.
So it's oftentimes part of the combo. And the other creatures like Tarmogoyf I already explained. It's a big attacker and a huge blocker that you need to stay alive, especially with Wild Nakatal unbanned. Zoo has become really popular again. So having that 4/5 or 5/6 blocker against his 3/3s is invaluable.
Yeah, I was thinking that Splinter Twin would be worse in this Pro Tour because there's Wild Nakatals running around. You can't kill anything with Gravlamamancer, can't kill anything with Electrolyze. It really felt like the Zoo deck matched up pretty well against Splinter Twin. You're just like, Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you going to do about this?
Yeah, they had just some adjustments had to be made. Like, of course, your cards like Izzet-Charm, Electrolyze, they all got worse because 2 damage is just not good enough in a format full of 2/2s. But there's also Flameslash and other stuff that kills the other creatures, and Scavenging Oozes as well. A really great blocker. I mean, very often you get into this drawn-out situation where you have a blocker like Tarmogoyf or the Deceiver Exarch. That's why I play more Deceiver Exarch than I used to. And Scavenging Ooze in this stall-out board positions just totally dominates the board after a short while.
Okay, let's see the next slide.
Yeah.
Now, this looks a little more familiar as a Twin player.
Yeah.
But now you said is this plan B or plan A?
Well, I can't really tell because, as I said, I always threaten the combo, and without threatening the combo, I'd rarely be able to actually kill because, I do have potent creatures in Snapcaster Mage and Tarmogoyf, which are probably 2 of the best creatures in the format.
Sure,
but,
absolutely.
But it would not be enough without the option or. To just win on the spot with Pestimize and Deceiver Exarch. It's still a psychological effect, and the tapping effect is really good.
Yeah, it's really impressive how much that threat of that combo kill affects the way everybody has to play.
Exactly.
Let's go to the next slide. Here's the creature set, and Flame Slash is the one that really struck me. This is not a card we've seen in Modern Talk to us about Flame Slash.
Yeah, okay. Flame Slash used to be popular at a time when everybody was playing a lot more Spellskite than they do today.
Sure.
But at some point, Spellskite just vanished, and people found other options. But now with all the 3/3s in the format and more Tarmogoyfs due to Zoo, but Zoo can't really grow the Tarmogoyf like I can do or Jund could, because they don't have discard. So the early Tarmogoyfs are usually all 3/4, and you basically get every creature in the format with Flame Slash early on, and Pot became really good with the bannings, because Jund is out of the more or less out of the format. Like, it's still playable, but Death Ray Shame used to bug them. And against Pot, you get the Nvala and Spellskite as well, and both of them cause problems to you.
Keep going. Next slide. So, card drawing and permission suite?
Yeah, there's only one thing to say about the Textile Pro, I think. I used to play Peak, but yeah, because it was really nice with Snap Custom Age. Like, I didn't tap out that much than I do now, but I need sorceries for the Tarmogoyf. That's why I decided to play the Textile Pro again.
Nice. Next slide. So we get into the lands, pretty straightforward? Or?
Yeah, exactly. You need the 8 fetch lands, and I think that should be obvious.
Next slide. Collection of multis. Pretty straightforward.
Lands. Yeah, exactly.
A couple more, and then what do we have in the sideboard waiting for us? Anger the God seems like a card that's come out a lot more recently.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
With the bannings.
Yeah, I tried it out in at GP Prague already. Okay. Like, I wasn't too satisfied with it there, because all of my creatures used to die to it, and I could always either choose to have a no board position of myself when I cast Anger of the Gods, which would give my opponent no reason to overextend, and then you basically hit nothing with it. But now you got all the creatures, like you got Tarmogoyf that survives the Anger of the Gods, you got the Seawork Saga and Scavenging Ooze after a few activations, which made Anger of the Gods way better.
Okay, next slide.
Okay.
A nice collection of one-ofs.
Yeah, I just think you have so many cards to choose from that have very, very similar effects. Like, of course, Combust and Dismember both kill an Nvala, but yeah,
makes sense.
And, yeah, it's okay.
So I mean, the sideboard, obviously, there's a lot of talk that goes into there, but I want to talk about the fact that nobody else on the team went with this deck, right? I mean, you've been playing a ton of Modern, and you actually had 2 Modern decks, right? You had the Tarmotwin ready to go, and an Affinity deck ready to go.
Yeah, exactly.
But you went with the Tarmotwin, handed off the Affinity to a teammate, right?
Exactly, to Christian Zyborg. He's 8-4 now, I believe. Or no, 9-3 as well, 9-3.
Okay, talk to me about that decision. Why the Twin deck rather than the Affinity deck if you had them both ready and prepped?
Oh, I think they're both really, really good and competitive decks. It's just that I really, really love Twin. It's just so much fun to play for me. Like, I also like to play Affinity, and if I would have thought that the Tarmotwin is a really bad choice. Like, I see everybody playing with Farish or something, which apparently didn't happen. I probably would have gone with the Affinity deck, because I have a very good win record with it, and I like my deck list. But as it is, I wanted to show off my new version of Tarmotwin, and it's just the most fun to play to me.
Well done. It looks fun, and I mean, it really looks like this is a deck you have a ton of experience with, and you keep staying one step ahead of the metagame. So. Nice job. Thanks for sharing it with us.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. Tarmotwin. Try it out.
All right, thanks very much to Randy there, and to Patrick Dickman, a modern Grand Prix champion with Twin, Tarmotwin. Now, Randy, you've got to be pretty brave to sort of kick off with a winning deck and then just go, I'm just going to throw in another Calva, right?
Right. He wins the Grand Prix with the deck. He goes to Prague and finishes 20-something with the deck. So he's got experience. He's won a Grand Prix. He's cashed another Grand Prix. And he's like, nope, I want a new list. I got to say, everybody's seen this deck now. You know, he's sort of innovated the archetype, and then, innovate again. It's nice if you can pull it off, right?
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. And he's just a machine sitting in front of Magic Online night after night after night after night. You know,
well, I mean, I think he just truly loves playing that style of deck. It seems like it's everything that he enjoys about Magic. So he has a ton of experience. He put in the hours. The thing I don't understand is, how did none of his teammates just follow his lead? He's the only Tarmotwin player.
I wonder whether there's an element of we can't in a sense,
none of us are as good as you.
We can't trust his results because they're his results.
They're just
not
better than
the
any of us
deck's
could do.
results.
Yeah, you see that with some Malirapod players too. And a lot of people, I think, maybe if they had a couple of months to practice, they might have switched into the pod deck. But it's a tough deck to pick up in a couple of weeks. So yeah, maybe that's part of it.
Well, he is a terrific player, and he is right in the hunt for the top 8. I was saying just before that deck tech started, this idea of draws, it really starts to mess with the math because people are going like the point
it's
above.
The usual.
Yeah. So why don't we take a look at the leaderboard right now? Top 20 players as things stand coming into this round. We have Sean McLaren. We saw him draw this last round. 10-1-1. He stays king of the hill. Michael Hetrick is 10-2. Siebold of Germany 10-2. Rivera, Falk, both of the United States 10-2. And then Tan and Wilson. So right now, there are 2, 4, 6, 7 players there at 10-2 or better. And right now, Li Shi-chan with his 2 draws would be in to a fictional top 8, if you will. So he's 9-1-2. Then you've got the 9-3 brigade, Joseph Kevaney, who, by the way, he was down at 6-3, so he's come storming back, having lost first round from 6-2. 6-3 now up to 9-3. Patrick Dickman, we've just spoken about there.
Yeah, he was really disappointed to 1-2 this morning. He felt like his deck was amazing, just full of first pick quality cards. He said he had 10 cards he thought were first pick quality cards. So definitely disappointed to only put up a 1-2 with that.
The impression I get with Dickman is he's actually disappointed every single time he loses a game of Magic. He was so disappointed in round 8. When he lost his round 8, and obviously there is an element
only loss
of
in Modern.
Yeah, and there's an element of I'd like to be undefeated on day 1, and 8-0 at a Pro Tour is a big thing. Yeah, sure. But yeah, I get the impression he expects to win every single time he plays, which is a good approach to have if you're going to win a Pro Tour. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side of our screen, we'll give you the rest of those 9-3s. Rich Hagon, he's been sneaking into contention. We've hardly seen him all weekend long, but he part of the Pantheon, representing Canada, of course, from Toronto, 9-3. The Dutchy Ian van Leeuwen coming into the mix with Thomas Hendricks. There were 2 Dutch players at 6-0, 2 more back on the leaderboard now, van Leeuwen and Hendricks there. There are not a lot of Dutchies playing, but Frank Carsten is in the mix. Also at 9-3. There are a few more players off our top 20 right now who are at 9-3. And Carsten,
limited expert Frank Carsten. He's 11-1 in limited at the last 2 PTs.
He is just a beast. And he's the guy who sits there with pick orders for everything and works out.
But I mean, most people think of him as a constructed specialist, but that 11-1, he's got some games left, the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and it's great to have him as part of the European coverage team as well. Let me tell you what we've got lined up in terms of the feature match action. So here we go. This is what we're going to look at. Talk us through some of these, Randy. So at 9-3, so essentially elimination, more or less, we have Gardenis Fidugiris, runner-up at a Pro Tour, against the guy who was sitting in this chair a couple of rounds ago, Josh McLean.
Oh, okay.
So that sounds like a fun one. Then Christian Seibold of Germany, who was at 7-1 overnight. He's had a kind of fairly rocky, okay first half of the day. He's now at 30 points, so he's still very much right at the forefront of things. He's up against Michael Hetrick, who righted the ship 8-0, 8-2, and now very much back in things. Jacob Wilson continues to impress. Teenager, still, not playing at everything because he has, these little things like it's probably high school technically that he's still going to do, or certainly first years of college. And he's just
he's the real deal though. You talk to everybody who's played with him, and the teammates that are testing with him, they're like, this is Hain 2.0 is the description I've heard.
Yeah, he came to Europe for a Grand Prix and made the top 8 along with Alexander Hain. And let's be honest, it isn't always the same as Iowa or Seattle when you come to travel for the first time.
Absolutely.
He was just so chilled, and it was just like another Magic tournament. It could have been a table anywhere in the world, and you don't always get that when you're 17, 18. He did. Tremendously impressive, made the top 8 there. He's up against first timer from Malaysia, Raymond Tan. Had a chat with him as he won his last round, which is always nice when they win. You get to talk to them. 10-2 now for Raymond Tan, so potentially a first timer on the Pro Tour getting all the way. But
that's the way to do it.
It's the He says the man. But still, lots of action for him because we're only 3/4 of the way through. It's 4 rounds, but we've played 12, 4 still to come. And then finally, Jared Butcher of the United States is up against Frank Carsten, who we've just talked about.
Nice.
Now, Butcher has a really interesting deck. Well, a deck I like. It's not super innovative, but it's Ad Nauseam with Lightning Strike. It's
no, that counts.
Right? I mean,
that's off the radar. Was not in my top 20.
Sure. And talking of your top 20, gotta congratulate. Did you like hand out 435 deck lists at the start of the weekend? Because of your top 10,
yep.
Like, didn't you have like 9 of the top 10 or 10 of the top 11 or something?
In terms of the initial field, my top 10 were all amongst the 11th most played decks. If you look at the day 2 field, they are my top 10.
It's outrageous. I don't know why we hired him, really. All right, good news. Feature match action, ready to go. We're ready. Time for more Modern here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hello and welcome for round 13 here of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. The players are just getting ready. We've got a great set of feature matches for you. We're going to go straight down to the feature match area floor to see Jared Butcher. He's on his first Pro Tour up against Hall of Famer and regular Frank Carsten, who's on just a tear this weekend, having come back from a slightly rocky start with his classic now amazing limited finishes. 11-1 in the last 2 Pro Tours in limited. Who knew? Constructed Master, Doctor, just got his PhD. Frank Carsten in the feature match area. We're going to go down and show you that game as it happens very, very shortly. Hello and welcome to round 13 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. We're going to be watching a feature match area in the front of the feature match area. On the left of our screen, that's Jared Butcher. This is his very first Pro Tour, playing an interesting deck. He's playing Ad Nauseam, and it's not Ad Nauseam Tendrils, none of this vintage or legacy stuff. This is Ad Nauseam with Lightning Storm. He's up against Hall of Famer Frank Carsten. Now, Frank had a little bit of a rough start to this PT, but playing Affinity, very, very aggressive deck, he has rallied back and is in great position now. Both these players on 27 points, and this is kind of a win and in match, and we see classic Affinity type start here. Frank Carsten leads with a Springleaf Drum. It has been reprinted in Born of the Gods, the original version, and just a Temple of Deceit there from Jared Butcher.
Now, to give you an idea of kind of what's going on in this match, Frank, the Affinity deck, basically tries to flood the board with a lot of artifacts, then play a card like Cranial Plating or Arcbound Ravager that allow them to turn those artifacts into damage. Frank's basically just going to be trying to deal as much damage as quick as he can. Jared is trying to assemble a combination of Angel's Grace, which basically says you can't lose this turn, and Ad Nauseam, which basically lets you draw a card and lose life equal to its mana cost any number of times that you want. Angel's Grace and Ad Nauseam mean he can draw his deck. Then he kills you with Lightning Storm, which deals you 3 damage plus 2 damage for each land that you discard to it.
Yeah, Lightning Storm, a very powerful spell in that if you've got enough cards in your hand, specifically enough lands to discard, you can just go from 0 to hero, the full 20 points in one go.
And that you usually have enough cards if you've drawn your entire deck. So,
Jared Butcher at the moment, though, he's not done too much just yet. He's suspended a Lotus Bloom, so once all of those counters, currently 2 left on there, come off, he will have a Lotus that he can sacrifice for 3 mana of any color, and he's using Sleight of Hand just to fix his draws a little bit.
Yeah, so it looks like Jared actually has the combo in his hand. He's got Angel's Grace and Ad Nauseam. He just needs to be able to get to 6 mana, 2 of which are black, 1 of which is white, to be able to cast it. So that Lotus Bloom is going to almost get him there. We see from Frank's side a lot of the cards that matter too. He's got 3 artifacts on the battlefield right now, plus the Arcbound Ravager itself. Cranial Plating in his hand, meaning that that is going to turn into an additional 5 damage at least. So Frank, has basically what he needs. It's a matter of, is he going to be able to race that Lotus Bloom? And
it's going to be tight. I mean, at least in game 1, basically, this is just a straight-up race. Who can get to their endgame faster? And while Jared's endgame is a little bit more complicated, both of these decks can get to their endgame really, really quite fast. Frank needs to do tons of damage as fast as possible, because this is not an ad nauseum deck that says, I'm going to flip one card, lose a little bit, decide if I want to flip some more. It's all or nothing for Birch's deck. When it's doing things right, it's just drawing its entire deck.
Now, looking at Jared's hand, he actually has a second Angel's Grace, which functions basically as a time walk, as a whole extra turn for Jared, because Frank is basically going to have to win through damage, and if he's attacking, Jared can just say, okay, I'm going to cast Angel's Grace the hard way, and I can't lose this turn.
Yeah, I mean, what Angel's Grace does is it basically means that if you would lose that turn, instead of going to 0 life, you just go to 1 life instead, and 1 is obviously just enough. So it's likely here, there's a Steam Vents in play for Bircher. It's likely that he's going to fetch a source of white mana there, just so that even if he needs to cast a couple of Angel's Graces, he's got a permanent way of doing that, so he doesn't need to worry about using, say, the Lotus Bloom to do so.
Where I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Angel's Grace, because it's a little bit of a weird card. Basically a split second, too, so your opponent can't respond to it. But you can't lose, your opponents can't win, and you can't die. Very good with Ad Nauseam, also very good when you're being attacked for lethal damage. So.
Yeah, worth noting that that's damage that would reduce you to less than 1, reduces you to 1 instead. If there's something that causes you to lose life, you do still go to 0, but you don't lose the game for that exact turn. The next turn, all bets are off. It's all over.
Yeah, if you pass the turn, well, you're going to be at 0 life. You're still going to lose.
But there's a Mox Opal there from Frank Carsten. He's doing a bit of counting. That's never a good sign for the other side of the board when the Affinity deck starts doing maths. And Frank Carsten, with his PhD, among the better at maths in total. His PhD in a variation of game theory and resource allocation, pretty ideal for Magic deck building, which he is known for. And here we see a whole bunch of artifacts appearing on the board. A second Darkbound Ravager there. Immediately tapped a Springleaf Drum to cast Cranial Plating. Now the plating, that's an equipment that gives each creature extra power gives the creature equipped to it extra power equals the number of artifacts in play. And right now, that's quite a few.
Yeah, what Frank was doing there was basically deciding, is it more resourceful for me to figure out if I can cast Cranial Plating and equip it? And he gets to attack this turn, but he doesn't deploy a bunch of extra artifacts to the battlefield. So what he determined was, no, it's actually better for me not to attack this turn, but to get both Cranial Plating and a second Arcbound Ravager on the battlefield to set up my other Cranial Plating as well as my Steel Overseer. Having 2 creatures means that both of those Springleaf Drums can produce mana potentially, and 1 can produce mana while still allowing Frank to attack.
Gemstone Mine there, a nice pickup for Jared, because that a land that just 3 times in the game can tap for mana of any color, and we can see that this is a fairly color-intensive deck. He's got white spells, he's got red spells, he's got black spells. Gemstone Mine will cost them all, but it'll only cost 3 of them.
So Jared has the Hallowed Fountain, which allows him to hard cast an Angel's Grace. Next turn, Lotus Bloom ticking down. He has 3 lands. He does have enough to cast his combo pieces. But Frank, on the other end, presenting a lot of damage right here, too. He's got Cranial Plate. He's got a Steel Overseer, and I believe he drew an Etched Champion.
That second Cranial Plating makes a huge difference in terms of the overall maths here. So immediately drops it into play. I think we can expect to see both copies of that equipment sitting on one or other of Frank's creatures, all on 1 Ravager, and I'm guessing that, well, there's going to be a big attack here. Let's add up exactly how big.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 artifacts, plus 1, so it's currently 17 power.
Frank thinking the exact same thing we are, and I think he can... No, normally you can sack Arcbound Ravager plus Modular to actually net +1 damage, but because there's 2 Cranial Platings, it effectively cancels out.
So Bircher now on just 2, so he's nearly dead, but nearly dead is really not the same as dead.
Exceptionally different from dead. If that Glimmer Void were some sort of artifact land for Frank, or that he could activate to turn into an artifact, it might be a different story, but we see Jared right now has the combo.
Not seen that.
He may have found a way to lose there by accidentally looking at the top card, but no. Here we go. He's casting Ad Nauseam. Sure. Now we get to see his whole deck.
The whole deck. I'll let you look. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to be at an absurdly negative number.
An absurdly negative number.
I think we'll let Jared explain this, because I mean, I'm sure that Frank knows what's going on, but by the sounds of it, Jared's got a pretty good handle on explaining this. I'm guessing he's been doing this approximately 6 rounds so far.
We have seen players lose games that are quote-unquote unlosable by failing to operationalize their combo effectively. I've certainly done that when I was playing Elves in Berlin. I've seen Steve Sadin do that. I'm picking on people who I like right now. So, I mean, there's value in making your opponent go through the motions just to make sure they can do it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I have 16 lands left.
No, just checking. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that should be more than enough.
That's 21 at 9.
Yep. And I just want to read this, how that works.
The good reading cards game.
So this is kind of the interesting bit, and it really shows off sort of the way that Frank thinks about the game, because basically...
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
He's going...
Yep.
I'm going to learn exactly what your deck does this game. Can't beat it now. Might be able to beat it in the next 2.
Deep enough that Carsten's got to read it.
Now, Phyrexian Unlife, basically, effectively, another Angel's Grace. It basically says you can't lose for having 0 life. Damage becomes poison. Ad nauseam, though, forces you to lose life, so you don't have to care about it. It basically lets you ad nauseam for your entire deck again.
So that's the end of game 1. We're going to have a couple of messages, and then we'll see if we can get a sneaky peek of another game before we go back to our main match.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Journey into Nyx are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Atlanta this May. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
We just finished game 1 for Frank, Carsten, and Jared Bircher, but we've had a whole bunch of games finish at almost exactly the same time. Hence, you get to see a little bit more of myself, Tim Willoughby, and Zac Hill with me in the booth. Just to let you know what's been going on in some of those other games, there has been a poison win as well. Christian Seibold won game 1 against Michael Hetrick with poison from his affinity deck. So that Inkmoth Nexus, possibly with a cranial plating, we've seen they're pretty powerful. Obviously, you don't need to do quite as much damage when it's infect damage, just 10 to end the game there. And Jacob Wilson, he's won his first game up against Raymond Tan. So there's lots of shuffling going on in our feature match area. And finally, we have Josh McLean up a game against Godenis Vidugaris. So lots and lots of shuffling. Josh McLean, he's again. We saw him in the video area earlier on, but he's now up against the wall a little bit on 27 points. Can't really afford to lose any more matches, but a game up against Godenis. We know he's a very, very good player. A great position to be in at this point in the day. Now, let's have a little think about sideboarding for this matchup between Frank and Jared Bircher. What can Frank do?
Yeah, so looking at Frank's sideboard right now, I see 2 cards that really sort of spring to mind for me. The first is Thoughtseize, which is just really good against any deck that's trying to assemble 2 combo pieces. And the second card that stands out is Ancient Grudge. Now, Ancient Grudge, it's not as though the Ad Nauseam deck's an affinity deck, but its combo costs 6 mana of 2 kind of hard to cast colors. Got double black for Ad Nauseam, white for Angel's Grace. A lot of the way that the deck's able to do that is through Lotus Bloom and Pentad Prism. So Ancient Grudge can threaten Lotus Bloom on the upkeep, potentially before you're able to assemble 6 total mana of the right combination. You're not going to be able to play a land for a main phase. And it can get rid of Pentad Prism when it's on the battlefield. So I like Ancient Grudge for that reason. Thoughtseize seems totally incredible. The challenge is making sure you don't dilute your deck so much that you can't kill your opponent. But I think Etched Champion, not at its best here. Galvanic Blast, not incredible. Thoughtcast, not incredible. So I think that those are the swaps that you make.
Now we can see on screen here all 4 matches shuffling up. Just want to make absolutely clear, sort of quite how sort of neatly synchronized we've managed to get our feature match area, unintentionally, admittedly, here in round 13 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. The interesting thing for me looking at the deck from Jared Bircher is he's already in his main deck got a plan at least against the Thoughtseize idea, and it's kind of an interesting one. Do you want to talk us through that, Zac?
Against Thoughtseize, he's got a card called Conjurer's Bauble. It basically allows you to sack it to put any card from your hand on the bottom, from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. So a lot of the time when you're playing a deck with only one win condition, they can just Thoughtseize your win condition. But in this case, if Lightning Storm's taken away, he can Conjurer's Bauble that to the bottom of his deck after he's drawn his entire deck using Ad Nauseam. So the bottom of the deck's the top of his deck. He uses one of his Simian Spirit Guides to cast Conjurer's Bauble, then uses the other 3 to cast Lightning Storm. So it's clear that he's kind of thought through a lot of the things that can go wrong. The other thing he's thought through is how on earth to beat Affinity, because he has 3 copies of Hurkyl's Recall in his sideboard.
Wowzers.
Which basically return all artifacts a player controls to that player's hand. So talk about buying time. Between that and Angel's Grace, it's going to be very hard for Frank to simply attack his way toward victory here.
Don't worry if you're having trouble keeping up with this. We were looking through the deck list for a bit of time before this particular match came on, because it's a bit of a puzzle, this deck. It's like something you find in the back of the newspaper. We've got all of these bits. If you put them together just right, then we can do something really, really smart. And that's exactly what Jared has done in his deck design. It's a very, very smart bit of building here.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, and it's also a smart bit of just being able to cast your spells in the first place. Kind of a weird combinatorics problem. You have double red, you've got white, you've got double black. You have to cast the white and double black at the same turn. And then you also have a lot of 1-mana blue spells. So I think Gemstone Mine doing a lot of work here. Gemstone Caverns making an appearance. I think that was Tsuyoshi Fujita's invitational card that wasn't an invitational card, but sort of was.
Was that Unlucky Man's Paradise, right?
Unlucky Man's Paradise, exactly. So yeah, a really innovative deck that Burchard put together, and it seems to be paying off.
Absolutely. I'm really, really excited to see exactly how that works. And it looks like Frank and Jared there sort of having a little chat as they shuffle up, sort of trying to figure out. I mean, this is Jared's first show, right? He's still kind of getting used to the motions of being on the Pro Tour. It's a big deal. Like, first Pro Tour, playing against a Hall of Famer late in the day, potentially still sort of in the running for top 8. And I mean, you don't want to be playing against someone like Frank Carsten at this point in the day, do you?
Well, I don't think you can. On the other hand, I don't think you want to be. I do think Jared's really equipped himself for this kind of environment. I mean, and this is we're not knocking on Jared for being a rookie. It's very hard to fly to another continent, try to get some rest, play 12 hours of Magic on day 1, 12 hours of Magic on day 2. But the advantage he has is he's playing a bunch of cards that probably no one else in the room even knows what they do.
Clearly, we've seen it, yeah.
Yeah, you saw Frank reading Unlife. So the advantage that you may not have due to being inexperienced, you have an advantage because your opponents aren't experienced against your deck. So I think he's able to mitigate some of that.
So it looks like we have got a match started, but this is not our main combo match. We're going to get a little sneaky peek. We've seen this deck just last round on the right-hand side of our screen. That is Living End being played by Michael Hetrick. On the other side, we have Christian Siebold. He's playing Affinity, which conveniently enough is what Frank Carsten's playing this round. So hopefully 2 decks that we're fairly familiar with, but 2 quite different plans. And here we get to see the power of Living End against creatures, right?
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing Affinity on a mulligan, still nevertheless able to attack for, I believe, 3 damage this turn. Double mulligan for Christian, doesn't have a Cranial Plate, doesn't have an Arcbound Ravager, so not really where you want to be, and not really able to apply a whole lot of pressure. Hetrick has Living End in his hand, probably doesn't want to suspend it though, and you see him just cycling tons and tons of creatures.
Yeah, 1 Living End as soon as it happens is just going to be moderately bonkers, because it's going to kill off everything that double mulligan has been able to achieve thus far and give Michael Hetrick an almost game-winning board immediately.
Now, one thing is that even if he is able to resolve a Living End, the only creature that can block flyers out of the graveyard is Pale Recluse. So if Siebold's able to deal enough damage, he might be able to sneak through the final few points with an Inkmoth or Blinkmoth Nexus, which of course probably aren't going to get killed by Living End unless it happens mid-combat due to a violent outburst.
So lots of moving parts in this matchup, and certainly one that I'm sure that both of them have done a reasonable amount of testing of. These both slightly better known decks than decks for the like of Jared Butcher's Ad Nauseam deck. But by the looks of things are getting sort of sorted out on our main match now. I think that there may have been a mulligan from Frank Carsten looking for exactly the right cards he needs in the match, but it looks like they're probably just about ready, that we might be able to switch across pretty shortly. And yeah, both players there just getting set up. And it looks like Jared Butcher cannot wait to get his next game in. He's really enjoying playing this deck, even when there are starts like this one coming from Frank Carsten. That's turn 1, Blinkmoth Nexus, Springleaf Drum, free Memnite, free Mox Opal, tap the Springleaf Drum and the Memnite and the Mox Opal, make a Steel Overseer and pass. Not a bad mulligan.
No, not a bad mulligan at all. Really sick turn 1, but I mean, if you look at Jared, he has literally the exact cards that I think he wants to draw right here. He's got a turn 0 Lotus Bloom, he's got Hurkyl's Recall, he's got Ad Nauseam, and he's got Angel's Grace. Plus he's got a Scryland and a Serum Visions to dig him into more mana. So Jared has exactly the hand that he wants in this matchup.
And just for you Michael Hetrick fans out there, to let you know, he did just cast 11 End, and we are immediately onto a game 3 in that match that we got a sneaky peek of. Master of Ethereum there from Frank Carsten. That pumps all of his artifacts, creatures, and is itself just massive.
Yeah, that Master is unbelievable there. It allows him to attack for a lot of damage. He's going to activate his Steel Overseer at the end of the turn, and Frank is presenting a lot of damage. A very powerful mulligan hand, and Master, a card that a lot of Affinity players don't play. They're running more Etched Champions, but it's shining right here today.
And kind of the cool thing about Affinity, we saw how much Frank Carsten did on turn 1. Even though there's a Hurkyl Recall lurking in the future for him, he's going to be able to deploy quite a large proportion of the cards he's already got in play with not that much delay.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he will be starting from essentially square one, though. The only difference being an Inkmoth Nexus, or a Blinkmoth Nexus. The remainder of his permanents are artifacts, and we see Jared there. 2 temples mean that he doesn't actually have 2 mana to Hurkyl's Recall. So something like a Cranial Plate here, I guess it doesn't resolve, but I mean, this is going to be a big turn for him.
Now, Frank can't realistically know quite what answers are coming from Butcher's deck because he's got access to so many colors of mana that he could have any number of different things. So I don't think that he's going to aggressively use the Steel Overseer to get an extra points here, even though we know that it might be quite a good idea for him.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I see him activating Blinkmoth Nexus. That gives him an additional artifact. It also gives him an additional creature to put a counter on with Steel Overseer, and that means that if Hurkyl's Recall happens or anything like that happens, he can still play a mana source if he's able and just attack for 2 more, which, depending on how much damage he's able to deal here, might be all that matters, especially if Jared has to deal himself damage with a land next turn.
Double checking, I can't kill you this turn.
I'm pretty sure you can't, but I might have missed something.
Such a scary thing to hear from someone like Frank Carsten, who, you know, if there's a way, he'll find it.
Well, there's 7 artifacts. That Master of Ethereum at least to 8/8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think he can deal like 13 damage.
Activate the Nexus.
Sure.
Put some more counters on everything.
Do you need more dice? I have dice.
I might need 1 more.
First,
2 if you just... Yeah, there you go. 2.
Not a bad problem to have.
We're going to need a bigger bow.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 total damage?
I didn't actually check this. It is 10. I can't... 14. I have 8 artifacts, so this is a 10/10 creature. This is 3 plus 1 from the Master.
Oh, plus 1 for the Master. Yep, 14. So I go to 6.
Yes.
So not a bad third turn for Frank.
My plan is on the table.
Your plan might not stay on the table there, Frank, unfortunately.
What we know that Frank doesn't, knowledge is power. And he might lose his board to Hurkyl's, and next turn, again, Jared has the Angel's Grace. He has Ad Nauseam. He has exactly what he needs, and even has a Pact of Negation to protect it. But, you know, at 6, I mean, the Blinkmoth Nexus can deal some damage. It just may not be fast enough.
Oof.
Your pan no longer on the table.
Sorry, Jared, I got there first. Your joke's old hat now.
Tim, there's people copy you all the time. They don't even know it.
Some mana in response.
Okay, it's going to disappear still. Because it's upkeep.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Everything goes back.
Yep.
Well, I mean, one thing that could have happened if that happened on the upkeep is if Frank had a Galvanic Blast, casting that for 4, playing a land, activating Blinkmoth Nexus, and attacking would have been 6 damage. But I mean, Frank does not, in fact, have a Galvanic Blast, but there are 2 in his main deck.
Yep.
Mox.
Yep.
Check it out.
Frank deploying the rest of his hand, but he really needs a Thoughtseize right here, or none of these permanents are going to matter very much when that Lotus Bloom enters the battlefield.
And we got another result from one of the other tables. So Jacob Wilson has won 2-0 over Raymond Tan. So Wilson just doesn't seem to know how to lose in this match. He's now at 33 points, 11 wins, and just perilously close to locking up a top 8.
Yeah, extremely close there. Basically leading the pack. Raymond Tan playing the Hexproof deck. Has been serving him well so far, but he picks up, what's his second loss? Sorry, his third loss.
Lots of counting here from Frank, but I think that ultimately for naught, Seibold is down to just 5 life up against Michael Hetrick in the deciding game there. Oh, sorry, down to 5 cards. Oh, that's far worse.
Yeah.
Affinity, not necessarily a deck that mulligans particularly well because it's a deck that really wants to get critical mass of things.
Right, it wants to flood the board with permanents, and that's what we're seeing on this turn. I mean, Frank able to get most of his hand back, but Jared basically just hoping that he's not going to get interacted with on that turn from Frank. Oh, wow, and another Hercules recall. Even if he didn't have the combo, would set Frank back even harder. But Jared basically, right at this point, making sure that he didn't side out his Lightning Storm.
Yeah, Frank's just saying, just show me.
1, 2,
Although,
4, 5, 6,
if Jared discards all of the lands, Frank could theoretically kick the Lightning Storm back, but that is not what happens here.
Yeah, if he somehow had 4 lands in hand, he might have been able to set something up there. But I think that in reality, it wasn't ever really happening. Jared Butcher locks it up. That a relatively quick win for him, and one has to think that this is not necessarily a field that is ready for exactly the list that he's brought.
Well, I mean, I really like the way Jared's thinking about it. I mean, one of the best ways to interact with a deck like his is through hand disruption, things like Thoughtseize, things like Inquisition of Kozilek. But if you know Jund is going to be less popular because of the banning of Deathrite Shaman, and subsequently cards like Liliana, which ordinarily be very effective against you, get weaker, if not unplayable, that is the perfect time to play a deck that's soft to hand disruption, because all of the decks that play it aren't actually in the environment.
So we are now going to jump across to one of our other matches. We've seen a little bit of this matchup already. A bit of affinity on the left-hand side of our screen. That is Christian Seibold. He's up against Michael Hetrick, who was in our feature match area last round. This is the King of the Hill table, and both players on 30 points. The living end deck of Michael Hetrick has not yet lost in Constructed, and Hetrick is just sort of cycling away, playing his regular game plan here.
Yeah, I mean, and again, all you want to do when you're living end is get paired up against creature decks. The fact that not only do you put 10, 12, 14 power on the table, you just kill all of your opponent's creatures on the 3rd turn of the game. I mean, Wrath of God cost 4 mana, so you're saving mana on a ridiculous reanimation spell, as well as the ability to wipe your opponent's board. I mean, it's unbelievable how much raw power the living end deck can bring to bear.
Of course, one interesting thing in this exact matchup is that Demonic Dread, Michael Hetrick can't profitably... well, I guess he can target things and he'll still get the Cascade because you can't sacrifice something in response. Is that correct?
That is correct. Now, a thing that could theoretically happen is that Seibold's only creatures are Etched Champions with protection from all colors, in which case Hetrick could never target them in the first place.
I mean, there is a Demonic Dread in Michael Hetrick's hand, which is obviously the first piece of the puzzle. Conveniently, it immediately finds the second piece.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Hetrick actually has Violent Outburst too, but if I were Seibold, I would immediately sack that Ravager, I think. Contributing damage to those to those Etch champions to prevent them from living end. Now, a thing that he can do is sack them all in response so that they're in the graveyard when living end resolves. But I mean, a thing that potentially is even more powerful is not letting him even cast Demonic Dread in the first place and continuing to beat down with Etch champions.
I don't know. I mean, it feels to me like if you just sack all of your guys in response and then bring everything back, then at least you've not lost your guys. I mean, we'll ignore the fact that it does mean Michael Hetrick gets like 3 or 4 free guys. Like, it's still pretty good. But there's an extra land in play there for Seibold, who also has an Inkmoth Nexus. Now, that an interesting one that did win him game 1 with poison damage. The fact that it flies and is only a creature when you want it to be, both very, very powerful against Living End, because while Living End has the likes of Deadshot Minotaur to kill flying creatures, chances are the times that the Minotaur is coming into play are not the times that the Nexus is really causing a problem.
Right. I mean, there are times like this where it could happen. I guess the Inkmoth Nexus is going to die to Living End anyway if Hetrick chooses to Violent Outburst here. I mean, and even if Seibold sacks everything to Ravager, it resets the Ravager counters, it fogs for a turn, essentially, and most importantly, it brings back Pale Recluse, a pair of Deadshot Minotaurs, and I believe that's a Street Wraith. It might be an Architects of Will.
I think that's a fetch land in the graveyard.
That's a fetch land?
I think it's just two Deadshot Minotaurs and a Pale Recluse.
Just 10 power worth of creatures. One of whom
He's on 20. That's loads of time.
So yeah, Hetrick, I think, deciding here whether he wants to pull the trigger or whether he wants to cycle Architects.
The other thing that's going on, of course, is that there's a Spell Pierce in Christian Seibold's hand. So even when that Living End gets cascaded into, he's not got enough mana up to pay for the Spell Pierce.
Yeah, and the Living End is the Spell Pierce is absolutely huge here. The Glimmer Post or Glimmer Void, able to actually cast it. I was looking at the Springleaf Drum, saying, okay, well, he doesn't have blue mana, but Glimmer Void certainly fulfills that role admirably, and that's going to buy Seibold an entire turn at least.
Wow! So that was a Simian Spirit Guide being removed from the game for 1 extra mana, paying for the Spell Pierce. Now Seibold is left going, well, maybe I will sacrifice a few bits and pieces.
And that explains very well why Hetrick waited until the 4th turn when he could have cast Living End on the previous turn. He wanted to be able to have 2 extra mana to play around a card like Spell Pierce.
Seibold here trying to work out a way of ending up with a bunch of counters on his Nexus. That's not going to work, I don't think. I was under the impression he'd activated that.
Yeah, I also was under the impression that he would have had to have activated it if it was a creature. Okay, so
yeah, we figured it out.
We're performing the operations correctly, even if they don't necessarily wind up mattering all that much.
So all of a sudden, the board a little bit closer to parity. I mean, Seibold still has 4 points of unblockable damage coming through each turn, and that Arcbound Ravager that can potentially move a few more over there. But at least now Hetrick has a good old mix of creatures in play.
Yeah, I mean, one thing he could theoretically do after Seibold had reset, sacked all of his permanents to Ravager and got the back is just Living End again and deplete them. But, you don't want to get rid of your 10 power worth of creatures. So Living Ending another time, kind of comboing off a second time, not really a major option for Hetrick right here. He needs to figure out how to win with his existing board, plus anything else that he can contribute to it. I mean, Demonic Dread actually not the worst as target creature can't block against that Arcbound Ravager, but the Etched Champion's going to do a decent job of holding off Pale Recluse and Deadshot Minotaur as we see Hetrick here trying to stack his graveyard a second time.
Stack his graveyard and dig. I mean, we don't know exactly what he brought in from the sideboard. I'm guessing there's an Ingot Chewer or 2 knocking about somewhere in his list.
Yeah, he has 4 copies of Ingot Chewer in his sideboard, so those would prove extremely powerful here, both to get rid of that Ravager and potentially to just lower Seibold's artifact count. But with that indestructible Darksteel Citadel plus the 2 Etched Champions themselves, yeah, those Etched Champions are going to have protection from all colors for a long time coming.
They're best of buds. They're helping each other out, right?
Right. I mean, the thing that Seibold can't put together is if he commits those Etched Champions to attacking, he's going to get hit back for more damage. So if I'm Hetrick here, I think I just try to either push through what damage I can, knowing 2 creatures are going to get blocked, or just try to set up a second Living End for, even more.
I think it's going to be really difficult to set up a living end here, just because Ravager can mean that living ends don't leave Hetrick ahead.
Right. I mean, you've got to have enough cyclers in the graveyard, which currently 2 Architects of Will aren't, to be able to just radically outpace Seibold's permanence. Because, I mean, Seibold was behind on that living end. Ravager was reset and so forth, and the champions are going to have to play at least something of a defensive role. But you're right that this game is not ending anytime soon, at least given what's already on the board.
And Michael Hetrick, a very patient player, it must be said. He doesn't need to... I think one of the things that can be quite easy to do with a lot of combo decks, which essentially this is to say, I'm going to win the game as fast as I possibly can. And while that's a noble goal, and it feels very good to win the game on the very first turn that you can, one of the things that we see from a lot of pro players with a lot of different combo decks is you just need to win the game. Like, you don't get extra points for winning really, really fast. So it's about going, this is the right time and the right way to do it that means that I have the best chance of winning. And by the looks of it here, Michael is quite happy to take the time. A Thoughtseize takes away his Demonic Dread, but while he doesn't have loads of stuff in hand, he's got a little bit of time to figure out exactly what he needs to do to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think your point about taking a while is exactly what's going on right here. I remember talking with Matthias Hunt yesterday, and he said one of the assets of playing with his Amulet of Vigor deck as much as he had played it was that he knew when the plan was just to wait, play a bunch of Karus and hard cast Primeval Titans, and then with a combination of those and Summoner's Packs, just win the hard way without using much acceleration at all. I think this is yet another case of that on Hetrick's side, but when now all of a sudden we see Seibold getting very aggressive right now.
Yeah, Seibold's seen Hetrick's hand. He knows that there's not a whole lot more going on in that hand, and he's saying, I think that I can win this race.
Yeah, taking the Demonic Dread means that Hetrick can't set up another living end and punish Seibold for devoting so many counters to that Arcbound Ravager. So Seibold threatening 7 damage here with Arcbound Ravager. Hetrick can definitely block with Minotaur, but falling to 3, that means that those Etched champions are lethal next turn if Seibold has another artifact. Oh. But no, I guess... that is not what happened.
Well, basically, he didn't have the extra artifact. So he was threatening to have the extra artifact, at which point it would work out that both of his Etched champions were protection from all colors. He did not have that. He was not able to cast an additional artifact. So once that Arcbound Ravager died, while the Etched champions were bigger, he only had 2 artifacts left.
I don't think that's what... because can't he sack the Arcbound Ravager to one of the Etched champions that's not blocked for the remaining 3 damage? I think that's what happened.
Possibly. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I think what happens is the Arcbound Ravager gets blocked. Affinity player says, that's nice, and then moves those counters over to one of the creatures that isn't blocked, which is able to deal Hetrick the final points of damage.
Absolutely, you're totally right. And we've jumped across to another match now, not one that we've actually seen a whole lot of just yet. This is Godenis Vidaguris on the left-hand side of our screen. He's playing Storm up against Josh McLean. Now, Josh is playing Malirapod. Explain us a little bit about that deck, Zach, because it's kind of a tricky one.
Yeah, so the idea with Malirapod is that you want to get Malira Silvok Outcast onto the battlefield. That says -1/-1/1 counters can't be placed on permanents. So you set up a way to sacrifice a creature, and then a persist creature like Murderous Redcap or Kitchen Finks that come back with -1/-1 counters. So basically they can't. So instead of failing to go away the second time they die, which is what the mechanic says, they just stick around forever and you can sack them as much as you want. That allows you to gain infinite life or an arbitrarily large number of life with Kitchen Finks, or deal an arbitrarily large amount of damage with Murderous Redcap.
Now it looks like here that arbitrary large amount of damage certainly not happening anytime soon, because the Storm deck, which we've seen a fair amount of in the feature match area from Gaudenis, is setting up quite a reasonable board wipe here. A defensive grape shot, if you will, killing off both the Voice of Resurgence token and an Eternal Witness, and forcing that Murderous Redcap to persist, so it has now got a -1/-1 counter.
Yeah, we see, I mean, a lot of really powerful cards in Gaudenis' graveyard. Hard to see exactly what every single one of them are. He is at 1 life. The persist from Murderous Redcap, theoretically a lot more powerful if that 1 more counter wasn't there. And Gaudenis, I think, trying to combo out of his graveyard with a Past in Flames right now.
So Not a huge amount of work to be done by
sorry, no, that was
Josh
that was
McLean.
a desperate Ravings. My fault.
So Kitchen Finks and a Birds of Paradise there from what looks to be an all-foil version of the Meliropod deck from Josh McLean. He just desperately needs to find a way of sneaking through that final point, and just casting creatures and attacking might well be the way.
Dennis able to set up a lot right here with Goblin Electromancer and a lot of mana in play.
Thought Scour there, putting cards in the graveyard. He's drawn a Pyromancer's Ascension, which potentially is fairly easy to power up with so many cards in the graveyard, but not loads of cards in hand for Go Dennis.
Yeah, the question here is simply how he's going to stay alive. I think he's got to block with both those Electromancers and hope to string something together next turn with Pyromancer Ascension.
And here comes the attack from Josh McLean. Just the Kitchen Finks coming in. They are, well, half trading, I suppose, with a Goblin Electromancer, killing it off and then persisting back. So Josh is going to be gaining a bit of life, which he immediately spends when he casts Thoughtseize, taking their... It looked like a
Pyromancer Ascension.
Pyromancer Ascension for Godenis. So Godenis drawing pretty thin, it must be said.
Right, so he's going to look with Thought Scour. Mills a Past in Flames, which might just be enough. He's got... Did he get a land as his card? If he flashes back Past in Flames for 3 due to Electromancer, just one ritual could set off his entire graveyard.
So
there we go.
Here comes a ritual.
That is what he has in his hand. He's able to turn 1 red mana into 3 red mana with that, I believe it's Pyretic Ritual.
That looks like the one, yeah. Electromancer there, making it cost 1 rather than 2. A pretty big upgrade, it must be said.
Yeah, milling that Past in Flames is going to be absolutely huge here, because once he's able to flash that back, we at the very least know that he has several rituals and Grape Shot, so if nothing else, he's going to be able to wipe McLean's board and buy himself some time. Might be able to get further ahead from that if he has a Manamorphose in his graveyard.
Yeah, we might see whether or not we can just get Go Dennis to move his graveyard down a bit so we can see all of it, because there's lots of stuff going on, including a couple of Manamorphose in his graveyard there.
Yeah, his graveyard basically his hand right here. Yeah, I think he's saying he's... Oh, so basically, my graveyard's going to kill you, and that's what's up.
Yeah, like, I guess that at this point, there's so much stuff in the graveyard, it wasn't even possible to really fit it all on the table neatly. He was able to kind of point out that he was going to go lots and lots of rituals, and just make it all happen in one big go.
Right, I mean, we've already seen the Grape Shot. He had tons of spells in his yard, and Electromancer meant that his rituals produce 3, his Manamorphose gains him both mana and cards. I think the assumption is, okay, you're going to be able to cast all that. It's going to be very bad for me. Let's go to game 3.
Yeah, so this now squared up match. Both these players on 27 points, so they don't really have any losses left to give. And we're going to get a chance to see the full extent of another sort of interesting combo race. The cool thing about the Meliropod deck, of course, being that while it's a combo deck that can gain a whole ton of life, it can do all sorts of crazy clever things, it can also just beat down if it absolutely has to. Now, realistically, probably not enough time to go on the beatdown plan here, but by having a combo kill, like life totals are kind of just sort of an interesting bit of salt and pepper on what's the real story of the game, which is how close has either player got to their combo.
Right. I mean, in the times that's going to come up a lot, I think, or if Godenis is able to resolve Blood Moon. I mean, a lot of non-basic lands from the pod deck, Birds of Paradise and Noble Hierarch make that plan a little bit worse. But if you can contain those with Grape Shot, it's going to be very hard for the Birthing pod deck to cast a single spell. I think it has 3 forests and 1 swamp, period, to assemble its combo. I don't know if Godenis thinks it's worth it to bring it in. I do know that Josh wants to bring in 4 copies of Thoughtseize. Very, very powerful against the Storm deck. He's also got a Sin Collector. He's got a Harmonic Sliver, which even though it's a 3-mana 1/1, could blow up a Pyromancer Ascension, which could buy Josh a lot of time.
Now, speaking of time, it looks like they were pretty much in a hurry to keep this match going. We've already seen Josh McLean kicking it off with a Razor Edge Thicket into Birds of Paradise. That'll accelerate him a little bit, the birds tapping for mana of any color. While on the other side of the board, a Serum Visions for Godenis. He gets to draw a card, then scry 2.
Yeah, Josh McLean ahead on mana, ahead on tempo right here. Not ahead on cards. Godinez trying to just, again, he's got a lot of cantrips right here, so he needs blue mana to be able to turn those into a loaded graveyard and a bunch of rituals. Try to get a Pyromancer Ascension on the board as soon as possible. McLean has Thoughtseize, has Chord of Calling, but Chord of Calling is going to take at least a couple of turns before it turns into anything useful right now.
And that there are Ranger of Eos on the pickup there for Josh McLean. Not something you can cast just yet. The priority is to stop Godinez get the really fast start. So there's a Thoughtseize. Let's see what we got. So there's a Grape Shot. That'll kill people. A Desperate Ravings. That'll help him draw some more cards. Then a couple of lands, a Sleight of Hand, and a Thought Scour. 2 Thought Scours, sorry. So none of his actual win conditions and no sort of big mana, but lots of ways of finding them.
Yeah, not a really great hand to cast Thoughtseize into. The Thought Scours and Sleight of Hand are largely replaceable. Desperate Ravings is even better when it's in the graveyard than when it's in your hand. I think you take Grape Shot here to make sure that your Bird of Paradise stays alive and make sure you can't wipe your board once you begin to deploy threats. But you're not really happy with that Thoughtseize. You want to take something like an Empty the Warrens if your opponent has it, or something like a Pyromancer Ascension.
So he does take the Sleight of Hand then. That's kind of interesting, because I think I'm with you that I'd want to be keeping that Birds of Paradise around. But I guess that realistically he knows that Godinez has to kill him, and burning an early Grape Shot just to sort of slow him down is possibly not the most efficient use of resources anyway.
That certainly makes sense. And Sleight of Hand digs, gives you more options for what to take than Thought Scour does. The other thing is, if you take Thought Scour, then your opponent draws Pyromancer Ascension. The Thought Scour is already in the graveyard anyway, making your second Thought Scour trigger Pyromancer Ascension. So definitely can understand why you'd want to take the Sleight of Hand. You want to prevent Godinez from drawing into anything particularly insane here. Still, double Thought Scour means he's going to, and Desperate Ravings means he's going to be able to replace that hand.
Now, this is interesting because there's immediately a Khazali Pride Mage down for Josh McLean, and right after, right on time, along comes Pyromancer Ascension. So that, the perfect answer really to the powerful enchantment. It's a 2/2 with Exalted, so a perfectly fine attacker, but then if the Pyromancer Ascension comes down, before it gets a chance to start making spells get copied, that Pride Mage can just you can pay 1 and sacrifice it to get rid of the enchantment.
You know, I don't hate just playing Pyromancer Ascension out here anyway and kind of obligating your opponent to keep a mana open at all times this early in the game, or alternatively, blow it up with Pride Mage, which, removes his pressure from the table. But looks like Godinez is going to prioritize casting Thought Scours and setting up his graveyard.
Yeah, and it does mean that there's a much better chance of getting a Pyromancer Ascension live super fast. And there is the possibility of, if you get late in the game enough, get enough mana available to kind of cast, trigger, and use a Pyromancer Ascension before the Pride Mage really gets a chance to do much, or in response to the Pride Mage activation.
Yeah, and that's really, yeah, exactly. You can respond to that by being able to go off. You can also just try and hope your opponent taps down low, doesn't have a mana available, and try to use Ascension all in one turn. The downside of that strategy is that you just don't have an abundance of mana right now, and you're under a lot of pressure. We see Viscerus here, that's a part of the combo, Noble Hierarch, and an attack for Khazali Pride Mage, really dealing a lot to Godinez, but it does look like McLean is tapped out right now. So theoretically, Pyromancer Ascension could turn on if Godinez is able to fill it up.
I think he's a little short on rituals to kind of keep everything going. The ritual effects all being ones that generate more mana than they cost, so that he doesn't run out of mana in his big combo turn. In the meantime, Godinez can see that with Viscera Seer having been fetched with Ranger of Eos, Josh McLean one step closer to his combo, because Viscera Seer, 1/1 for black, lets you sacrifice a creature to scry 1. And to be honest, the scrying, while lovely, is not the main thing here. It's a cheap way of sacrificing creatures, which once you've got Malira and, say, a Murderous Redcap, is a combo to deal as much damage as you want to deal.
Absolutely. I mean, the scry does help to draw into those combo pieces. I think what Godinez wants to set up here, and he drew a Lightning Bolt, which is very powerful right now. He could also Manamorphose into Desperate Ravings is not Desperate Ritual, but he could Manamorphose into another spell and just cast Grape Shot for 3, trying to kill Bird of Paradise and get that Kasali Pride Mage off the table. But now that he has Bolt, I think he can just Bolt the Pride Mage, play a Pyromancer Ascension, and threaten a win next turn.
It looks like Go wants to go for it. He's cast his Manamorphose to draw a card. He's found a ritual.
Right, and this is, I think, the Grape Shot line that we were talking about. Either Grape Shotting Kasali and the Bird, trying to set up an even bigger Grape Shot for the entire board. Godinez has a lot of options here. Not likely that what he's going to do is going to win him the entire game, but it's going to put him in a significantly better board position right now than he would be in otherwise.
There's the Lightning Bolt. And there's a Pyromancer Ascension. So basically he's saying, I've got a whole mess of different types of cards in my graveyard. I've got a Pyromancer Ascension in play with a good way of getting rid of it. I'm going to threaten to win next turn, and I don't think that you're going to be able to do much about it.
Yeah, Desperate Raving solid. Grape Shot means that he can still affect the board if McLean deploys that Viscera Seer and that Noble Hierarch, both 1 toughness creatures that bite the dust to Grape Shot. Vidigerus, now that he's not under pressure, also has the option of just setting up his hand more effectively with Desperate Ravings. McLean, on the other hand, still can Court of Calling for a combo piece. He's got Viscera Seer. It's trivially easy for him to get Malira. He just needs to put together a Persist outlet, which he currently does not have. Finally, just playing Gavany Township and making his creatures huge, not the worst play in the world either.
So it's a World of One drops led by Ranger of Eos for Josh McLean, Noble Hierarch, Birds of Paradise, and that Viscera Seer we've been talking so much about, but not quite presenting the sort of clock that he needs to force Godinez to do something here, I don't think.
Yeah, and again, I mean, with a graveyard that size and a Pyromancer Ascension on the table, you've always got to be afraid that you're just in danger of losing the game if you're Josh. Having that Kasali Pride Mage hit the bin is a huge boon for Godinez. That said, Godinez's current hand not quite capable of winning the game. I think he needs to risk it with that Desperate Ravings and see what he can draw into.
Yeah, Cheven Reef, really not the draw that he was looking for there. Conveniently, though, the red-blue Storm deck, it doesn't need to rely on just the 1 draw each turn. It has plenty of other ways of getting extra cards.
And I mean, Cheven Reef at least gives him access to 2 mana this turn. A lot of the important spells in the deck, the Rituals, Manamorphose, more Desperate Ravings, more Pyromancers, cost 2. So, Cheven Reef at least live here as a draw.
And Desperate Ravings getting rid of another draw spell, but let's see what, there is a Gataxin Probe. Now this is a really nice one for Vidigerus here because it means that he gets a chance to really understand what he's up against.
Yeah, and understand how much time he has. On the other end, I think if he goes to 10, he might be facing something close to lethal next turn. That's 4, assuming a Gavany Township activation, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of damage if Josh just turns all his creatures sideways. So Godinez doesn't have infinite amounts of life to work with.
Especially if at the end of turn, Josh McLean uses that Court of Calling just to get a dude.
Right. Yeah, so you're right. If Josh is able to draw an extra land to activate Gavany Township, or no, he's got Verdant Catacombs, so he is quietly presenting lethal damage right here. And unless this Grape Shot puts an end to all that craziness.
3 copies. Order them, so... This one resolves first, followed by that one, followed by that one.
So he's targeting the Viscera Seer first in case, so that if that resolves, Josh can't sacrifice his other creatures for Scry. It's probably not going to matter because he's just going to do everything he needs to do in response. But still, I mean, we knew that Godinez was setting up that Grape Shot
this
play.
is kind of nifty. So that's an Orzhov Pontiff. Now, there's 2 abilities on that. The first one's the important one right here. When it comes into play, it can either give all creatures you control +1/+1, or it can give all creatures your opponent control -1/-1. So he gets to make all of his creatures bigger, so they're all going to survive that Grape Shot. On top of which, of course, it's a creature in play to set up for more attacks the following turn. That a huge pickup from Josh McLean.
This is an absolutely unbelievably powerful Orzhov Pontiff right here. I think it's probably in the deck as a defense measure against Empty the Warrens, but it is going to represent, I believe, lethal damage right here from that Verdant Catacombs in Gavany Township, meaning that I think he's attacking for exactly the 10 damage he needs right now.
And
yeah, one. I think it's actually
they're doing a little counting just to make sure.
3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Yeah.
Going in for exacties.
What
and
an
there's the
incredible,
handshake.
what an incredible Orzhov Pontiff. You know, you don't put that in your deck thinking, well, when my opponent grape shots me, I'm probably going to Court of Calling it out in response to save all 3 of my creatures. But a kind of atypical use of the card, really resourceful thinking from Josh right there, and that's what won him the game.
I mean, realistically, do you think that there's a way that, like, had Godenis known about it, could he have realistically played around that?
I think you can direct them more to single target to make sure you're at least not facing down lethal. So you can put 2 copies at Viscera Seer, split them up 2 and 1, something of that nature, and at least make sure not to die. But, I don't think that Godenis is playing around Cord into Orzhov Pond.
Yeah, I mean, Court of Calling on its own, kind of a tricky card to play around, right? It's an instant, it can fetch any number of different things, and we know that the Melirapod deck plays just a whole mess of different creatures, so depending on the exact build, it could have been any one of a number of different bits and pieces, but that option certainly works for Josh McLean.
Well, that is one of the tricky things about playing against decks like Pod. Because of Birthing Pod and Court of Calling, you don't just have to play against the cards that you see and the cards you think you're in your opponent's hand. You have to kind of play against their entire library, too. Does my opponent have Shriekmaw in addition to Necrotol? Well, if he does, then I need to prioritize this because all my creatures are going to die. I mean, it's kind of insane, and that's a big advantage of playing a deck like Pod.
And that one of the reasons that preparation for this Pro Tour and getting an idea of exactly what sort of lists are doing well, what sort of lists people are playing is so, so important, because those tiny little details can be the difference between making top 8 of a Pro Tour and not.
Well, and sometimes you just aren't going to know, right? I mean, the different pod lists play different creatures. Some are in the main deck, some are in the sideboard. So at a certain level, it's kind of just essentially random. But the other piece of the puzzle is your opponent playing well enough to understand what options are available in the first place. So a really impressive win, I think, by Josh.
Now, we can speculate all we like about exactly how to play the pod deck as best as possible. I think the best person to speak to is Josh McLean himself, and if we go down to the feature match area, we have Marcel Sutcliffe ready to do exactly that.
Hey guys, welcome down to the feature match area. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Josh McLean, who just won. Wow, that was a really exciting finish. Josh, why don't you walk us through the last couple of turns there?
Well, it was very close. Like, I thought seized him, and so I knew his hand. I knew he couldn't kill me for sure. So I just had to hope that he didn't draw Past in Flames there. I had the Court of Calling, and I could play it, so I could court for 3 at any point. I know the deck doesn't play any counter magic, so I could wait. And if he can't turn his Pyromancer Ascension on, I don't have to get Harmonic Sliver. So that was my plan. My plan was if he puts a counter on Pyromancer Ascension and then triggers the second counter, I was going to court and get a Harmonic Sliver to kill that. But if he wasn't able to activate it, I wanted to end of turn court for an Eternal Witness to bring back the Court of Calling, and then just have more pressure. Then I could kill him with Township if he tapped out or whatever. But as it turned out, he went to Grape Shot my team, and I left in Orzhov Pontiff because I know sometimes they have the Empty the Warrens. So I left that, and then as it turned out, it was really good to pump my team to save it from the Grape Shot, and then I could kill him with the land. Actually, I didn't need the land. I could have sacked my Orzhov Pontiff, haunted a guy, and then sacked that guy to pump my team too. So.
Yeah, because I got to say, watching it was pretty thrilling when that Orzhov Pontiff came down. It was like, wow. Now, talk to us a little bit about how it's going for you for the tournament overall. You have 3 losses right now?
Yep, I have 3 losses. I am 5-1 limited, so I have 2 constructed losses. It's actually a lot different. I expected to maybe 4-2 or 3-3 limited and then do really well in constructed. So I'm really glad I did well in limited. And then.
So a few more rounds here in Modern with your pod deck. This is your comfort zone.
Yeah, for sure. I play the deck a lot. I've hundreds and hundreds of games with the deck. So.
Well, good luck into the future here for Team Face-to-Face Games.
Thank you very much.
All right, for us, it's back to the booth.
That there, Josh McLean. Good game on Twitter and a good game in the feature match area. Really, really impressive. There were a couple of lines there that we hadn't quite picked out, and I think just goes to show quite how complicated that Melirapod deck is. A lot of complicated decks in the feature match area.
Yeah, I mean, there really are. And again, stuff like that. I mean, we're sitting here commentating. You're like, okay, well, if I look at the hand, I look at the deck, I have a pretty good idea what's going on. But just knowing that you have access to one harmonic sliver means that at any point, you're like, okay, well, I can chord that out. If this happens, this happens. I mean, again, just really solid, tight play from Josh there.
And all the tight plays done from our feature match area now, but we are able to send you back to the news desk where Rich Hagon is able to give you a couple of details as to how the tournament's going in total. Back over there.
All right, thanks very much, Tim. Lots to get through. So how about this? Brian David Marshall, Michael Hetrick, Deck Tech, now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall, and I am here with Michael Hetrick, a.k.a. Ship It Holla on Magic Online. We're at Pro Tour Born of the Gods in Valencia, Spain. And, Michael, you chose to come to the modern format with a living end deck.
That's right.
You said, you did some testing, but it was mostly to sort of eliminate some fringe decks. You were going to play a good deck.
Right.
And this is what you consider this to be a good deck for modern.
For this format, yes.
Why this format?
Meaning that now that it's more of a creature format with Zoo, and there's not a lot of graveyard hate being played.
Right. Now, it would seem to me, let's take a look at this first slide and start looking at what makes a living end deck work. And really, it's these like cycling creatures. Deadshot Minotaur, Monstrous Carabid, Architects of Will, Jungle Weaver, Pale Recluse. So you're cycling these in, you're building your mana. But it would seem to me like that this deck would be really good because there's no Deathrite Shaman. Is that what the decision was?
That's not exactly the case. I like this deck with Deathrite Shaman, and I actually hoped that didn't get banned because Deathrite...
That seems counterintuitive to me.
It is weird. Deathrite only gets rid of one creature at a time, so you can just play around it, and your opponent has to leave open mana and Deathrite every single turn, and you just don't do anything until turn 3 or 4, and then you have 3 or 4 guys in the graveyard, and they just have Deathrite, and they haven't really progressed their game.
Right.
And then you cascade.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of the other creatures. It's a pretty straightforward deck. Street Wraith, this is another card. You get to cycle it for free, which seems to be like, it would be a very efficient use of your time.
Yeah, the part of the reason these cyclers are good is because, and Architects of Will, or Thought?
Yeah,
Architects of Will is good in this deck is because you can do it on turn 1, and on turn 2 you can cycle 2 of them. Like Jungle Weaver is not very good because it costs 2 mana, and you really have to have that high velocity and get the graveyard into critical mass zone really fast.
Sure. Simian Spirit Guide, what is this? This is letting you do what?
So this card's not necessary, but in some matchups, it's really good. Sometimes turn 2, you do need a Cascade, even though it's pretty rare. But a lot of the time, it's just a surprise, like, they could have Mana Leak, but you have Simian Spirit Guide, or they have Spell Pierce.
Well, we saw you pay for a Spell Pierce with it last round. That was really pretty exciting.
I put it on Spell Pierce, and I waited till I could do it, and I had Spirit Guide to do it. And that worked out really well, but I still lost.
Shriekmaw, so I assume that this is, you can evoke it, put it into your graveyard, and then when it comes back, it gets to kill something that maybe it killed already.
Yeah, it usually kills the same thing it killed before, but it's just a way that you can actually do something that interacts before turn 3. Because like you can't do anything usually until turn 3.
And I imagine you have to get rid of Scavenging Oozes too.
The Ooze is actually a perfect example for Shriekmaw being good.
And then Fulminator Mage seems like an amazing card to me in a format full. This is a format that's been falling victim to Blood Moon all week. I imagine that means there's lots of targets.
Yeah, Fulminator because control matchups, most of your cards don't do anything by themselves. Fulminator lets you interact in another way by blowing up their lands and giving you something that they either have to counter, which is good for you because if they counter your living end, you lose. So they probably have to counter this card, or you just leave it in play and blow up a land at the opportune time and then living end.
Okay, so if they don't counter it, you get to force them. You get to force them to keep just all their mana up, or
like if they do have a counter and they choose not to counter it, I don't I just leave it in play. Now they have to have an extra land open every turn.
Right.
And if I ever get to a point where I can just sacrifice it and cascade without a counterspell, then I get it back, and they're going to be really far behind.
Right. Okay, so let's talk. We've been talking about cascading. We've been talking about living in this. This is what's going on here. This is what it is.
This is the card.
Each player removes all creature cards, which is interesting because it affects cards that are indestructible or.
Oh, that's from the graveyard.
Oh, okay.
But sacrificing.
Yes.
Right.
Sacrificing all creatures he or she controls. So if for some reason there was a Thassa that was active, they would have to sacrifice it.
I think there's a few things. I can't think of them off the top of my head. Like if there were Darksteel Colossus from Polymorph.
So, and then all the creature cards come back.
Right.
But you've stocked your yard with those Pale Recluses and those
really bad
Deadshot
creatures.
Minotaurs, all these kind of just middle pick draft cards.
And then, the critical mass is really what matters, and the fact that you kill your opponent's creatures. So you have 9 or 10 power, maybe more.
Right. And then so you can't cast this spell.
You can't cast
you
that.
You can suspend it.
Nope.
Have you ever suspended it?
Not in this tournament, but it is semi-common against blue decks where you go really long.
Okay. But instead what you do is, because it costs nothing, you cascade you have 2-3 mana cascade spells that are cascading for cards that cost less than it, and there's nothing else in the deck that's going to cost 2 or less.
Exactly.
So does that prevent a challenge when you're doing deck building? I mean, are there cards you're like, oh, I wish I could play this?
Well, in some cases, yeah, but the way the deck functions, it's just not something you really need.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do have the Shriek Maws. That's the one loophole you have.
Right.
And that's mostly because sometimes there's Scavenging Ooze or decks are just too fast.
Right, because you couldn't play a Doomblade in that spot.
Yeah, you can't play Doomblade.
You would never want to cascade into Doomblade.
Exactly. And Shriek Maw works. It just so happens it works really well with Living End too.
Right. So you get all those creatures back, and then usually what's your board position look like at that point?
In a really basic matchup like Zoo, I mean their creatures just died. You have 10 power in play. And that's it.
And that's it. And you can just attack. And even if they've also spent their hand, they've expended their energy.
You've cycled your cards, so you've exchanged yours 1 for 1, and theirs just died, and yours just came back. So you have actually up cards on them.
Sweet.
And then in some cases, Zoo, their creatures are actually pretty big. Tarmogoyf could be as big as yours. In that case, the game's going to go longer, but you still have a huge advantage.
Right. Now, have Violent Outburst or Demonic Dread ever won you
frequently
a game using something? Really?
Yes.
So creatures you control get +1/+0, or target creature can't block?
It's usually just in the situation where you have your guys in play and you're just finishing them off, but sometimes it actually matters. You have to kill them this turn for whatever reason.
Right. Sometimes you have to drive in a nail with a shoe.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Okay, let's take a look at your mana. Verdant Catacombs, pretty straightforward.
The mana base overall is really straightforward.
Yeah.
You have the 4 Catacombs, and your duels are going to follow. Grove is new, actually. It used to be Copperline Gorge, and because in some games you have to cast 5-drops, you don't want to be tap land on turn 4, tap land on turn 5.
Sure.
So Grove is for that, and then Cliffs is just perfect because it cycles everything on 1 mana. The Architects and the other 2. And then Wolf Run is really fringe. It's just like how you have to use the Cascade cards to win sometimes. Wolf Run's for the times when you have just one guy in play and you're going grindy and you need to kill them with it. So you pump it for 3, that's 6 damage.
Right, okay.
And then so on.
Let's take a look at the rest of the lands. So Blood Crypt, Stomping Ground, Godless Shrine, Overgrown Tomb, just...
You got one of each. You can't really afford to play 2. You don't want to take a lot of damage because you have your Street Wraiths also.
Right.
Godless Shrine is for Pale Recluse, and then a sideboard card, Sin Collector.
Okay. And then let's take a look, just a couple basics.
You got one of each basic.
Have you found yourself under any kind of Blood Moons so far this tournament?
Not today, but if you know about it, it's really, really easy to play around with this deck because you have 4 Recluse and 4 Catacombs and 2 basics.
So you can get the basic lands you need to operate. And then just looking at the sideboard, Ingot Chewers, Sin Collectors, and Jund Charm.
Yeah.
What are these for?
The Chewer's it's a staple for this deck. It's for Relic of Progenitus and Affinity. It's just like Shriek Maw in that you can cast it on turn 1 or turn 2.
So you kill their artifact creature, and then when it is just the red Shriek Maw against artifacts.
Yeah, it's perfect too because you can kill if you don't kill a creature, you get to kill an artifact when it dies and an artifact when it comes back.
Right. Sin Collector.
There's like a few things you could do with this slot.
I've heard about you going on the Sin Collector beatdown plan.
Yeah, I like this guy specifically because it forces your opponent to either counter it or just takes a counter out of their hand, and then it's still a guy that can attack them, and you have the wolf run. So if you get really grindy, you can do that.
Right, you can go black, white, red, green, X.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of bad, but the mana works out eventually. And then it's also a target against the decks that don't have creatures for your demonic dreads.
Okay, and then Jun Charm?
Jun Charm is kind of a catch-all. It does a lot of different stuff, but usually it's going to be an instant speed Pyroclasm.
Right. Okay. But I mean, I also saw you, you were playing against Affinity last round. It was kind of a rough matchup for you because the Etched Oracles were there.
Etched
Champions were there, and the
Ravager.
Arcbound Ravager. So, you could not really effectively living end ever.
Those specific cards together, I really have nothing I can do. I tried to get him to a point where he didn't have 3 artifacts, but I wasn't able to do it.
Right, you basically needed the Jun Charm.
Well, I needed the Ingot Chewer.
Oh, the Ingot
But
Chewer.
yeah, it didn't come.
All right, let's take a look at some more sideboard here. Flipping ahead. Next slide. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So 2 more Shriekmaws before Leyline of the Void. Is this a card maybe you bring in against Affinity?
Yeah, this is something I don't usually play with. I usually play Macabre, which I do bring in against Affinity. But this one, it just so happens it's good against Storm, which I would otherwise be cold to. I would lose. And I did beat Storm with Leyline. It just so happens. Against Affinity, Travis Wu has told me you can cast it on turn 4 and still not lose. And then the Ravager is irrelevant. Right. But I didn't believe him, but he might be right.
Okay, and then let's see, I think is that the last of the sideboard cards?
I think that's it.
Okay, so now I have a question for you. I've watched you play this deck a couple times, and honestly, what it seems to me is the way the ideal plan for your deck goes is your opponent plays Rest in Peace, you cast Deadshot Minotaur, and you attack them to death.
I wouldn't call it ideal. I'd call it possible.
Sure. So what I'm saying, though, is that it's still, even with the best sideboard hate, you can still find a way to win with it.
There's still plans to beat it, even though I can't destroy it.
And you can still cascade into Living End and then just treat it as a straight
it's a
removal spell.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. I'm excited. You got a couple more rounds to win, so maybe you can get your best finish on in your Pro Tour career.
Hopefully.
This will be very exciting. For Michael Hetrick, this is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, thanks so much to Brian David Marshall and to Michael Hetrick. What a great guy and a terrific player. Lovely to see him with Living End. Brian David Marshall coming in to join me here at the desk as we talk in a little while.
Hey, Rich.
Hello there. So here's the state of play. Let's remind you of what's been going on, because while that was happening, the last results were coming in. We saw Jared Butcher win. He goes to 10 wins, and that puts him well in the mix. What?
What? What was he playing?
Yeah, with lightning things.
Is this really happening?
Yeah, it really is. First PT.
That's
for Jared.
Just when we thought we'd seen the 25 decks of Modern, the 26th deck presents itself.
Randy did mention that was not part of his review. Yeah, it's fair. Okay, Jacob Wilson beat Raymond Tan last round. Wilson goes to 11 wins, 33 points. Right in the mix. Tan's still alive at 10-3. Let's look at the top 20 overall. So McLaren still leads the field on 34 points. That's a record of 11 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw. 33 points. Christian Seibold of Germany, Jacob Wilson of the United States. Li Shichan racking up the draws. He's got 2 of them, but he won his last round against Tim Rivera. So Li Shichan currently alone in 4th place. Then you get all the people on 30 points. Everyone on 10-3. And look, it virtually fills our leaderboard there. You've got Hetrick. You've got Van Leeuwen, who's, by the way, playing mono black control. Woohoo! That's going to be in the feature match area.
It's really, it's more than mono black control. It is like straight old school rack.
Oh, with the Shrieking Afflictions?
It's Shrieking Affliction and racks, yeah.
8 racks, sure. David Fulk, Patrick Dickman still in the running, 10-3. Fenel, Pardy. Onto the second column we go. Rivera, who had that loss to Li Shichan last round. Jingwei Zheng for New Zealand, still going. Jared Butcher, 10-3. Josh McLean, 10-3. Raymond Tan from Malaysia, still going. Anssi Alkio, the Finn.
Get used to that name. Isn't he going to the Magic Online Championships in a couple of weeks?
He is indeed. So you'll be seeing him in action there. Yeah, terrific player, great mind. Raymond Perez Jr. again in the shake-up, and Dominic Prozek at 10-3. Now, I can tell you that if you see there, Omri Tubiana at 9-3-1, and then Justin Bransfield, you see, at 9-4 in 20th place. We said that the fourth loss was critical. Bransfield is in 20th place right now. I can tell you that in 50th place, Stanislav Sivka is also on 9-4. So that's where the fourth loss is happening. It is all over there, but Bransfield has just about the best tiebreak by 0.04% from Joe Keaveney.
Wow.
So if anyone makes it in at X and 4, down at the bottom there, Justin Bransfield is the current most likely.
But if any of those 10-3s fall down into that 9-4, they may have better tiebreakers than him.
Here's a little factoid for you, Mr. Brian David Marshall.
Yes, sir.
Only 3 players left in the tournament are undefeated in Modern.
Okay.
One of them is the Finn Anssi Alkio.
Oh, wow.
One of them is Seamus Callahan of the United States. One of them is also from the United States, John Finkel.
Oh, wow.
And he went 1-2, 1-2 in his 2 drafts.
Oh.
Wow. So Arsenal Munch, Sean McLaren on Magic Online, he heads the field coming up. So this is what we're looking at in terms of feature match action this round. And the way it works, everyone's in contention here. So Raymond Tan of Malaysia at his first PT, incredible 80% win rate across his 4 GPs to date. He is going to be in feature match action against the Finn, Anssi Alkio.
Wow.
So they're at 10-3, and you would imagine that the winner stays in, the loser right on the verge at that 4th loss. We are starting to think that someone might sneak in with a 4th loss. You do not want it. So 10-3, close to an elimination match.
Boggles versus Bridge?
Yeah, indeed.
Very interesting.
Now, Tim Rivera, who had a loss last round from the United States, he's up against the New Zealander, Jingwei Zheng. They're both on 30 points. That's 10 wins again. 10 wins, 3 losses. Winner stays on, loser in deep trouble. Still on 30 points. Arjen van Leeuwen of the Netherlands, winner of Grand Prix Rotterdam, winner of Grand Prix Paris, one of the oldest competitors here, been around forever, Grand Prix top 8s in the 90s, no less. He's up against Sam Pardy with his Malirapod deck. So they're both at 10-3. Again, win, stay on, lose, probably in big trouble. And then the match where, well, kind of the perfect match, because someone's going to lose, sure, but they're still in contention. We're basically playing for the top 8 here, because Sean McLaren, Arsenal Munch on Magic Online from Canada, is on 34 points, 11 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, with 3 rounds to go. If he wins, he'll be on 37. If Jacob Wilson wins, he's on 11-2 right now. He has a loss to give, but if he wins, right on the verge of the top 8.
And this is Sean McLaren still sitting in the King of the Hill.
Yep.
He's maintained his crown.
He won last round, so with that draw previously and then a win again here, he is King of the Hill. Is he going to be the first man into the top 8? Let's find out. It's time for round 14 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Randy Buehler, and it looks like we are just about ready to go down to the feature match area here. We're going to have Arjen van Leeuwen versus Samuel Pardy.
Yeah, it's a nice matchup.
It should be a good one, and Arjen's on mono black.
Yeah,
so
his deck is super sweet.
super spicy brew here for
Out of
Modern.
left field and super sweet.
Yeah, so we're going to get to see it right now. Let's head down to the feature match area as we wind down Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Hello and welcome to coverage of Grand Prix of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler. Welcome, Marshall, to the booth.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Welcome back.
Thought I was at a GP for a minute there. We have Let's see, Arjen van Leeuwen, he's playing an innovative mono blacklist here that we haven't really seen much of for Modern.
No, it is the rack times 8. It is Thoughtseize, Inquisition of Kozilek, Raven's Crime, Wrench Mind. Plays a 4 of in this deck. So
Sweet. And he's playing against Samuel Party, who is on the deck that he's won a Grand Prix with, which is Moirapod.
Absolutely. And so Inquisition of Kozilek grabs Bird of Paradise. We see 2 lands, Kitchen Finks. Is that Abrupt Decay, Scavenging Ooze, Ranger?
Yep, that's exactly what it looks like to me. And obviously, Arjen van Leeuwen looking to try to slow down his opponent as much as possible
Take
to
a
get
look
those
at that hand.
those discard hands.
He's got the second Swamp. He's got the Bob. Shrieking Affliction is an enchantment that has the same basic effect as the rack.
That's right.
There's Wrench Mind, which is discard 2. I wonder how many artifacts Sam Pardee has to discard so that it would only be 1.
I mean, I'm sure he's fine if he discards a birthing pod to it, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
I don't think Van Leeuwen will be upset about that.
No.
Yeah, and Smallpox. So this is a Pox deck, if you will, but with Smallpox, it's discard in the rack. It's what every 12-year-old was playing in 1995, basically. I'll just knock all the cards out of your hand and kill you with the rack.
That's right, and Wrench Mind does resolve, and the end result of that is a Ranger of Eos and Scavenging Ooze hitting the graveyard, and we're going to pass a turn back to Van Leeuwen here, who finds a Thoughtseize, and he reveals there's a Kitchen Finks, a Spellskite, Abrupt Decay, and a Gavany Township for Sam Pardee. And it looks like Kitchen Finks is going to be the one to go as Arjen passes the turn back, prompting Sam Pardee to crack his Verdant Catacombs and go get a land. He's going to get a fresh draw step, but his hand doesn't have a whole heck of a lot going on after it's been relatively torn apart here by Arjen.
True. And Arjen plays
the Affliction.
Shrieking Affliction, thank you.
Yeah, a few cards in here that we don't see pop up very often in Modern, no doubt about that.
Yeah, Wrench Mind was not expected. Oh, wow. Tim Rivera has already assembled the entire Splinter Twin combo. Bang, up a game against Jinwei Zhang. Those guys are on 10-3, as are the players that we're watching right now. So, 4th loss, probably not completely fatal. 4th loss, though, you got to trust your tiebreakers and hope and cross your fingers. These guys definitely want to win the next 2 rounds and then hope they can just draw the last one.
Okay. Dark Confidant here for Arjen is going to be eaten by the Abrupt Decay. He had to anticipate that, but no reason not to play it.
Yeah, they're Shrieking Affliction.
Your turn.
Sam Pardee has no play for the turn, says go. Van Leeuwen draws a Swamp for his turn. Looks like he has another Wrench Mind.
Of course he does. That would turn on the Affliction if it's what he has.
It is indeed.
Oh, an artifact!
Yeah!
Spellskite! Doing work!
And Mutavault also doing work, getting in there for a couple of damage.
Yeah, Wrench Mind is discard 2 or discard an artifact.
Right.
Your turn.
As a limited card in an artifact-heavy environment, it wasn't even particularly good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
but here in Eternal formats,
it's almost always discard 2 for BB.
That's right. Now, Mutavault, gets in there for a couple more, and there's an actual rack.
Yep.
1? Yes. 14.
So Sam takes a bunch of damage there, right?
He does. Sam Pardee down to 14 life here. And there's a Thoughtseize and the Smallpox still sitting in Arjen's hand, and he's going to Thoughtseize first and see
nothing.
Triple land from Sam Pardee.
Land. He has knocked every relevant spell into the graveyard. Has Sam even cast a spell this game? Cast an Abrupt Decay, I guess.
He did, yeah.
It's the only spell that has managed to dodge the discard.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, Sam holding on to the bunch of land, so he's able to get out of range of the Affliction and the rack. Mutavault, though.
Doing work.
Chipping away.
Yeah, looks like Sam's down to 10 here. And there's a birthing pot off the top for Sam Pardee.
4.
All right, looks like Ansi
Alkio? Oh, the Finnish player.
Alkio from Finland has also put together the Splinter Twin combo to beat Raymond Tan in Game 1, so he's up a game.
Yeah, I believe Alkio is undefeated in Modern.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's 7-0. I think there's 3 players that are 7-0.
Is that an ensnaring bridge?
That is an ensnaring bridge.
And now a Smallpox as well.
Jeez.
It's going to be. I'm going to discard this.
So Smallpox is a creature, a land, and a card.
And I think everybody loses a life too, yeah. Each player loses 1 life, discards a card, sacks a creature, and then sacrifices a land.
Done? Yep.
Now, can Sam get out of this with a creature? I mean, obviously he's got the Birthing Pod, the namesake super powerful card in his deck, but he has no creatures. He drew Kasali Pride Mage.
I'm going to play this and pay 2 life to pot it, but I'm going to find Kitchen Finks, so I'll stay at 9.
All right, so he's going to basically get rid of it, upgrade it to a Kitchen Finks, lose no life in the process, and give himself a bit of a board state here.
Yep, he can block Mutavault now.
Mm-hmm. And he's also got double food for Birthing Pod for turns to come here. So maybe a little bit of momentum here for Sam Pardee.
And now remind us exactly what Ensnaring Bridge does.
Yeah, so I'll just read it for you. Shortly.
This, it persists, I gain 2.
It says, creatures with power greater than the number of cards in your hand can't attack. Now,
is that for each player, though?
No, it's just a general thing.
Oh, it all sees on Lewis'
is for each player, correct. Yeah, it just sits there and says, creatures with...
Which means Mutavault can't even attack
Right,
here.
it can't.
All right, so the pod, the Kitchen Finks was sacrificed to the pod, came back because of Persist. Sam gained 2 more life and got a counter. He went to get a red cap as his podded creature. Yeah, drawing a creature to start potting. This game looked spectacular for Van Leeuwen, but
it did.
Birthing Pod off the top, followed by creature off the top, and Sam has been smart enough to just play the bare minimum of land so he can stay out of range of the Rack and the Shrieking Affliction.
Keeping himself at a pretty comfy 11
third
life.
copy of the Rack. Now Van Leeuwen needs to top deck some discard and turn his damage back on. Sam, meanwhile, looks like he drew a wall of roots. So he's starting to close in on assembling some scary stuff. Now, Sam's playing the Melirapod version of the pod deck. He sacrifices the red cap so he can go get a 5, and Revelark is going to be the 5 that he gets. Now, does he have the Archangel combo in his deck as well? Now, I'm not sure he does. I think he might just... A lot of these pod decks will play a Spike Feeder and an Archangel of Thune, which is an infinite life combo that also makes all your creatures infinitely large.
I see.
I mean, arbitrarily large. He does not have access to that combo, so I was thinking the 5 might have been an Archangel. A lot of decks would go get Archangel there. But Revelark is still quite good. I mean, in terms of a combo kill for Sam, it basically has to be a Melira Sylvok Outcast, a Sacrifice Outlet, and a Persist creature. Okay. That's what he needs.
So he has one of those 3.
Yeah, he has
he
the
needs a
Persist
repeatable
creature.
sacrifice outlet.
Right, so which is basically a Vizara Seer, and often there's a second one. He might be just on the single...
On the Viscera Seer?
Single Viscera Seer, right. He can go get it with a Ranger of Eos, in theory. But did his Ranger of Eos go to the graveyard? But his Ranger of Eos went to the graveyard early on.
That's right.
Now here's Voice of Resurgence.
He gets insta-potted.
Another fine creature to sacrifice to Birthing Pod because it leaves behind a token. Star token equal to the number of creatures you have. Now he can go get a 3. He's looking at, Eternal Witness, and he's looking at Kitchen Finks.
Okay.
That's what's his debate. I saw him flip those to the front of his deck. Eternal Witness could go get the Ranger of Eos to go get the Vizara Seer in theory, but he just wants to defend his life total and make sure he doesn't die to a random discard spell that knocks him into the range of the Rack.
I see. The racks, as it were.
The racks, yes.
And there is a discard spell off the top here for Aryan. It's another Wrench Mind.
Yeah. Discard 2.
2 lands down.
Right. Now that does not turn Shrieking Affliction on. You have to be at 1 or less for that one. But it does mean the racks are going to deal... The rack deals 1 damage each?
2. Take 2?
Yeah.
11, right? Yep.
All right, that drops Sam Pardee down to 11. Still in a reasonable position
Yeah,
here.
I mean, and a lot of times... We talk about the combo kill, and that's kind of the headline for these pod decks, but often they're just able to win by attacking with these random creatures. You get so much card advantage from Birthing Pod, you're just constantly 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. But Ensnaring Bridge has actually shut that plan down.
It has. I can't tell you how many times I've played against Birthing Pod done everything I could to shut off the combo, and then lost to Gavany Township on a couple of Birds of Paradise or something along those lines.
And in terms of blowing up an ensnaring bridge, Sam has only the one Kasali Pride Mage, and it's actually already in his graveyard. So it's like, okay, he can Eternal Witness for it, but I don't think he can. I don't know that he can blow up both of those. Now, that token that was left behind by the Voice of Resurgence is 0 CMC. Sacking it to the pod lets him get a Vizaris here. So he is now 1 Malira away from
All right, so Viserys here on the battlefield is going to get sacrificed, and also Revelark is. So that's going to get both of those back, do 2 damage to Aryan, drop him down to 10.
Fetch a forest, pay 2 life for this, and then pay 2 more life for
New birthing pod.
New birthing pod.
Sack the bird. Go get Malira.
Go get Malira, and that'll do it.
Wow, Sam Pardee, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Sam Pardee takes down game 1 there.
I have a forest and a Malira in my deck.
Sam's a true master with this deck. He's won a Grand Prix with it. At the time, I talked to him, and he said he had played over 100 daily events with it on Magic Online.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah.
I totally believe it.
All right, let's send you guys to a couple messages. We'll be right back.
Looking for that perfect card or just the right card sleeves and playmat for your next tournament? Gaming Etc. has what you're looking for. Use the promo code PTBNG to earn 10% off all singles and accessories at gamingetc.com. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. February's FNM promo card is Elvish Mystic. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Let's take a look at what we're seeing here.
Which table are we at?
This looks like...
Oh, table D,
This is a text table. Yes, this is Tim Rivera versus Jingwei Zhang.
So it's blue-white-red control on the left, and it is it Splinter Twin on the right? Is that what's going on?
It does look like it, although I do see some white as well, so it could be blue-white-red control.
Yeah.
It could be blue-white-red.
I thought I heard an update about a Splinter Twin kill here. Maybe them just confused.
I mean, there is a deck that is Splinter Twin with white.
Right.
Though, if it's game 1, you wouldn't expect to see a Geist of St. Traff there, I don't think.
Yeah. Rivera is Splinter Twin with white.
Okay.
Oh, I see. There aren't any... Yeah, Splinter Twin with white. So that's what's going on the left of your screen.
Yeah, that's on the left-hand side. So that's Rivera. What about...
Jinwei Zhang is blue-white-red control.
Okay.
It's got it to... No, he's not. He's Blue Moon. That's what's going on. He's Blue Moon. 2 Batterskull, 2 Masters, couple Shackles, Blood Moons. Geist of St. Traft is... Where did that come from?
How is he getting away with that Geist in there? It's got to be just blue-white-red, huh?
Am I looking at the wrong deck list?
Maybe
I've been delivered the wrong deck list. There are 2 players named Zhang in the tournament. Or there's a Zhang with an A and a Zhang with an E. I've been given the wrong deck list. That's what's going on. Somewhere out there, there's a Blue Moon player who's missing a deck list. This is a blue-white-red control deck. The tempo version of the control deck. You can usually tell from the creature set. If they've got Geist... They're usually trying to play a little more of an aggressive game.
That's right. They're more on the burn end of the spectrum. I mean, this deck used to run Delver of Secrets. Like there's the full spectrum for this 3-color
I think
pair.
spectrum is exactly the right word.
Yeah.
Super aggro, you can go to Delver, which is usually even only 2 colors. You can add white for sort of Geist Path and be a little more tempo-based.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you'll see Restoration Angel in these decks. Sometimes you'll see Blade Splicer in these decks. Sometimes they're just, you know what, I'm going to go on the Sphinx's Revelation plan and just play Snapcaster Mages.
Yeah, where Celestial Colonnade ends up being the main win condition paired up with some burn spells. You see that quite a bit too. Snapcaster Mage, of course, a key component to that type of deck, and has had a bit of a resurgence here.
Oh yeah, Snapcaster in a world without Deathrite Shaman, Snapcaster is awesome.
It's awesome again, yeah. It was always pretty good anyway, because it was always getting bolts and helixes and stuff back, which also kill Deathrite, but now you can point them at other things and still get your value every time.
Yeah, and then meanwhile on Rivera's side, you know, a lot of I did a deck tech with Patrick Dickman, who just he knows this deck inside and out, and he's the guy, you know, his version that he won Grand Prix Antwerp with was just blue-red. You know, a lot of the versions had been white. I think that in this post-bannings world where Zoo is a major factor again, having the white to be able to just play Wall of Omens, to block a Wild Nacatl, I feel like the white version of the deck has just gotten a lot better.
I've seen a lot of Wall of Omens out on the feature matches.
Absolutely
it seems
true.
really well positioned right now.
And then Restoration Angel and having another 4 toughness creature in the Bell Ringer is nice because it means you just don't have to care about Anger of the Gods. In fact, you can run Anger of the Gods. Doesn't kill your walls, doesn't kill your angel, doesn't kill your bell ringer.
Yeah, this one looks to be sort of in the middle range for what we were talking about with the blue-white-red. He's got 2 Geist of St. Traft, 4 Blade Splicer, and 3 Restoration Angels to complement the 4 Snapcaster Mages. Still the 4 Celestial Colonnade as finishers as well. So this is kind of in the middle.
Yeah, definitely on the tempo side rather than the control side.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Rivera, this is game 2, right? And Rivera's up a game?
Let's take a look here. Yeah, that's correct.
And he's got Restoration Angel in his deck. He's got Kiki Jiki in his deck. I mean, we talk about it as a Splinter Twin deck. But you know what? Kiki Jiki Angel doesn't require Splinter Twin.
No.
Just as good. Infinite Angels will get the job done. Just keep blinking your Kiki Jiki over and over.
And he's just valuing off here. Wall of Omens drawing him extra cards.
Sure. Haven't gotten a good look at their hands. Looks like it's just a bolt and a land for Zhang. So if Rivera may not know it, but oh, he's going to finish off the Angel? Oh, but Spellskite, of course.
Yeah,
Redirects. Ouch.
Yeah, well, I mean, he blocked with the Angel.
Right.
Eats it, and then just uses his Spellskite.
I'm not sure Zhang noticed
I mean, this
the
was on
Spellskite,
board.
or was
Yeah,
he
maybe
bluffing. He either fell for an on-board trick or was hoping Rivera would miss it.
Right.
These guys are X3, right?
Let's take a look here. They're both sitting on 10 wins.
All right, is Rivera... Can't tell if these guys... I haven't got... Keep putting his hand down. He's got a grip full of cards, so...
All right, why don't we head back to our #1 feature match here and see how that's going to go. We still have Arjen van Leeuwen and Sam Pardee waiting to get going here. And yes, this should be interesting.
You guys can
Ready to go?
All right, here we are back in our main feature match area. Sam Pardee
It's brutal.
has kept, but he is going to get, well, no, nothing here. Just the rack to kick things off. I just assumed that it's some type of 1-mana discard spell, but it's not. Sam Pardee plays a tapped land and chips the turn back here. This could open the door for a Dark Confidant here from Arjen if he wants to play it. You get a look at Sam Pardee's stats. He's had a lot of success with this deck. I'm sure he's been very excited for this Pro Tour for quite a while.
A Grand Prix win with this deck, another Grand Prix top 8 with this deck, and then he also has a standard Grand Prix runner-up finish. Slippery Boggle goes all the way for Raymond Tan.
Ye old Bogle gets there.
There's a lot of that deck running around.
I mean,
I thought it was kind of
said for it.
borderline top 10 deck coming in, but it's actually in the top 5 most played decks on day 2.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's the 5th most played deck on day 2.
Wow, that I do find that surprising. It usually tends to be an outlier.
Exactly. No, it
does seem well
kind of a
positioned.
staple today.
We see that there's Liliana of the Veil for Arjen, but you know we were talking to Willie Adel, and he's down to 1 Liliana of the Veil in his Jund deck. You just don't see them as often anymore.
Yeah, which is good. Which is part of the reason the coast was clear for the Boggles.
Exactly. Wow, Liliana of the Veil seems fantastic in Arjen's deck, though. Really able to fully take advantage of that plussing.
Everything that it does.
Yeah, and and make it better for you than for your opponent in a really big way here. Here's a Wrench Mind as well. Man, Arjen's deck is awesome. No Spellskite to get rid of this time, so it's going to be a land and a Chord of Calling. He does have a Malera Silvok Outcast sitting on the battlefield to complement his 3 other lands, but Sam Pardee has Entomber Exarch and Murderous Redcap in his hand still.
Yeah, Raymond Tan, we're talking about, he's now split with Ansi Alkio. Raymond Tan in his first Pro Tour. Pro Tour debut, he's from Malaysia. And then Alkio, we talked about, sitting on 7-0 in Modern. You know who else is 7-0 in Modern?
Who's that?
John Finkel.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He's always good at draft, right?
Well, not this weekend.
Oh, no.
A pair of 1-2s.
1-2s?
Yeah, so
for
he's
John?
2-4 in draft, 7-0 in Modern. He's kind of hoping some tiebreaker miracle happens. Not holding his breath, I'm sure, but in position to put up a very strong finish. I think there's one other 7-0 player, but I don't remember who it was.
All right, here's Murderous Redcap, and that's going to take down Dark Confidant.
Which
and that's,
clears a path for Malira to take
clear
out
the way.
Liliana.
So big swing there for Sam Pardee. 2 permanents down while adding 1 to his own board. There's a Thoughtseize a turn late for Aryan. He's also got a Torpor Orb there. Shuts off a lot of the key interactions here for the Birthing Pod deck. Let's see what he wants to do with his turn, though. He's going to Wrench Mind again, so he wants to get that last card out of Sam Pardee's hand.
So Sam's taking 6 from the racks.
Wow, so this is actually going to go very quickly. Now, Aryan's on 17 and facing down 4 power here, so not nearly as quick of a clock for him. The onus is on Sam Pardee to come up with something. He drew a creature.
Comes up with Kitchen Finks.
A Kitchen Finks. All right, does that change the math here as far as number of turns that those racks are going to
Yeah, it does. It gives him a whole extra turn.
All right. Ooh.
Well, it
might
would
just
have.
take one back again.
Jeez.
Back up to 11, but he's got his 3rd the rack.
Wow.
And there's a Torpor Orb as well. So he's not going to leave back that
So
that Mutavault.
3, 6, 9 damage, dropping Sam to 2. He's attacking for 2, 4, 7. Yeah, that 3rd copy of the rack completely changed the math. He holds that card in his hand, but it's not good enough.
And
He's
that's
still
gonna
scheduled to
do
take
it.
6.
Aryan Van Leeuwen takes the second game to force a game 3, and that was an impressive. I guess
was rack off the
sometimes
top, right?
they have the 3 rack draw.
Yeah.
Is that how? That is just insane.
It pretty much came off the top, too. I think Sam was totally correct to play Kitchen Finks. Yeah, it was correct. I mean, I'm not even sure it would have helped him, even if he'd known about the 3rd rack.
All right, why don't we jump over to the
King of the Hill table.
The King of the Hill table.
Yes. So Sean McLaren versus Jacob Wilson. Sean McLaren from Canada is in his 4th round on the King of the Hill table. He took it, he defended it with a draw, then he defended it with a win, and now here he is defending it again. So,
I love this, by the way. I'm getting a big kick out of the King of the Hill table.
So Jacob Wilson is sitting on 33 points. That is 11 and 2. McLaren is actually 10, 1 and 1 at this point. Nobody's really run away with the standings. Like the top of the standings, X2 is in 2nd place. So, all right. Tim Rivera did win that match against Ji-Wing Zhang. He looked like he was in really good shape. Just needed to kind of draw the kill spell there versus the blue-white-red control player that he'd run out of resources.
That's right.
And he did. So Zhang picks up the dreaded 4th loss. Rivera plays on.
All right, so
McLaren is blue-white-red control.
Right.
Blue-white-red control. He's been hanging out at the top of the Swiss on the King of the Hill table for now his 4th round in a row. Wilson, meanwhile, he's
on Malirapod as well. He's on the same list that, at least the same deck that Pardee is playing. They're friends.
Yeah, no, they're teammates, right?
They're teammates and friends. Yeah.
I believe I heard that. So face-to-face games, the Canadian team, the players who are doing the best seem to be the pod players. It's Sam. I believe there's 3 of them that are as essentially playing the same basic list.
That's
right.
right.
I think they've all been doing well. But it's, did we say McLaren's up a game here? No, Wilson's up a game. Can't read your notes.
I don't know if we know if either of them is.
Wilson's up a game.
Wilson's up a game, all right.
Well, we may see Pod again.
Yeah, I had Josh McLean down in the feature match area last round. He's also doing very well, sitting with 3 losses on the same deck. It's pretty nice when you have Sam Pardee on your team and you can just ask him how to play the deck, because it's obviously a very difficult deck to pilot.
Yeah, my way of studying this deck in order to get ready for commentary was to watch Sam Pardee videos.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, here's a daily video with Sam Pardee playing Malirapod. Here's another daily with Sam Pardee playing Malirapod.
There you go.
That's how you learn the deck.
So our main feature match still getting shuffled up for their game 3. We're going to be bringing you that once they're ready to go. That's Aryan Van Leeuwen versus Sam Pardee. Van Leeuwen, 3 racks in game 2, took it down for him.
Yeah,
the rack.
Yeah, no, the 3rd one was off the top, too, when he had to have it.
Yep, here's a Lightning Helix from McLaren. Take down 1 Noble Hierarch here. Not a lot going on for Wilson on his side of the board. He's really only been able to come up with 1 Noble Hierarch.
Well, Stony Silence isn't good news. Basically turns off any birthing pods that Wilson might draw.
Little insurance plan there.
Yeah, I mean, part of the strategy for red, white, blue against Melirapod is just kill all the creatures. And you can see from McLaren's graveyard, you know, he's gone through some burn, he's gone through some Snapcaster mages. Now seems to be at the point where he's turning his attention to Wilson himself.
That's right.
So that was Snapcaster, and that Lightning Helix didn't get pointed at the Hierarch.
No.
Especially with Stony Silence in play. He's not as worried about killing all the creatures as his way to attack the pod.
Right.
He's attacking the pod with the Stony Silence, and now he's attacking Wilson's life total.
And that is the trick. It's the hard part to do that, is to balance out when to start action, because you got to use all these resources to keep him off pod. Why don't we head back over to our main feature match area here, where we're going to get our game 3 with the mono black modern list here of Arjen van Leeuwen. He's playing against Sam Pardee, and looks like we're ready to go. Here they go. And a nice start here for Sam Pardee. He kicks things off with a Noble Hierarch, giving him access potentially turn 2 Birthing Pod. Though, let's see what Arjen... Yeah, he's going to Thoughtseize here and make sure. It looks like...
Pardee had a mulligan to 6, kept 4 land and 2 Noble Hierarchs. So when he saw the Thoughtseize, he just put Noble Hierarch straight into the graveyard because it was the only legal choice.
Wow, was that a pod off the top for Pardee?
Pod off the top!
Boom! Now he's in business again. So the ideal draw there for Sam Pardee. He can start chaining things together now. Let's see what Arjen van Leeuwen can do.
Wow.
Looks like he has a pretty land-heavy hand here.
Well, Pardee had a land-heavy hand until he top-decked a perfect card.
Indeed. In general, I think
What is that?
That's Smallpox.
Oh, that's Smallpox. Okay. Oh, so he killed the Noble Hierarch. That means Pardee has no creatures.
And a land.
Well, the creature was the crucial part, with Birthing Pod.
Yeah, he's setting him back quite a lot here. And there's
Noble
a creature
Hierarch off the top. Sam Pardee's deck loves him. He loves the deck, and the deck is loving him back right now.
Wow.
Hierarch turns into Voice of Resurgence, which he can pod into 2 creatures.
Yep.
Jeez.
You see Arjen scratch his head there like, geez,
I
thought I had a good plan here.
Yes. Historically, that's been the problem with mono black discard, right? You can't make them discard the top card of their library.
That's right. It is true.
You know, you knock everything out of their hand, but you can't control their top decks.
And remember, Arjen's down a land here, too, thanks to that Smallpox.
Yeah.
He's got a Dark Confidant to help start generating card advantage, but Sam Pardee just does way more powerful things with this Birthing Pod. Every turn, he's going to be generating advantage and potentially building up his combo as well.
Yep. Yeah, he's not interested in offering a block.
There was no trade offered.
Gain 2. Your turn.
So here's a Kitchen Finks now. Gain 2 life back for Sam Pardee. And give him also the now 2/2 Elemental. And here's Dark Confidant trigger. Couldn't quite see what it was there.
It's
was it a Shrieking Affliction? Okay.
So we're 16 each, right?
All right, got another update from our back table there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't.
Raymond Tan
Right,
down. It looks like Ansi Alkio has defeated him 2 games to 1.
Okay.
Wow, 8-0 now.
That agrees with what I had. I just didn't deal you damage to Smallpox.
All right, so let's take a look at Arjen van Leeuwen's hand there. You get to see it. He's going to play out that Shrieking Affliction. And he still has his Dark Confidant going, but you got to feel like Sam Pardee's in a really good spot, Randy, with 2 creatures out. One of them, well, both of them potable, but one of them potable twice.
Yeah, the only scary part is that he has no cards in his hand. So, I mean, he's vulnerable to, rack coming off the top, something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, it shouldn't take long for Birthing Pod to put him into a good position.
All right, we're going to get a game 3 on our King of the Hill table as well. Sean McLaren evens things up with Jacob van Leeuwen. Both of those players are sitting near the top of the heap here, 34 points in the tournament versus 33. Sorry, I said Jacob van Leeuwen. Obviously, I meant Jacob Wilson.
Yeah, Red Cap taking out the Bob. Really nice play for Pardee there. It sort of reduces Van Leeuwen's ability to stitch together, a couple copies of the rack and some discard spells. He's got Raven's Crime, so he can make keep Pardee with an empty hand.
Yeah, and he does actually just play a swamp there afterwards. Interesting here, Randy. We see this often from the Birthing Pod deck. He's just valuing him out at this point, right?
Yep.
Just like 2-for-1 with Murderous Red Cap like we did in Limited.
Mm-hmm. And Pardee doesn't need cards in his hand. He doesn't really care about Raven's Crime. He's got everything he needs in play.
That's right.
So Birthing Pod sacrifices Kitchen Finks. He's going to go get...
He can go get Ranger and then get a Viscera Seer that he can actually cast. He's just going to gain some life.
Ravenous Baloth.
You got to love that versus the discard deck, but he's just going to get it right into play.
Baloth,
yeah, Obstinate Baloth. Gain 4 life here and really just put up a bunch of beef, and
There's
that's going to do it. Arjen van Lunen falls to Sam Pardee, master of Birthing Pod.
Yeah, really a clinic. You saw crisp play, quick play. Sam knew exactly what mattered. He knew exactly what needed.
Yeah, I mean, pot off the top, I was like...
Also, it's kind of nice when you know what you need and then you draw it.
Yeah, the pot off the top was obviously gigantic.
It was.
And then Van Leeuwen had the answer of kill your only creature, but a creature came off the top. And
So it looks like we can go over to probably our King of the Hill match, Jacob Wilson versus Sean McLaren over there.
Yeah, I think that's the only feature match left.
I believe so, and they're going to be in their Game 3 decider once they're underway. So we'll see if... you said that Sean McLaren has been on that table now for 4 rounds. This is his 4th round in a row.
It is.
Let's see if he can make it 5.
Yeah,
Jacob Wilson's not going to make that easy for him. And it looks like the players are just getting done sideboarding, shuffling, and presenting decks here. So we're going to get the whole entire Game 3 for you here as we wind down our matches. Just a few more left here from Pro Tour here in Valencia.
Now, if McLaren wins this game, he's on 11-1-1, 12-1-1?
He's on 34 points right now.
So we've played 13 rounds.
11-1-1.
He's 11-1-1. If he gets to 12-1-1 with just 2 rounds left, he can, in theory, go loss-loss. He's on X3-1, which everyone seems to think makes the top 8.
Okay.
So I actually think that if McLaren wins this game, we have our first top 8 member.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And it was all because the King of the Table. He just didn't want to give it up.
Inspired by the King of the Hill, yeah. King of the Hill, if you stay there long enough, you win the Pro Tour. That's how it works.
I mean,
everybody comes to you. If they can't knock you off the hill, you win.
But mighty champions are sent forth to help knock you off. Jacob Wilson, one of them for sure. Really a brilliant young player.
Definitely. You know, and he's still sitting. There's 3 rounds to go, and he's actually got a loss to give, right? Sitting on X and 2. So, I mean, if he wins this, he's probably in, right? If he wins this match, then he'll be sitting on X and 2. Loss would be 4 losses, but he'll probably get a chance to draw. So Jacob Wilson, if you with a win here, would be in pole position.
So this is just an absolutely massive match for both of these players.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I know everyone counts, but this is just huge. I mean, if either of them is essentially playing for top 8 here,
yeah,
this early in the tournament too.
Right. I mean, I think McLaren mathematically clinches it, and Wilson all but clinches it.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a super clean win it in, but it's very close to that. And now it's 1 game. I mean, there aren't very many players who had a better record than 10-3 coming into this. There were actually only 4 players that were above the 10-3 mark.
Okay.
Now, the 10-3s are, there were 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 of them.
Okay.
So, I mean, they were essentially playing, win-win-win or win-win-draw.
So that's the slugfest down there. They're going to be battling hard.
Yeah, but the 4 guys that were above the fray were these 2. Then Christian Siebold played Shi Tian Li, which was not featured, right?
Correct.
So we haven't heard that result.
And that's Affinity versus Blue Moon.
Blue Moon, yeah. The Blue Moon was on X1 and 2, where that second draw is kind of...
just very annoying.
That's the painful one, because the 2 draws is effectively a loss. It's worse than a loss.
All right, so here we go. Sean McLaren. He's also had success with Blue, White, Red, and Modern, and he's playing against Jacob Wilson, who just plays a Kitchen Finks. Now, Sean's going to crack a fetch in response here, and pretty reasonable chance we see this mana leaked or remanded or something.
Yeah, Wilson's got Abrupt Decay. He does have a Birthing Pod in his hand.
He does. Now, that's something that Sean McLaren has to be hyper aware of. He hasn't had a chance to see his hand, and he won't. But here's Mana Leak on Kitchen Finks. So you mentioned it before, Randy. Looks like Sean's on the keep creatures off your board play.
Right.
I mean, plus Kitchen Finks is just a problem, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
it just gets very annoying and keeps on attacking. Now he's going to pass the turn back after playing a land here. And there's a nice draw for Jacob Wilson. He picks up a Voice of Resurgence here.
Yeah, it's particularly good against a deck with a lot of counterspells in it.
That's right. So let's see what he goes for. He goes for Kitchen Finks again, so he has another Kitchen Finks in his hand. He's going to run this one out, and Sean says, yeah, okay, well, Can't counter them all.
Yeah, the
I
only
guess.
efficient way for McLaren to deal with the kitchen finks is with a permission spell. If you kill it with lightning bolt, you're not done.
Yeah, you're not done with that job yet.
Although Path to Exile does also deal with it efficiently.
It does.
Removing it from the game means the persist doesn't trigger.
Yeah, you know, Sean also has a couple of other reasonable ways. You can bolt it and then use like maybe half of an Electrolyze to kill it off, get a card back, and not feel too bad. But it's annoying.
Right.
I mean, that card does work.
You know, like see, it affects a lot of card choices too. I mean, it's annoying enough that people are playing remove from game effects instead of just damage.
That's right. All right, Sean with 2 Sphinx's Revelations in his hand, so his job is clear here. Go long.
That's both of them.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah, he only plays 2.
Yeah, most of these decks run 1 or 2.
I mean, it's certainly nice if you get to the mid game, you can kind of push your opponent over the edge.
Yeah, having 2 in hand at this point in the game
No,
doesn't
it's not
seem
good.
good at all, though.
Definitely not.
All right, Kitchen Finks into the red zone. Sean McLaren's on 17 life. He has plenty of life to work with currently. He does have to be aware of it, though. Yes, the Birthing Pod deck is a combo deck that can deal you, a million life at once, but it also can just play a bunch of really good creatures and just run you over with them. It happens a lot.
Yeah, McLaren's hand is... The 2 Sphinx's Revelations are not ideal, but Mana League, Snapcaster is kind of nice. Oh, you see here, Jacob Wilson's doing an excellent job of playing around Mana League.
Yeah, he plays his land first.
And he played a 2-mana spell instead of any of the more expensive spells in his deck.
All right, and Sean McLaren is forced to just basically cycle his first Sphinx's Revelation there in response.
Yeah, he didn't want to create a token, obviously.
That's right. So he draws a card. He wants to make sure he keeps hitting his land drops, and he does find a Sacred Foundry there.
And now the coast is clear for the Birthing Pod.
Wow. Expert play there from Jacob Wilson.
Absolutely.
And look at his board state now. He's in a beautiful position. Sean McLaren really didn't want to give Jacob the token, and as a result, he now has a Birthing Pod on his side and a main phase Sphinx's Revelation for 2 here.
Yeah.
Desperation mode, right? I mean...
Yeah, Voice of Resurgence means he has to do it main phase.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if that's your play for the turn, you divinationed. This can't be good if you're on Sean McLaren's side of the table.
Voice of Resurgence is the card the pod deck wants against control.
Yeah.
That is why it's in the deck. You see, really, the pod deck is a bunch of utility creatures and, a bunch of one-ofs. The creatures that they play multiples of, though, are the 2 that are in play. It's Voice of Resurgence so that you can beat up on the control decks, and it's Kitchen Finks so that you can beat up on the zoo decks.
On the creature decks, yep.
Yeah, I mean, zoo in particular, but any creature deck.
And they're both fantastic targets to sacrifice as they essentially replace themselves.
Yeah. 4 Kitchen Finkses.
All right, here's 5 damage. And like we were talking about before, this can just get out of hand too. Another thing that Jacob Wilson has is he has Gavany Township active as well, which works well with Kitchen Finks. If it were to die, he can start putting counters back on it, reset it.
Remember 2 turns ago when it seemed like McLaren had a bunch of stuff and everything was fine?
That was so long ago.
Yeah, he sacrifices Voice of Resurgence, so he gets a token and he's going to go get a 3-mana creature. What's he going to get?
Sin Collector. So
Sin Collector.
Sin Collector is going to take a look at Sean McLaren's fairly stacked hand, though. It's only going to be able to hit a Lightning Bolt or a Mana Leak, leaving Sean with 2 Snapcaster Mages and 2 lands. Minor upgrade there.
The voice was doing pretty good work there.
We went from a playing card to a dice on a sleeve, and now an official token. No, this is not an official token. It's a turned over token. But it is a Voice of Resurgent elemental token. And there it is. And Jacob Wilson takes Lightning Bolt. Does he have another play here? We know he's got the Abrupt Decay in his hand.
And I'll activate Township right now. Sure, can I borrow these? Yep.
And he's going to activate Township and pass a turn back. Not a lot going here for Sean McLaren, but Jacob Wilson, again, playing very smartly here.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is there's not a Voice of Resurgence in play, and he's allowed to cast spells on Jacob Wilson's turn now. I mean, I guess that's good news. Never feels good, though, because Wilson chose to get rid of Voice of Resurgence. Wilson felt like he could do better than that.
That's right. I mean, he is very much on the beatdown plan here. Sean McLaren doesn't have a whole lot going on. Those mana leaks are terrible now because Jake, A, knows about them, and B, just doesn't care. He has his own birthing pod engine going here. And he's also got, what, 3, 7, 10 power on the board right now? I mean, doesn't he just have lethal? We know about the Snapcasters.
Can block.
Right. But, I mean, he can just force the issue without really doing much else.
Gavany Township is shockingly good in this deck.
It sure is.
It really looks innocuous when you look at the deck list and it's just hanging out in the land spots. But
yeah, you lose to it a lot. And there's a scavenging news to kick things off for Wilson.
This is where most of the wins come from. It's creatures, Gavany Township, just attacking. A Scavenging Ooze threatening to make those Snapcasters irrelevant.
All right, so Snapcaster Mage targeted Sphinx's Revelation here.
Yeah, well, this is all as a response to the Scavenging Ooze.
Right.
The only way that McLaren's going to get any value out of Snapcaster is before the Scavenging Ooze resolves and can start picking away at the creatures. Although, interestingly, if Scavenging Ooze ate something here, it would actually turn off Gavany Township for a turn.
So Jacob's going to have to try to decide which
so are
one
we
he
end
values
step?
more.
The Ooze resolved and
No, I don't think
McLaren is tempting him?
I don't think we've gone to attacks yet. Yeah, so now we're in attacks. Everybody's battling. And there's Abrupt Decay to take down Snapcaster Mage.
Uncounterable. No blocker for you.
Now, we're still before blocks, though. Sean McLaren has another Snapcaster in his hand.
How much damage is it?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And McLaren's at 11.
That's right. And Jacob Wilson cannot activate Township here, though.
Right.
He can certainly just pot away, though, the Sin Collector and just go get a Murderous Redcap to finish the deal. Post-combat here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nope, that's going to do it.
McLaren knew that's what could happen, so he extends the hand.
Wow, Jacob Wilson putting on a show
King
here.
of the Hill.
Indeed, takes the hill. And looks like we're going to get to have a chat with Jacob Wilson shortly.
Yeah,
you think he'll forgive me for forgetting his name for a minute there? I hope he does. Yeah, so that's going to be it for our feature match areas right now, but we are getting right down into the nitty-gritty here as we move down. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Randy Buehler. So you were saying that the winner of that match, if it was Sean McLaren, would be mathematically good to go. What does it mean for him that he didn't win?
He's X2-1, so if we're right about the X3 ones all getting in, he needs to split the next two.
Okay, so he has to
Still
win.
has a loss to give.
Now,
but if he goes win-loss in any order, then he'll be 3 losses in a draw. He'll be fine.
Now, we're thinking that Jacob Wilson is good to go at this point, but it's not necessarily.
He's going to need to pick up an intentional draw at some point. But yeah, I don't think he'll be in a position to draw. It actually depends on that other match.
Okay.
Like there's a chance he'll get a draw. There's a chance he'll have to play for it, but he's in great shape.
All right. Well, why don't we head down to the feature match area for a quick word with Jacob Wilson right now.
Thanks, Marshall. Rashad Miller here with Jacob Wilson. Now, during your pregame procedures, I kind of walked over and took a look at the game and watched you guys sideboard, and you took a deep sigh, deep breath, like you needed to calm yourself. Exactly what, in your mind, what was riding on that game 3?
So we were playing for top 8 of the Pro Tour, and like something that I've wanted to do ever since I learned that the Pro Tour existed, and it's great to finally done it.
Well, at the tender age of 18, you've already played in 6 Pro Tours?
This is my 6th Pro Tour.
All right, so you look at your opening hand, and you see persist creatures and other creatures that are just really resilient. Were you liking your chances then?
Yeah, my hand was really good at attrition, and in this matchup it was great. So I was very excited to see my hand.
Well, I want to congratulate you for dethroning the King of the Hill and playing a masterful game. So, Rashad Miller, going to send it back to the booth with Marshall and Randy.
Hey guys, welcome back. I have 2 comments. The first one, his Twitter name, Jacob Wilson 95.
I saw it too.
A little depressing.
I saw it too.
The other one is that his teammates are rooting him on from the rail here as well. Yeah. I saw Todd Anderson and Sam Pardee, kind of waiting for him to come over there. All right, we're ready to head back over to the news desk now. When we come back, we'll have 3 of us in the booth to close out day 2 here from Pro Tour Born of the Gods. See you guys in a bit.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe, Randy Buehler there in the booth. Let me bring you some of the key results from this round. Some of the feature match areas, some not. So Sam Pardee still alive. He has his 11th win. Arjen van Leeuwen, 4th loss. Difficult. Zheng of New Zealand, 10 wins still, trouble. Rivera of the United States, 11th win, good news. Sean McLaren, Jacob Wilson, you've just seen. Jacob Wilson wins, goes to 36 points. McLaren on 34, very much in his destiny in own hands. Then Anssi Alkio wins over Raymond Tan. Tan's 4th loss. Alkio still alive, we believe 11-3. Now away from the feature match area, Michael Hetrick was playing against Jared Butcher. Butcher with that incredible ad nauseum lightning strike deck. Butcher wins. That puts Hetrick to 2-4 on day 2. He was 8-0, the overnight leader, but he is 2-4 today, and that means we think that Hetrick is gone, although because he was the overnight leader, maybe he's the one that might sneak in at 12-4, if anyone does, because obviously his tie breaks will have been fantastic coming in. But let's see how things go. Now, Josh McLean, he's had his 4th loss because Patrick Dickman, the modern master of European Magic, won the Antwerp GP with Splinter Twin, added green for Tarmotwin. We did a deck tech earlier on. He wins. So then Fenel and Ayres Jr., they are still going at 10 wins apiece. And then Christian Sabel, this is a huge result. We have a huge result. So Christian Sabel of Germany was up against Li Shi-chan of Hong Kong. Li had already picked up 2 draws, remember. 10 wins, 2 draws and a loss coming in. Sabel, well, he hadn't had any draws. He was just beating people. He was at 11 wins. And that goes all the way up to 12 wins now. So Christian Sabel at 12 wins, that puts him right on the verge of the top 8. The way it looks like, we're going to see Wilson against Sabel in the penultimate round, and they may well be able to ID themselves into the sunset of Sunday. So that is what's going to happen as we see. So Hetrick we think gone, Butcher alive, Dickman alive, McLean gone, Fenel Ayres Jr. still battling it out for an 11th win, Sabel 12, Li Shi-chan still alive, 10-2-2, 32 points. He's going to make the math super hard. If he wins the penultimate round, goes to 35, he would then get to 38. We have a deck tech coming up, but first, I'll tell you a little secret. Ever since approximately, well, Wednesday, this guy and I have been waiting for this 10 minutes right now. Because it's time for the crazy combos. Hello, Randy, how are you?
I'm good. Some cool matches.
Yes, some cool matches. And you said to me, the thing about the crazy combos is they're so crazy that they're not necessarily that crazy.
Well, that's modern, right? There are so many decks, there are so many cards, and all of the decks, if you come up with the key card to put it over the top, maybe it's a good deck. The best decks in the format are consistent and resilient and, powerful. Sometimes, though, you have, the powerful piece, you haven't figured out the consistency. And anyway, yeah, when I was putting together the top 20 overview for the format, there were some things that I saw that I knew people were testing for the Pro Tour or just stumbled across, and I just, started collecting some of the crazy things that people can do in Modern that, probably aren't going to turn into a Pro Tour worthy deck, but who knows?
So let's be honest, we could do an hour on this easily. I'm going to give you 2 minutes on each of these.
All right.
Starting now, what is crazy thing number 1, Randy?
Crazy thing number 1, Paradise Mantle. So this is an equipment that taps that basically turns your creature into a bird of paradise. But if you think back to the Lorwyn block, there were multiple creatures with the untap mechanic, like the Patrol Signaler. Now, you put Paradise Mantle on Patrol Signaler, imagine there's a Training Grounds in play to reduce the activation cost. Now, I tap it for mana. Oh, I spend the mana and untap to make a guy. I tap it for mana, I make a guy. I tap it, I untap it, I tap it, I untap it. All of a sudden, I have infinite guys. So it's kind of like a bad version of the Splinter Twin combo at first. I mean, it takes 3 cards instead of 2, but there's other cards that you can flesh the deck out with. You put Judge of Currents in your deck, Pure Sight Marrow in your deck. Is it Guildmage happens to combo with Training Grounds?
Oh, wow.
And suddenly you've got 3 or 4 different sort of 3-card combos that, you draw any 2 of them and the deck kind of sort of works. Anyway, there's just an example of some of the crazy stuff that goes on.
That is fantastic. Now, Paradise Mantle, the one we've got up there, comes from Modern Masters. But originally where was that from back in the day?
No, I don't even remember.
I'm trying to think. But Patrol Signaler, you see from the Lorwyn block.
It's the untap mechanic with Paradise Mantle is really, there's multiple untapped creatures that can combo, especially if you've got Training Grounds in play already.
It's interesting to think that Inspired, talking to Tom LaPalle and Zac Hill, there was a point during development of Born of the Gods when people were talking about Inspired and something to do with untap, and someone came up with this idea, and then in the same meeting someone went, wait a minute, isn't that a little bit like the untap symbol we've seen somewhere before? So that is crazy thing number one, Infinite Guys with Paradise Mantle, untap, tap, Training Grounds. All right, I think I understood that one-ish. Crazy thing number two is
Norn the Wary. Norn the Wary. I remember I was on the team that built this card, and it has been for years legendary as being one of the worst creatures of all time. It's a 1-mana 2/1. That part sounds exciting, but it can't do anything. It can't attack, it can't block, it keeps hiding. He's so scared, he keeps leaving. But you know what? If you have Soul Warden, and if you have Soul's Attendant, having a creature that can come in and out of play is actually kind of good. You'll gain multiple life. And you know what? There's a white weenie deck that's called Soul Sisters, which is kind of a shell. I didn't see anybody playing it at the Pro Tour, but I mean, it's sort of a borderline almost good enough deck anyway.
It's a deck Conley Woods has played a bunch of times. In fact, I think did he not create Soul Sisters? I think he did.
I don't know. Johnny's Pride Mate is happy when you're gaining life. Ascendant's happy when you're gaining life. So yeah, the Soul Sisters, the Soul Warden, the Soul's Attendant, you throw Norn the Wary in there, and all of a sudden the deck just goes nuts. Like, I actually saw this deck win on Magic Online. There were dailies where, the Norn the Wary deck got the job done. Worst creature of all time, but he's got this niche ability that if you find the right way to exploit it, it's not the worst creature of all time. It's exactly what this deck needed.
People were so cross with you when they opened boosters and found that in their rare slot.
Well, put Porphyros in play too. Now, how do you feel about having a creature bouncing in and out of play all the time?
Okay, I'm not that upset anymore. Crazy thing number two is Norrin the Wary. Modern's just great. All right, that's two crazy things, and I did understand that one too. I was like, fine, give me number three.
Number three is Death Shadow.
Pardon?
1-mana 13/13 creature that nobody plays because, of course, you want to play your 1-drop on the first turn, and this guy just gets -X for your life total.
So it starts out as a -7.
-7. Yeah, we're not going to play him. We're going to get him into the graveyard, and then we're going to play Varals. And Varals means all your creatures have Scavenge.
Right.
Death Shadow's a lot better if you put the Scavenge ability on him. Now you pay 1 mana, and you give somebody else +13/+13. Pretty good.
Okay, yes.
1 mana +13/+13 permanently. I mean, they're +1/+1 counters.
Yeah.
And it turns out there's actually a deck you can play this in. There's a deck called Dredgevine, which specializes in just putting good creatures into the graveyard and using them. Lotless Troll is often the best enabler. You also see Hedron Crab in that deck.
Right.
Vengevine is one of the key creatures. I put that in the graveyard, play something, get my free Vengevines. So you can definitely build a graveyard synergy deck. And with Deathrite Shaman, I know this deck at least got tested for the Pro Tour. I didn't see any of them actually show up, but I mean, it's actually close. The Dredgevine deck is close. Death Shadow may actually fit in that. I don't know how crazy this one is. This feels like there's a deck that's like maybe 1 or 2 tweaks away from being a real thing.
That's interesting because Vengevine we've seen in the top 8 of Pro Tour. It's like Pro Tour Pairings 2011. So that's a card that's the real deal, and that's super naughty, isn't it? Really, because that's the one that kind of feels like cheating. Because Norrin the Wary, you are actually doing what it says, right? And Paradise Mantle, you are doing what it says.
Right. Death Shadow with Scavenge that was not the idea.
That feels rude.
That's what the powerful stuff in Modern feels like, right?
Absolutely.
You found a way to break it.
All right, 3 down, 2 to go. Crazy thing number 4 is
the best tooth and nail ever. All right, so let's say you've got 9 green mana lying around.
As I so often do.
Well, if you play with Nykthos, you can. Like, if you got Nykthos sort of Green Devotion, this sort of I saw this deck online. It was a Nykthos Green Devotion deck. I was like, what am I going to do with all my green mana? I'll get a Tooth and Nail. What's the best thing I can Tooth and Nail in? Well, let's say you get Tyrant of Discord. What Tyrant of Discord does is your opponent loses a permanent at random. Shuffle up their permanents, choose one at random, it's gone.
That doesn't sound terribly good.
Well, the problem is if you hit a land, you have to stop. Okay, so having them lose permanence is good, but if you hit a land, you have to stop. So the trick is, the other half of your Tooth and Nail is a Realm Razor.
Right.
So all their lands are gone. So first all their lands go away, and then Tyrant of Discord says, lose a permanent. Is it a land? No, it's not a land. Lose another permanent. Is it a land?
It's still not a land, no.
Right, lose all your permanents. So all your lands are gone, all your non-lands are gone. Your turn.
It's not that good though, is it? I mean, you've only got like a 7-7 and a 4-2. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
They could so easily come back into the game from there.
Exactly.
Plains, Path to Exile the Tyrant, take 4 from the Realm. I'm not convinced by this one. No, I mean, that's the what I would call the ultimate combo there, because it is. Although I'm doing both of two things, it is the synergy of the two things that's so redonkulous.
Yeah, that was actually that was the combo I stumbled across. I was just laughing out loud for minutes and had to go start creating the list of crazy things to keep track of for the Pro Tour.
I love that. I hope 5 is going to be equally as exciting, because we've had 4.
Well, here's the thing. I built these slides earlier this week.
Yeah.
We thought we were going to do this piece yesterday during the Modern Overview. You know, it's like maybe these things make the Pro Tour, and they're kind of crazy combos. But yeah, let's see number 5.
All right, so the big one here it is.
Amulet of Vigor.
It's Matthias Hunt's deck.
Yeah, it is Matthias Hunt's deck. That's exactly right. You know what? It turns out if you put Amulet of Vigor in play, bounce lands come into play untapped. You can make a bunch of mana. You could Summer's Bloom. I don't know if it's good enough to make the Pro Tour.
It is.
It turns out it is. Yeah, there were 5 copies of an Amulet of Vigor deck played at this Pro Tour. Matthias Hunt famously got all the way to the end of yesterday before finally picking up a loss. And yeah, the Amulet of Vigor deck, super cool, kind of crazy. Hive Mind, I think, is the tech that put it over the top. And I also thought Matthias Hunt's other tweak was the Simian Spirit Guides that allow you to do things like turn 1 Summer Bloom, so he can actually explode his mana base even without an Amulet of Vigor.
Right.
I think that was the consistency that, you know, I saw the combo that was really good if you have an Amulet of Vigor, and he's found ways to make the deck better even if you don't.
Well, that's what Josh Utter-Leighton said to me, because we were chatting over a Matthias Hunt match, because I knew he was playing this and wanted to see what was going on. And Josh said, yeah, that deck's amazing with an opening hand Amulet of Vigor. It's terrible without one. But the Simian Spirit Guide makes a big difference there, yeah.
But just more testament to how crazy things is in Modern. We saw we saw Ad Nauseam. I'm thinking Tendrils, because it's usually Ad Nauseam Tendrils. It's not a Tendrils kill in Modern, but the Ad Nauseam engine works just fine, just like it does in the other Eternal formats.
Yeah, and Jared Butcher is utterly still alive at 11-3. He needs a win here and then
top 8 contention.
Yeah, we could see him tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I saw people playing Zur the Enchanter, Rage Forger, Tallow-Wisp, Dark Prophecy, Protean Hulk. There's crazy stuff going on in Modern. It's just, it's a really fun format. So many decks, so many things going on.
When I was asking you for the preview article on MagicTheGathering.com, and I said, look, what's the story with Modern? What should new players look out for? And you said, the thing is, anyone can play anything for as long as they want to play it, basically.
Absolutely. That's what this format does.
And these things aren't even on any of the here's your starter 2025 deck lists that you might want to have a look at. 5 crazy things in Modern with the king of the crazy combo. And I didn't think I'd call you that on air, Randy Buehler. You're going to head back to the booth, I know, because we're heading down the stretch. Between us, we'll sort all the maths.
Sounds good.
God willing. All right. So that's Randy Buehler there, waiting patiently for us. He's very kind. He's from the Netherlands. We have a deck tech coming right up. It's super cool because it's got Shrieking Affliction in it. Who doesn't love that in Modern? That's a crazy card for you. Here he is, Brian David Marshall with Arjen van Leeuwen, deck tech now.
Hi everybody, this is Brian David Marshall coming to you from the Tournament Center at Pro Tour Born of the Gods here in Valencia, Spain. I'm here with Arjen van Leeuwen, and we're going to talk about Crazy Combo number 6. We saw a segment during the Pro Tour where Randy Buehler was talking about all the crazy combos you could do in Magic, and I actually played against a series of those decks when I was playing Magic Online, doing some testing and preparing for this Pro Tour. And one of the decks that I play tested against, I was like, I was cursing and I was screaming. I was very unsportsmanlike to my computer as I was playing, and I kept it to myself. I didn't enter anything into the keyboard or anything, but I hope that it wasn't you, because I kept losing to this crazy rack deck, and I was like, this isn't a real deck. How can someone play this in Modern? But it's very real. And what led you to play this deck?
Well, it's just a fun deck to play.
Is fun like a word in Dutch that means something different?
It's just funny. Not for the opponents, but it's easy to play, and if you don't have too much time to prepare, this is a really good deck to play. And nobody expects it.
Sure. No, it's definitely under the radar. Now, you had a friend play this deck in a Grand Prix, and you saw them be pretty successful with it?
Yeah, a friend of mine, Jan Miller, he played in Prague with it and almost made top 8, and talked a little bit about the deck with him. I gave him some advice, and well, I was happy with it, and I tried it here.
Well, one of the things you like when you're building a constructed deck is redundancy. You like to be able to sort of draw your hand and know you're going to see cards that do what you want to do with your deck. And then we look at this first slide, we see a lot of redundancy. We see hand destruction. We see 16 pieces of hand destruction right here. 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Inquisition of Kozilek, 4 Raven's Crime. That could be like 24, 25 pieces of hand destruction with some lands in hand. Wrenchmind. So this has got to be a control player's nightmare matchup.
I hope so. The plan is really simple. And just empty the hand as soon as possible, and then try to take over.
Take over. So let's take a look at the next slide, and you can talk to me about how you're taking over. Oh, let's see. You have no cards. I would like you to take some damage. I would like you to take some lose some life. Oh, I would like you to not be able to attack. This seems like...
I don't have a lot of answers to permanents in play, so I have to get some kind of control. That's where the Ensnaring Witch comes.
Right. No thoughts to something like a Damnation or a Mutilate or any other kind of like black... when we talk about mono black control, you think about like board sweepers.
Yeah. Would be possible, but I like this a bit more. It's cheaper, and many decks don't have answers to Ensnaring Witch first game.
And how much trouble do you see people having dealing with these two cards here?
Well, first they're gonna read the card.
That's, you're doing your job as a deck builder, where someone has to read the card you played.
And then it's okay.
So at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, he or she loses 3 life.
Yeah, and it's really a fast clock. If it's on play, then a couple of turns and it's over.
Right. And then of the rack, this is a card that goes all the way back to the earliest days of Magic.
Yeah, it got reprinted.
Yeah, it was. I believe it was on the time shifted sheet.
Yeah, Time Spiral.
Yeah, Time Spiral. All right, let's go ahead and see. So you actually have even more hand destruction in the form of Liliana the Veil and Smallpox.
Yeah, some Smallpoxes, even more in the sideboard.
Yeah, and the Smallpox, where does this card really shine for you?
Well, of course against creature decks, but also demolishes a land and also a card, so all in one card.
Right.
And they're confident, of course. If you empty their hand, then play confident and take over from there.
Yeah, you're just ripping through your deck.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at what the land is in a deck like this. This is something unusual. We have not seen a lot of double-digit basic land totals in the tournament center this weekend when we're doing modern decks. 19 swamps.
Not so many problems dealing with Blood Moon then.
What's that?
I don't have problems with the Blood Moon.
Yeah, right. You're pretty good to Blood Moon. We see Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth. So this also makes your opponent's land swamps work?
No,
what's the advantage here?
You can, in the situation where you have Mutavault and Urborg, you can still cast a 2.
Excuse me?
If you have Mutavault and Urborg, you can still cast a 2 black spell.
A Smallpox?
Yeah, Smallpox or Wrenchmind.
So a lot of times you only have a couple lands in play and... Sure. Okay.
This is the sideboard already.
Okay. So even more hand destruction in the sideboard.
Against control, against creature decks.
2 more Smallpox. And Ensnaring Bridge.
Yeah. Not really necessary, I think.
Not really necessary?
No.
Okay. Now let's go ahead. Dismember, obviously, for the control decks.
Yeah.
I'm curious about these 2 cards. Tell me about what you're using Nihil Spellbomb for.
Yeah, against the Living End. And the Pyromancer Ascension decks.
Sure.
Yeah.
So storm decks have a
Storm
problem.
decks, yes.
Yeah, they have a problem dealing with this because they really want to pass some flames and get all their cards.
The graveyard is really important, and if you discard a hand and then don't give them a chance to reuse it again.
Right. And then what about Torpor Orb?
Yeah, that's against Pot. Really bad matchup, but
right. So we just had a chance to watch you playing against Birthing Pod. It's a difficult matchup for you. I assume that this is an important card.
Yeah, sideboard.
If you're going to get a little bit of an edge there.
Yeah, then at least that is difficult for them to combo.
Right.
And against Twin.
Okay. And then what else do we have? Is that I think that's the sideboard.
Yeah, that's it.
If you were going to go play in a PTQ, would this be the kind of deck you would want to play with in Modern? Is this?
Certainly.
Do you take the lessons from here and go do it? Are there any changes you would make or anything you would do differently in the sideboard?
No, not much. It's pretty much like it is. Maybe if there are some new decks, then you have to adjust it a bit. But I would definitely play it again.
Okay. And then if your opponent's just playing something like, if you're in a metagame where people are playing blue, white, red, control, kind of like draw this deck against that deck.
Yeah, against blue decks, it should be really fine to play this, yes.
Have you played against any of the so-called blue moon decks this weekend?
Blue Moon?
The mono blue decks that have been running around.
I haven't seen them yet.
You haven't seen any? Okay.
No.
All right. Well, there you have it. Mono black control. It's really like a rack smallpox discard deck. It's kind of crazy. For Aaron Van Leeuwen, this is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
Thank you.
So much to Arjen Van Leeuwen and of course to Brian David Marshall, who's going to join me here at the news desk. I can tell you you're missing no magic because right now the players are on a little break just to catch their breath, tweet their mums in the case of Michael Hetrick, and gear up for the last 2 rounds of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here on Saturday. So BDM, this gives us a chance to catch our breath and take a look at one of the big stories we've been looking at over the weekend, which is the teams. And it's not just teams in terms of who's doing well and who isn't, but also what lessons came out of how they tested, what they feel they've learned. And I know that you've been talking to a lot of people and amassing that kind of slightly nebulous data, but that's so critical to Pro Tour success.
Sure. I mean, one of the things that really caught me by surprise is talking to John Stern from Team Face to Face Games. And John Stern was doing really, really well in Modern, but really felt his whole tournament had been torpedoed by, just honestly, by 2 bad drafts. And I was like, oh, that's, well, the card's not there. What? He's like, you know what? I kind of put draft on the back burner to really concentrate on Modern.
Wow.
To really focus on Constructed. And I probably didn't do nearly as many drafts. I'm like, well, this is very similar to Theros. And he felt that when he sat down to the draft tables with these people who had really ground, we've talked to people who ground 3 dozen drafts, 2 dozen drafts, 40 drafts over the course of a couple weeks, that they were, that he was at a disadvantage in terms of information, in terms of the way the colors worked. He spoke specifically about black. So black is a card, when you do the first pass over the format, you're like, you know what? The black card's got a little bit worse.
Sure.
With Born of the Gods, we have one fewer pack of Theros. There's fewer Gray Merchants. There's fewer, Disciples of Fenex to set it up, and this just isn't going to be as good. But he found out that people who've been doing a lot of drafts have discovered that because of that, you can force black very aggressively in the first pack and set yourself up to reap the rewards in the later packs. And he kind of knew this. He had heard people talking about it, but when he sat down to his draft and he sees an Akron Skyguard and he sees an Asphyxiate, he's like, wow, I feel like if I had done even a half dozen more drafts, even 10 more drafts, I could take that Asphyxiate confidently and understand what I needed to do to make this work and how to force it, and but honestly, I kind of I'm going to just take the best card here because Akron Skyguard is clearly a better card.
Sure.
But white we saw multiple people really fighting to be in white in some draft pods and some really suboptimal decks that came out as a result of that, despite having first picked the most powerful card. So it was just like kind of an interesting thing where he was just like, wow, you know, I can't afford to sleep on this aspect of my Pro Tour preparation. He's like, I was so focused on Modern, I was so focused on Constructed. It's not like he was slacking off. He just wasn't putting enough preparation into Limited. And I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah,
because absolutely. I think a lot of times people think, I can just go to the Pro Tour. I know how to draft. And, you know, sometimes you can. You can certainly go to a draft. You can open up some good cards. You can make the right decisions and do well. But there is a skill set that needs to be constantly honed.
Yeah, and it's worth saying, was that honed H-O-A-N-E-D?
Yes, it was.
I thought it might be. I just saw that appearing there. Now, it's worth saying as well, just think of the structure of the format. 3 rounds of draft, 5 rounds of Modern, 3 more rounds of draft. By the time you get to round 12, you've played more Limited than Constructed. Right. And you're only in contention for the top 8 once you hit Modern again.
Right.
So to get to being one of the 49 players who can make the top 8, you have to do the majority of your work in Limited.
So it's very easy to say, it's just 6 rounds.
Yeah, because the winner's in Modern. Tomorrow, the ultimate winner will have played way more Constructed Magic. But a lot of people don't get the chance to even try to be the winner because they've already lost. That is a huge lesson. And what's really profoundly awesome about that story is that he worked it out while he's still in the building. That's the sort of thing that strikes people a month later or when they start thinking about Atlanta. Well, he's obviously started thinking about Atlanta.
I think it struck him as soon as he opened his first Born of the Gods pack.
And a Crown Skyguard.
I actually don't have the muscle memory of how to do this.
A salutary lesson there from a great guy and someone who's on a very successful team. Very quickly, before we show you teams, we're going to have to blister our way through this because pairings are going up very, very soon. Let's take a look at the top 20 right now. This is the leaderboard as things stand. I'm just going to blister our way through these for you. So we have Christian Siebold leading the way with Jacob Wilson. Because they are no longer in draft pods, those two will play each other next round, which means, by our reckoning, they can shake hands and be in the top 8, and then play in the last round for seeding in the top 8, potentially annihilating someone who could get an ID in, but will actually get played against. So those two, watch out for the dream killers, could be Siebold and Wilson. Now, Sean McLaren is alone in 3rd place with a draw. Then you have all the 11 and 3s on the left-hand side of your screen. Dickman, Rivera, Pardy, Fenel, Butcher, Alkio, and Prozek, who we've seen very little of through the weekend. He just keeps on getting the job done, and he is 1 or maybe 2 wins away from the top 8. Now, on the right-hand side of the screen, you've got Li Shichan, 10-2-2. So he's still in, and for sure 2 wins gets him in. And then Michael Hetrick leads the 10 and 4s. I can tell you the 10 and 4s go for a very, very, very long time. We've got another 14 players at 10 and 4.
You don't want to do a top 34
I don't want to do
leaderboard?
I don't want to do a top. It's like we could start scrolling the video wall. Yeah, that seems fair. So that's the top 20 right now. But how have the teams been doing? We've got a dozen or so that we looked at this morning with Rashad and Zac at the desk. We haven't looked at their data for a few rounds, so this is just experience for us too. Let's take a look. We begin with 13 angry men, 10 of them who were here, channeling the anger of the other 3. Sondike, Luca, Grenson, Prost, gone. 7 and 7 for Parr and Borge, 8-6 Thomason, Jasper Johnson Epstein, who perennially wins PTQs, Stephen Neal, and Matthias Hunt, and that is, I guess the headline there, BDM, is the disappointment of Matthias Hunt after that great start.
Yeah, that's a rough day too for Matthias. I don't think his draft went especially well for him, and the ether vials may have not been there on turn 1.
Yeah, indeed. So that's 13 angry men. Let's see what goes on in the world of almost finished.
This is my favorite team name, by the way, in the tournament.
Strangely enough, mine too. And as you can see, they are almost finished because, well, 4 of them aren't going to be playing in the top 8.
Right.
But Ansi Alkio at 11 and 3 absolutely can be.
Yeah.
Tremendous performance.
Staying right in there, staying right on the edge of, the brink of destruction, as it were. But just has to win that next match.
One of the nice things about Ansi is that we've talked to a lot of players about, I need to try and stay calm, I need to try and stay focused, I need to try and not get too excited. Ansi's only ever been calm and focused and unexcited. So he sits there he is the calmest man alive. You have to sort of just pinch him to make sure he's breathing.
And this is a player we're going to see at the Magic Online Championship.
That's right. Yeah.
And I guess that also means automatically someone we're going to see at the next Pro Tour as well, because he qualified for this event via the PTQs, I believe.
I think it was a Magic Online PTQ.
Magic Online PTQ.
Yeah, Magic Online PTQ.
But the Magic Online Championship also carries an invitation with it.
Yep.
So that's certainly another, but he might top 25. Heck, he might top 8 at this point.
He certainly can. One win and then see what happens with the pairings. So, Austria, Germany are up next. And, well, thank you very much indeed. The left-hand side of that makes very, very happy reading. That's just tremendous.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to me here is Christian Siebold and Patrick Dickman. Patrick Dickman, basically, those two decks are not the same deck, but they were both built by Patrick Dickman. He's like, okay, I've got my Tarmotwin deck. We did a deck tech with him, by the way, and you should absolutely watch that. You want to see it. This is I think his rug take on the Splinter Twin deck is really good. Yeah. But he was not sure. He's like, I don't know if people are going to be ready for this. You know what? I might just play Affinity. In fact, I'll bring it with me. I'm not going to play Affinity. Here, Christian, take it.
Yeah, off you go.
So, that's he's got 5 losses on the weekend with his decks.
Yes, 23-5, as it were. Although, of course, there was some draft decks in there as well. But tremendous performance by them. They're a clear leader so far. Next up, it's the Pantheon. Let's take a look. The Channel Fireball Pantheon. BDM, what do you make of that list?
Wow, that's, I think, I'm sure very disappointing to almost everyone on that list. I mean, these are guys who come to the event and they really expect to have a fair shot at the top 8. There was a lot of hype for this team coming in, and I mean, 10-4, 10-4, 10-4, 10-4. Obviously, just very solid finishes. People are going to finish in the money. Kai, Rich, John, right behind that Reed Duke. At 9-5. They're going to put together solid tournaments, but I don't think the kind of
solid's not what you want.
Solid is not what these guys want. These guys leave solid performances for tips at the restaurant. They want the bonanza.
And also, let's take it away from wants and desires and hopes.
Yeah.
Let's just go to this. In a vacuum, before the advent of this particular super team, you would have said, Rich Hagon, top 50 at a PT? Sounds about a good starting point. Top 50, top 32, and then upside of top 16, top 8. Tom Martell, he's a Pro Tour champion, so is he going to top 50? Well, of course he is most of the time. So every single one of these players who ends up at 11-5, 10-6,
yeah, sure.
That's what they would have done basically if they'd sat at home alone and just been themselves and been really good.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think that draft practice is a big deal for them.
Okay, I can see that.
And again, sometimes things can be a little deceptive. John Finkel, not a great record, but for a while was undefeated in Modern. I think he only one loss in Modern.
And he lost to Owen Turtenwald, in fact, in the last round, I believe. But as you say, in terms of great expectations, no, it's just a solid weekend by great players being
you don't want to flatline top 32, top 16. You wouldn't mind a couple of the bottoms, but you also want a couple of spikes in there.
All right, so that's the Pantheon. Yeah. What about the original Team Channel Fireball? Let's take a look at how they're getting on here. Again, we've not seen much of this, and
this is the same, but a little worse.
Yeah, and that's a reverse from yesterday where Fireball was setting the pace. They were doing very nicely, thank you. Now, they are ultra consistent in that only one player has a negative record. Kenji Samura 6-7. User can finish 9-7, the same with Josh and Ben, and so on.
But I don't know if you follow most of these guys on Twitter, but I mean, really today has just been a series of despondent puns. David Ochoa doesn't have an affinity for losing, and and et cetera, et cetera.
We do have some fabulous news though that comes out of that graphic. Yeah,
what is
that? Because what you will see at 8 and 6, Luis Scott Vargas.
Oh, that is great news.
And you know what that means? No top 8 for Luis. Rejoice, Magic coverage world. Luis Scott Vargas will be with us on Sunday for live coverage of the top 8. That's the deal. If he doesn't make the top 8, he's sentenced to the booth with us. More puns than you can shake a stick at, and I'll be trying to stop them, God help me. So, I will. I'm going to try and stop you this time. They're not going to happen. Right, let's move on. How about Team Elaborate Ruse? Let's see what they have to say. This is the Matej Zatlkai crew. And very creditable, very similar to Pantheon and Fireball. Zatlkai and Flock and Sifka lead the way. We said this was a sort of Eastern European and then Scandinavia. It turns out most of the people who don't quite fit that bill conveniently have gone home. So that's Adel, Gertz, and Jaklowski and Souza. And you're left with a very clear Slovak and Czech up the top, and then the Swedes a little bit behind.
Sure.
So Zatlkai, Flock, and Sifka doing very nicely. Elias Watsfeld, by the way, at 8 and 6, he was in pod 4 this morning, and literally that was a pod of 8, what I would call 8 name players. Sure. Not 8 Hall of Famers, not 8 superstars, not 8 Platinum Pros, but 8 people with Grand Prix titles, multiple Grand Prix top 8s, Pro Tour top 8s, and the like. And it was carnage watching the 4 names fall off the bottom of contention in pod 4. So that's Elaborate Ruse. I believe we are going to what could be the team of the tournament.
I agree with this.
Face-to-face games. Let's take a look. Yes, there is no question. Those are your winners right there, right now. And Wilson, 12-2. Pardy, 11-3. McLean right on the verge at 10-4. Winning records for McLaren, Hain, 8-6. Moir, BBD, 7-7. John Stern, 7-7. Sure, some disappointments lower down, but
worth pointing out, face-to-face games, one of the teams, we talked about how many top 8s the team has. They had 3 coming into this tournament.
3 Pro Tour top 8s,
3 Pro Tour top 8s for the team. Well, I mean, conceivably could have 3 more. 2, an outside shot at a third.
Yes.
With the way that board looks
1 for
right now.
certain, 2 you would hope, 3 is the wing and the prayer.
Yes.
All right, now this next team, just a little group who came into the radar overnight. This is Flipside Gaming, a group of Jared Butcher, Peter Ingham. Let's take a look. Robert Victory, Brian Gottlieb, Dan Jordan, and Max Brown. And as you can see, every single one, no losing records there.
Everyone got through to day 2, their entire team.
Which is 6 for 6 for day 2. All winning records except Brown, who can still do that. Butcher, absolutely in with a chance here of making the top 8 with that lovely ad nauseum deck.
Yeah, he had an ad nauseum deck. We were joking in the feature match area as Frank Carsten had to read one of his cards. When you get a reader from Frank Carsten,
Carsten knows all the cards.
You know you've gone a little deep.
Yeah. Do you think Frank's next article is average ad nauseum lightning strikes? Something like that. All right, MTG Mint is up next. Let's take a look at this one.
These are the guys who came up with the Blue Moon deck for this tournament. That was the breakout deck of the tournament on day 1.
Yeah, now, as you can see there, when you see 10 as the top number, it doesn't look super exciting, but Li Shichan is in with a shout of the top 8 for sure. If he wins his next 2, he will be in. The difficulty for him is that because of those 2 draws, he is behind even the players on 11 wins. So if he wins his next one, he will not find IDs waiting for him. He just has to win twice, which of course BDM can clear the mind powerfully.
Yes.
Just go, oh right, so I'm playing.
Okay, I have nothing to do but play this match of Magic in front of me.
So that's Team MTG Mint. Next up, we have the 1%ers. I wonder whether any of them are still alive. Do they have their 1? They do.
Maxim Grin has about a 1% chance.
I would say so. I'm just trying to look at the standings, get a sense of his tie breaks. It is about a 1% chance, I would say. Kai Bennett 9-5, Sam T at 7-7. Crawper and Maggle Hayes didn't have a super successful tournament. Now, one of the big teams coming in was Revolution. Let's take a look at them, if we can. A very big team. And it turns out you have to be Alexandre. It wasn't just being French that was the key to this team. You had to be called Alexandre as well. Orajak and Bono heading the way. Jeremy Desani kind of feels like he missed the bus a little at this PT, in that if you sort of shaved off the first part of day 1, we would have said he was one of the big stories, chance to defend his Pro Tour title.
Absolutely.
Really well in Modern, tremendous player, continuing to be great at Modern. But as it is, he's kind of been out of contention for a fair while. He lost to Kai in the first round of Modern, coming back when he needed 5 straight wins.
Sure.
So, he's gone, but he's still going to have a decent record, a positive record. And
making his case for Player of the Year with a strong finish here.
Well, he's the leader in the Player of the Year race right now, and lots of people are going to come close to that as the top 8 develops, because there's a lot of points on the line this weekend. But solid weekend. If he wins the next couple, that's going to go a long way towards putting him in the Watanabe seat, as I like to think of it. The sort of acknowledged. Well, there's Desani up here.
A win and a top 50.
Yeah.
To start off your season,
and all those GPs in between,
and some solid GPs in the middle.
So that's Jeremy Desani and Revolution and Co. there. So let's move on. We're almost there. TCG Player were doing tremendously last time we looked.
Great
yesterday.
Day one.
So they're up on the big board now. Now, how are they now?
Wow, things have. They're 2 matches off the hunt right now for the most part. See a lot of 9 and 5s, 8-6, 7-7, 4 players who've been sent back to the showers. But Chris Fenel still going at 11 and 3.
He's so close. But he's someone, when we talk about the balance of Limited and Modern, he'd like to go 3-5-3-5-3.
Yes.
And come back tomorrow and draft. And that's not happening.
And you also talked about, I thought this was interesting earlier, you talked about staying calm and centered and focused. And Chris is a focused guy, but calm and centered might not be adjectives used to describe him. He can be a little excitable.
Right, okay. I didn't really know. I don't know Chris terribly well. He's one of the pros I sort of come into my view in recent times when we've been stuck in the fishbowl and I hardly get out to see him. So that's interesting.
I'll send him by here with a sign.
Hello, I'm Chris Fenel. Yeah, just so you know, we're in this brand new set where we can actually see out onto players wandering by.
It's kind of like the Today Show or one of the morning talk shows where people are outside.
That's exactly. It's like Good Morning MTG. Yeah. And we get some signs, it's fair to say, little sort of say hi to my mum, I need some loathsome catoblepus, please. All kinds. I don't know who these people are.
Yeah, and why their mother needs a loathsome catoblepus.
Yeah, indeed. So that's the state of play with teams. We'll have another look at those tomorrow, get the final standings, and a sense, BDM, of what teams need to go away and work on some things, what teams can go, we did it right but didn't quite get there, and what teams can go, glad I'm on face-to-face games, thank you very much.
Definitely getting a lot of that kind of like neck cracking from the Canadians now.
It's like, well, 2 rounds to go, and there's good. 3 of the 4 of us on Miller Pots still in contention for the top 8. Thank you. And Jacob Wilson there looks like he's in. So we still believe that 36 is going to be very tight. It is possible that the way, even not the standings.
The reality is we just don't know what the impact of the play draw rule is going to be here. We just don't know. Like you said, Jacob Wilson could shake hands this round and then decide to play in the last round.
Yeah, I think you have to assume that they will shake hands this round.
And lock it up.
Because you've got to be super brave to say, I'm on 36 already, even if I lose, my tiebreaks hold up, I'm here to win the whole thing.
Sure, well, you could also go lose, draw.
Yeah.
But
let's take one more look at the top 20 as the players settle down for the feature matches in this penultimate round, and we'll give you a sense of where we are. In 20th place right now, from the Slovak Republic, Matej Zatlkai needs not only to go win-win, but improve his tiebreaks past another 8 or so players. Above him, Maxim Grin of Canada in the same place. Quentin Martin, hats off Quentin, top 8 of Prague 2006. He's been in and around the top tables throughout. This is not one of those, I had 3 losses early and then I beat some people on the way through.
This really is our lone wolf, right?
Yes, I said, are you testing with anyone? And he said, well, the thing is, I sent some emails with Kenji a little bit a while ago, and but basically my wife's working full-time, and so I've got the house to myself, so it's a lot of Magic Online.
Yeah.
A lot of Magic Online. Gadenis
You're
Vidigiris,
never by yourself if you have Magic Online.
That is very true. Gadenis Vidigiris from Lithuania, 10-4. Gabriel Nguyen, France, 10-4. Hendricks, now he's in the mix, you would start to think, in terms of tiebreaks if he wins twice. Fulk the same. Arjen van Leeuwen we just had on. I'd love to see Shrieking Affliction in the top 8. The 8 rack. What a deck.
I would too.
And Michael Hetrick still heads the 10 and 4s. So Hetrick, I mean, who'd be in his position? 8-0 overnight, you're playing Living End, you've dominated with it, you come back, you're 2 and 4. One assumes your head is a little bit scrambled. But you also know that because you were the overnight leader and you head the tie breaks, that 2 wins might make you 8.
Sure.
Boy, that's an incentive, but first time he's done really well at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, again, getting
it's
a top 20,
ask.
top 25 is going to be important for him.
Yeah.
Getting to the next Pro Tour, again, starting to rack up those points. So there's a lot to play for, even if you fall short of the top 8 here.
Now, back we go. Li Shichan, he's super simple. No way to clear the mind here. Yeah. He just needs 2 wins. As you head up, the 11 and 3s go win, and then let's look. McLaren goes win, I'm in. Wilson and Seybold, we think it's going to be one of the sweetest handshakes of their lives. So let me tell you what the feature matches are going to be. Keep that graphic right there. You'll see who's against who. On 30 points, in and around the 10 and 4s, Frank Carsten is up against Li Shichan of Hong Kong. So that is who Li Shichan has to get past, a Hall of Famer, to then play for top 8. Sean McLaren on 34 points has another tough match against Tim Rivera on 33. So at that point, you're looking at Rivera saying, if I win, then I can look at the standings. McLaren, again, very straightforward. He knows that if he wins, he is just in 37 points. There's no way that we get more than 8 37s.
He can win, lose, win, etc. to get himself into top 8, right? He's just got to win one of the next 2. Even if he loses, he's still alive with a win in the last round.
Yes, so he has the 2 shots in the barrel. This is not a silver bullet. Right. He has 2 in the chamber. So then we have Chris Fenel of the United States at 11 and 3. And he has a shootout, as it were, against Dominik Prosek of the Czech Republic. Again, at 11 and 3. I do not.
Okay.
Do you know, I don't think I'd even recognize Dominik. I have not seen him this weekend.
He has not gotten through the feature match area much yet.
No, but 1 win in this round, and potentially we see him tomorrow.
Okay.
So, then we have Sam Pardee of the United States on 33 points, again, 11 and 3, and he is up against Patrick Dickman. Now, I've got to be honest, I sit at all the European GPs. I see 4 feature matches every single round on a bunch of monitors in front of me, and Patrick Dickman is one of the most impressive players I've ever seen through a monitor. I've seen a lot of people in real life, and Dickman is the guy who I think, yeah, this is where the strength of Europe lies. People like him and Desani, they're just super, super good.
Also, I mean, I think that there's this, maybe stereotype of the European Magic player as being very, what's the adjective I'm looking for? Gertsen-like. Yes!
High five.
But just very, 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 Carsten, very logical and analytical, and I've tried to strip as much emotion out of my game as possible.
Yeah.
And I was just really, and I kind of braced myself for that a little bit, when I was talking to Dickman, and he is just
a bundle of energy.
Not just a bundle of energy, though, a bundle of emotion. So we were talking about his Tarmotwin deck, and I said, he was talking about, I might have played the Affinity deck. I didn't know which one I was going to go with, etc. And I said, well, you have a lot of practice with this, right? Because you played. He's like, oh, far more practice than I could have ever needed. I probably practiced this deck too much. I'm like, well, it sounds like you really like playing it. And he's like, no, I love playing it. I just, when I'm playing this deck, I've said this to multiple of my opponents. When I'm playing this deck, I'm just doing everything I love to do in a game of Magic. This deck makes me so happy. And it was just this, this very emotional response. It was really moving, and it was really unexpected.
Sure, because you expect him to go, I'm very impressed with Tarmogoyf because on average it is a 2.7, 3.7.
I tried to cut it to 3.7 Tarmogoyfs, but that didn't work, so I had to play the 4th.
Indeed, yeah, but no. So I will declare an allegiance and say that I would like to see Dickman in the top 8.
Sure.
Because I think he's one of the finest modern players. And I know you keep a lot of eyes on social media because you have multiple eyes out back so you can watch lots of different things at once. And on social media, someone posted something very interesting about the prevalence of what we might call modern players.
Sure.
Tell me about that.
I mean, Willie Adel posted this. He was just really excited to see that the players who play a lot of Magic Online Modern were players who were doing well in this tournament in the format. So, the Jacob Wilsons, the Sam Pardis, the Josh McLeans, etc. So, and Jacob Wilson may, that may carry him through to this top 8. He's maybe a handshake away down in the feature match area.
Not going to lie, it's time for the most exciting out of every Pro Tour. It's the penultimate round of Swiss where dreams are made and lost. For the next hour, it's round 15 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. We're in round 15, only a couple to go. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler and Zac Hill. We've got 3 people in the booth. We're going to be covering, up to 4 matches here, potentially. Our main match, Sam Pardee versus Patrick Dickman, and they're playing to get in, Randy.
Oh, yeah. There's basically 2 people who've drawn in. Mm-hmm. Then there are 9 other players to control their own destiny. We have 7 of them in the feature match area.
And so there's 6 slots left for those 9 players.
6 slots left. Well, not just for those 9. 9 who control their own destiny.
I see.
Then there's a giant pile of people on 4 losses who are like, maybe I'll get a tiebreaker miracle.
Okay.
I have it figured at least 1 person is getting in on 4 losses, and probably 2. It depends how the guys who have the draws kind of screw it up a little bit, and there's an odd number of people who control their own destiny.
Okay.
So 1 or 2 people are going to get in at 4 losses.
Wow.
Which makes, a lot of people very happy. I mean, on tiebreakers right now, Hetrick, Van Leeuwen, Falk, Hendricks win. Those are the top.
That's right.
But then Vidugaris, Quentin Martin, Maxim Grin, Zadelkai, McLean, Ayres, Tajek, Turtenwald is technically still in contention. Although, the guys on the bottom of the tiebreakers now.
They're pretty much out of it, but they're still playing for a lot of prizes here. Stuff. Now, the 2 people that did intentionally draw already, Jacob Wilson and Christian Zeibold. And it looks like we're ready to go right now for round 15 here from Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Zac Hill. We've got 3 people in the booth here, 4 feature matches going, and we've got them on the quad split here.
Quad split!
Trying out a little thing. We're going to get a chance to look at multiple matches happening at the same time. We're going to try to keep an eye on them. I'm going to be kind of guiding our 2 analysts here to tell us what might or might not be going on as we go. Let's take a look in the upper right. McLaren versus Rivera. That game seems to be the most underway so far. Rivera looks like he's on either blue-white or blue-white-red.
Yeah.
Yeah, McLaren, I think it looks like a blue-white-red mirror up there. We see Electrolyze essentially getting cycled, not a whole lot of good targets, and basically what you want to do in this matchup is hit your land drops, so an extra draw is going to allow you to do that.
Now in the upper left, we have Pardee versus Dickman. That's actually our feature match area. If we do jump down, that'll be the first one that we go to, and Dickman looks like he's checking out their Serum Visions, and there's a Wall of Roots for Pardee. So pretty standard openers for those 2 decks. Dickman playing, we call it Tarmotwin.
Does that have standard openers?
Sure. I think, a 1 draw, I guess maybe a Tarmogoyf on that turn would be ideal. Lower left quadrant of your screen, Shitian versus Frank Carsten. Carsten is on Affinity.
Indeed.
Li Shitian is playing
Blue Moon.
The Blue Moon list that we've seen kind of appear here and really make a big stamp.
Well, it's his team. The MTG Mint team from Southeast Asia, basically they all showed up playing Blue Moon. There's 8 of them, so they have been running around, and the deck did do pretty well. Blood Moon has really taken this field by surprise, I think.
All right, not a quick start from Carsten here. He's got a Vault Scourge there, and not a whole lot else, but there could be more. Let's take a look at the lower right-hand quadrant. Chris Fenel versus Dominic Prozek. Now, Dominic looks like he's on mono red here. Was that a Rift Bolt that I saw?
Oh, we have a burn deck. I
think we might have a burn deck on our hands here now.
Fenel we've seen before. He's clearly on Storm.
He's on Storm.
That turn 2 Pyromancer's Ascension is exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah, that is a bump in the night there from Prozek. So, yeah, full burn deck here, Zach.
Yeah, Jasper Johnson, Epstein, Stephen Neal also on a very similar red-black burn deck.
Okay.
So,
so this deck is still a thing even without Deathrite, which really kind of bumped it over the top.
Yeah, a lot of people are playing white, too, for Boros Charm and Lightning Helix.
Okay, so let's take a look back up at our upper right quadrant. There's McLaren versus Rivera, and I think we're going to see that board sort of build out with lands and probably not do a whole lot for the foreseeable future. So
the question is whether Rivera wants to start attacking with those colonnades or whether he needs to leave mana untapped for permission.
That's right.
One of the old school rules of control is you never want to do anything. You want to be the last person to act. So that might be what we're seeing here.
All right, so upper left corner, Sam Pardee versus Patrick Dickman, and Dickman's got a really innovative take on Splinter Twin. He has green in there.
Oh yeah, he's got Tarmogoyf. He innovated Splinter Twin once when he built the blue-red deck that he won Grand Prix Antwerp with. Suddenly everybody was winning with damage and Lavamancers and just snapcasting back lightning bolts, threatening the combo, but only doing it when forced to. Dickman said, everybody's figured that out now. I have to innovate again.
Right.
So he went to Tarmogoyf, and he figures, you know how I'm going to beat Zoo? I'm going to block.
Right.
And then I'm going to attack, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and he just has this nice I win, the oops I win backup plan of a combo deck.
Exactly.
There's some decks that don't interact with his hand or put up any type of permission, so he can just feel free to try to craft that way. If not, he has some game in other directions too.
Well, yeah, or you just threaten to kill them with Scavenging Ooze and Tarmogoyf, and when they finally use a removal spell, you say, oops, end step flash creature, untap twin you're dead.
Yeah, I love that, and I think this deck is really cool. Speaking of end step flash creature, there's a Pestermite. Let's see if he's got it. Pardee.
Does Pardee have Abrupt Decay?
That's
his only way to interact. Pardee does play main deck Abrupt Decay, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's got 2 copies in his main deck.
Yeah.
All right, but Dickman's going to kick things off with an attack there. We're in the upper left quadrant, Pardee versus Dickman here. And here's a land, though not going to go for it this turn regardless.
He's not winning right here.
Right. Decides not to take the risk. Is he under any immediate pressure? There's a Kitchen Finks that is going to be doing some work against Dickman, but you can't figure that he's too worried about just a Kitchen Finks at this point.
Yeah. Carsten got his Steel Overseer spell snared.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, he's definitely has not come out of the gates as fast as he wanted to. That second Steel Overseer would have been nice.
That would have been nice, but one of them is definitely enough to keep tons of pressure on Li Shitian. And remember, at this point, playing something like a Blood Moon can buy him some time. It can shut off some of Carsten's man lands, as we call them, Ink Moth, Blink Moth, those type of things.
It turns out you can still cast artifacts, though, even if you have mountains.
Exactly.
That said, one of the biggest assets of the Affinity deck is the 8 creature lands. I mean, it's one of the reasons to play. It gives you tons of resilience, so shutting those off, extremely powerful.
Absolutely. Now, the question is, does Carsten have enough pressure, or can Li Shitian nullify that pressure? We see a Tarmogoyf from him here.
A Tarmogoyf from which point on the table?
Who's got a Tarmogoyf?
Sorry, there's a Snapcaster Mage, excuse me. And it looks like he's played a... what has he played? Oh, Serum Vision's there. So he's finishing up his scry. He's already drawn a card here.
I mean, I understand how you can confuse Snapcaster Mage and Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, they look so similar.
Very solid 2-mana blue creatures. One just happens to be green.
Yeah, that is the pair down matchup, by the way. Carsten is one of the X4s that's hoping he can win and have his tiebreakers improved by enough. So Shitian is the guy who got paired down against an X4.
All right. Why don't we go into Pardee versus Dickman here? I think we're gonna zoom in here. As as the life totals aren't here, the game goes further. It gets a little harder for us to figure it out. So I like the idea here that we've gotten a feel for what's happening in the feature match area. But why don't we zoom in now on Pardee and Dickman and get some clarity here as to exactly what's going on in this game. Now, it looks like there's a Deceiver Exarch there for Dickman, who's at 13 life from Germany. Samuel Pardee, he's sitting at 19. And doesn't have a birthing pot on the table or anything like that yet.
Yeah, he's been applying pressure with the Kitchen Finks.
That's
right. Not a great draw from Pardee. It looks like his Exarch got killed, probably lightning bolted.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is one of those matchups with Pod where you just kind of are playing like a mid-range deck. And, Pod is a fine mid-range deck, but you're playing all these one-of combo cards and silver bullets for a reason. And just really not a whole lot of pressure right now that Kitchen Finks being stopped by Deceiver Exarch.
Yeah, Gavany Township is in play, can turn it into a 4-power creature, which would be enough to beat up the Exarch. I don't know if that's how Sam wants to spend his mana, though.
I think he'd rather spend it on this,
something better.
This Birthing Pod here.
Indeed.
So Sam Pardee puts Birthing Pod on the stack, but we see that Patrick has a bunch of untapped mana here.
You know what else Patrick has? Look at his hand.
I see he has an Electrolyze, a Snapcaster Mage.
And a Splinter Twin.
And a couple of Splinter Twins.
Yeah,
so
he can win the game on the spot if he goes for it and Pardee can't answer it. He's got the combo. He's clearly been slow rolling it.
Pardee, on the other hand, has both Chord of Calling and Birthing Pod. 4 mana plus 3 creatures to tap with Chord of Calling. A lot of the time, that can spell game over, too.
Okay.
Yeah. So his ways of busting up the combo, there's Abrupt Decay.
Is Pontiff one of them?
Yeah, he can he? Well, if
it depends on which creature.
Exactly. Orzhov Pontiff can break up the combo if Dickman puts the Splinter Twin onto Pestermite, but he'll choose the Exarch. The Exarch is just a better target if it's available.
Now, if he puts it on Exarch, doesn't it still bust up the combo for the turn?
Oh, because they're all 0 power.
Right.
Yeah. So Orzhov Pontiff gets the job done either way.
At least for a turn, though, letting him untap and do it all over again is...
Yeah, if you get a Pestermite, you kill the Splinter Twin.
Now we see Linvala, another way to disrupt the combo.
Now the combo is gone. Yeah, Splinter Twin cannot win with Linvala in play.
Right.
Because even though the creatures themselves as printed don't have any activated abilities, Splinter Twin, it's not the enchantment that has the ability, it gives the creatures the activated ability. Right. Linvala turns off the effect of the enchantment.
So now Patrick has another obstacle to fight through. Also, Linvala, 3/4 flying in the air does work.
Right.
I mean, we're still dealing with a deck capable of activating that Gavany Township and just beating down.
Yeah, and the threat of Chord of Calling is still extremely powerful here, too. I mean, now, one thing is... And against a lot of matchups, the Birthing Pod deck can gain infinite life with a Kitchen
Here's
Finks.
a Flame Slash, though,
Flame
from Patrick
Slash.
Dickman.
Main deck Flame Slash.
And that is a fine target there. Linvala, Keeper of Silence. Now,
you know what that is?
Sam's going to react.
Yeah, Chord of Calling. That's Patrick Dickman knowing this format. That's Patrick Dickman saying, I'm going to play Flame Slash main deck in my deck so that I can kill things like Linvala.
Now, this is another situation where Orzhov Pontiff would be extremely good, using it not on your opponents, but on your creatures to give
them all
Linvala
+1/+1?
exactly a 5th point of toughness.
How much is he courting for? Is it 3? It's 2.
He can only court for 2. Actually,
But
I guess he could have
Spellskite is
done
also
both.
going to get the job done.
Spellskite as well is just going to...
Take one for the team.
Yep, take one for the team. Flame Slash takes down Spellskite, but leaves Linvala, key creature there on the battlefield, and Patrick still has to find a way to fight through that, too.
Those two creatures are the plan for Pod against Splinter Twin. You want Linvala, Spellskite. If you've got Linvala, Spellskite, they basically can't win. They have to slog through the Spellskite, then take out Linvala.
Chord of Calling really, really important in that position as well, as you can get Spellskite at instant speed.
Yeah, that was nice.
And Chord of Calling really powerful with Wall of Roots specifically because it effectively acts as 2 mana. I agree with you guys, though, about the power of Flame Slash. So much of Modern revolves around the number of 3 toughness. You know, one of the reasons Tarmogoyf is good, a lot of the time it comes down to 3/4 and survives Lightning Bolt. Flame Slash, a lot of the time, kind of circumvents that.
I see, that's great. And all right, so here we go. Snapcaster Mage on Flame Slash, because once wasn't enough, but second is, and it leaves Patrick Dickman with, I believe, 2 Splinter Twins in his hand, and he's ready to go.
He's ready to
Sam
go.
Pardee, it's back on you, buddy. You have to prevent this from happening. He has to figure that Patrick has at least 1 Splinter Twin in his hand.
What has he got left, though?
Well,
he's got a Birthing Pod.
He can Revelark back Spellskite if he evokes Revelark, and that prevents Splinter Twin from being cast.
Because the Splinter Twin would have to get placed onto the Spellskite.
Exactly.
Okay, so there.
Well, he's potted Wall of Roots.
So here it is.
He's going to Eternal Witness the Spellskite. Same basic idea.
Right.
He found a better line for getting it out of the graveyard.
Totally.
Wow. Yeah. Pardee can now play the Spellskite, which he knows just the Spellskite is enough to disrupt the combo because the Splinter Twin, you can grab the Splinter Twin.
Now, interestingly here, Sam is down to 7.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
He's been pretty aggressive with the Birthing Pod activations, and he doesn't have any blue mana available here for the Spellskite, so if he does want to activate it, he's going to have to pay 2 life again, which would be the second time this game he's done it. That's a lot of Phyrexian mana being spent, and he's got to be careful because, Pestermite beating down still gets the job done.
Well, yeah, what he does, you're exactly right. He doesn't have any flying creatures to actually block the 2-1.
Right.
He does have Kitchen Finks and Scavenging Ooze in his hand, both which can gain him life.
Okay.
He just needs the time to be able to do that. And I think maybe one of the reasons he went for the line that he did was to be able to get Finks on the battlefield, not only to gain some life, but to apply some pressure if he's able to remove the Deceiver XR.
Okay, and he does just that. So back up to 9 for Sam Pardee, passes the turn back, and Patrick is looking at his attacks here. He's going to battle with both. Looks like Walleroots is going to jump in front of the Deceiver Exarch, and Sam's going to take the 2. Excuse me, the Snapcaster, and Sam's going to take the 2.
There's a nice interaction here with Birthing Pod, Kitchen Finks, and Gavany Township. You can kind of get the -1/-1 counter off your Finks and kind of keep sacking it as long as you want to get 4s.
That's right. Now, Sam Pardee has a pretty nice rip there. He drew Abrupt Decay off the top of his deck, and that can give him some extra insurance. Whoa, and here's the Orzhov Pontiff, though, to take down both Snapcaster and Pestermite. So Sam building up his board, and as we've mentioned throughout the course of the weekend here, you know, the Birthing Pod deck, it always, look at all those creatures, and he's got a Gavany Township. Like, this game could just end in a couple of turns from Sam Pardee just turning the tables on Patrick Dickman and just start attacking.
Well, I've just been so impressed. I mean, people talk about sometimes Modern's pretty high variance. The matchups matter a lot.
Somehow it's not high variance when Sam Pardee is playing.
Yeah,
when you're tutoring multiple times a turn, it's incredible how finely tuned this kind of deck is.
Well, it looks like Frank Carsten picked up game 1 there over Li Shitian. All right, there was a Court of Calling off the top for Sam Pardee. He's lining up his attack, just going to ship in there with the old Kitchen Finks. And it looks like Patrick took it.
Yeah, Exarch doesn't want to block, because if it blocks, then Pod on Pontiff can give it -1/-1.
All right.
Well, he has to kill it twice. It'll haunt somebody, and then you kill the other thing. But I mean, he's clearly living in fear of losing his Exarch to the
exactly.
Pontiff.
And there, I think at that point, had he used Gavany Township?
Gavany Township didn't even need the Pontiff. It's just the Township.
That's right. So Kitchen Finks gets sacked to the pod. That gets a Ranger of Eos. That gets a Viscera Seer and a Birds of Paradise here. And
Pardee ships the turn.
I mean, it's unbelievable just how much the Birthing Pod deck can put onto the battlefield in a relatively short amount of time. I mean, Birthing Pod, just an extraordinarily powerful card.
It really is.
In and of itself.
I think it's the most powerful card in Modern.
Yeah, I think that's a very plausible argument.
How many cards does that leave you with?
And on the other side of the table, we have 2/1 flying creatures.
Pay 2 life to redirect. 7.
Oh, what was that? The Spells guy took the tap ability.
Yeah, he took the tap ability.
He took the tap ability, and Sam Pardee paid 2 life to redirect it to Spellskite. Drew his card for the turn.
We see Pardee. I mean, this game has gone on for a long time, and Pardee just still full of options.
He certainly is.
A grip of 4 basically totally different cards.
All right, so here goes Orzhov Pontiff. It's going to get sacked. It's now haunting the Ranger of Eos.
Searching mine. Yeah, it's all right.
And he's going to get a 4-drop here. And there it is, Murderous Red Cap, 2 damage to your Pestermite. That puts that in the bin.
Yeah.
And then
he's just clearing a path. Does he have lethal yet?
I think
he is 5. I don't think he has enough mana to activate the Township.
He does not.
He does have Viscera Seer in his hand from Ranger of Eos, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, and
so
he's going to play it
sack
here.
He could sack Ranger to use Pontiff's +1 ability. I don't know if that actually gets him ahead. I think it probably doesn't.
Good point, though, Zach. That is definitely a possibility here. He's going to pass a turn, so it looks like he's lining up the kill next turn.
And he is setting up so that if somehow Spellskite died, he could still sack Ranger to Pontiff for a turn, effectively fogging.
Just the worst case scenario, yeah.
Wow.
And
just
here's a
love
bird.
the way Sam Pardee has played this game.
Sam Pardee played this game
and this
like
is going to be Malira right here.
So now,
there
he can just combo kill.
And now he can combo kill or attack
damage.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What's your flavor, Sam Pardee?
Yeah,
and his opponent has his combo, but Sam has kept it at bay the whole time.
This is unbelievable magic. I mean, this is truly incredible.
Yeah,
we've seen 2 infinite combos basically kind of vie for position.
Yeah, Sam passed the turn, said during your upkeep, do $1,000,000 billion to you, and he said, okay, let's go to game 2. So Sam Pardee takes the first one there.
Wow. That was awesome.
Effectively
I just
playing
like
for
watching
top 8
people.
here.
Watching people play Magic that well is fun.
And I mean, this is one of those times, too, where you just realize how familiar these players are with this format. Because, like, we get to see both their hands, but, like, they don't.
Right.
So they're having to just anticipate all of these possibilities.
Yeah. Tim Party really is a true master with the deck. It's insane watching him. Let's take a look over at Sean McLaren versus Tim Rivera. This was the blue-white-red mirror is what we assumed it was, although I do see a Deceiver Exarch up in the upper right hand there for Rivera. So it could be twin with white.
Yeah, it looks like it's blue-white-red versus twin.
Yeah, it's a blue-white-red twin deck. It has Wall of Omen, Snapcaster Mage, Restoration Angel, so it can play kind of a value game.
And the Resto Kiki Jiki combo is just as good as Splinter Twin.
Exactly.
All right, so it looks like Vendilion Click has just been resolved for McLaren, and it's going to reveal double Restoration Angel, I believe a Kiki Jiki, a Path to Exile, and maybe a Snapcaster Mage there in the middle.
There's actually a lot of similarities between this deck and Dickman's in that it lets you just play kind of a value game with a lot of pressure. You see Bolt and Helix in the deck, so clearly it's, there are plenty of games that it plays fair. But then Splinter Twin, it can just draw you a card every turn on Wall of Omens, or it can just kill them with Deceiver Exarch, Restoration Angel, both of which survive Lightning Bolt, one of the premier removal spells in the format.
All right, so Snapcaster Mage gets shipped to the bottom, and here's a draw step for Rivera. And here's a Sphinx's Revelation for the full amount. 1, 2, 3. Looks like it's 6 here. You don't see that in Modern every day, but he's cleared the way to make this happen. And he's trying to...
Yeah, that resolves.
All right, so the reluctant, that resolves from Rivera. I suppose I wouldn't be too happy either. I see he has 5 cards pulled there.
Path of Exiling after the Revelation resolves, I guess, for, okay, we don't want you to have one fewer land in your deck for those 5 draws.
But he's going to Path to Exile there. And I don't think that McLaren even searched.
Oh, yeah.
He's already
got all his basics out.
He knows they're gone.
I've got to say, just geeking out over Rivera's list, I love this list. 4 Celestial Colonnade, fully capable of just playing like a solid blue-white-red
control deck, which is why we thought that's what it was when we saw it the first time.
Right.
On the quad split.
The quad split. Hashtag quad split. Sounds like an exercise.
I don't think you're supposed to split muscles.
It was kind of an exercise, though.
I guess that's true. Yeah, you don't see a lot of games in Modern where both sides have this many lands on the table, both because of the matchups and because of Tectonic Edge, but it doesn't seem to be getting in the way.
You know who wins when both decks have this many lands, though? He's the one with Sphinx's Revelation.
No, that's absolutely true. I think the question is just how is he going to end the game now? You don't really want to be tapping 5 mana a turn to attack with a Colonnade if you're going to get in a counter war.
And here's how McLaren tends to finish off the game from his side. Lightning Helix you. He's also got a Johnny Vengeance. He's got Lightning Bolt. He has Snapcaster Mages and Electrolyzes all to go to the face. And, of course, he has his own Celestial Colonnades as well, as he's just thrown 2 Lightning Helixes at his opponent's life total here.
Everything you're saying is totally valid, but deck is playing 4 Remand on the other side of the table. It's my favorite Magic card of all time. All I want to see, countering spells and drawing cards. But
here's a Snapcaster Mage now for Sean McLaren, and he's going to target a Lightning Helix and throw that at his. He's doing this while the way is clear, right? He's seen his hand. He resolved the Revelation.
No, I think it's Rivera's end step. McLaren discarded the Johnny Vengeances. And then
I'm just saying
back.
He's had 1 fresh draw step.
Well, 2. He got 1 off the click, and then he got his next turn.
Right, there you go.
Yes. Is that even more burn spells? It's amazing for a control deck how quickly it can put the game away. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, besides Path to Exile, it's really centered its removal around spells that can also go to the face.
Resto Angel's going to get pathed.
Yeah, Resto Angel comes in, gets Path. It was going to try to jump in the way of the Snapcaster Mage there. All right, quick update from our D table there. It is Chris Fenel up game 1 over Dominik Prozek from the Czech Republic. Both of those players sitting on 11 match wins so far.
So that's the Storm player winning?
That's correct. Chris Fenel's on Storm. He played against Mono Red is what we, well, not Mono Red, but the Burn deck.
Right? It's now I'm thinking of what you could do and what I can do. Well, I can
cast all these.
I think he's trying to say, hey, you want to concede.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may. I mean,
Rivera's like, no, I'm going to make you kill me.
Well, Rivera said, I'm thinking about what I can do based on what you just showed me, and McLaren said, well, I can cast all these. That's an option. Remand on the Deceiver Exarch. All right, and that is going to do it. Cryptic command.
You got me.
And he says, you got me. Okay, so Sean McLaren picks up game 1 there. So he is well on his way. Sean McLaren from Canada versus Tim Rivera from the United States. Now Sean's on 34 points here.
Right. So he kind of has some wiggle room here. He basically has a loss to give. Has to win one of the next 2.
Okay.
If he lost here, he would then be in a win and in situation next round.
All right. We're going to send you guys to some messages really quickly, and we're going to come back and we're going to have more action from you here from Valencia.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Born of the Gods accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Head to your local game store on March 1st and 2nd for the Born of the Gods Game Day. Play in a fun standard tournament and take the next step on the hero's path by battling the Horde. Visit wizards.com/Magic Game Day for more information.
And welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Zac Hill. And we're looking at Frank Carsten here.
Carsten's up a game? Is that right? This is game 2?
Correct. He's up a game versus Li Shitian playing the Blue Moon list, which is basically, you described it as next level blue.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's basically like Blood Moon is a card that prevents your opponent from casting most of their spells. So you're basically a draw-go deck that at some point in the game locks out like half your opponent's cards and wins with Vidalian Click or Vedalken Shackles or basically Master of Waves, whatever you can put together.
Batterskull.
Batterskull, precisely. But it's a very old-school control deck at heart.
I know you love these kind of lists, Zach.
Well, I mean, I can't say anything about old school control decks sitting next to Randy Buehler.
Sure.
But
you love them.
I do love them.
Yeah.
That is true. I'd love them more if they had one Rainbow Efreet. But
funny. I'm not sure I've ever passed Vidalken Shackles in a cube draft.
Just based on principle alone.
It's actually a law of physics.
Right.
You can't resist.
You know it's in Modern Masters too, right? Yeah. You just slam it.
New art even.
All right. So a Steel Overseer for Frank Carsten looks like it's going to be the recipient of a lightning bolt potentially here. But we are ready to go back to our main feature match here. Sam Pardee, who just won Game 1 versus Patrick Dickman. And this is going to be a big decider here. I mean, these matches are, we don't have that many more games to play here in Valencia before we cut to a top 8. So every single one of these super, super important.
Yeah, I kind of was rooting for both of these guys to make top 8. I mean, they're both such modern specialists.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like we don't have a lot of the top 25 ranked players in contention for this top 8, but we do have a lot of people who really specialize in modern.
Yeah,
these guys have both won Grand Prix. They both play a ton of this format.
If he gets to write them down, you should get to write them down twice.
All right, let's take a look at Sam Pardee's hand here. He's getting Gitaxian probed, and he's got Birthing Pod, Noble Hierarch. That looks like a Slaughter Pact in the middle, and then it's... Can't quite see what that other card is. We'll get that up on the card picker pretty quickly here for you as well.
According to this, we see a Noble Hierarch, Slaughter Pact, Thoughtseize, Birthing Pod, and some Verdant Catacombs.
Okay, so that was a Thoughtseize.
But yeah, I mean, to say what you were saying earlier, we don't have a lot of the top 25, but like most of the people that are in contention are like players people know and players people respect. I mean, it's a really kind of awesome combination of people that really know the format.
All right, looks like Patrick's having a tough time there. This is a high stress situation down in the feature match area. You know, I did a couple of rounds as the floor manager down there, and it's hard to convey the intensity that exists down there, especially when we get to this point. As you can see, Patrick, you could see it on his face. You know, he's under an incredible amount of stress right now. He does not want to lose this. You know, picking up a top 8 here. He's 25 years old, from Germany, with 20 pro points, and as we mentioned before, he's got a Grand Prix top 8, and in fact a victory.
Right.
In Modern.
Right. That's not a lot of Pro Tour experience. Really a Magic Online player primarily.
One of the things about casting a card like Gataxian Probe on turn 1, especially when you're already in a high-stress situation, is now you've just obligated yourself to process all of that information.
Now you have to play perfectly. You can't be like, well, I didn't know he had it. Now he's played a second land. What are we going to see here from him? Are we going to see a Tarmogoyf?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to think
leave the mana up?
I don't think he puts the land into play untapped if he's not going to cast a card this turn. And I think getting a Goyf on the table and starting to pressure your opponent's just really important.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that he could fear here, though, is the turn 2 birthing pod here from Sam Pardee, if he had some type of permission spell or something along those lines. But he's in there. Goyf on the battlefield. Here's a second land for Sam Pardee. This does give him the requisite mana.
And we see
Dickman's willing to tap out for it because he's got Ancient Grudge in his hand.
Yeah, exactly. He actually kind of wants him to cast a Birthing Pod if he can't activate it, because that's some life that gets ticked off Party's life total. Lets Dickman cast Ancient Grudge, which puts an artifact in the graveyard.
And an instant.
And
there's already a sorcery and a land, so wow.
Yeah, Party
and there
goes
it
for
is. Falls right into it. So Patrick Dickman has a really nice little situation set up for himself here.
Yeah, I mean, the Birthing Pod was there when the Gataxian Probe happened, right?
Right.
So Dickman knew it was there, but Party also knew that Dickman knew it was there. I don't think Party had anything else to do. He kind of had to go for it there. It's not like he can play around the Ancient Grudge super well.
Right, exactly.
He could have waited a turn so that he'd be guaranteed one activation.
I think maybe one of the things, I don't know that it's 100% correct, or not correct or incorrect, but I know that everybody doesn't necessarily bring an Ancient Grudge against Pod, because a lot of the time they've gotten value out of it by the time they've used it, and you don't want to sit with a reactive card in your hand. So he may not have even been expecting the Ancient Grudge.
That's right. Now, but Patrick Dickman did take that exact line, attacks for 4 here with his Tarmogoyf, drops Sam Pardee down to 12, and looks to be in good position. He has 1 untapped mana. It is green, so he can grudge away something else if that were to happen here. Sam, of course, perfectly aware of that, though. All right, looks like Dominic Prozek has tied up his match versus Chris Fenel. Dominic's on the burn deck versus Chris Fenel and his Storm. So let's take a look at Patrick's hand here. It looks like he has a Combust, a second Ancient Grudge, so that's overkill for him there, but 2 Tarmogoyfs, one of them going to hit the bin. That does add a creature so that his other Tarmogoyf gets big, and he still has another one to play, so we know what the plan is for Patrick Dickman here. He is going to make Goyfs, and he is going to attack with them and see if it's enough.
I mean, it's kind of unbelievable to me that Dickman's playing like a combo control deck, and Party is at 9 on the 3rd turn of the game.
Interestingly here, Sam Pardee also getting basics. He must fear Blood Moon. Is that...
Well, he wanted to get it untapped. He didn't want to pay the 2 life.
Okay, I mean, he's got Forest.
That's because he's been cracking.
Well.
It's because he's been cracking his fetches on his main phase in order to get the mana that turn.
Right. He doesn't want to take another 2. Right. When he's under such pressure already.
All right. So I think Tarmogoyf just got eaten by a Scavenging Ooze.
Huh.
Is that what happened?
Yes. He's shrinking the Tarmogoyf.
All right, so that does shrink the one that's on the battlefield and threatens to really put it down to nothing in short order here.
Yeah, that's actually a really excellent swing for Sam Pardee, because as the Scavenging Ooze gets bigger, Tarmogoyf gets smaller, and it also helps him recoup some of the life that he's lost right here. And, Dickman at 15, not a super low life total.
Oh, so brutal for Sam Pardee. Lightning Bolt takes down, and that's the one window he had realistically there, and he finds it and kills it. You can see Pardee looked pretty disappointed.
Well, he cleared a path with Thoughtseize.
He
paid 2 life. He cast the Thoughtseize. The coast was clear. He Scavenging Oozed. I mean, he would have taken any Scavenging Ooze answer with the Thoughtseize and overtaking that Tarmogoyf.
He interestingly took a Tarmogoyf
one draw
with
phase.
it.
Well, there was no Lightning Bolt
there. Wasn't a Lightning Bolt. Yeah, he ripped the Lightning Bolt right off the top. And and he took a Tarmogoyf thinking that, okay, maybe I'll stop some of this pressure.
Wow. Sam's line was excellent there, but couldn't do anything about the top deck Lightning Bolt.
Now, is that a Slaughter Pact in Party's hand, but no black mana to play for? Oh, okay, he does have. Okay, he just cast it. All right.
Yeah, and he's got a basic swamp.
Okay, I couldn't quite tell. I was like, oh man, we've had some crazy pact situations.
We have
this
had some crazy
pact
situations. True story.
Maybe get a dice on top of that library.
But Pardee at 6, the Tarmogoyf still. I mean, that's a beautiful thing about this deck. I mean, it's a line. Okay, you've got your combo pieces. You're doing all this stuff.
Yep.
But sometimes you just turn creature sideways, and that doesn't.
So how big is this Tarmogoyf right now? There's a Birds of Paradise in the yard. Probably
Instant
4 or
sorcery,
5, right?
creature, artifact, land.
Yeah, I think 5.
Okay.
Or it's 6 for
And Samuel Pardee is sitting at 6 life, a precarious life total. He is up a game here.
Yeah.
He does have a game to give, but he would love to finish this thing off.
Yeah, he's obliged to pay for Pact on his next turn.
All right, so he's going to attack with
And it goes to 1.
Tarmogoyf. He does allow Pardee to chump block, which he does not do because I know that Patrick Dickman has in his hand a Pestermite.
Did he just forget to pay for Pact?
I think so.
He just forgot to pay for
I think-
Pact. We've had 2 pay for Pact losses, and he top decked Birthing Pod. He already
paid for. Okay.
Okay, these guys are playing faster than I can keep up with. My apologies. When did he pay for Pact? What was I doing?
Well, whatever. I guess I assume last turn.
Fair.
All right, so let's take a look at what the board state is now, though. There's a Birthing Pod that just sacked away the Noble Hierarch. In response, Dickman looks like he has now cast Pestermite.
Do you think you're going to attack next turn with both
Totally.
creatures?
Totally going to attack.
So Sam Pardee, feeling out the water, says, "Are you planning on attacking next turn?" And Patrick says, "Totally." And that's enough to get the scoop. So we're going to get a game 3 here.
I agree.
And Sam Pardee is lamenting that lightning bolt, and Dickman, he knows that was very fortunate.
Absolutely.
All right, so we've got a whole lot of action down here in the feature match area. We have Dominic Prozek versus Chris Fenel. They're going to game 3. We have Frank Carsten. He's up a game over Li Shi-Tian in the side table. You can see all of our tables are active here. All right, let's take a look at Fenel versus Dominic Prozek. Now, Dominic is playing a deck we haven't seen yet in the feature match area that I know of, which is the Burn deck. It looks like it's got white and black to complement the normal suite of red cards. So you get a Boros Charm, you get Bump in the Night.
Yeah, and so a lot of the versions play Lightning Helix too. I mean, and the fact is there's a lot of good burn in the modern format, and it's a format defined by cracking Zendikar sack lands to go get Ravnica dual lands. So in a format where people are doing a lot of damage to themselves, suddenly burn becomes a pretty attractive option.
That's right.
Dealing 15 is easier than dealing 20? That's your story?
That is how counting works, yes. That's why we're here to comment, I guess. But...
Right, yeah, so Fenel looks like he's got a tough decision with a Serum Visions.
Yeah.
He does have a Pyromancer Ascension, and it's already got 1 counter on it from that Serum Visions.
We see the white bordered island being tapped.
Yeah, he looks like he's really got a tough spot. I mean, I don't have a lot of information about his hand, so I can't comment on it, but he actually had it set to go top bottom and said, "No, hold on a second, I got to look at this."
Well, that's one of the things about Modern. You know, you look at a lot of these deck lists, especially if you haven't played a lot of Eternal formats, and you're like, okay, well, Serum Visions, what's so great? Thought Scour, what's so great? Sleight of Hand. But the entire game can be won or lost depending on whether you put that card on the top or on the bottom.
It's huge. Thought Scour floating around in the list changes that completely too. Yeah, that deck is really tough to play. That's why John Finkel loves it.
Yeah, and then sometimes you're like, do I want to draw this or do I want to mill it off? Something like Past in Flames, or when you're setting up a Pyromancer Ascension. I mean, you just have a lot of options.
All right, here's Boros Charm for Prosek. On end step, he's going to untap. He finds a Goblin Guide off the top.
It's so weird. Like, giving you a whole turn is better than me taking 2. Like, me taking 2 damage is worse than giving you an entire turn. Like it's insane. Yep.
All right, Bump in the Night, target you, and 4 spikes. So that's 6 damage this turn, combined with the 4 from end step.
Lava Spike.
Lava Spike, and that put it down. So he's taken huge amounts of damage here. That was 10.
And I mean, Prosek still has a lot of cards in his hand. I mean, Fenel's going to have to put something together fast. And of course, getting a live Pyromancer Ascension is a really powerful way to do that.
I mean, does he need to go off right now? Like, we don't have exact life totals, but he just took 10. I think he's at 6 right now.
I would go off this turn if I was Chris.
You're not
I'm just saying.
Okay. He's at 5, we're told, right now.
You can't count on getting another turn.
You have to assume that every spell is about 3 damage, maybe more. And, Prosek, when he draws, is going to have 4 cards in his hand, so...
All right, looks like Sean McLaren ultimated a Johnny Vengeance versus his stuck on 3-land opponent, Tim Rivera, to win the match, 2 games to 1.
We could have worse feature matches than those decided by Planeswalker Ultimates.
Yes, in Modern, no less.
In Modern, yeah.
So we're going to hang out here, or are we going to go
So
back
I think maybe we should go back. It looks like Patrick Dickman is looking at his opener, and I think they're just about ready to go. Why don't we head back over to our main feature match here, and we'll keep tabs on what's going on with Fenel versus Prozac there. I think that one is going to be, it's going to end that turn, or it's not. There's a good chance of that. So we're going to know pretty shortly the result of that match. Let's head back over, though, for Birthing Pod versus Tarmotwin.
Tarmotwin?
Yeah.
Copyright Marshall Sutcliffe.
No, I didn't come up with that one.
It's amazing to me Birds of Paradise still just a format staple after being printed in alpha.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Gitaxian Probe's going to reveal Path to Exile, a second Birds of Paradise, a Noble Hierarch, and a Kasali Pride Mage, along with a land.
I'm at 18, sorry. Yep, you're at 18.
And Dickman's at 18.
It's not the only alpha card floating around here. There's
That's
Forest.
True. Forest. Some lightning bolts.
All right, so it looks like Li Shitian and Frank Carsten are going to game 3.
Wow, Batterskull got it done?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. I thought Carsten's board looked all right in that game.
Yeah, me too.
18 all.
It's amazing what kind of work Batterskull does. Like good against aggro, good against control, doesn't ever die.
All right, so Sam Party drops to 18 to get that Noble Hierarch to complement his Voice of Resurgence here.
It's a pretty solid start.
It is, just a solid creature start
voice,
here, right?
Another mana creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and again, these are the draws the pod deck gets. Like Kasali Primage Pass has got some disruption, has mana acceleration, has a reasonable clock. I mean, the deck can play out totally differently depending on its a given hand.
Now this is interesting. Patrick Dickman actually had a Tarmogoyf in hand, but he's played Snapcaster Mage to flashback Gitaxian Probe. Do you think the blood's in the water? He thinks that he can go for his combo as quickly as possible here? What do you think, Zach? Like, he can either play a Goyf that turn, or he can play Snapcaster and flashback Gitaxian Probe.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did that because he needs to draw lands.
He's just trying to hit his land drops?
Yeah, he's got a Splinter Twin. He's got Anger of the Gods, which he wants to cast, I think.
Oh, he absolutely does. That takes care of the entire board state of his opponent, even the voice.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to throw out Tarmogoyf because it would actually die to Anger.
I see.
Given that no one's actually used a sack land, which is highly unusual.
16.
All right, so I'm being told we're going to restart our stream really quickly. We're having a few issues with the video. It should take under a minute. We're going to do it.
Wow, Anger of the Gods.
And there's Anger of the Gods. When we come back, we'll get some exciting conclusions here from Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Stick with us.
Electrolyze, good game. Draw? Yep.
Keep going as if it were live. That way, when it comes back up, we're already in stride and we're going here. So, huge Anger of the Gods for Patrick Dickman. And as you guys mentioned, now the Goyf gets to come down. Now, those creatures were exiled, so they're not going to count, but still, Tarmogoyf.
The exile also means the Voice of Resurgence didn't leave a token behind.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly, which is huge when you're trying to clock with a Goyf. We see both Splinter Twin and Pestermite in Dickman's hand.
Really?
The question is just, can he cast both of them? Can he get 4 mana before Party is able to recover?
Declare attacks? Yeah.
Declare attacks for Patrick. Thinking about it, actually. Interesting. He seemed like, well, I'm going to attack, but now he's actually rethinking it here.
Yeah, it is sorcery in the graveyard. It looks like at least, it might just be sorcery. He's got Lightning Bolt in his hand, and he has Pestermite. He can bolt a creature in response, so I think he's, trying to hope Party blocks or, something.
Yeah, so Party said no blocks.
Yeah.
He bolts the bird.
Party can see through that. Yeah. You don't attack a 1/2 Tarmogoyf into Kitchen Finks unless you have a trick.
Right. Guys, I didn't notice.
Now, there's a Scavenging Ooze there for Patrick Dickman, so he's got a solid little board state there, and Path to Exile for Sam Party is the only relevant card in his hand. He plays a land. He's going to attack with Kitchen Finks here.
It's pretty relevant, though, given that Dickman has the whole combo.
Mm-hmm.
Question is whether Tarmogoyf is going to eat the Path of the Exile. I mean, this is the beauty of Dickman's design, right? That Tarmogoyf may be pressure enough that Party is forced to path it. And you know what that does? That clears a path for the combo.
That's right. Now, it's interesting here on
Although
Sam
still no
Party's
fourth
side
land.
because he does have a Gavany Township, which is active as well.
Yeah, and I would expect him to be using that. I mean, it's actually probably kind of good for Patrick that the Finks didn't block, or it would just get reset right here.
All right, here's Flame Slash, but in response, Path to Exile is going to kill Scavenging Ooze.
And that's so Kitchen Finks can come back.
That's right, because he was going to activate his Scavenging Ooze, and he gets kind of burned there as he uses an entire Flame Slash for only half of a Kitchen Finks. So Sam Pardee scraping back here, staying in it.
He did force the path, and now Sam Pardee is empty-handed.
Yeah, I completely
I don't
agree.
think Dickman's upset with this. I mean, it wasn't the best case scenario. I mean, Pardee did have something, but Pardee doesn't have anything now.
Yep.
He's got no cards in hand.
Looking at Dickman's hand, it looks like you took like about the 4 or 5 most popular modern decks and just like shuffled them together and dealt out 7 cards. You got like Batter Skull from like the sideboard of, you know, blue, white, red. You've got Lightning Bolts. You've got Twins. You have Goyfs on the board.
You know what else that Path of Exile did, by the way, is it gave Dickman the 4th land he was having trouble finding.
Yeah, that's actually huge.
Yeah.
And I mean, Dickman missed several land drops. So, I mean, Party had to have known that land was at least
but
relevant.
you can't just let him flame slash your Kitchen Finks.
Oh, for sure. No, I completely agree. The Kitchen Finks is really all that Party has going for him right
but
now.
you just, I mean, the synergies in Dickman's design are awesome.
Now, he's got a Batter Skull in hand, and he's drawn a land for the turn 2. It's a Steam Vents. He can play that and play Batter Skull if he wants, or he can try to set up the win for next turn.
Yeah, I would be thinking combo kill here.
All right, some applause as a match has ended. We'll get that one updated as quickly. All right, that's Chris Fenel winning 2-1 over Dominic Prozek and virtually locking up a top 8 for him.
Looks like a Storm deck.
Cards?
Yep, Storm deck in.
Steam Vent's tapped.
It's still amazing to me. I mean, Dickman's design, you can just tell that he has so much passion for this deck. Because, like, you don't accidentally get to putting 2 Scavenging Ooze in your Splinter Twin
Yeah, it's funny.
deck.
I talked to him, and he'd been meaning to do a Tarmogoyf version of the Twin deck for a while.
Oh, yeah?
And he almost did it for Grand Prix Prague, but he figured, no, I should save it for the Pro Tour.
Yeah, he said he didn't even want to play it on the online very much to keep his tech secret.
Well, he also needed to track down Tarmogoyfs on Magic Online. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
That's a Scavenging Ooze, I guess, from Party's side, which can finally give him a meaningful clock. But, I mean, Dickman's hand is just loaded.
Yeah, I mean, that can slow down the Tarmogoyf, but I think Dickman goes for the combo kill here.
Yeah.
I mean, Party is at 2 draw phases.
All right, so what happens here is Patrick Dickman says, I'm going to exile your creature, but Sam Pardee immediately responds. He does have 1 white mana available, though, and also a Birds of Paradise.
Basically, Dickman is saying, did you draw Abrupt Decay in the last 2 turns?
That's
'Cause
exactly
if
what
you
he's saying.
didn't, You're dead. And
He's going to
Sam
exile
taps.
the Lightning Bolt,
Yeah.
so that's going to put Patrick
Now there's not
Dickman in
even Abrupt
position here.
Decay mana.
Yeah.
There's not, but there is Path to Exile mana, but there's Patrick
Oh,
Dickman, and he has
man.
it! He does have it.
Sorry. It's okay, it's okay.
Wow.
I mean, I went too fast, too. It's my fault. I should have asked first. Yeah.
That is a huge
Wow,
Path to
so
Exile.
Path to Exile was the last card in Sam Pardee's hand, and it hits the Pestermite. So Dickman has to regroup here. No, he still has a Tarmogoyf, he still has a Scavenging Ooze onto the battlefield, but it's not going to be that easy.
No, and Sam's Scavenging Ooze is getting bigger faster.
It is.
It's turning off the Tarmogoyf.
I do love Dickman using his Scavenging Ooze to try and get
mana
Sam
tapped.
to use the Scavenging Ooze like a Rashad port thing. But
Sam was
giant path.
only too happy to do it.
Oh yeah, and now the Ooze is bigger and can start attacking. I mean,
Wow.
or can at least get ready to start attacking.
What a sick sequence down the line here, and we are still completely unsure who's going to win this game.
Well, and that was a huge Path to Exile, but the Electrolyze in Patrick's hand is going to be a beating when it resolves.
It's going to take out both Kitchen Finks and the Birds of Paradise.
Yeah, unless Gavany Township happens right now, but also a Batter Skull there for Patrick too, which is just not going to be.
Yeah, at the end of the day here, there's no birthing pods and there's no Splinter Twins on the table, so this is going to be a fair creature fight, it looks like. And I'll take the one with the birthing pod if that's, or excuse me, with the Batter Skull if that's what we're going to be fighting here.
Yeah.
No blocks?
Usually you think of Batter Skull as a 4/4, but if that thing attaches to a Tarmogoyf, that is a lot of life points.
That's right. It's also plays, great blocker, great attacker at the same time. So I don't think that Patrick has blocked that Scavenging Ooze that's attacking here. Though they do seem to be paused.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Tarmogoyf, but using Tarmogoyf with Scavenging Ooze on the battlefield is not the most exciting proposition.
All right, so they were waiting for Sam to decide if he wanted to use it, and he said no, and just played a second Scavenging Ooze. So that's going to drop Patrick Dickman down to 6, I believe.
And now Gavany Township tapped, so Electrolyze free to take out 2 creatures if that's what Patrick wants to do. Also gets a Kitchen Finks off the board to disrupt the Infinite Life combo, which obligates Patrick to win with the Splinter Twin combo and not with either Ooze or Tarmogoyf.
1-1. Yeah. Okay.
All right, 1-1. Both of those go down.
Yeah.
Patrick gets to draw a card here. That dice is not meaning anything, so it's 2 Scavenging Oozes versus another Scavenging Ooze and a Tarmogoyf. There's 3 untapped mana here for Patrick Dickman.
Green floating for Sam.
And and the green floating actually really relevant when you're trying to win Scavenging Ooze opposition,
right?
Which is what we're in right now.
All right, so
Sam,
he's going to use his green mana to exile the Birds of Paradise here with that Scavenging Ooze. That's the one that doesn't have any counters on it currently, and Patrick's deciding if he wants to respond. I mean, he's got a green mana of his own.
Okay, but only one.
I go to
And Patrick says, okay. So that puts Sam Party back up to 16 and leaves 2
You're
3/3s.
in your beginning of combat step. You have priority.
So we're right now in the beginning of Patrick Dickman's combat step, and Patrick has priority. So what does he want to do here?
Yeah, and he could have tapped the forest to obligate Sam to tap another forest, but he wants to be able to represent 3 mana, given that he has 4 cards in his hand. We're seeing him check the graveyard. It's really tricky right here because there's multiple of some card types, only one of others. So the interaction between Scavenging Ooze and Tarmogoyf is just a lot to process.
Yes.
Especially since Scavenging Ooze can get bigger while it makes Tarmogoyf smaller, like we were talking about. So the last thing you want to do in a situation like this is throw away a Tarmogoyf because you didn't bother to count the graveyard accurately.
That's right. All right, so Sam Party says, I'll exile my Kitchen Finks. Patrick says, in response, I'll do it. And then Sam says, well, I've got 1 more green mana, and I'll be the one that does it, making his Ooze a 4/4 and pumping him up to 17 life total now. This is incredible. This game is going to come down to who uses their Ooze better. I mean, who has more green mana available? In this case, it's Sam Party.
Yeah, I mean, and it's easy to forget, but Patrick's hit 6. So Patrick is under a lot of pressure right now.
This is a potentially lethal attack. I don't know if there's any other creatures actually in the yard. It looks like Patrick's going to double block here.
Double block the smaller one.
Hold a second.
He says, wait
double
a second.
Block,
Yeah.
Let me verify.
3, right?
Yep.
Okay, I double block it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Sam can get it to 0. So.
This first, the second.
Okay.
Damage is fine.
All right.
You're right, yeah. So
2. Okay.
That's fine.
to
Patrick
2.
Dickman drops down to 2. What's the follow-up play for Party? Is it going to be start munching here, or does he actually have a card he can cast? No, it's a land.
Yeah,
He doesn't particularly need to munch because there's no Scavenging Oozes left on Dickman's board.
Right, and I think he wants to leave mana.
He can shrink the Goyf or something, but he's at 17. He doesn't really care, right?
He does go ahead and eat.
Yeah, you might as well do it while Dickman is tapped out. That way you don't give him the option of fighting over it with his breeding pool and forest on the off chance that winds up mattering. I mean, you just, why give your opponent options?
Right, he's out of cards anyway. It's not like Sam Party can represent anything here. All right, there's a Flame Slash, but I think that the Ooze is a 5/5 just out of range here, so it's going to be Batterskull instead.
I mean, and to be fair, I mean, Party's last turn was really good. This is a huge Batterskull right here.
This is massive.
This matters a lot.
Thank you very much.
It can block the Scavenging Ooze for a turn, get on Tarmogoyf, start attacking back. Vigilance really powerful. The graveyard's going to be exhausted soon, so.
That Ooze is exiled already. You exiled it right in your turn, didn't you?
No, I exiled yours.
Of course. You exiled my
They're just making sure that which Ooze is which here. There's a lot of Scavenging Oozes flying around the battlefield here. And Sam Party's going to
work on
go to
the
work on the
Tarmogoyf.
Goyf. Yeah, he's going to try to make it so that the Goyf with the eventually will only be a 4 or 5.
Get it down to, he can get it to 1-2 pretty easy, but there's a lot of instants floating around.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's every decision matters so much.
He attacks
in
here,
games
right?
Like this.
I think so. He doesn't get beaten up in combat because he can get the Goyf down. He can easily get it to a 1-2, right?
I mean, the Goyf isn't going to fight the ooze.
Yeah, and I like blocking with Germ here because you can equip later, so it basically gives you 4 free life points, get some breathing room.
Yep.
Your turn.
And it's going to take some work to get Tarmogoyf down to literally 0. So.
Right.
But we also, though, you know, Scavenging Ooze might not have anything else to eat, but he does have a township there that's active, so he's going to get a counter on that thing either way.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that a Cryptic command?
Wow.
Wow. Cryptic command can bounce that ooze to reset it. He can also just clear the way. He's got a lot of options with a Cryptic here.
Of course, Cryptic is in this deck, too. Of course. Yeah, why would it not be?
Tarmogoyf?
Yeah.
Attack?
Equip Goyf.
Eat your Electrolyze to start.
Okay.
Now, relevantly, doesn't have enough mana to equip and leave open Cryptic.
Right. Yes, he does not.
And you gain 5 up to 11.
But but the Tarmogoyf was still a 1-2, plus the Batterskull bonus means that he's going to gain 5, go back up to 11 here.
I mean, pretty big difference between 2 and 11.
Yes.
It's kind
unbelievable.
of insane. Wow.
Batterskull taking over.
I thought Part E had topped his way into this win with the Path to Exile to break up the twin combo.
I did too.
And now Dickman is just...
Thank you.
No, I'm fine. I've got a Batterskull.
And yeah, I mean, you know, he's up to 11. He's going to fall back down to at least 5, potentially more than that. But untapping with Cryptic, Batterskull, and Tarmogoyf, Cryptic able to reset the Scavenging Ooze at minimum. I mean, this is a great game of Magic.
Party needs to top deck something.
Yeah.
He does.
And to be fair, he hasn't really drawn a lot. Yeah, you know, he's drawn a lot of fair mid-range creatures. Hasn't really drawn that.
He's kind of up on luck draws this game.
That path was mind-blowing.
Dickman, he had no cards in hand. I mean, from no cards in hand, Dickman was like, oh, cool, the coast is clear for my combo. What?
Right, and tap you out of Abrupt Decay.
And he tapped him out of Abrupt Decay as well.
Sketching?
A Murderous Redcap diff, if nothing else, will buy some time right here. It can block at least twice and stays in play to try to slowly assemble the Malera combo.
That's what Sam drew? He drew
Sam drew Murderous Redcap.
Okay,
right
and he can sneak that through the Cryptic command here as well, as Patrick only has 3 mana left over.
And actually, if, I'm assuming that, right, he can sneak it through the Cryptic, and if he chumps and resets with Gavany Township, theoretically the Redcap can block forever.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, good point.
Wow, this game.
Yeah, Gavany Township means that Redcap can just block forever.
Now, who does that favor?
Well, the lifelink means that Dickman keeps going up and up and up and up.
So if this game goes really long, who wins?
I think it favors Dickman.
The first one to get their combo?
I mean, they can both deal arbitrarily large amounts of damage, which is insane. I think a lot of it is, like, Dickman's gone through at least one Splinter Twin. And would have to draw it. But Party's combo requires him to assemble more pieces. Yeah, I don't know what the answer to that question is.
Another update from our side table. Li Shitian with his Blue Moon list has defeated Frank Carsten and Affinity. So 2 of our matches are already finished in the feature match area here.
You see with Dickman, I think
3 of them.
Party decided not to attack. It would be huge for Dickman here if he could set up Flame Slash on the Scavenging Ooze.
4 damage.
Yeah, this is our last match.
Okay.
Damage.
Okay, I gain 5.
And then you take 1, so you go to 13. So I'll Redcap shoot you.
Okay. Flame first the Redcap.
Flame slash the Redcap.
Of course, sorry. Okay.
That turned off Gavany Township. He killed it before the +1/+1 counter could annihilate with the -1/-1 counter.
He sure did. Now Scavenging is still doing work on the graveyard, but not actually affecting things still.
Try to play fast as well now, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a tense game.
It is. Very close.
And this is, I mean, I think we've arrived at a turning point now. We've got Cryptic, only 1 card in Party's hand, and equipped Batterskull. Pretty easy to reset the ooze now if he wants to.
Right.
And can also just wait and see what the spell is. But playing very disciplined and chooses not to.
He doesn't want to use the Cryptic just as an unsummon.
Sure.
All right, he finds his second Goyf and just passes a turn back. So these Goyfs are going to be 0-1s.
5
soon.
Okay. So I have 13 all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. You want to wait till you can get a straight 2-for-1 with Cryptic or card plus bounce as opposed to a random draw from your deck.
Now, is Sam Party keeping that Path to Exile in his yard in case he draws a
Eternal Witness?
Eternal Witness? Is that what that's about?
Seems
That
smart.
makes sense.
That seems like a good play. I didn't see it, but
I saw that he declined last turn, and I hadn't figured out why. Marshall solved the puzzle for us.
it's good to have 3 people.
All right,
in
so
here.
players have 3 minutes left.
Okay,
in this
now he's
match.
just decided unsummon is good enough.
He might have, yeah.
I guess it's repulse.
Yeah, it's Repulse, and he's got 2 Tarmogoyfs now, so he can build a graveyard and get a meaningful swing in, I think.
I
or
think
at
he
least
found a
possibly.
scavenging news of his own as well.
Party's at 13.
Attack.
Drawing Dismember here is huge because that means that Scavenging Ooze dies next turn, unable to keep working on the graveyard, and puts a creature in the bin.
Only one of the Tarmogoyfs has vision.
You can tell how nervous Dickman is.
Yeah, and they've been talking about it. They said, they keep apologizing, saying, look, it's really tense. And there's the scavenging news. So Patrick Dickman moving very close here. Sam Pardee up against it. There's the scavenging news. We knew that was coming back.
Yeah, this
what
one
else is he drawn?
This one is flame slashable though.
Yeah, and dismemberable for the dismember.
Yep. And there's the kitchen finks as well, though.
Man.
So you're at 9.
So that puts Sam Pardee back up to 9 life.
Crazy game.
What an insane game we have here.
Mind-blowing game.
Kitchen things.
He's going to hit the kitchen finks here and then ooze
On the
it.
stack. I exile it.
Yeah,
Right.
Well played.
Oh, sorry, too strong.
It's okay.
And
15?
Party electing not to exile it,
Not to
presumably to
react.
keep up Abrupt Decay mana,
I guess
potentially.
so. He also couldn't have won that fight and maybe just decided
Sure.
not.
That's actually probably the real reason.
Yeah.
Declare attacks.
All right, here they come. A 3/3, a couple of Goyfs, one of them on a batter skull. Sam Pardee at 9 life.
I'll take 8.
He's going to take 8 and drop to 1 here.
I'm back to 20.
Yes.
Patrick Dickman back to his original life total of 20, passes the turn. Is there anything that Sam Pardee can draw here? There isn't, and Patrick Dickman is the winner in this match. A tough, hard-fought battle from both players there, and Patrick Dickman is the champion. You see him, could not be happier there. Sam Pardee taking it like a champ.
Very well played.
Thank you.
You can hear him. He just said very well played.
It's very well played by both players.
That's a tough loss to take.
Across to go and see BDM if that's okay. Sorry?
Wow.
Take you to go and see BDM.
Okay.
Woo! That was some exciting stuff.
That
Welcome
was good
back to
stuff.
the booth, guys.
That was great stuff.
That's Zac Hill, Randy Buehler. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and wow, a lot of stuff going on there. That Path to Exile, I was with you, Randy. I thought, when they saw that, I thought, how does Dickman recover from that? Because it's just the only thing he can have.
It's not like he even top decked his way out of it. He's just like, oh, okay, I have plan C. That's how he recovers, plan C.
And interestingly, it was creatures. He played value creatures and ended up winning.
Well, and again, I mean, it's not just intuitive that you go and put Batterskull in your Splinter Twin deck.
Right.
Yeah. But he had it, and it was there for a reason. It did the work that it was supposed to do. I mean, I've watched a lot of matches here at the Pro Tour. I know both of you guys have too. That is one of the best matches I can remember in terms of just the crazy back and forth. It was an epic match.
Yeah, I agree. And also the intensity. I mean, we got that shot of Patrick, and you could just see it on his face, how much stress he was feeling, all the pressure he was putting on himself. You mentioned it, here's Gitaxian Probe, and he's like, okay, now I got to do this right for the rest of the way. And he did find a way to get the victory. He is going to, we're thinking he's top 8, right?
Yeah, I think he's in. I think
so
he just needs to draw.
that looked like a win, and he can probably get a draw out of the deal too.
I guess Li Shitian won, so he's going to get pared down, I think is how this is going to work out.
Yeah, because he was on 32 points coming in versus Frank Carsten, who was on 30.
Or maybe somebody is going to get paired against Li Shitian and then not get the draw.
Okay.
Because he'll have to play. Wow. I think that's how this plays out.
And that makes it interesting for us in the booth here for sure. Now, Sean McLaren did find the victory versus Tim Rivera as well.
Oh, so he's in.
He's in because he was on 34 points.
Yeah, so he's on 37. So we have 3 people at 37 already, one of whom is going to get pared down, and that guy doesn't need a draw. That guy is probably going to play for the 1 seed.
Wow. And then Chris Fenel as well. He defeats Dominik Prozek of the Czech Republic to put him into the top 8.
Well, with a draw.
With a draw.
Right.
Okay. So
you've got this thing where all the 36s are in with a draw. I mean, somebody's going to make it in at 36.
Okay.
At least one person. So 37 is golden. If you can get to 37, you're rock solid, 100% cinch. Right now, that is Christian Seibold, Jacob Wilson, and you said Sean McLaren won his match. So we've got 3 people that are rock solid golden in. The people who got to 36 either need a draw, or hypothetically, they could be forced to play lose and still maybe get in as the guy on 4 losses. Right. So who got to 36, you said? Dickman, we just saw got to 36.
That's right.
His tiebreakers are also gorgeous, so he should, even if he lost, he would probably be the X4 that got in.
Now, Li Shitian got to 35.
Yeah, he is the double draw, so he has to win.
He has to win.
He cannot. Draw's not good enough for him. He'll have to win.
But if he wins, he is in.
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
for sure.
All right, so let's send it back to the news desk. We've got Rich Hagon over there. He's going to give you updates when we come back. All 3 of us are going to be bringing you the final round of Swiss here from Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Don't you go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the news desk. Thanks to the guys in the booth. It's murder trying to keep track of everything down there. They were trying to call the matches as well. We just went with the pen and paper system back here at the news desk. Let's not deal with ifs, ands and buts. Let's just go with certainties. And the only certainties I can give you are these. Christian Seibold, 37 points, will be in the top 8. Jacob Wilson, 37 points, will be in the top 8. And Sean McLaren of Canada, 37 points, will be in the top 8. Everything the guy said in the booth is true. Anyone on 36 already, if they can get a draw in the last round, are certainly in. As Randy says, 37 points, you're golden. So 36 right now, Anssi Alkio of Finland, Chris Fenel of the United States, Patrick Dickman of Germany. But that's if they get paired against someone who will also get 1 point and be happy with it. So that's 36. 35 points, Li Shitian. Well, he has to play and win. And then all the 33s, they're going to sit around just waiting to see, can they win and their tiebreaks hold up. You could see 136 in the top 8, you could see 2, and maybe those 37s just decide, depending how they get paired, let's play Dream Crush. We'll know a lot more when we get the full standings, which the players will be getting soon, and the pairings for that final round. So while we wait for those, one last deck tech. From Malaysia, a man who's here at his first PT, played a handful of GPs, amazing record, 2 top 8s, a Grand Prix trophy already. He's 10-5 right now, 3-0'd his draft pod this morning. Over at the video, we're waiting patiently for us, Brian David Marshall, and from Malaysia, Raymond Tan.
Hi everybody, I'm Brian David Marshall in the Tournament Center with Raymond Tan here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods in Valencia, Spain. You may remember Raymond Tan from winning Grand Prix Kitakyushu playing Hexproof Ayres.
Yes.
It was a good deck for you.
Yeah, during that time.
And this was the standard format.
Yeah.
But now it qualifies you for a Pro Tour.
Yes.
And the Pro Tour is a modern format.
Yes.
Something you had not played a lot of, right?
Yes.
So what deck did you choose to play in modern?
Green White Auras.
So what made you decide to go with this deck?
I'm a stranger to modern, so it's easier to control. Yeah, less interactions, and
You just want your opponent to have a frustrating experience and not be able to do anything about what you're doing?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. And now, how did the deck translate from standard to modern? What are the big differences between the 2 decks?
They're pretty much the same. It's just that they have the Core Spirit Dancer and the Coronet.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the cards that make this deck work in modern. So, Glade Cover Scout, one of your hexproof creatures. Slippery Boggle, of course.
Yep.
The really fun modern hexproof creature. Core Spirit Dancer, and of course Dryad Arbor in a pinch. But you said you haven't had to send a pile of enchantments on a Dryad Arbor.
Yeah, not a chance.
Attack. It hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so talk about the interaction between this card and this card. What makes this deck work? I mean, it feels like when you start playing Magic, you immediately want to start enchanting creatures, and you learn that it's kind of bad because if your creature dies, you're just going to have used all these cards, and your opponent's going to have gone 4 for 1 on you.
Yes.
Right? So this Cord Spirit Dancer, I assume, changes that dynamic a little bit?
Yeah, it actually gives you the draw card ability, and in non-removal deck, it's actually quite good. It beats down a lot faster than the other creatures.
Sure. So yeah, if you're putting the auras on Core Spirit Dancer, it's getting bigger. But even if you're putting it on your hexproof creature, you're still drawing a card every time you cast an aura spell.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is a pretty big deal. So what are the auras you're casting in a modern hexproof deck? Let's take a look at the next slide. This, you said, is the most valuable card, Ethereal Armor?
Yes.
This is the same card that essentially brought you here to this Pro Tour.
Yes.
Ethereal Armor, Hyena Umbra, Keen Sense, all 1 casting cost auras. Talk to me about which of these was the card you really most want to see in your opening hand when you have drawn your first 7 cards?
Ethereal Armor.
Ethereal Armor always.
Yes, most of the time.
What do you think the biggest bonus you've given to a creature off of an Ethereal Armor is?
First strike?
No. I mean, how big? Plus how much?
This Pro Tour, it was total 21.
21 plus 21.
Yes.
That's a very tangible armor, I would think. So then you also have Rancor, so that 21 bonus becomes a trampling bonus.
Yes.
Spider Umbra and Spirit Mantle.
Yep.
Spirit Mantle is an interesting card. What is this card doing for you?
I was expecting quite a lot of zoos, actually Spirit Mantle helped me make my damage go through if I don't draw into my trample spells.
Right. So Rancor lets you trample through for damage, but if not, and they have just a big army of whatever, Wild Nakatos and Knights of the Reliquary and whatever else, you can just sneak past everything because of protection from creatures.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. This is my kind of deck. I really like this kind of deck. This, of course, is the big card. I feel like people thought this card was almost unplayable for a long time, right? Daybreak Coronet?
Yes, I heard of that.
How tricky, how often does this card get stuck in your hand? How hard is it to play with this card?
The mana? Mana?
Just in terms of, because you can only enchant it to a creature with another aura attached to it.
Yes.
Has that ever been? Do you ever find this card gets stranded in your hand, or you have an opening hand with multiple coronets, or is that just in a deck with so many auras it doesn't matter?
Not in this tournament. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's just never even come up. I don't even know what you're talking about. I always am able to cast my Daybreak Coronet. Yeah. Unflinching Courage, of course. This is another trample spell for you, right?
Trample.
So really, this is all about just taking that giant monster and either going through them with trample or kind of sneak around the side with the Spirit Mantle.
Yeah.
Okay, so Misty Rainforest, Verdant Catacombs are your fetch lands. We see a Razor Verge Thicket here. Let's just go through the mana base and see what Temple Garden, Horizon Canopy, Wooded Bastion, 6 Forests. So you don't really fear Blood Moon too much.
Yeah, actually I do, but I didn't expect that much of Blood Moon.
Yeah. Would you have changed the deck to have more basic lands if you had known that there'd be as much Blood Moon at this tournament?
Yeah, maybe a couple more planes.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the next slide. And we're into the sideboard. So you don't have any planes main deck. So Blood Moon is going to be pretty bad for you if you haven't already put your Ethereal Armor down or your Core Spirit.
Yes.
All your white mana
That's
sources
pretty bad.
came from non-basics.
Yep.
Did you find yourself on the wrong side of a Blood Moon at all this weekend?
Yep, today.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 games.
Okay, so that's something that I think if you're looking to make a banned hexproof deck for Modern for the PTQ season, you definitely want to think about getting some planes into that deck, because Blood Moon was a breakout card this weekend. So here we see your sideboard: Grafdigger's Cage, Dismember, Leyline of Sanctity. Going on to the next slide. Rest in Peace, Path to Exile, Stony Silence, Suppression Field. So these all look like just enchantments that have some real value for you, or very specific to certain matchups.
Yeah.
We saw Rest in Peace be really good for Reed Duke at the World Championships. Yeah. So I got to ask you though a question. I know we're doing a modern deck tech, but I got to ask you a question about Limited. Sure. Okay, so you're playing it. This is Raymond's first Pro Tour. He's done exceptionally well at the Grand Prix level. So well, in fact, that Rich Hagon singled him out in my column when we were talking about potential breakout players on the Pro Tour. You have some 80% win percentage at the Grand Prix level. You get to the Pro Tour, you said, not too nervous on day one. You're like, oh, this is exciting, I'm at the Pro Tour. Tell people what happened when you sat down for the first round of day 2 of the Pro Tour and who you had to face.
Yeah, my hands are shaking, and my opponent of this game was John Finkel.
John Finkel. You're like, all right, welcome to the Pro Tour. You made day 2. Let's see what you got now. But you actually managed to defeat John.
Yep.
How did that feel?
Great.
That's pretty exciting. All right. Well, Raymond, it's going to be a great story for you to take home and tell people probably for the rest of your life when you talk about Magic meeting John Finkel. But you've got another Pro Tour ahead of you. You want a Pro Tour qualifier?
Yep. Atlanta Pro Tour.
Yeah, Atlanta Pro Tour. And then Modern's a format for the PTQs now. Ban Hexproof might be a deck you want to try. For Raymond Tan, this is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
Thank you very much.
Let's go around that way.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Yeah, that's us. Hi, Rich, BDM. That was the quickest 10 minutes of my life.
Yes.
You started talking to him, and I'm like, okay, I've got pairings for the last round.
What's going on?
What is going on? So, here's what I think is going on. In the last round, it looked like this. Seybold played against Jacob Wilson. Jacob Wilson and Seybold ID'd. They went to 37 points. We don't have pairings yet here, right? Okay, so that's where we're sitting. Here we are, pairings for round 16. So, Sean McLaren on 37 points plays Christian Seybold on 37 points. They are in no matter what. So, they could ID to both go to 38.
Sure. Or they could choose to play because both players are in, and one of them will walk away with a very decided advantage of being on the play throughout the top 8.
Yeah, and it's completely free. There is basically no downside. You could argue, I've talked to some players out in the feature match areas saying it's 1 to 4 that really counts, and then 5 to 8, and it's like which half you are, and it's less important being 1 or 2 necessarily. But basically speaking, they could choose to play. McLaren is super stoked to be in the top 8, and he's thinking, maybe I'm just going to relax.
Yeah, I just want to get this, I want to sign the dotted line and get this over with.
Indeed. So, they are certainly in. That's 2 of your 8. Now, table 2 looks like this. Jacob Wilson on 37 points plays Patrick Dickman of Germany.
This starts to get a little wrinkly, huh?
Yes, but maybe not quite as bad as it might appear. Because the way this works, Wilson's in no matter what, 37 points guaranteed. He's your 3rd with McLaren and Seybold. He could play against Dickman to try and put Dickman out, if he was so minded. He could just say, here, have a concession, here, much more likely, here, have an ID, so I'm still above you in the standings. But Dickman currently sits at the top of the 36s on tie breaks. So let us suppose that Wilson plays Dickman. Let us suppose Wilson beats Dickman in a bid to get Wilson leapfrogging McLaren and Seybold to the number 1 seed. Dickman with a loss, his opponent match win would feature Jacob Wilson, who's just become the number 1 seed, and he was already the number 1 tiebreak on 36 points. It may be that Dickman is bomb-proof in this last round, even with a match and a loss. Now, emotionally, on the other hand, who knows what state he's in if he sits in that feature match area for the next hour, being beaten by Jacob Wilson and maybe seeing his Pro Tour dreams in tatters, even if he then gets the reprieve. So that is a personal drama to watch out for. So that's table 2. Now, table 3, this one's really straightforward. Chris Fenel, well done, 36 points. Anssi Alkio, Finland, well done, 36 points. They could shoot out at each other to put one in and almost certainly one out. But they could just shake hands and say, see you tomorrow.
Yes.
And that is overwhelmingly the likely scenario.
I spoke to a very emotionally choked up Chris Fenel at the end of this round when he won. And he he was like, he was in tears. It's an emotional moment. He's like, it's been a long time. I've been playing this game for a long time, and getting into the top 8 is not something I think he wants to game here. No. So I think he just is going to want to shake hands and be in.
I think he's a very smart man for doing that.
Yeah.
So Fenel and Alkio, we think overwhelming the odds are that they get in. So that gives you McLaren, Seibold, Wilson, possibly Dickman, probably Dickman, almost.
Sure, let's just say Dickman for now.
Fenel and Alkio. Now, we've been saying all day that the draws of Li Shi-Chan were going to mean things at the back end. And here we are. He's on 35. He's paired down. No one else is on 35 points against Sam Pardee of the United States.
Oh, wow.
So obviously Li Shi-Chan has to play. We said he had to win to be in at 38 points. Pardee has to play and win to get to 36 points. Now, if Li wins to go to 38, that means fewer 36s that can make it. But if Pardee goes from 33 to 36, that eliminates the 35-point Li Shi-Chan, and that means that not only Pardee, but some other 36s could make it. You still following along at home? I hope you are. Table 5 through 11.
What you're saying is 3 people with 4 losses could make this top 8.
1, 2, or 3, depending. Now, the third, if it was such to happen, where Dickman gets kicked out by Wilson, for example, tables 5 through 11, everyone is at 11 wins right now, 33 points. So there will be 7 winners, unless there are draws and so on, 7 winners getting to 36 points.
But really the players that you're keeping your eye on here in that are the players with the top tiebreakers. So that means you're talking about Sam Pardee, Tim Rivera, Gabriel Unwin, Jared Betcher, Josh McLean, probably down to 12th place.
I would say that is the maximum. So, why don't we take a look at the top 20 as it stands right now? This is the current live leaderboard heading into the last round. Sean McLaren, thank you very much. Round of applause. I'm in the top 8. Christian Seibold of Germany, I'm in the top 8. Jacob Wilson in the top 8. Honestly, I think Patrick Dickman has a fantastic chance of being in the top 8.
No matter what happens
almost
here.
Regardless, but it is not certain. And I genuinely think that Jacob Wilson could inflict severe psychological damage if he decided to play this last round, even with a view to tomorrow.
Right.
You could see Dickman a different person tomorrow because of what happens in the next day.
Absolutely.
So that's Dickman. Now, Fenel and
But don't
Alkio.
give him a night to get angry.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to make him angry, let me tell you. Fenel and Alkio, I believe, straightforward, they ID, become 12-3-1. Thanks very much, we're in. Li Shi-Chan in with a win. Pardee has to beat Li Shi-Chan and then see what happens as far as tiebreaks go. He would have a good chance of being the second 36 in. You'd have McLaren, Seibold, Wilson, Dickman, Fenel, Alkio, Pardee, and that would open the door with the win over Li Shi-Chan for, let's say, the winner of Tim Rivera against Gabriel Unwin of France, or just maybe table 6, the winner of Jared Betcher against Josh McLean. Now, in terms of tie breaks, the way that those work out, you've got Dickman up at 62%, Fenel and Alkio, they are quite low, so that's one of the reasons we think they'll ID. Pardee is at 62, a sliver below Dickman.
Even though Dickman's higher than them in the standings by virtue of more points, he's actually, of the people who could potentially be at 36 points at the end of this round, he's actually right in the middle. But he's going to get
62.
Yeah, he's going to get
62. So he's right at the. He is at the top of what would be the 31st.
I was looking at Fenel. Sorry, yeah.
But Pardee 62, Rivera 61, Nguyen 61, Betcher 60, McLean 59.
But nobody's going to get the boost. None of the people getting a win with 33 points are going to get the boost to their tiebreakers that Dickman will get from a loss to Jacob Wilson.
Yeah, because Jacob Wilson is kind of god of tiebreaks right now.
Yes.
As he potentially becomes the highest player in the entire tournament. Why don't we just take a little bit to continue looking at that top 20 leaderboard, because it isn't just about those players. You look at the other 11 and 4s down there, and these stretch down. Tom Martell, I'm more to say, has had a terrific performance. And you're like, where's Tom Martell on the leaderboard? Well, he is not quite there because he is in 21st place. And along with Kevin Anthill of Canada, he is there on 33 points. He is currently 21st and 22nd.
Do you know in a movie when someone's in the hospital and they want to show how sick they are by playing the sound of their heartbeat monitor?
Yeah.
If you were going to represent that in a number, it would be Tom Martell's tiebreakers.
Oh, they're not overly super. To be fair, so Tom Martell, and this is the reason I wanted to mention him, he was 2 and 3 coming into the last 3 rounds of Modern. And then he bought himself a puncher's chance, and he tweeted out last night, he said, let's come back tomorrow, roll the sleeves up, and see if I can make it interesting for people.
Yeah.
Right? Just see how far I can get. And he has steamrolled his way from 2 and 3 all the way up to 33 points, which is phenomenal.
We're 11
He's
and
gone
4.
9 and 1 since being 2 and 3.
And if he goes 10 and 1, that could very well be a top 16 finish, certainly a top 24-ish finish, which is valuable pro points, and just continues this incredible streak of high places that he's had in the last 3.5 years since he's been playing regularly on the Pro Tour.
So, let's take another moment to say well done to the people who don't need to worry about all this tie-break stuff and this round 16 stuff. Let's just talk about the achievement of Sean McLaren, Christian Siebold, and Jacob Wilson.
Yes, Jacob Wilson is someone who I've been very, very impressed with over the last 2 years that we've been seeing him play at the Grand Prix level. Has just tremendous success playing in the Grand Prix and has shown this kind of, honestly, he really feels like he's in the Shahar Shenhar template. Young player.
You were going to say temple there, and I was like, the what?
Young player, very smart, very professional about the way he carries himself. Doesn't there's this, I think if you've been around the Pro Tour as long as I have, some of the younger players at the Pro Tour who were very successful perhaps did not have the demeanor that the Shahar Shenhars and the Jacob Wilsons have as teenagers playing on the Pro Tour. So, very, very similar to him. And watching him play in the feature match area all day has been a masterclass in Modern and a masterclass in the birthing pod deck.
Yeah. And
you have to wonder if people in R&D are watching what the card birthing pod can do in the Modern format while those gentlemen are playing it in there.
Yeah, and there were certainly people, when they were discussing the Modern ban list, people were going, we had interviews at North American GPs of people going, maybe pod gets banned.
There were photos of birthing pod in all the Ravnica post offices.
What? Not wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. I can tell you that we have some feature matches at least set up.
Sure.
Not sure how ready that.
Sure.
There's a little bit of dancing around in the feature match.
Just also want to point out, by the way, assuming Jacob Wilson does draw, he is the current and reigning king of the hill.
Oh, he's in the chair right now.
Yes, he is.
Wow. So he would start the top 8 as king of the hill.
Yes.
All right. So 4 feature matches coming your way. Kai Buehler is on 31 points right now, and he is up against the overnight leader, Michael Hetrick, who is on 30. We have Tim Rivera on 33 against Gabriel Unwin, 33. So we think the winner there, that might be a winner in for the top 8. Alexander Hayne against Saul Aguada, both on 30. And then the absolute, if you win this, here we go. Li Shi-chan of Hong Kong, Sam Pardee.
Wow.
All right. We're going to just watch some magic just like you are. We hope you enjoy it. It's time for the final round of Swiss here in Valencia at Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler and Zac Hill, and we are furiously throwing together our feature match area down there. The nature of intentional draws shakes things up.
Yeah, I think what's going on is that there's a lot of people who are not in top 8 contention who want to intentionally draw to lock up a top 16.
I see.
Somebody like one of the names I saw there was Andrew Cuneo, who I know, great guy, he's been around forever. He's not invited to Pro Tour Atlanta yet.
Okay.
Top 25 gets you a Pro Tour Atlanta invite.
Wow.
So, taking a draw now, if you can't make top 8, you just want to lock up top 25, get the invite to Atlanta, start chaining things together. Top 16 is a money jump in the standings. So
significant one, too.
The people who are not in top 8 contention are definitely taking a long look at intentional draws and just trying to lock up the best finish they possibly can.
Well, and everybody's got their own story, too. I mean, different people have different pro points. They need X amount to get to a certain threshold. So even further down the standings, a lot of people have incentives to draw. So.
All right, so they're ready to go right now. In our main feature match, which we're going right now, we have Li Shiqian versus Sam Pardee. So this is at round 16 of Swiss here from the Pro Tour. Let's do it right now.
I think this.
Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here from Valencia, Spain. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Zac Hill. We've got a feature match here with Li Shiqian versus Sam Pardee.
Yeah, this is essentially a win and in.
Okay.
I mean, tiebreaker catastrophe could sink Pardee with a win, but he's got good breakers. If he wins this, there'll be multiple people getting in on 4 losses, so pretty clean. As clean as it gets at this point in the tournament.
Okay.
The winner is all but in.
Sam Pardee just took a very tough loss to Patrick Dickman. It was a tight, tense match, and he's had a few minutes to get the adrenaline out of his system and get back down to business here against Li Shiqian, who is he's playing the Blue Moon deck, as we've called it, and it's a pretty unique build, one that we haven't seen much in Modern thus far. How does this matchup play out here, Zac? We've got Sam Pardee on Birthing Pod versus Li Shiqian on Blue Moon.
Well, I mean, it's a complicated matchup. I mean, there's a lot of mana creatures, which ordinarily would make you think, okay, Blood Moon's not terribly effective. On the other hand, Li Shiqian has a lot of burn spells and ways of recurring them. And the Birthing Pod deck has a lot of non-basic lands. My gut is that Shiqian Li's deck is good at killing creatures and good at countering mid-range threats. That's kind of what the Birthing Pod deck is.
Okay.
And cards like Vedalken Shackle is obviously really effective. So I would put the edge on Li Shiqian, but I think the Birthing Pod deck's versatile enough that anything's possible.
All right, so Li Shiqian actually just remanded a Noble Hierarch there.
Yeah, and I actually think Pardee missed a land drop.
Yeah, that's right, he did. So he's sitting on 1 forest on the battlefield, and Li Shiqian is aggressively attacking his resources here. He's going to crack a land. Now, does he just run a Blood Moon out here? What's the game plan for Li Shiqian? I mean, this deck is designed to go very, very long, right? I mean, he doesn't have any quick combo kill that just finishes off his opponent.
I like running out a Blood Moon here so that if Sam Pardee top decks a fetch land,
yeah.
Exactly, he can't use it to get another color of mana.
You see that Sam fetched a basic forest with the first one.
Right.
If he draws another fetch land, he could get basic swamp, for example, but can't do that anymore.
I mean, an incredibly risky keep for Pardee, too. I mean, a lot of decks play Lightning Bolt.
Well, it was
hey, nice timing there, Zac Hill. Lightning Bolt hits the mana dork.
Yeah, it was a 6-card hand that had that had 2 mana creatures in it. I think it has a Birthing Pod as well. It had turn 2 pod if it worked out. I mean, yeah, you know there might be a Lightning Bolt, but you're not going to 5 from there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I didn't realize it was a 6-card hand.
All right, second Blood Moon there. And, Spellskite comes down, but it's going to get Spell Snared. And this is exactly what Li Shiqian wants to do. He's fully disrupting. Now, Sam has 2 colors of mana, and he can't use either of them. They're the 2 colors he doesn't play.
Wow.
Yeah.
The famous red-blue Birthing Pod deck.
Now, he does get a Birthing Pod, and he does have a Swamp here, so there is some hope. I see that he has a Shriekmaw in his hand, I believe. Now, I don't think his deck goes to 6, though, right? On the Birthing Pod chain,
I don't think he can get anything.
5, so he could just start beating down with his Shriekmaw at some point if he hits a couple more land drops, but it's not exactly a quick clock, considering that he's 2 land drops away and not hitting them.
Oh, wow.
And here's a Batterskull for Li Shiqian as well, so he's really asserting his game plan here. He's got a Batterskull on the battlefield with double Blood Moon, and as well as a Snapcaster Mage, and he's just going to start clocking Sam Pardee here.
Yeah, 6 points of damage a turn. Also, Lee has a Vapor Snag on Snapcaster Mage if he untaps, so that can be yet another counter spell, a Spell Snare, another Bolt if Pardee tries to get anything going. So, I mean, a lot of pressure comparatively from Li Shiqian.
Cast Murderous Red Cap.
All right, Woodland Cemetery.
Oh,
Nice
cute.
rip there. Is going to give him access to a clean Murderous Red Cap here with 2 black sources.
No, it's a black and a
Excuse
black and a
me,
red
black and a
from the
red
Blood-
source
the
of
Blood
mana.
Moon.
So he gets to actually cast the spell here. Now
yeah,
he can-
Blood Moon fixing his mana.
Yeah, in a way, yep. Hybrid mana symbols doing their thing here, and he's going to kill Snapcaster Mage with the trigger. But you mentioned it a minute ago, Zac Hill. Vapor Snag is going to save it.
When Vapor Snag is a bad unsummon.
All right, so on our back table, Rivera up a game over Win in a quick one there.
Yeah, that's the other match which they're hoping is a win and in. I mean, they have good tiebreakers. They're currently 9th and 10th.
Okay.
So the winner is hoping to move up from 9th. I mean, hopefully it doesn't win and go from 9th to 9th. That's
Right,
always the worst case scenario there.
Threads of Disloyalty in hand for Li Shitian and a Serum Visions as well. And it looks like he's just resolved the Serum Visions and is taking a look at a Vapor Snag and maybe a land, something else I can't quite
I think
it's
it's a Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, good eye, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to let go of either of those cards. I mean, Snapcaster, completely incredible. The body not going to do anything with Red Cap, though, and he's already used a Remand, so I think if he puts it back, he's digging for something like a Cryptic, a Shackles, maybe just more powerful late-game threats.
Yeah, a Teferi.
I don't think he actually main decks
Oh, he doesn't
Teferi.
main deck Teferi.
It's in the board.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
he's got Master of Waves, he's got 2
Right,
Cryptics.
Master of Waves.
A lot of counter spells. And, just a really innovative deck.
All right, here's Spreading Seas number 2 to make that swamp into an island, and the hits just keep coming here for Li Shitian.
Doesn't turn off Red Cap, though. He can cast it for red.
He can. All right, Alexander Hain falling to Sal Aguado in game 1. Slippery Bogle gets through for the victory versus Hain.
Yeah, that match does not affect top 8.
Okay.
It's just we had to go kind of deep down the pairings to find a match that wasn't going to ID.
Okay.
So we see Birthing Pod, Murderous Red Cap being sacked to bring out Revelark, the 4/3 body, kind of relevant here. Plenty of targets in the graveyard. So
That's right.
Sam Party, I wouldn't say he's doing just fine off red and colorless mana, but he's certainly able to play a game of Magic.
That's right, and Birthing Pod, very, very key here. You can use it for colorless. Now, it's going to cost him a lot of life over the course of the game, but it's clearly worth it here.
Sam does have Phyrexian mana.
Yeah.
Or at least he's got a little bit left. He's
Spreading
down to
Seas
7,
doesn't
so
affect that part.
the fact that he's down to 7 affects it.
It does. Here's a
Make that
Lightning
4.
Bolt as well. Bring you down to 4. Snapcaster
About
Mage.
1.
Lightning Bolt. Put you to 3. Vapor
Vapor
Snag,
Snag.
is enough to finish off Sam Party. So Li Shitian with a pretty convincing game 1 victory there over Sam Party in his pod deck.
Yeah, Sam stumbled on lands. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was a 6-card hand he started with. It was
you're
it was a 1-lander. It did have mana creatures and it had a pod. So I mean, it was pretty good as 6 card hands go. But his first mana creature died. His second mana creature got remanded and then died. So he just never had any mana to operate with.
Yeah.
Blood Moon came down before he drew a second land.
Spreading Seas on a basic was always just an absolute beating.
All right, let's take a quick look in at Kai Bude versus Michael Hetrick here. Hetrick's on Living End. Kai Bude is playing Storm.
Yes.
So 2 combo decks going at it here.
Yeah, this is a table 12 match, so these guys are playing for money and pro points, essentially.
And we saw Living End versus Storm earlier in the day. Storm was able to take game 1, but on the back of Leyline of the Void, Hetrick was able to get 2 and 3. Just a whole different ball game when Hetrick can disrupt the graveyard and turn off Pyromancer Ascension. But
That's right.
Can't really do that game 1.
All right, we had pretty good timing here as Hetrick seems to have just enabled his combo. Living End just resolved and put a whole bunch of creatures onto the battlefield for him. Looks like those Architects are wreaking havoc with the top of Kai Bude's deck, although he is not short on ways to manipulate the top of his library either.
Yeah, he's got Thought Scours, he's got Serum Visions, he's got Sleights of Hand. So kind of a little mini game for Hetrick, trying to say, okay, do I just leave it as is, or do I try to mess with whatever cantrips my opponent casts?
Architects of Will, an interesting card for sure.
Yeah, it is, and a card that not all the variants of Living End play. You know, when you reanimate it, it's a lot smaller than some of your other potential options.
Yeah.
On the other end, the Fate Seal effect can ensure that your opponent can't draw out of all of the creatures you've been able to put onto the battlefield.
Especially when you get multiple of them like that. So he passes the turn back to Buehler, who has that Pyromancer Ascension that you mentioned, Zach, and whenever that thing's on the table and you let your opponent untap, it is scary.
Yeah, it is scary, and you see a lot of cards in Buehler's graveyard right there. What Kai doesn't have is a lot of mana. I mean, he's he decides to draw the card there, but
very good choice.
And there's Goblin Electromancer. So now he's got both of his sort of accelerators here. Goblin Electromancer can let him really do serious work, and here he goes. Desperate Ritual.
I just not do the storm count for now. I mean,
I'll keep track if you want.
it would be great. I mean, I have something here, but just,
No, you can do that. I'll just storm.
thank you.
All right, now this is a nice, friendly last round of the Pro Tour. He says, how about this? You keep track of how much mana you have, and I'll keep track of your storm. Michael Hetrick, nice guy.
I don't know that I would let my opponent keep track of my storm count.
Well, Kai said he just wasn't going to.
Yeah.
He did. He said, I'm not going to keep track of storm for now. And Hetrick said, well, I can do it if you want.
Yeah, Kai, he'll count it up if he's actually able to go off.
I'm with you, Zach, though. I'm taking control of that. It looks like Kai's got a bit of an app going there to track all this stuff, too. Storm bundles of fun.
I have been playing against Luis Scott Vargas at a Pro Tour where he instructed me to make better attacks than the ones I actually made and let me make them. So, you know, some people are just good guys.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, man. Active Pyromancer Ascension. Now we're going to see some real craziness.
Yeah, this is where the fireworks really begin, especially with that Goblin Electromancer out there. It just takes the edge off of so many of these spells and makes it... Here's Manamorphosis.
Wow. 4 mana, 2 cards for 1. Not bad.
You know, he might be glad he's kept track of the storm count now. He has got that Grape Shot in his hand.
The Manamorphose he's casting right now, just better than Ancestral Recall by a lot.
Yeah.
You're drawing a card for 4 free mana. You're getting a Blacker Lotus.
Vision and copying it. Draw a card. Let's try first. I'm doing this a bit careful because I've fucked up before.
That's fine. Well.
I'll put those. Then the copy. Draw a card.
Kai Buehler being very careful with his actions, not so much with his words. But
yeah, I mean, at this point, you have to just kind of assume that he's you know, it's not literally academic at this point. But, oh, okay. Well,
it's getting more academic by the moment, Zach. Your point is well taken. Pass in Flames with a full graveyard and some mana available usually means that you can just go off. So Hetrick says, well, do you have a Grape Shot?
And then we flashback this.
Yeah,
right.
And that is.
And Buehler was, you know, he did say, look, I'm going to do exactly these things, and you know, it does save some time.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kai, the Past in Flames, Hetrick knew that was enough as long as Kai had a Grape Shot. He was like, do you have a Grape Shot? That's Kai's like, oh, yeah. Kai knew he had a Grape Shot. He knew it was over. He needed to show Hetrick that he actually had accessed it.
He didn't discard his Drain Life earlier in the turn.
Exactly. He had to find it. He found it.
Take a look at our feature match area as we wind down the Swiss portion of the tournament. After this last round, we're going to have the top 8. I mean, we are going to be set the stage for tomorrow, Sunday. We've got a new setup for Sunday. We've made some rule changes, some things. We're going to be best out of 3, and we're going to be bringing you every single match tomorrow.
Yeah, every single game of every single match.
Yeah, every game of every match tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. We certainly hope you'll join us.
One of these guys will be there. So we know who 6 are. 2 spots left up for grabs in this last round. One of them goes to the winner of this game.
Do you happen to know the other slot?
I think it's going to go to the winner of Tim Rivera and Gabrielle Wynn.
Oh, wow.
Now, it's interesting. I think what has happened is that Josh McLean and Jared Bodicher took a draw to clinch top 16 instead of playing and hoping their breakers would improve.
The value draw?
I don't know if I would do that. Like, I would be crossing my fingers hoping for the tiebreaker miracle, I think, to get top 8. But I think that they're not, I mean, from the fact that they're not in the feature match area.
Strongly suggest
that they took a draw there. Same Owen Turtenwald and Jinwei Zhang, I believe, probably did the same thing, although their breakers needed a lot of help. as did Matai Zadokai and Galdinas Vidugaris. Again, a draw because the tiebreakers needed so much help, they'd rather clinch top 16.
Right, and that I mean that also makes a lot of sense when you're playing the long game of pro points, qualifications, so on and so forth.
But you know who's happiest about that?
Who's that?
Is Tim Rivera and Gabe Win, because it means their match really is a win and instead of win and cross your fingers.
Now, speaking of them, we do know that Rivera is up 1-0 over Gab Win, so
Your turn.
there's one slightly happier than the other. All right, we're underway here. A very simple tap land here for Sam Pardee. He's going to pass the turn back to an untapped Steam Vents, but a pass of the turn here, representing a lightning bolt, maybe a spell snare, that kind of thing. And there's a Wall of Roots, very resilient mana machine.
Yeah, and again, so powerful because you're able to use the mana both on your turn and the opponent's that even in a matchup where it's not going to be doing a lot of blocking, it's still an incredibly effective mana producer.
Yeah, and a good draw there as well for Li Shitian, potentially. He drew Anger of the Gods.
Wow.
Yeah, card very effective against his pod list, at least to help reset things, though. Looking at the board, it doesn't seem that amazing. There's 2 4+ toughness creatures on the battlefield here.
And what Sam Pardee needs is a Doran and a Rolling Stones.
Yeah, Pardee's had a lot of success on the Grand Prix circuit, but this is really the first time he's gone deep in a Pro Tour. I know his Pro Tour lifetime winning percentage is actually below 50%, but it's only a couple of tours.
Right.
But this really a huge result for him.
Yeah. Well, and that really seems to be the case for a lot of these guys. You see a lot of just Grand Prix veterans that have been doing really well at this Pro Tour.
Second Wall of Roots.
Second Wall of Roots as the Mana Leak hit the Spellskite here. Pass the turn back.
Now we see
Threads of Disloyalty. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's juicy. Can accelerate your mana through a Wall of Roots. I think it left it in largely for Spellskite. Also could theoretically get a Blood Moon down now and leave Pardee just on green mana sources. So it would have access to 5 mana, but only if he wanted to play a mono green deck.
And interestingly, Pardee has a sideboard card that's designed to kill enchantments, but it's Harmonic Sliver. And he won't have any white mana after this Blood Moon hits.
Right. Now, Spellskite, is it in there out of the board to protect mana creatures?
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense, I think. But right.
Is it out of the board, though? I thought he actually had it in the main.
He actually does have one in the main, yeah.
But he did decide to leave it in.
What I meant was, is it still in there for that purpose?
I would guess so. I think having a Noble Hierarch in play just so strongly invalidates. It keeps Blood Moon at bay, but it also just means Li Shitian's going to have a lot of lightning bolts, and being able to just counter essentially all of them for 0 mana until it's dealt with. I think is valuable enough to merit a slot.
Good.
Yeah. And your opponent's going to have some mass removal. It's nice that it survives Anger of the Gods. I mean, I think it's just a card that you have a lot of value for having access to it.
All right, there it is. Blood Moon for Li Shitian. That's a key stage in what he's trying to do. He's left his opponent with a forest to complement 3 mountains now.
I love the deck he's playing. I think it's so innovative. I think it's a great read on the format. And
wow, we're going to double bolt the Wall of Roots here. So Li Shitian aggressively attacking the mana base and the mana sources of Sam Pardee, leaving him with double green.
Oh, and then gonna Threads of Disloyalty, I guess the second one? Or, I mean, we haven't seen yet. But.
So he's gonna start things off with Serum Visions as Sam played a land and said go.
Top.
And both go to the top.
Top.
Yeah, which is, of course, never what you want to see. But there's the second green mana source being used here. Wall of Roots once, the forest, and that's going to make a Kitchen Finks.
No. Oh, and the second Wall of Roots with 2 counters on it means that if it gets stolen with Threads or with Shackles, can't block
what
it
it means
forever.
Is it dies to Anger of the Gods.
Yeah, and of course, that also exiles. So any creatures that die from that damage get exiled. And there's Batterskull. So things going right on time for Li Shitian here. He had the turn 3 play. With the Blood Moon, he's got the turn 5 Batterskull, and in it comes into a completely empty board for Sam Pardee.
We gonna have Blue Moon in our top 8? Is that what's going on here?
It's absolutely possible, especially if this bird dies. In a Snapcaster as well.
All long for this world.
No, and it's adding to the pressure too. 6, 12, 18. It's a 3-turn clock. Li Shitian could be 3 turns away from putting himself in prime position to top 8 this tournament. He clinches.
It's mathematical clinch.
Okay.
Tiebreakers do not matter for Li Shitian.
All right.
A second Blood Moon.
Yeah, the old insurance Blood Moon there.
And I mean, it's crazy to me that Party has an answer for Blood Moon in his hand, but not good enough. Can't access white mana. Crazy. I mean, Revelark, Kitchen Finks, Voice of Resurgence, all cards would be amazing now.
Oh, he's saying, do you want to draw? I assume he said no.
I'm assuming he said no as well. We did see a handshake. And it looks like Li Shitian has won this match 2-0.
Wow.
Everything went according to plan. Big smile from Li Shitian there.
Wow.
And he's in.
Blue Moon.
Blue Moon in our top 8 here.
Forgive me if I don't sing it.
Wow, and that was an impressive fashion, too. I mean, he crushed that match.
He did.
That is a top 8 appearance for Teferi, Mage of Zolfar.
He's also happy to be here. All right, we're going to be jumping over to one of our other matches. We have Hetrick versus Kai Bude. Kai's up 1-0 over Hetrick. Hetrick's on living end.
What's going on with Rivera and Win?
Rivera and Win, as we know, Rivera's up 1-0.
Okay, that's the match that's for top 8.
Okay,
I don't know if we can get it.
Why don't we try to jump over to that one? Looks like this one's Kai and Hetrick, but if we can jump over to Rivera and Gab Win, that one has a lot more on the line than this one does.
Now, we do see a Leyline of the Void kind of shutting off the Pyromancer Ascension on the battlefield anyway, so things looking pretty good for Hetrick.
Okay. Yeah, that is his sideboard plan. We saw him do that earlier, too.
I'm noticing also back-to-back Pro Tour top 8 appearances for Master of Waves.
Oh, yeah. Oh, cross-format all-star?
Good point. That's a great point.
Probably one of the only decks here featuring Master of Waves. I guess there were some Merfolk decks as well.
Merfolk, yeah, we didn't see one on camera, but the Merfolk decks do run it.
All right, here we are. Now we're in business. This looks like Rivera versus Gab Win here.
So it's the Splinter Twin with white on the left.
Right.
And it's Pod on the
It is
right?
Pod. Yes, it is. This is a little bit of an older version, it looks like. The one that used to run blue. It's flashed for blue.
Yeah, I think it is Kiki Pod. And
right? Yeah.
Kiki Pod, actually, Nate Price showed me the numbers from yesterday, had a higher conversion percentage and a higher day 2 percentage, both in Modern and in the field at large, than Malira Pod.
Oh, interesting.
Yes. Yeah, it's a better pure combo deck. Like the combo kills are faster and easier in the Kiki Pod deck. What it gives up, though, is it gives up some of the sort of mid-game resiliency. You know, the whole grindy Kitchen Finks wins. It's not nearly as good as those.
No townships here.
Yeah, in particular, it needs to run enough red mana to cast a Kiki Jiki if push comes to shove, and that means you just can't have, the consistent, all the white cards.
Right. Also, sometimes
Speaking
has
of
just
all
a
the
higher-
white cards, does Tim Rivera have 4 paths in his hand or 3? He's got a ton of them either way. And it looks like a Restoration Angel maybe is going to start being able... No, it can't apply pressure yet. There's a Restoration Angel on the other side of the table, as well as a Glendalendra Archmage to kind of shut down any other shenanigans. There's Gab Win.
Archmage, just incredible in a matchup like this.
It is.
Trading for, your opponent's deck is essentially all non-creatures of the cards that you really care about. So just being able to straight up trade with 2 threats is amazingly powerful.
A fascinatingly annoying card, Glendalendra Archmage, when you're sitting in the control player's seat. He's going to fire off a Path to Exile.
He's going to try.
The main phase.
Well, there's a Voice of Resurgence in play.
Yeah, exactly. It's very easy to forget about that little ability.
Yes. And interestingly, he's also got a Spellskite. So, I mean, we're talking about,
Does he want to let it resolve? And if so, does he want it to take out a Spellskite?
Yeah.
What did it get pointed at? The Voice, I'm guessing?
I don't know. Gav Win, though, is all about the insurance here. He's got the Spellskite. He's got the Glendalendra Archmage here.
And I think the Path to Exile did get pointed at Glendalendra Archmage.
Okay.
Sure.
What do I want to do about that?
So he's actually just going to go ahead and use the Archmage activated ability there.
And I really do like that play. Having Spellskite on the battlefield means that you're not totally cold, or you still have outs even if you tap out.
Right.
Whereas Archmage, as powerful as it is, still demands that you keep a mana open every turn.
Okay.
So I think having access to that Spellskite is what you want right here, given that as long as Spellskite's on the battlefield, Splinter Twin, the magic card, can never resolve on Restoration Angel.
Right.
Can we get a deck list for Gab Win?
All right, so Looks like Gab's in the tank. He's got he untapped here. Doesn't have the combo available immediately. He does have the ability to cast Kiki Jiki if he had it in his hand. He's got triple red. But I think he's going to start with a Path to Exile on the opposing Restoration Angel here. That happens. Tim Rivera is going to go grab a basic. And what's the rest of the turn look like for Gab Win here? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his hand.
Well, I think does he have a Conscripts in his hand?
According to the viewer, he's got Bird of Paradise Path to Exile, but I don't know that that's completely up and running.
I think he might have Conscripts as well.
Wait, is it Conscripts?
Yeah, Zealous Conscripts is sort of the get-out-of-jail-free card. It'll often steal a Linvala to enable the combo.
And it also is a combo piece.
Right, because with Kiki Jiki, it actually can do the same Restoration Angel or Deceiver Exarch thing.
Yes.
Because technically the card can target your own permanents.
That's right. So it's actually a combo piece as well. Now, you need the Kiki Jiki to make that go.
Right.
Yeah,
so
he doesn't need more help if Kiki Jiki happens. He needs the Kiki Jiki.
Right. I saw the Path to Exile there. One of the reasons the Celestial Colonnade decks got popular in the first place is that it's a great outlet for the extra mana that you get from Path.
It sure is.
And, not a whole lot of pressure on either side right now, but you can tell, the 1 damage return from Glenelender Archmage probably not going to end the game anytime soon, but you can tell both these players want to start making something happen, and Rivera's 2 Restoration Angels, they may not be able to kill the opponent with Splinter Twin just yet, but they can at least draw a card off Wall of, or I wanted to call it Wall of Blossoms.
Wall of Omens.
Wall of Omens.
Mm-hmm. More Wall of Omens, by the way, in the feature match area. That thing has just been down there all day.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I think the emergence of Wild Nakatl has made people think that, okay, Zoo's going to be really popular.
Mm-hmm.
Wall matches up incredibly well against the Zoo decks.
I'm not sure I've seen a straight blue-red Splinter Twin deck all weekend. I mean, the Twin decks, there's the Tarmotwin version that Dickman has top-8'd with. And then the other Twin decks seem to be the white version. And a lot of it's that Zoo matchup. You can't just rely on, Grim Lavamancer and Electrolyze to keep the weenie decks at bay.
We haven't seen a lot of Zoo in the feature match area, but there's a lot of them out.
In the field?
In the field, there was a ton.
Not in the top 8.
That's right.
Yeah, and the thing with Blue-Red Twin, too, is it's usually so centered around the combo with, no plan B.
Well, damage is the plan B.
Well, it damages the plan, but in straight Blue-Red, your plan B is kind of bad. You have Pestermite, you have Snapcaster, it gets there, but it's not as good as Tarmogoyf, Restoration Angel. I mean, those are cards that other decks use as, their primary offense. I mean, I just think that at very little cost to yourself, you get a lot more raw power and a little bit more versatility.
All right, here's Restoration Angel. And then followed up by a Path to Exile on the Spellskite.
Right, so Wynn has to decide whether he wants to finish off his Glenelendra Archmage in order to keep the Spellskite. Seems like that answer is yes.
Yeah, you liked that last time, Zach.
Yeah, and not a lot has changed from the last time.
Right.
Well, it's the second counter.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, if the rationale is that your Spellskite is more valuable than being able to cast Negate,
right?
But yeah, you're right. I mean, you are going to lose.
Feels a little scarier when it's the last counter,
for sure.
And in fact, he looks like he may change his decision.
Yeah, it's a good point. He also just has a lot more untapped mana right now too, so the marginal advantage of not having to leave open 1 all the time, I think, is just probably less salient. It's a big decision, clearly.
Apparently it is. Not exactly a blistering pace, but also a lot on the line for these players. Yeah. So we have to remember that, making a mistake at this stage of the tournament is a huge, huge deal, and so they're going to be very careful with their play.
All right, he decides he wants to counter the Path and keep his Spellskite.
Right.
He's got Zealous Conscripts in his hand. One other card. Is that just a land he has in his
hand? He just drew it.
He's attacking Angel into Angel?
Huh.
He is attacking Angel.
Is he up
to
to
Angel.
something?
What is he up to? What
shenanigans?
What shenanigans?
Oh, wow.
Is it Static Caster?
Is it Static Caster?
Static
Caster going to kill his Angel,
living
though, right?
the dream.
That's going to kill both Angels,
I think
right?
it is going to kill both Angels if
he's reading the card.
I mean, did he already activate it? It was
hard to
close.
say.
Wow.
Hard to say.
Yeah, he did not realize that would kill both angels. It kills everything with the name.
Right. I think it's setting in right now.
Oh.
Does this resolve? Question mark?
Touch rule, right? He never let go of it?
Yeah. Look, that's up for Tim Rivera to decide if he wants to take issue with it, but it looks like he did not activate it.
I guess he could redirect it to his own Spellskite, maybe, if rules push came to rules
it has to have a single target. I think it's still only target.
Yeah, it only targets the angel.
But I think it might take the whole ability. Like, then his other angel wouldn't. Oh, you're saying if he got pinned on using it and didn't want. Yeah, he might have had an out there too.
Right.
At any rate, he did not activate his Staticaster, and he does still have both. And both angels are still on the battlefield. He very kindly tapped his for his opponent here.
Yeah, and I mean, the downside of that attack, even though he didn't end up, with the Staticaster, is that now he just has to take 3 damage from that angel.
That's right.
For, effectively no real reason. So still a costly mistake.
It wasn't a costly mistake, but the good news is he realized it, and now he's able to move on with the game here and didn't make the mistake. Another Restoration Angel on Wall of Omens is going to keep not only the pressure up on Tim's side, but also the card draw going into his hand.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Rivera's hand, his grip is still full. He has some premier answers, has a lot more lands, and when needs to put something together, he's going to fall to those angels in short order.
Yeah, and remember, Rivera is up a game here. Yep. Right now, Gabriel Wynn has a Path to Exile and a Zealous Conscripts in his hand.
So not exactly blanks for Wen, but I mean, this does highlight the issue with some of these pod decks. That you have all these one-ofs that are conditionally really good and very powerful, but sometimes you naturally draw them, they just don't really accomplish a whole lot.
Yeah, and that's, again, one of the advantages of Melirapod. The Kiki Pod deck just has more kind of junky creatures.
Right.
Melirapod is able to play a more effective strategy when it doesn't draw its pod.
Right.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, Kiki, if you knew you were going to have Birthing Pod in play, the Kiki Pod deck is probably better. It just combos off from almost nothing. You need like a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and 4 mana. That's all you need to combo out. And on the same turn, you roll all the way up the chain because you can untap with Deceiver Exarch and effectively blinking the pod. But if you don't have pod, the Melira list is better. It's just more resilient. It's got more game, more that sort of mid-range grindy game.
Yeah, and just more cards that you are playing in other decks because they're just good. Like Kitchen Finks, it's not as though you're making a big sacrifice to put 4 of those in your deck.
Now, Tim drops down to 10. He draws a Spellskite for the turn. Could have Spellskites on both sides of the table here.
Yeah, so I did get confirmation, by the way, that there were intentional draws on table 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Wow.
Yeah, so
2,
all
4,
of those
6, 8, 10 people?
Yeah, and basically all of those guys are saying, let's lock up top 16.
Okay.
Or top 16 or top 25 in some cases. I think it's probably too many of them to all fit into the top 16.
But completely foregoing their chance for top 8 in the process.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you really, if you take the ID, you're saying you're definitely not top 8.
Yeah.
By playing it, you need tiebreaker help, or the other thing that could sneak you into top 8? Unintentional draws.
Right.
Let's say hypothetically that Tim Rivera and Gab Wynn unintentionally draw this match.
Mm-hmm.
Who makes top 8 then? It's not the people on table 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10.
Okay.
It's table 11.
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
Which is Kevin Anktil against Tom Martell.
Wow.
Those guys are currently in 21st and 22nd.
And they have the narrowest outside chance if things go perfectly.
They've got a better chance than the 10 people above them who said, I'm not even going to gamble.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in gambling. I'm interested in making sure I finish in the top 25. I mean, without an Atlanta invite, I would draw into top 25
for sure.
Uh-huh.
But if I had an Atlanta invite in my pocket, if I was, say, Owen Turtenwald, play. Owen has snuck into top 8s he didn't think he was in the past.
For sure. All right, so both players down to 7, exchanging damage from Restoration Angels and moving things forward in a slowish direction here. Yeah. We do have, though, on Tim Rivera's side, he's got a Celestial Colonnade now. On the other side, though, there's a Birds of Paradise for chump block, so he doesn't have the full lethal here.
Yeah, Rivera could, he's got Bolt, he's got Path. He can get that bird out of the way if he wants to. Question is if he has enough mana to do that and everything else he's looking for.
I mean,
it looks like he's got 7 damage in the air.
Yeah, he's also got, I believe, 2 lightning bolts in hand. Remember, he's been blinking those Wall of Omens every turn.
Been drawing a lot of
all
cards.
those Restoration Angels, plus, of course, they drew a card when they entered the battlefield. All right, activate, attack for lethal, prompt an immediate chump block here. And that's going to drop Gab Win down to 4, and I believe...
So is this his last turn?
It could be. I mean, Tim is basically going to say,
well,
look...
he can block with Angel for 1 more turn, maybe.
But I mean, doesn't Tim have 2 bolts in his hand?
I thought he only had 1.
He has a bolt, right. He has 1 bolt, and he has 1
so this
Anger of the
last
Gods.
turn. Did he if he drew Kiki Jiki, he would win on the spot.
Yeah, right. Right, because Spellskite protects his Angel, so he was definitely drawing live there.
Well, would it, though? I mean...
it eats the Lightning Bolt.
It eats the Lightning Bolt.
And then he Kiki
and then he
the
goes
angels
off with
and
the
attack
angel.
with infinite
Right,
angels.
okay.
And he actually has blue mana with Hallowed Fountain to manually activate
and not go under 1 Lightning Bolt range.
Right.
But I don't think Win drew Kiki Jiki. It says Zealous Conscript, Noble Hierarch. I see 2 cards in his hand. Zealous Conscript doesn't do anything here, does it? I mean, he can steal the Angel briefly.
He can steal the Angel. He can get in 1, 2, 3, 4. Well,
that could attack for 6 in the air.
Yeah, it's just
the Colonnade can block.
The Colonnade can block. He's actually got enough mana
he has
to
enough
block.
mana.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 10 lands and the Colonnade.
Man.
Suddenly he's created the true Sarah Angel. Both attacks and blocks.
The Vigilance ability, coming up from more than just holding up counterspell mana. Wow, you don't see that very often.
No, 10 mana in the Colonnade doesn't happen very often. And judges are warning them to play faster.
Yeah, their pace has been pretty slow
It's been
here.
glacial. That's why the Tom Martell scenario is live.
Right.
So, I mean, I think Wen's going to just go for it with the conscripts, just sort of see what happens. Doesn't really have a whole lot of other options right now.
Wall of Omens saving
He
the
could-
ground game here.
He could cross his fingers and hope there's no Lightning Bolt in Tim Rivera's hand.
Right.
Like, without a Lightning Bolt, he can chump. He can chump Colonnade, take Angel, and go to 1. But without the Angel, he has no path to victory.
Right.
Like, he's no longer drawing live to Kiki Jiki.
Right.
So, yeah, he's looking at what is Conscripts? Conscripts doesn't do enough, right?
Well, I don't think so because because
of the 2 Wall of
Colonnade
Omens.
and the 2 Wall of Omens. Exactly.
Because remember, Conscripts has haste, and he's also got the 2/2 Voice of Resurgence, but
Yeah, I mean, he can attack
They're
with
not
4
getting through.
creatures,
Yeah.
but the walls have just been doing tons of work.
they
this
really
game.
have. They've drawn him like 4 cards, and they've prevented tons of damage over the course of the game. Wall of Omens definitely pulling its weight for Tim
Oh, yeah.
Rivera. He's up a
It's
game
been
here.
spectacular here. Normally, the pod deck is attacking with a Voice of Resurgence,
Yes.
chipping away for it just hadn't gotten through for anything.
Absolutely.
And now here he's getting outraced by Angel plus Colonnade.
Like, he can do 4 because he gets 1, or he can do 3, I guess, because the 1 damage from Arid Mesa and the Voice that would get through if he attacked. But, I think that's it.
All right, so what we're doing here is Tim Rivera wants to make sure he knows exactly what Zealous Conscripts does, and I think Gab Wins is in French. So
He gets through with the unblocked Angels.
the Angel's
So
what gets through.
he can get him within Lightning Bolt range.
Yes.
Small problem, he doesn't play any Lightning Bolts, nor have mana
It's
for
an
them,
issue.
nor...
We've identified an issue.
Maybe if he rereads Static Caster, he'll discover that it can deal a point somehow.
Yeah. I mean, does that 3 damage matter a lot here? I mean, it feels like a pretty big deal, right? It's potentially a turn. Remember the turn when he took an extra 3 from Tim Rivera's
Angel that he could've
Restoration
blocked?
Angel? Yeah. Well, that he tried to force the block and then realized the Static Caster would kill both of them and decided not to.
Fair.
He effectively just tapped his Angel.
I think he cost him. I mean, he could have had 1 more turn. is
Right,
What
which
it
is-
actually amounts to.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
It only
is a turn
matters
to
if
draw.
Kiki Jiki's on top of his deck.
Right. Does Pod do it too, or does he not have enough life to do all the
Pod,
shenanigans?
he would need. Yeah, all he has to do is turn an Angel into a Kiki Jiki.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he had the 4 though. I don't think Pod would have done it.
Oh,
okay. All right, so activate.
Yeah, block.
And this is not lethal. This is 3 damage in the air. It's going to bring Tim Rivera down to 3 with no meaningful way to get through. He is going to take down the Colonnade here, though.
I mean, that
There's a backup
matters a lot.
Colonnade.
Right. It's the Lightning Bolt is what's going to matter.
Exactly, because he can't redirect to the Spellskite without an open blue mana, which he doesn't have because he had to cast the Zealous Conscripts.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yep. Also, though, Tim Rivera's got another Colonnade there too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he still has all of
that was
these.
Gabriel going through the
is what
motions.
you're
Any chance
saying.
you're going to screw up this block?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Any chance you don't have Lightning Bolt or anything?
Wow.
And
no.
that's it.
Tim Rivera.
Wow.
Tim Rivera should be through to the top 8. Everybody else took an ID to turn this into a pretty clean win and in. I cannot imagine the guys in 21st or 22nd are going to leapfrog high enough. So we think we've got our top 8.
Some just incredible matches.
Yeah, this is some fantastic stuff coming down the stretch here. We had a whole bunch of IDs leading down the stretch. We had only a few people, 2 to 3, I think, coming into this round that we knew were going to be in top 8. And looks like we may have filled out the rest here. Now, nothing's quite set in stone, but we're getting pretty close to it here.
And, I mean, the people that qualified, I mean, truly just have some of the best decks in the room. I mean, that deck from that we just saw was the blue-white-red Kiki or Splinter Twin deck. It was just an amazingly finely tuned machine.
All right, let's finish up here with Michael Hetrick versus Kai Bude. They're in Game 3. Both players have 1 game apiece. Michael Hetrick is playing Living End, a deck that's done really well here this weekend. He's playing against Kai Bude, who's on Storm.
Yeah, it hasn't done as well as Twin, which I think has got multiple variants in the top 8 now.
Yeah, interestingly, I think, like you were mentioning, different variants of the same core combo. I mean, sort of reminds me of when Donate and Illusions of Grandeur were the thing. There's a lot of shells you can put it into.
Right.
Interesting that you bring that up, given who's on our feature match area here.
Oh, yeah, given Pro Tour Donate playing champion Kai Bude.
Yes.
Yeah, how much history, how many historical stories are there that Kai's not relevant to?
Good point.
Hetrick does not have a ley line, so that means that Kai is free to use his Past in Flames and his Pyromancer Ascension, which has made a huge difference in these matchups.
Here's Michael Hetrick.
Is he Fulminator Mage, currently with no targets?
Right, no targets right now. Kai Bude is going to be hyper aware of that card, and he's going to play around it, though. Here's the Steam Vents.
All right, I mean, is he just saying all right, or does he just need multiple red mana?
I mean, Hetrick has a window here, right? If he...
Yeah. I mean, maybe he just has enough lands that doesn't matter, doesn't play. I don't think the deck plays 2 mountains. I'm actually probably am wrong about that. I'm trying to find the deck list right here. But that, I mean, definitely counterintuitive, if nothing else, to get when your opponent just casts Fulminator Mage.
Looks like they're just making sure that the hands are correct. There's a Living End in hand for Hetrick, and he's also apparently naturally drawn his Leyline of the Void. Didn't have it in his opener, and doesn't have enough mana to cast it right now either. Hetrick does not use his mage.
Right, and even if he is able to play Leyline of the Void, Kai can still trigger Pyromancer Ascension off the cards that are already in the graveyard. So not having it on turn 0 essentially still a huge blow for Hetrick.
Right. We've got better tools now, but that isn't one of them, right? You know, now we have cards like Rest in Peace that not only prevent but also take care of it. But the whole free aspect, of course, really important for Leyline of the Void.
Yeah, exactly. So,
all right, there's double Living End here now.
So he's got 2 Living Ends, but unlike a lot of other combo decks, you don't actually want to draw your combo pieces. Drawing Living End is very bad.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying.
It's not, you know, it's good in control matchups because you can test spell them and set up multiple spells a turn. But against Storm, you know, you want to be cascading into those and drawing into more cyclers so that your Living End is more lethal when it is able to resolve.
Yeah.
I mean, Hetrick just has almost nothing in his graveyard right now. I mean, Living End's just not a big threat. It's more useful for blowing up Goblin Electromancer than it is really for recurring anything.
I mean, what happened here? Like, did Hetrick mulligan into Oblivion? I mean, he's got 1 card in his yard, 3 lands, 3 cards in hand, and 1. Look at Kai Bude's graveyard.
Well, it's only turn 4, 5?
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, he only has 3 cards in his hand. He hasn't really done anything. So it looks like he's probably
no cyclers yet.
I mean, we will find out.
We have a long way to go before we find that out.
So yeah, I mean, Kai hugely ahead right now.
Definitely.
You see the echoing truth out of Kai's sideboard there in case Michael Hetrick.
When you said how bad your draw was.
Is it just to bounce a bunch of stuff that came back, or is it to get rid of a ley line?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely for ley line.
All right, so turn 2, he just bounces it. Hetrick can't play. He gets to fill up his yard.
Yeah,
all right, so we have a good old bear fight here. We've got a,
a good
2-2
old bear
versus
fight.
a 2-2, and they're going at it. Hetrick attacks for 2, and he did find a land, but it was kind of an awkward one there. Blackcleave Cliffs coming to play tap this turn.
He could have afforded to at least been able to suspend Living End and have something start ticking down instead of hashtag good old bear fight happening between Electromancer and Fulminator Mage.
All right, so here's Manamorphose when it only costs 1 mana thanks to the Goblin Electromancer.
And Kai's hand is unbelievable right now. He's got Pyromancer Ascension, 3 Paretic Rituals.
Oh, no.
Wow, we got it on the screen.
Yeah, this hand's bananas. The one thing it doesn't do is win the game.
Yeah,
right. It doesn't have. There's no card.
He needs
drawing
cards
there.
draw, right? Yeah, he needs to start working through his library to get to that point.
So you can go ahead and cast the Ascension, get it on the board.
Exactly.
But even though you could turn it on right now if you wanted it to.
Right. All you do is make a billion mana.
And bounce the same Fulminator Mage.
All right, there's another land for Hetrick.
So you can suspend a Living End, which at least makes something happen in the future.
He can also play the Leyline of the Void. Does it do anything now?
It would stop Kai from going triple Paretic Ritual.
Okay.
So it definitely is relevant. The Echoing Truth would be able to take care of it, but I think it does advance his board position.
And he does too. So he's going to play it. Leyline of the Void hits the table. Fulminator Mage bashes, and Kai's down to 9.
Oh, man.
But the thing is, Michael Hetrick's deck doesn't have any way to deliver any reach outside of the creature, so Kai's going to be able to plan very accordingly.
Yeah, I think it's as soon as Kai draws anything that draws a card, he'll do the ritual. He'll bounce the ley line. He'll do the rituals to turn on the ascensions, and then one card drawing card off both ascensions is suddenly 4 cards. I think he'll trust that. That should be enough to get the whole engine kick-started.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And he even if he just naturally draws Grape Shot with
Past
2
in Flames.
Yeah, Past in Flames is bananas. I mean, just anything is live as long as it's either a win condition or gets him to a win condition.
That's right. Now you mentioned it, Zach, a minute ago. He is just going to go ahead and suspend. So he's got all the tools set up
Kai's
here.
starting to get a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Anything, deck? Anything, please?
No fear of Maelstrom Pulse.
No fear of Maelstrom.
Hetrick says no fear of Maelstrom Pulse.
Interestingly, he could, I guess, Echoing Truth his own Ascension if there were a Maelstrom Pulse.
Fair.
All right, so Hetrick has drawn a Violent Outburst, but not really doing much at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he could blow up a land, kill it. Actually, I mean, it's not awful. You blow up a land, you kill Electromancer, you get 2 Fulminator Mages back, you can blow up the Shivan Reef.
Or you can just have 4 power against somebody sitting on 5.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
exactly.
it actually is pretty
it's,
sweet here.
It's not, like, impressive in an abstract way, but in the game state, I think it's actually pretty solid.
Okay.
I mean, definitely Kai having essentially 3 active Ascensions on demand.
I can't do anything.
Yeah, not in a great position right now.
Hetrick ships the turn.
He ships the turn back. He says go. Kai Buddha very close. Oh, he draws an island, so he's bricked yet again.
I mean, and Hetrick can do this at instant speed, so he might even, if he can do it at the end of Kai's turn, if Kai kind of plays as though he has a little bit more time than he may actually have.
All right, Hetrick has paused here on end step. He's certainly thinking about it.
3 cards?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hetrick's not going to do anything right now. He's going to wait, draw another land. His hand's pretty miserable too.
Right.
He's got another ley line plus Living End. And then, of course, now wait a minute. Does his Violent Outburst, does he only have 2 Living Ends in the deck?
I mean, that is
it possible
possibility.
These guys
play 4.
He plays 4.
Oh, they play 4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could see some universe where you side it out because you don't think it's going to get countered ever, but I don't think you'd go below 3.
Okay.
Might be wrong, but... Yeah, Kai just anything. I mean, like 3 mana draw a card would be unbelievable right now.
Yeah, sleight of hand.
Yeah. Kai saving his life total and actually getting Electromancer in the graveyard. Way better than having it in play against Living End.
All right, so land drop here for Michael Hetrick.
And how many counters is Living End at? I mean, that Living End might just resolve soon. It's at one counter, the floor reporter tells us. So
Yeah, I think that's why Kai's blocking with Electromancer now.
Right.
He doesn't know about Hetrick's ability to Living End out of his hand, but the one that's face
the
up
one
on the
that's
table
right
is
there.
good enough reason.
I mean, Buddha is at 5. This is actually getting kind of awkward for him. He's going to be facing down 4 power.
Yep.
I think a lot of it really just comes down to the next draw step.
Though.
Yeah, that's true.
Kai's thinking about Echoing Truth delay line here.
I think so. I mean, I think he's like, okay, I've got to put something.
Oh, the ley line
together
means
before
his Electromancer did not go to the graveyard, right?
Oh, yeah,
RFG.
that's a good point.
Sorry,
really good point. He could have maybe, I guess, Echoing Truthed it in response.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it main phase, though. Just get replayed.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So he's doing it now in case he draws?
Yeah, he figures he probably needs to win next turn.
Right.
I see.
Any cycled creature would be lethal.
Yes.
Like he's worried that Hetrick has any of his random giant cycling dorks in his hand, end step cycles, and then Living End goes off.
Right, and he still knows about the possibility of violent outbursts, so that, like, cycle plus end step, and suddenly he's facing lethal.
Yeah, without an Electromancer, Kai's worried about being a little tight on mana, so he's going to get the Echoing Truth end step just in case he draws something.
Okay.
A strategy that's not bad is suspend one of these, give your opponent, like, a false clock, where they think it's all about what that die says.
And then, like, one turn ahead of it?
And then get them one turn ahead of that.
Great point.
You could used to do this with Lotus Bloom and Storm decks, where your opponent would be like, oh, okay, well, I need to win by turn 4. It's like, no, I'm just going to kill you.
I've seen Travis Wu do that to people on his videos as well.
Would have been nice if I drew. In the first game, it looked like you certainly only had 2, right?
In the first?
Like, you went down to, like, 6 cards or something.
I actually play 4 main deck.
So Kai was saying he was
2 on top of my final.
He was guessing that Hetrick only had 2, but
based on the first game.
Yeah, but he said no, I've got 4.
Basically said I still have all of these Living Ends in my deck.
Well, he didn't actually say how many were in his deck now, but he said he had 4 mains. So he's willing to give up that much info.
It's true.
I mean,
this is Kai's upkeep, right?
I mean, not really, but, like, it's pretty close.
Where's this end step?
There it is. I thought that was in
in response to the Echoing Truth? No.
I
think it's
I thought it was, but it's not. Yeah. I think
but the Kai's mana is still tapped. It can't be upkeep if it's after the Echoing Truth resolved. But yeah,
interesting.
He did it during his own end step.
His own end step. Not a time you usually see very much action, but
he could hit 2 lands here. But then his clock is slower.
His clock is gone, or gone-ish.
I mean, it comes back next turn.
Right,
next turn, but they're going to have summoning sickness, right?
Sure.
Yeah, he wants to hit the lands.
All right, down
no
they go.
Electromancer, only 4 lands. He's hoping Kai's pinched. I think those rituals mean Kai's not, in fact, pinched on mana.
No.
So can he draw something? That was a land. I saw, no, not a land, but a Blood Moon.
Oh, the lands are exiled.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Right. But, I mean, Kai, to be fair, does have one more turn.
Yes.
Right.
He might have 2 more turns. Isn't there only 4 power in the yard?
There's only 4.
Right.
Kai's at 5.
Yeah, you're right.
I think Kai has
He does have
2 turns left. He can Blood Moon here, which no reason not to.
It means that the ley line doesn't get to come back down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. It turns off ley line.
Yeah. That Blood Moon's actually pretty important there.
Play around it.
But ley line's not ley line's not a catastrophe given how much sauce is already in Kai's yard for Past in Flames, but we prefer to be able to do the rituals.
Well, yeah, because the rituals immediately turn on the Pyromancer essentially.
Oh, right. Of course. No, the ley line is crucial. You're right.
So Blood Moon a live draw.
Yeah. So he essentially bought himself a turn. He's like, I have a 1-turn window where there's no ley line, but he top decked Blood Moon, so now he has a infinite turn window.
Right.
Rashad's down on the floor, and he's telling us also that they're in time now, and this is turn number 1. So Hetrick's on turn 1.
There we go.
This is huge. This is positively huge. Not only 1, but 2 draw spells to work with, essentially, for Kai
should do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is his being constrained on blue mana, but he's still got 2 to work with.
That's 4 and stack.
Man.
4.
And the next one he'll go up to 5 mana,
So
triggering
I
them.
Pool, I take 2 to cast this. Stack.
All right.
Leaving me with 5.
All right, so he's got 5 red mana.
And the Ascensions are turned on.
Hetrick takes a quick look at his hand one more time.
What do I have? That
Put on
I
your
might be able to
seatbelt,
do
Michael
with?
Hetrick. You're going to be here for a minute.
And you can do crazy stuff, I think, with this, right? So, like, with the multiple copies on this stack, you can flash back another copy and put a lot more on the stack and then cast things so you don't discard them at random to the other copies.
Sure. So 7 mana floating.
Right.
I'm glad this is not... I'm glad you can use real-life shortcuts to get through
Yes.
First waving. I don't know the cards, so just... Second waving.
So this is the second resolution.
Hey, don't kick those off.
All right. Well,
discard 2 redundant blood
I
moons.
just use them anyway because I draw them. But. So that's the third waving now.
this is unbelievable.
So this is the third one.
Yeah. There's the 4th one coming.
That's right.
Okay.
And
all right.
Attacks in pro.
Fourth waving now.
Man. Okay.
And
Well,
Desperate
that ritual
hits
actually
the
could have
bin.
come in handy. Okay.
All right, and we see
Pass
Pass and Flame sleight of hand as 2 of his cards drawn.
Yeah, this should be fine.
So he gets 4 sleight of hands here.
He gets 4 sleight of hands. Needs some mana, though. I mean,
No,
you're
he's
probably
got a
gonna-
bunch of red floating still.
I thought he only had like 2 or 3 red
He
float.
got up to 7, and then he cast the...
I thought he got up to 5.
He got up to 5, and then the Desperate Ritual is 2?
Yeah, 2.
His first time?
Yeah, so I think he has... I mean, he still has
still
a
had-
meaningful amount of mana. But,
Yeah, he had 7. Yeah, the Desperate Ritual was 3 times. So he had plenty of
because
mana.
it turned on... Okay, yeah, sorry.
Man. Copy it 4 times this time.
Copies this 4 times.
So I'm 17.
So that's 12. That puts him to, I think he said 17.
I mean, my red mana is at this point.
Man, it's not really relevant.
Then I'll Grape Shot you for...
a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4 spells, so 5.
Okay.
And then I'll pass the times.
And
that's going to do it. Kai Bude.
German Juggernaut. Still got it.
Another solid finish here at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, he was top 25 at Pro Tour Theros. He's going to be top.
That is insane.
I had another.
He's in the money, in the points here.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get you guys to do the paperwork for me here real quick.
All right, welcome back to the booth. Fantastic stuff, and I know that Rich and BDM are over in the news desk ready to give you updates and the rundown on what's going on with the top 8, so let's send it over there right now to get you information.
Yeah, I was just hoping for
Confirming Kai wins 2 on.
Pretty big top deck.
the top 25.
I have a little more paperwork for you.
Sure. I'm pretty sure, like, I was 17th in Dublin, and, like, so many people do. I would guess I'm not top
They
6.
need to get that. I don't think they threw it over.
As we say, you can see people on social media, and I can tell you that we. Hello, everyone. Welcome back here. So let me tell you what's been going on. We have a top 8, we believe. Nothing's official till you hear it come out of the mouth of Scott Larrabee, tournament organizer for the Pro Tour. We will take that top 8 announcement live in just a little bit. But for those of you just coming in from a day of work on Saturday, waiting to go to bed, this is what we think the top 8 looks like. Sean McLaren, Canada. Christian Seibold of Germany. Jacob Wilson, USA, living in Canada. Patrick Dickman of Germany. Chris Fenel, USA. Anssi Alkio, Finland. Tim Rivera, USA. Li Shichan, Hong Kong. That is what the top 8 looks like. We will confirm that, as I say, with the live announcement in a little bit. But you have been queuing up in your social media thousands saying, where is the Blue Moon deck tech? It is with great self-restraint that I'm going to link to this without singing, you lucky people. It's time for deck tech. It's time for Blue Moon. Brian David Marshall, Li Shichan.
Hello Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last deck tech of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here in Valencia. I'm here with Li Shitian, and he has just locked up his second career Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah.
Second modern Pro Tour.
Yeah,
last time we did it was in Pro Tour Return to Ravnica. You're feeling pretty good. You've got a huge crowd of people pressed up against the plexiglass of this hall watching you record this deck tech. Now, the deck you guys played, the Team MTG Mint card, you guys played Blue Moon.
Yes.
And this deck actually has its origins going back
to last modern Pro Tour. It's in the Pro Tour Return to Ravnica. It's playing by Ken Yokohiro. He is playing the Buehler control at the time.
So a similar shell to a deck, and you guys saw it, and you thought maybe there was something there. You took note of it. Then Wild Mikado gets banned. Unbanned, I should say.
Yeah, unbanned.
And so what happened in your playtesting that led you in this direction?
So there is a day we are playing the tournament. We pick up like 8 decks, 8 popular decks, and we playtest, and we find out the Naya Zoo is actually the best deck.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are expecting the field will be Naya Zoo or the Zoo haters, like Birthing Pot or American Fetch or Jun. So all those decks are having a very greedy mana base, which Blood Moon can shut it down.
So main deck Blood Moon was what you guys. Wild Mikado gets unbanned.
Yeah.
And you're like main deck Blood Moon.
Yeah, it shut down Zoo as well.
All right, let's take a look at this deck list and see what's in here. I got to start with, you guys have 10 basic islands, right?
Yeah.
This is really like the pistons that drives the engine of this deck. It's a blue control deck in the very truest sense of the word.
Yes, almost mono blue.
Almost mono blue, but it's not. So let's see the next slide of lands, and there you get a look at 4 Scalding Tarn, 4 Misty Rainforest, 3 Steam Vents, and 1 Mountain.
Yeah.
And then, so your red mana is pretty accessible, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can get everything. You have all these sources. And what are you doing with that red mana? Let's take a look at the next slide. Let's take a look at what you're going to do with the blue mana first. You are going to counter things. And you said to me, so you have Master of Waves. This cares about blue pips, Threads of Disloyalty. You're going to protect things with Cryptic Command and Spell Snare. But you said to me, like, Remand, which is on the next slide, is really your key card.
Yes.
Remand, Mana Leak, Serum Visions, Lightning Bolt. Describe to me, people talk about the lock, right? There's like the nut hand in a modern deck. What's the nut hand for this deck?
Lightning Bolt, Remand, Blood Moon, and 3 lands.
Lightning Bolt, Remand, Blood Moon, and 3 lands.
Yeah.
And you feel like, you look at that hand, you're like, oh, I won.
Yeah. Opponent is not going to do anything.
So you're gonna bolt their first threat.
Yeah.
You're gonna remand their first spell, and then you're gonna lock them out with Blood Moon. Is it really that simple?
Yeah, it's that simple.
So you guys had 8 players playing this deck in the tournament.
Yes.
And all 8 of you made day 2.
7 of them made day 2.
7 of you made day 2. Okay. And then you, of course, are not done yet. You still have more to go. Let's take a look at some more of this deck. We see Spreading Seas. I gotta tell you, I was hysterical. We'd see people get their 1 land. They'd get their 1 forest. They'd be like, oh, I got it. I got my forest. I can get out forest. The next turn, you're like, Spreading Seas.
Yeah. Kill their hope.
Snapcaster Mage obviously has been doing a lot of work in Standard and Modern for a while. Vapor Snag, again, I guess similar to the Remand. You're going to bounce something.
Bounce something and then lock.
And